lots of the, I see your, all your stars. Gorakhpur East, you've got
Gorakhpur Urban.
Gorakhpur Urban, you've got Yogi Adityanath leading, not surprising. Let's go one by one to some of the other. I want to look at this interesting candidate. Abbas Ansari, son of Mukhtar Ansari, is leading. Remember, he is being supported by the Samajwadi Party, but the likes of Mukhtar then become a symbol of the fact that Samajwadi Party continues to flirt with so-called criminal elements. So it's a double-edged sword.
Like Swami Prasad Maurya.
How's he doing? He's leading.
He's leading just at this moment, but it's a tight fight that he's in.
That's right.
So it's not going to be easy for him. He's come from the BJP. But Chandrasekhar Azad Ravan, of course, will be trailing. But he's winning on that.
He's trailing. Let's look at Dara Singh Chauhan, another person who left the party, the BJP, to join hands. We are awaiting his result at the moment.
I'm just going back to Punjab, and the reason is Charanjit Singh Channi is trailing from both his seats, Badaur and Chamkaur.
Why don't you show us the note that Arvind Kejriwal wrote to you one more time for our viewers?
Right now, it's going according to his script.
Just tell us
the note. Yeah.
What did he say? Can you read it out?
Well, this is his last interview to me, and he says, चन्नी साहब दोनों सीटें हारेंगे, भगवंत धुरी से 51,000 सीटों से जीतेगा, बादल परिवार 5 सीटें हारेगा. With what he's saying is going according to script, at least with our election dashboard is showing. Charanjit Singh Channi is trailing from both seats of Chamkaur Sahib and Badaur. He's trailing. Captain Amrinder Singh is trailing. Sukhbir Singh Badal is trailing. And Prakash Singh Badal is trailing.
It's a complete landslide.
Prakash Singh Badal is also trailing from Lambi.
This is a very interesting seat, Kairana. Remember, the first place which Amit Shah went on the campaign of Uttar Pradesh was Kairana. There has been allegations countered of so-called Hindu exodus from Kairana. The politics of Kairana, the Hindu-Muslim divide. Nahid Hassan is in jail. His daughter and sister were campaigning for him. Again became a symbol for the BJP to use to say that, look, you are flirting Samajwadi Party with criminal elements.
Party of the BJP is joining us. 183 leads for the BJP at this moment. The BJP seems poised to hit the majority mark very quickly, and we have only 270 leads. So you've got 150 plus leads still awaited, and you've got the BJP very comfortably settled. Gaurav Bhatia comes from Uttar Pradesh. You'd be very happy with the way UP is showing so far.
Thank you, Rahul. A very good morning to everyone. And this has been a very encouraging trend that we are seeing. And I must say that, especially in context of Uttar Pradesh, certain myths will also be shattered. The myth that a government doesn't come back to power, I think it would be a historic victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Second, under the leadership of Narendra Modi ji and Yogi Adityanath ji, we have seen that you can empower all and can break the barriers of caste, religion and other regional divides that the other parties were trying to create. And most importantly, I would have said, कहाँ पड़े हो चक्कर में कोई नहीं है टक्कर में, but फिर इंडिया टुडे का सर्वे आ गया और इंडिया टुडे के सर्वे से हमारी टक्कर है और हम चाहते हैं that we beat the survey also and we better our last performance.
Interesting. I want to show you what's happening, and this is interesting from your perspective also. When it comes to the BJP seats, BJP, remember last time at 312, we have leads currently for 210 of these 312. The BJP retaining 71% of those, currently losing 29 or trailing in 29. 44 of the trails are going towards the SP, but 71% as a retained ratio is quite substantial because these are MLAs who are holding on to their seats. So seats which the BJP won being held on by the BJP.
This is pro-incumbency. Let's be clear. This is pro-incumbency.
If you look at the SP's numbers,
sure,
they're only retaining 54% of the seats they held, 46 they are trailing on. We have leads of 35 out of 47. So the SP's holding on to barely half the seats that they won last time.
You know, Rahul, what's happening is that in a bipolar race, the BJP is holding on, retaining its percentage in terms of vote share, which is why I'm calling it a pro-incumbency wave.
Can I show our viewers for the first time what the overall picture in Uttar Pradesh looks like? Just zoom into the screen and you'll see we have leads for 276 seats. The BJP currently leading on 189 of those.
That's
the
3/4.
overall strike rate is 68%.
That's 3/4. They're winning at the moment.
Two-thirds.
No, 189.
That's 75%. No, 2/3. 66, 68.
3/4, 75% हो जाएगा.
हाँ तो 68 है ना.
Okay, हो जाएगा.
Rahul, there is one
No,
more.
sir.
Rajdeep, there is one more dimension of this. You know, the people are rejecting the perceptional politics. Some people made perception against Hindutva, Yogi ji, Modi ji, they are demons. And people are reacting against that. Any politics against the Hindutva would not be tolerated by the
No, but
Indian
I'll tell you
people.
why.
Whether it is
UP is
Uttar
looking
Pradesh,
quite
Uttarakhand,
settled
or any part
because
of the country.
of the
what he's saying,
127 seats that are
Chandrasekhar
left.
Azad has only
Listen to this
100
very carefully.
votes.
Of the 127 seats that are left, the BJP needs to pick up only 13 more leads to cross the majority mark. So the required strike rate in cricketing terms is just 10%. They are currently leading on 68% of the seats for which leads are available. The required strike rate just 10% more. So it seems very easily
You know
settled.
what I will say, he calls it perceptional. I call it echo chamber. A number of people only want to reinforce what they hear rather than look at the other
this,
side.
Rajdeep. If the SP is to win from here,
Impossible.
if the SP is to win, of the 123 seats, of the 125 seats which are left, they need to win 123 of those. 98% strike rate required statistically. Very difficult to
Rahul,
achieve.
they need what that Rahul Tivatia did in that one match against the Punjab Super Kings. 6 sixes in the last over. It's not happening. I am almost ready to call. I know you will call it the brass standard of journalism. I am ready to call both Uttar Pradesh and Punjab. Yogi Adityanath is going to create history today, not in the history of Uttar Pradesh has a chief minister who's done 5 years, been re-elected,
Interestingly,
and not since 1985 has a government got re-elected. This is history in Punjab because first time outside the Akali Congress duopoly, a third party emerges. History in Uttar Pradesh because what Yogi Adityanath is achieving has never been done in the history of this state.
Interestingly, in Punjab, the AAP strike rate is even higher than that of the BJP. AAP strike rate in Punjab is 72, 80 leads out of 111. To form the government, they basically already formed the government, so there's nothing left, but 72% leads currently off the trends that are available, 80 out of 111. This is history and their strike rate is better than BJP in
So
UP.
I'm calling AAP in Punjab a wave. I'm calling UP pro-incumbency, which means that the incumbent has been able to hold his own. In Punjab, it's just a wipeout of everyone else. Amazing.
We don't have all the seats from Malwa region. Still, it is 80 out of 110.
So they could cross
110
100 out of
It's a
170.
tsunami. It's a political
It's a
tsunami in Punjab.
That's the right word. It's
Okay.
a tsunami Kejriwal style.
Let's show you what's happening in
show the map of
Goa.
Punjab, we'll see.
And in Goa, the BJP, out of the 21 leads that are available, is leading on 53% of the seats that they are fighting on. The Congress at this moment is leading on 12 out of 40. That's a strike rate of 30. Therefore, it's tricky in Goa,
15.
but it seems to be settling towards the BJP.
19
Those are
to
the
15
leads
now.
at this
Latest
moment.
is
Raj.
19
You see,
to
BJP
15.
leading in 19, Congress in 15. Remember, Goa will go down to the wire because seats will be decided by 500, 600 votes. But once the BJP is more than the Congress, the BJP 100% will form the next government in Goa. The MGP will go with the BJP
So
in
this
Goa.
is in Uttarakhand,
Yes.
where the BJP has a strike rate of 60%. They've got 39 leads out of 65, which essentially means that they're settled in Goa, in Uttarakhand as well. At this moment, it doesn't seem doubtful that they're settling into a good, comfortable spot. From the Congress's perspective, very difficult to pull back from this. 21 leads out of 65. Unless the trends themselves change, it's a tough asking race.
And you can look at Manipur as well, where the BJP is again set to create history, become a majority government in Manipur for the first time. So in all the 4 states that the BJP has held power last time, they are at the moment either leading or all set to form a government. Goa is the only uncertainty that they have. Punjab is up all the way. So this is clearly, and the exit poll, spot on. Today, Pradeep Gupta has recovered from the Battle of
The
Bengal.
BJP just hit 200. That's the first time that they've crossed the 200 figure very quickly from 100 to 200.
It's a wipeout.
287 leads. So the poll was right. And
poll
thank
is
God
spot
for
on.
that.
No,
Thank God for that.
71 to 100 for 100 for Samajwadi Party, and that's
The
where
only, and again, even in Goa now, a gap is building up. 21 is playing 12. TMC is 5. I want to tell our viewers that TMC Plus is one of the, or 2 of the TMC, Churchill Aramau and his daughter Velenka, and the other 3 are MGP. But once the BJP crosses the halfway mark there, then it's game, set and match. Interestingly, AAP is making its first ever seat in Goa as well as per those results. But clearly, even in Goa trends, while Didi's TMC may play kingmaker, that will only happen if the BJP comes below. The BJP has pulled ahead even in Goa. As of today, the Congress party is facing its worst ever nightmare,
I have this
being wiped out.
interesting data over here. Of the 224 seats, where there's a direct fight between the SP and the BJP, the BJP is winning 72% of those seats, the SP winning only 28. If this was seen as a bipolar fight between BJP and the Samajwadi Party, the BJP winning 162 out of the 224 at this moment with a strike rate of 72, showing that in this bipolar contest, it's Yogi who's carrying the seat.
3 stories coming in today, Rahul. Kaun banega challenger? Kejriwal spreading beyond Delhi. Story number 2, Yogi Adityanath and Mr. Modi call it double engine, creating history in Uttar Pradesh. BJP holding on despite so-called anti-incumbency. The third story is the decimation once again of the Indian National Congress. This is a bad day. If you can't capitalize even in the post-pandemic era on slowing economy, mehengai, berozgari, then you've got to ask yourself, what strategy do you have in these states? Goa, as I said, could still go either way, but in all the other states, the Congress has no story to tell today. This is a terrible day in the office for the Congress party. If they don't introspect now, then God knows when will this party introspect.
We can go region by region in Uttar Pradesh. In the 105 leads that we have in Western UP, the BJP is leading on 69. So it's a 69 place 36. Not as dominating a victory as they're seeing in Awadh and elsewhere.
That's because Rohilkhand is holding on to the Yadavs. That's the one area.
Muslims.
Areas like Bareilly, Mainpuri is the other area. You see, there are 38 constituencies, Rahul, where Muslims plus Yadavs are more than 50%. The SP is holding on to those. There are 72 constituencies where there are 40%. They are winning half of them. But that's it.
Because the moment you
come to... They are not winning anything beyond
Awadh,
that.
82 seats we have leads
that's
for. BJP leading in 61 of those, SP only on 19.
That's
so
right.
In central Uttar Pradesh, the SP not being able to mount a challenge to the BJP.
That's right. So the moment you move out of the Muslim Yadav heartland, the election becomes one-sided. There is a consolidation of the non-Muslim, non-Yadav caste. The Jatavs to some extent staying with Mayawati, but non-Jatav Dalits significantly also moving to the BJP.
There was so much said about caste arithmetic in eastern Uttar Pradesh being unfavorable for the BJP. Look at what's happening. 90 leads currently, 61 of those to the BJP, only 20 to the Samajwadi Party, showing once again in eastern Uttar Pradesh, Modi Yogi carrying the day.
Absolutely. This is a indication of the fact of a strong vote of confidence in the present administration. You have to look at it as that. Ration, Prashasan, and as Rahul said, polarization is a triple whammy.
In Bundelkhand, of the 19 seats, we have leads for 15. The BJP leading on 13 of those, the SP only on 2, which again suggests that the exit poll is right because the polls showed a big victory for the BJP in Bundelkhand, which is what seems to be coming true on counting day.
And very interesting, the poorer parts of UP, the BJP doing even better. So at a time when you talk of mehengai, you talk of fuel prices, you talk of, all what I'm saying is music to my friend Rakesh Sinha's ears, but it is a truth.
Just time
आप जितना भी खुश हो जाओ, आपका दिन है
आप महंगाई बेरोजगारी पोस्ट सब बोल रहे हैं कि कोरोना के बाद क्या हुआ नो
आप कह रहे हैं महंगाई नहीं है
why what you are realizing why not the millions of people realize this means कि your realization is based on certain kind of myths and perception.
No, what is बेरोजगारी नहीं है महंगाई नहीं है.
Just let me say.
Let's not kid ourselves.
You just see the post-corona scenario, the way the government managed the things. It is unparalleled. So people realize that what is happening in Europe, what is happening in other Asian countries, what is happening in India. Modi's
Rahul Srivastava wants to counter. Okay, let him respond.
I'm concluding. Modi's leadership is an exemplary for the world community. Now he is a world leader. You don't realize. You want
Vishwaguru.
You want to.
Vishwaguru.
No, he's a stock market guru. The market's up 1100 points.
Okay, can I ask my friend Rahul, why don't you respond?
See, Rajdeep, I think, Sinha Sahab, I'll tell you, first you said that extra parliamentary thing. I think you were in opposition, you have become part of parliament, does not make people who are saying something on air as unparliamentary. The other element is, you cannot deny that there is unemployment and price rise just because people are not voting against you. That threshold they are not crossing. They did it in Gujarat also. They didn't vote against you. There were a lot of Nota votes. They didn't cross it because of Modi. Similarly, in UP, perhaps you have reached that point where there is a large number of voters who are not crossing that threshold of voting against you despite a lot of hardships. And that is why do not say that their hardships don't exist.
No,
I think that will be a critical error you will commit.
One sentence, I'm answering one sentence. You know, Narendra Modi's governance has one characteristic feature, that he made the people as a stakeholder rather than clients. That's why even there are certain inaccuracies in the governance. They consider the efforts of the Modi, intent of the Modi, and his honest efforts 24, 365 days. This is the reason that people are connecting with Narendra Modi, not other regions. Because other people are just making propaganda. Has the Congress any alternative? Why I say extra parliamentary forces? Because in parliamentary democracy, it is the parliamentary parties which lead the movement.
I
You
agree.
see 1974.
Okay, let Rahul Verma respond. Rahul Verma, do you think this kind of result is as much because of the lack of credible alternatives as the Yogi Modi factor in Uttar Pradesh? The fact is, the SP associated with an element of Gunda Raj, Muslim appeasement, Mayawati associated with maybe a politics again of personal family corruption allegations, plus not looking beyond her own caste identity. The fact the Congress has no organization, it's all very well to suddenly say ladki hu, lad sakti hu. Is it that if today there was an alternative, people would have looked at UP, or there's this emotional connect that Prime Minister Modi has built?
I think both.
Both.
The reason is, it's not that BJP is just crossing the halfway mark, right? Given the kind of mandate they are going to get, it seems as of now in 4 states, right? Basically, they're coming back in Manipur, Uttarakhand, perhaps also in Goa and UP. So given that kind of mandate, you cannot deny that there is an emotive connect with the Prime Minister, and perhaps in some cases with the state leadership as well. But it's also true, lack of credible alternative in other states. And this also makes, like, we should, what Rahul Srivastava was pointing out, it's very true that those difficulties are there. A party coming back to power does not mean that those difficulties don't exist. Think about 60s and 70s. Congress used to win elections, but we also had Hindu rate of growth growing at 2%. We had all the problems.
I have for the first time, and please listen to this very carefully, the data from each of the caste-dominated seats. For example, there are 143 seats in Uttar Pradesh in total, where the Yadavs form about 20% of the population. We have leads for 101 of those. In the Yadav-dominated seats, Rajdeep, the BJP is currently leading on 68, the SP only on 31. So even on Yadav-dominated seats, the BJP, because of the anti-Yadav consolidation, is doing well.
See, when we say Yadav dominated, what does it mean?
Everybody else polarizes against that.
That's right. And these are seats where we've taken 20%
Let's come to the Jat-dominated seats. We have 36 leads. Remember, when I say domination, it essentially means not more than 50%, but that community is in a position to be able to influence the results of that seat. In the Jat-dominated seats, and so much has been said about Jharkhand, 26 leads for the BJP, SPRLD only on 10. So they have 2.5 times the leads even in the Jat-dominated seats.
And may I just add to that our narrative has been so full of Jats because of the Kisan Andolan, they only account for 36 seats out of 403.
Of the Dalit seats, 160 Dalit seats, 119 leads for the BJP on Dalit seats, 31 of those to the BJP. This has
been one of the great stories of Uttar Pradesh in the last 7 years. The BJP's efforts to reach out to Dalit communities, especially non-Jatav Dalits.
Out of the 113 seats for which we have trends where Muslims are in big numbers, the BJP leading on 73, the SP on 36. Preeti, you were making a point?
So the point I was making is what we were talking about earlier. When we talk about, if you can just get that western, you're on the other side.
And I just want to tell our viewers, just a minute. Muslim-dominated seats means what? Muslims more than 20%.
Around 20%.
So it doesn't mean that Muslims are voting for the BJP. It means that everybody else is counter-polarizing. Yes, Preeti.
No, what I was talking about is we're talking about West UP. You're talking about the Jat vote. What we were in the beginning, one of the factors that there was no transfer of votes to Samajwadi Party. Look at the map there and you'd see a sweep. How many, even those seats that they have won, the alliance has won, you'll only see RLD. So the RLD is now leading on 8 seats in Western Uttar Pradesh. The Samajwadi Party not even in 1. So the Jat, who has gone and pressed the hand pump button, has done it for the RLD, not for the Samajwadi Party.
And this is the third time that's happened. Samajwadi Party has suffered with the BSP, it suffered with the Congress, and it's not been able to get its act together even with the RLD. There is no vote transfer, the fear of Yadav Raj. Pawan Kheda joining us. Okay.
Kumar Abhishek is at the BJP headquarters. You know, I must tell
Sorry,
our
in
viewers,
Lucknow.
he is at the BJP office in Lucknow. He tracks Uttar Pradesh for us, runs UP Tak, is our Lucknow bureau chief. And even when everybody else was confused, Kumar Abhishek was clear that the BJP is going to do well. His margins were lesser than what we're seeing right now, but he was very confident. और लग रहा है कुमार आपका जो confidence था कि BJP जीत रही है और अच्छे से जीत रही है, ठीक वैसा ही निकल के आ रहा है. Vindication for you on counting day.
नहीं बिल्कुल राहुल, हम लोग जिस तरीके से घूम रहे थे और जो ज़मीन से फीडबैक मिल रहा था, जो साइलेंट वेव की बात हम लोग समझ रहे थे अंदर में, वो चाहे पश्चिम हो, चाहे मध्य अवध का इलाका हो, या फिर अब पूरब के ईवीएम्स खुल रहे हों, मुझे लग रहा है कि जिस चीज़ को हम लोगों ने ज़मीन पर देखा वही रिफ्लेक्ट कर रहा है. पहले तो मैं आपको दर्शकों के लिए दृश्य दिखा दूं कि ये बीजेपी दफ्तर के बाहर का दृश्य है और तमाम जो इनके कार्यकर्ता और नेता हैं पहुंचने लगे हैं. लेकिन एक बात आपको दिखाई देगी कि बीजेपी दफ्तर के भीतर इनके एंट्री नहीं है, यानी कि जो भी जश्न मनाना है आप पार्टी दफ्तर के बाहर से मनाइए. लेकिन राहुल, जैसा कि हम लोग चर्चा कर रहे थे, इस बार 3 फैक्टर वो जो कि निकल करके भी आए हैं, वुमेन फैक्टर एक्स फैक्टर की तरह काम किया है. साथ साथ आप देखेंगे जो जाटों की बात की जा रही थी, मुझे जो हमने ग्राउंड पर देखा कि वोकल जाट और जो वोटर जाट है, दोनों में काफ़ी अंतर रहा है और मुझे लगता है कि वो निकल करके भी सामने आना चाहिए. और अभी आप दृश्य देखिए, ये पार्टी दफ्तर के भीतर का है, यानी कि यहाँ पर हर तरह के जश्न से फिलहाल खुद को अलग रखा गया है क्योंकि अभी रुझानों का वक्त है. लेकिन ठीक इसके बाहर जो बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता हैं वो जुटने लगे हैं. यहाँ से जो मैं बताऊँ कि कुछ देर बाद योगी आदित्यनाथ दिल्ली जा सकते हैं. तमाम जो बड़े नेता हैं वो धीरे धीरे पहुंचेंगे. जैसे ही ये जो रुझान है ये धीरे धीरे नतीजों की तरफ बढ़ने लगेंगे. लेकिन
क्लियरली लखनऊ में बीजेपी की खुशबू है. अभिषेक, बीजेपी की खुशबू नजर आती है लखनऊ में. पवन खेड़ा, इज ही नाउ बैक विद अस? Pawan Kheda joining us of the Congress party. Mr. Kheda, you were there in Punjab. You were hoping for the best. It's turned out to be the worst nightmare for you. You're being wiped out. Well, 18 seats only. Aam Aadmi Party up to 84. You were there in 2015 with Sheila Ji when Aam Aadmi Party made its big election in Delhi, swept 67 out of 70. Is it Delhi redux for you in Punjab? What went wrong?
I think I'd be in a better position to respond to this question later in the day. Let there be more clarity. Then we
There's
can analyze.
complete clarity, Pawan. You've been wiped out.
No, there is. I mean, just 2 hours, 3 rounds of counting. Let's wait. Well, the media has been writing our obituary ever since the last 10 years. So I mean, I won't be in that big a hurry.
People writing the obituary, not the media.
No, nobody. It's not about obituary, Pawan. It's about. Do you at all believe that this could be, if these results hold? What does the Congress? Where does the Congress party go from here? Something has gone horribly wrong.
Yes, we need to analyze every aspect of this election, whether it's organization, whether it's campaign, whether it's communication. Each one of those aspects needs to be analyzed, and we'll do that.
You're being very subdued. Very subdued.
No, with good reason.
With good reason.
This is not the day for Pawan Khera to be his bombastic self. It's not the right moment at all. The Congress hasn't done well, and he acknowledges that. We've got Dinesh Sharma joining us from Lucknow. Maushmi Singh is with him, the Deputy Chief Minister, the Brahmin face of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Uttar Pradesh. Maushmi, you must be delighted with the way this is shaping. 224 leads out of 323 seats for which we have trends. The BJP seems to be dancing its way to victory in Uttar Pradesh.
एकदम राहुल, देखिए बीजेपी का जबरदस्त पहले 2 घंटों में ही जबरदस्त प्रदर्शन रहा है. पीछे घेवर और मिठाई तमाम रखी हुई है. दिनेश शर्मा जी मंद ही मंद मुस्कुरा रहे हैं. कल भी आपसे जब हमने बात की थी तो आप काफ़ी आश्वस्त नज़र आ रहे थे कि 300 का आंकड़ा पार करेंगे, पर लगातार बात हो रही थी 100 सीटों की टक्कर है, ये है, पर जो नतीजे, जो रुझान आ रहे हैं वो बीजेपी को बम्पर जीत दिला रहे. दिनेश जी,
देखिए, जो चुनाव के दौरान हम लोग के प्रवास थे उनमें जनता के नब्ज सामने दिखाई पड़ती थी. जो सपा बसपा कांग्रेस के परंपरागत मतदाता भी थे वो बटे हुए थे और एक एक परिवार में ऐसे दृश्य देखने को मिलते थे कि पिता ने मानो दिया किसी को सपा को तो बेटे और पत्नी ने दिया भाजपा को. अगर सपा ने पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश में प्रत्याशी सपा का हुआ तो अरवली के लोगों ने दिया भाजपा को और जो हमारा परंपरागत मतदाता भाजपा का था वो हमेशा से पूरी मजबूती के साथ बीजेपी के साथ खड़ा था। और जो मोदी जी योगी जी की जो योजनाएं थी विकास की, वो हर घर पहुंची हुई थी। हर घर में मोदी और हर घर में योगी का जो वाक्य मैं कह रहा हूं वो प्रविष्ट हो चुका था। और लोगों के मन मस्तिष्क में पिक्चर क्लियर थी कि जो जातिवाद, संप्रदायवाद, क्षेत्रवाद, भाई भतीजावाद, परिवारवाद की जो व्यवस्थाएं हैं, की सोच है, जनता ने उस पर बुलडोजर चलाने का निश्चय कर रखा था।
दिनेश जी, जो पहले 2 घंटे में पिक्चर सामने आ रही है, क्या उससे क्लियर है कि भाजपा को इस तरह की जीत मिल रही है, कि आपको लगता है कि कुछ उठापटक होगी?
नहीं, देखिए, संभावनाओं के बारे में अब घोषणा करना मैं समझता हूँ उचित नहीं है, लेकिन इतना मैं कह सकता हूँ कि जो चुनाव के परिणाम हैं वो निश्चित रूप में उत्तर प्रदेश की विकास यात्रा की गति को और तेज करने वाले होंगे, राष्ट्रवाद की अभिकल्पना को पूरा करने वाले होंगे, जातवादी और परिवारवादी सोच को पराजित करने वाले ये परिणाम जरूर से होंगे।
तो कौन सा फैक्टर ज्यादा काम किया, मोदी फैक्टर, योगी फैक्टर, कौन सा फैक्टर ज्यादा काम किया, डबल इंजन की ट्रिपल इंजन?
देखिए, मोदी जी और योगी जी विकास के एक रोल मॉडल हैं, और उत्तर प्रदेश ने 2017 के बाद, जो 2017 में 1-2 भी योजनाओं में वो नंबर 1 पे नहीं था, केंद्र की योजनाओं में, आज जब आपसे बात करें 57 योजनाओं में उत्तर प्रदेश नंबर 1 पे है। यानी हमने केंद्र की योजनाओं को बेहतर तरीके से चलाया और प्रदेश की योजनाओं को जो उनकी पूरक बन के उनको भी हमने चलाया। केंद्र और प्रदेश का जो समन्वय था, योगी जी और मोदी जी की जो ट्यूनिंग थी काम करने के, एक विकास की अवधारणा को आगे ले जाने की जो उनकी भावना थी, वो आज घर घर पहुंची है। हर घर में आज किसी को राशन मिला है, किसी को मुफ्त के वैक्सीनेशन का लाभ मिला है, किसी को आवास मिले हैं, किसी को इज्जत घर मिला है, किसी के वहाँ सड़कें बनी हैं, किसी को वहाँ बिजली पहुंची, किसी को मुफ्त की शिक्षा मिली है, हर तरफ। इसलिए आप अगर इस चुनाव में देखो तो सबसे बड़ी बात क्या थी, इसमें सड़क, बिजली, पानी, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य और सुरक्षा, ये मुद्दा विपक्ष नहीं बना पाया था। क्यों? क्योंकि इसमें हमने काम किया था। और पहली बार इस चुनाव था कि वो विपक्ष ये जाति मेरी, वो जात तेरी, ये संप्रदाय मेरा, वो संप्रदाय तेरा, तो ये अपने पुराने फार्मूले पर चुनाव लड़ने का जो कोशिश कर रहा था, जनता ने उसको नकारा है।
बाबा का बुलडोजर जो है उस पर जनता ने मोहर लगाई है।
नहीं,
क्या श्रेय उनको भी जाएगा?
से तो जाहिर बात है, जो नेतृत्व करता है उसको श्रेय जाएगा।
As we go across to
we'll go back to
in Delhi, but look at this. This is the map of Punjab. The violet is up, 83. It's across. It's across Malwa, complete sweep across Majha. It's only in this area of Doab where exactly as basically you just need to watch our exit poll. We tell you with great confidence what's happening because that is exactly what's happened. We said in Doab it won't happen, and I remember some of the pundits, including those sitting here, said that ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है कि Majha and Malwa are winning, Doab they are not, but that's what's happening in the poll. It's a sweep.
There are 4 big winners today. There is the BJP.
There's Pradeep Gupta.
No, 1 minute.
India Today.
I was coming last to them, but you.
So let's put India
first,
Today.
But absolutely, you're right.
Yeah.
Look, pollsters were hit. Get attacked when they get it wrong, and we got it wrong in Bengal. We got it partly wrong in Bihar. But today is fantastic. You're getting it almost right. The only state. And I still maintain Goa will go to the wire. It's 2013 and we'll have to see how
but it's within our range, Rajdeep, even in Goa.
Yeah, but we put the Congress slightly ahead. We'll have to see how it goes. But everywhere else. And look at what's happening in Uttarakhand. It's 43-23. Look, what was supposed to be a tight race. Why was Bhupesh Baghel parked in a hotel there? Because he thought it would be tight.
But it also shows that Congress is not able to read the tea leaves.
No, because they are unable even to capitalize on anti-incumbency. If anyone tells me there was no anti-incumbency in Uttarakhand,
no, but people who were speaking to Rahul Gandhi told me that Rahul Gandhi said we are winning in 4. Except for Uttar Pradesh. He kept insisting, even after the exit polls came, he said these guys are a bunch of jokers, they don't know what they're saying. We are winning. He kept saying that. He believes that.
Can I give you an example?
Yes.
2 governments. You changed a chief minister in Punjab, Amrinder Singh, 4 months ago. You changed 2 chief ministers in Uttarakhand 8 months ago. The BJP's change of chief ministers results in a victory in Uttarakhand. The Congress's change of chief ministers has resulted in decimation. Why? It's not enough to change a chief minister. You then need plan B, you need an organization, you need last mile connectivity. You can't have Harish Rawat sitting for God's sake in Punjab, your most popular leader of Uttarakhand, and the Congress expects to win.
But
this is a
may
party
I?
without a strategy.
But Rajdeep, may I draw your attention? Even if you're going by this scorecard, the Congress is at 6 right now in Uttar Pradesh. We'd given it 0 to 1. It's doing better than the BSP.
Sure.
Look, I'll have to see their vote share. If the Congress ends up with 6, look,
Yes,
but they will be
6.
clutching at straws. But
Six is
6,
not straws for the Congress.
1 minute. Preeti,
For
403.
a party which expected 0 to 1.
ठीक है, third आ गए, fourth नहीं आए. From the Congress's perspective, it's not a bad
Better than the
one.
Bahujan Samaj Party.
This is like saying कि मैंने पपुआ न्यू गिनी के सामने अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस कर दिया, please give me a medal.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the BSP right now stands at 4. The Congress stands at 6.
Okay, can I show for Punjab,
The Congress did
out
not
of the
expect it.
77
6 out of
seats they
403.
had,
True,
the Congress is retaining only 12 of 77. Which means the Congress is trailing on 84% of the seats they held in the last elections.
The top non-AAP leaders in Punjab are losing their seats.
Okay, but
All.
But
Right now, all.
can I just take Preeti's point, because it's an interesting one, that the BSP is actually getting 4. Think about it in politics. A party which got a majority in 2007 was for the longest time seen कि BSP के 20% वोट तो आने ही आने हैं. Kashiram Mayawati over 30 years.
Rajdeep,
Rahul, are you
Raghav Chadda
shocked?
is speaking at this time. One of the heroes of this victory.
Okay,
Listen to Raghav Chadda.
BSP.
Many say he's going to
अब उन्हें स्वाद चखाना है, उनको हटाना है और नए ईमानदार अच्छे लोगों को लाना है. और सबसे बड़ी बात जो आज के नतीजों से नज़र आती है वो ये है कि आम आदमी पार्टी आज एक नेशनल फोर्स बनी है, एक राष्ट्रीय फोर्स बन के उभरी है. और आने वाले समय में आम आदमी पार्टी, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रिंसिपल चैलेंजर होंगे. ये कहने में मुझे कोई डाउट नहीं है, कोई गुरेज नहीं है. और आने वाले समय में आम आदमी पार्टी कांग्रेस पार्टी की नेशनल और नेचुरल रिप्लेसमेंट बनेगी.
आज देखा जा रहे नतीजे तो बड़े बड़े दिग्गज, जैसे आपने बोला भी है, कैप्टन अमरिंदर सिंह हो, वो भी थोड़े से रहे हैं. नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू जो प्रधान रहे हैं और वो दावा करते थे कि हमारी सरकार दोबारा आएगी, हमने ये, उन्होंने रोल मॉडल भी दिया. क्या कहेंगे बड़े बड़े जो हैं दिग्गज, उनका कारण क्या रहा?
देखिए, हुआ ये कि बीते 50 सालों में इन सारी पार्टियों ने पंजाब को इतना लूटा, पंजाब को 3 लाख करोड़ के कर्जे के नीचे ला दिया, पंजाब के युवाओं को नशे की लत लगाई, युवाओं को देश छोड़कर और बाहरले मुल्कों में जाकर मजदूरी करनी पड़ रही है, किसान आत्महत्या कर रहा है, बहुत बुरा हाल है. किसी भी सेक्टर को उठाकर देख लीजिए, शिक्षा की बात करें, स्वास्थ्य की बात करें, एक्सेट्रा. लेकिन इन नेताओं के 7 स्टार होटल बन गए, इन सबके फार्म हाउस बन गए, इन सबकी बड़ी बड़ी कोठियाँ बन गई, इनके शॉपिंग मॉल्स बन गए, एक्सेट्रा. तो लोगों ने ठान लिया कि इस बार इन सारी ताकतों को हराकर ईमानदार लोगों को लाना है. अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, भगवंत मान जी की जोड़ी को लाना है. और ये भी दिखाता है कि जहाँ पर लोगों के पास एक विकल्प है, वहाँ लोग विकल्प को चुनते हैं. आज आम आदमी पार्टी केवल पंजाब में ही एक विकल्प नहीं, मेरा मानना है एक राष्ट्रीय विकल्प, एक नेशनल ऑल्टरनेटिव बन के उभरी है. और आने वाले समय में आम आदमी पार्टी, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी इस देश की कमान संभालें, ऐसी मैं प्रभु से प्रार्थना करता हूँ.
राज्यसभा की भी अभी इलेक्शन होंगे, तो अगर आम आदमी पार्टी...
Let's for a moment cut out from Raghav to ask Preeti about Raghav Chadda. You know, Raghav Chadda is an interesting character. Won his election last time, first time, 2020. He's a chartered accountant, I believe. But young man in his 30s, or late 30s, is possibly going to be, as you were telling me in the break, a potential super CM of Punjab.
No. I would think right now for Raghav Chadda, there are 3 positions in the wake. One, a super CM, which is to, right now with what we are getting to understand, Rajdeep, is that there's a committee which the Aam Aadmi Party is forming right now to actually overlook what's going to go down in Punjab in terms of governance. So yes, super CM, deputy CM, but don't forget, don't forget, because once the Aam Aadmi Party comes in with the number of seats it's coming in with, it'll still get about 6 to 7 Rajya Sabha seats or a potential Rajya Sabha.
You forget also, Rajdeep, 1 second, to build on her point, also by far the most eligible bachelor of Delhi or Punjab. When I saw the way young ladies were swooning over him wherever he went in Punjab, so the man's got some swag and he's got a lot of appeal.
He's also the face of the Hindu vote, the Hindu Punjabi.
We say politics is a closed shop. That, people who don't have family background, networks have no option. The one thing AAP has done, whether it's with an Atishi or Raghav Chadda, given talented young people an opportunity.
But only if they are subservient and fall in line behind Kejriwal. If they have a Prashant Bhushan or a Yogendra Yadav, then if you're allowing Kejriwal to groom you, then you have a chance.
Sure,
he's the supremo. Anisha Mathur joins us at this time from the AAP office in Delhi, and I'm told that people are dancing, swinging, doing the Bhangra. Is Delhi getting ready to do the Bhangra? Have they learned how to do the Bhangra Punjab style or not, Anisha?
Tomorrow, sir,
So this is the music that plays, the ditty that plays when AAP's caravan moves across Punjab. It's very catchy. It was playing all across the streets and mohallas of the state. And the interesting thing will be the point that we're discussing about whether Bhagwant Mann will now be able to rule, govern, administer Punjab in the manner that AAP has promised. If he's able to do it, it's a big one. We've got Anisha Mathur joining us from the AAP headquarters in Delhi. Anisha, everyone around you, I'm told, is doing the Bhangra. Anisha, Anisha, do you hear me or not? Yes, go for it. Tell us what's happening at the AAP headquarters.
Well, yes, sir. Rahul, if you can hear me, Rahul, if you can hear me at all, there's a lot of dancing, a lot of celebration that has begun in the Aam Aadmi Party office here. All these guys have been dancing here. The Bhangra has started. This entire flash mob group of Aam Aadmi Party volunteers has started celebrating here. And even outside the party office, I'm going to ask my cameraman to pan and show you. Even outside the office, outside the barricade, some of the volunteers who've gathered here have started celebrating. So Aam Aadmi Party is in a lead in Punjab. Even in the official election commission statistics, they're in the lead in about 86 seats. And that has led to a lot of celebrations breaking out here in the Aam Aadmi Party office. The party leaders, Gopal Rai and Dilip Pandey, are here in the party office, and all of them say that this is an indication of where the Aam Aadmi Party will be going in the future. They have national ambition. They hope to also get seats in Uttarakhand and Goa. But Punjab, of course, has led to this celebration. And you can see here, what do you have to say? Like, there is a lead in Punjab. You guys are here dancing in support of Bhagwant Mann.
We are much confident that we will win the Punjab and we will serve the people of Punjab. And we are much confident that if Punjab people give a mandate, then other parts of state will also give the mandate.
So you can see the kind of enthusiasm here in the volunteers here in the Aam Aadmi Party. Back to you.
Vote share act in order. The AAP volunteers need to get their Bhangra game going as well. A mix of Delhi dancing with Bhangra, which is fine, but they're dancing and they have every reason to.
And what strikes me, look at them young. You know, one of the things is that we've seen that they're all under, I just checked Raghav's age. Someone sent me a message, maybe a prospective bride, that he's only 33. He's only 33, born in 1988. But that, you know, it shows that there is churning in Indian politics. Look at
when somebody says that, you should see him blush. The blush starts from one year, goes on till the other, and he's like now wondering, now what do I say and how do I react?
Well, the fact is that Indian politics is going through churning. Just a quick point before I go to the guest, just a minute. That 10 years ago, same states went to the polls. The BJP got just 15% of the votes. The Akalis won Punjab. You had Uttarakhand, which was going anti-incumbency. But look at how things have changed. You've got a new party 10 years later, and you've got the BJP now at over 40% in Uttar Pradesh. Nothing is static in Indian politics. Good point to go to our guest. Pawan Kheda is joining us. Shazia Ilmi is with us. Akshay Marathe of the Aam Aadmi Party is also with us. Lots for you to celebrate, lots for you to comment upon. Very quick comments though. Shazia Ilmi, your first reactions. It's a good day in the office, as good as it could get for the BJP, and you have every reason to be smiling as you are.
Yes, Rajdeep, if you look at the overall perspective, you know, I mean, we used to hear of anti-incumbency, and pro-incumbency was rarely thought of and spoken of. But in a state like UP, and for decades, we are actually talking about pro-incumbency. And I think the whole idea of social engineering, identity consciousness, who is a voter, that is being redefined in a huge way. And I think that is a huge takeaway, even for the political pundits, you know.
So pro-incumbency, you're saying this is a pro-incumbency vote today. Akshay Marathe, you have benefited from anti-incumbency though in Punjab. People said, enough of the Ama, enough of the Akalis, enough of the Congress, we need change. Is the Aam Aadmi Party building on anti-incumbency? That's your, where you can create anti-establishment mood, you're succeeding. Delhi 2015 and 20, now in Punjab 22. Am I correct? Akshay, you're on mute. You're on mute.
I'm sorry, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was just making the point that anti-incumbency, of course, is important, but anti-incumbency alone cannot give you the kind of landslide that the Aam Aadmi Party has won today. Remember, it is the Arvind Kejriwal model of governance that the people of Punjab have trusted, and they have said what happened in Delhi, in the schools of Delhi, in the hospitals of Delhi, with the electricity and water of Delhi. People of Punjab wanted that for themselves. So yes, anti-incumbency was important, but this is a positive mandate for the governance model that we have pitched to the people of Punjab. And Rajdeep, this is a big day for Indian politics for two reasons. Number one, this is the fourth party in India's history to be able to have control over two states in the country. This is the latest national party to have come to the block of Indian democracy. It is a big moment in India's democratic history. It is a big moment for Aam Aadmi Party, and it is a big moment, remember, for all the people watching from across the country who are yearning for change, who are yearning for the governance model of welfareism with economic prosperity, especially in times of hardship that COVID has shown us. Trust me,
So you're saying
this
is a positive vote for the Aam Aadmi Party, not just anti-incumbency. Pawan Khera, you're looking very somber. You know, you can have a nice smile, Pawan. It's a nice Thursday morning, and har jeet to hoti rehti hai, Pawan bhai. But now that the numbers are settling in, how bad is it? If this doesn't cause massive upheaval in your party, what will? Please tell me.
No, upheaval is an ongoing process. It may or may not get visible to the outside world. Upheaval in any organization is an ongoing process. So I won't say a particular election will lead to an upheaval. No, that's not how I look at transformation in any party, especially as old as Congress. Being an old party, being a large party, we take our own time in navigating through changing times. Well, we should take a little less time and respond to the changing times.
No, but can I be more direct? Can I be more direct, Mr. Pawan Khera? Rahul Gandhi staked a lot in Punjab. Priyanka Gandhi staked a lot in UP. Both haven't worked, although you've got 6 seats in UP. That is still very, very little. That's a very small gain. In Punjab, you've been wiped out. You've lost Uttarakhand despite manifest anti-incumbency, despite history of government changing 5 years. You've been wiped out in Manipur. I mean, are you going to say that maybe we need a new leadership? Just try it. Why not?
Rajdeep, as I said, for the media and analysts, you judge a party's performance through elections. For a party itself, which is as old as the Congress party, we need to really transform ourselves. There's no doubt about transformation of the way we look at communication, the way we look at the new generation's aspirations. Yes, we need to have a relook at that. But you want to jump to a conclusion, let's blame X individual or Y individual.
No, it's not individual strategy. The complete absence of strategy. Punjab was one self-goal after the other. Isn't it time that someone took accountability for this?
It is. I mean, when it comes to strategy, it's not just one Rahul Gandhi deciding what's to be done. After all, being an old party, we need to take everybody into consideration. Every decision, every opinion counts.
Okay.
Mr. Khera, what I find that Congress is still unrealizing the pitfalls of his politics, the big ego of these dynasts. Previously, Rajiv Gandhi, Indira Gandhi required loyalty of the people and they controlled. Now these people require the slavery of the people. So slavery and loyalty, this is a big difference. That's why many people are migrating from the Congress. Secondly,
अगले साल अगर कांग्रेस कर्नाटका जीत जाए तो यही आपकी लॉजिक होगी.
No question arises. This is a saffron wave, and now the Nehruvian system has been replaced by the saffron system. Now it is Modi age.
Interesting. Nehruvian system has been replaced by the saffron system. Sheila Bhatt is joining us. Welcome, Sheila. Good to see you on the show.
Thank you.
Are you surprised at all by what's been happening?
Not at all.
Not at all. Are you agree with him? Nehruvian system replacing saffron system?
I would not say saffron system.
Replaced.
No, I would not say saffron system, but I would definitely say that BJP with plan had in its focus to attack and replace dumb Nehruvian system, and that is going on. It's in the name of Hindu identity assertion project. I think 2014, 17, 19, 22, 24, this will go on.
This will go on. Rahul Verma, yes?
I think you can call it a different name, but the first Republic of India is over and the era of Second Republic began.
You're making a huge point. First Republic of India is over. The Second Republic started in 2019 in a way.
Yeah, because it's not just about, see.
You're giving me a title for my next book.
I will add to Rahul.
Rajat, can I add a point on this?
Yes.
I think when the BJP leadership in 2013 spoke of a Congress Mukt Bharat, I think the Congress itself is contributing, this election shows, to that Congress Mukt Bharat.
No, I'm adding...
Are you saying we are moving towards a Congress Mukt Bharat?
I think even if those who don't want to move towards the Congress Mukt Bharat, the Congress is contributing to moving towards the Congress Mukt Bharat.
I'm adding, Rahul made a very interesting point that this is Second Republic. I'm adding that you see the Modi's leadership. The kind of people getting Padma Award, this is a sign of how Republic has reached to the common people. Nobody had realized in the past that a person, some Tulsi Gaura or Sino trio from Meghalaya would get the Padma Award. So I think that connect with the people. Previously it was the system which was dominating the New Delhi. Now it is the people's sentiment is dominating the New Delhi. So I say the client has been replaced by the stakeholders. Republic, which was the elitist, has been replaced by the people-centric republic.
Can I ask Pawan Khera to respond to that? Pawan, people are writing the obituary of your party, Congress Mukt Bharat. Even Dr. Shastri is saying even if those who don't want a Congress Mukt Bharat are being pushed in that direction to accept it.
No, I wouldn't sort of agree with this. Not the first half of the day, of course, is not mine, so I don't want to enter into any argument with Mr. Sinha or Mr. Shastri or you. But this dream of a Congress Mukt Bharat would be a nightmare for the country. And this dream has been seen by Atalji, by Deen Dayalji, by so many others through the history, and they haven't succeeded and they won't succeed. Yes, the leads to prospect, no doubt about that. We need to do some course correction, no doubt about that. We are absolutely, we accept this, but I mean, let's not jump the gun and say Congress Mukt Bharat.
You know, when Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann came to the Panchayat event that we did in Chandigarh, a whole posse of police personnel, security personnel came with them. When Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi came to that same event, nobody came with him. Even the security guards and the security dogs who didn't come. And I was wondering, for the sitting Chief Minister, nobody's come. For a man who's just a candidate, so many people have come. It seems the Punjab police knew which way the political...
And you know, there were two images that just now played. I'll ask Kunal, our producer, to play them because to my mind, they typify an election. What is the image? Outside Sangrur, outside Man's house, celebration. Outside Sidhu's house, complete. All you see is a few policemen straggling around. Sidhu has a large, imposing house in Amritsar.
But what will be going through his head, Rajdeep? You know, will he be doing dhyan at this moment? Because he can't even vent his anger because Amrinder Singh was knocked out because of him. He thought he'll become captain. He was all padded up to go out to the pavilion or to go out to the field. He was asked to stay in the pavilion. So it must be a very frustrating feeling being Sidhu this morning.
You know, look, you hate to write off any politician. Sidhu is still the Congress party president, but you know, it just wasn't working as an organization.
But will he be Rajdeep after this?
Sorry?
Will he still be the Congress party?
We don't know.
There'll be the likes of Jakhar. Everybody will come out with knives.
Absolutely. I mean, one option for him is to, the IPL starts in 3 weeks' time. He can go and do commentary there. He'll be very successful. But look, let's not sort of, you know, let's not lampoon anyone. But I would say Sidhu got this wrong. You became party president, replaced Amrinder Singh, but then you can't take on your own chief minister. And look at what's happening to Charanjit Singh Channi. In Chamkaur Sahib, he's losing Bador. But in Chamkaur Sahib, at the moment, he is slightly ahead, I'm told. So,
as per our data, he's still trailing.
He's still trailing in both. He's trailing in both. Therefore,
trailing in both.
So you've got, even in Chamkaur Sahib, when I went to Chamkaur Sahib, there were serious allegations of how sand mining was patronized by the chief minister. Chamkaur Sahib, remember, was one where the great battle was fought by Guru Gobind's son. And, you know, there is a great degree of history with these places of Punjab. History being created in a way today with Bhagwant Singh Mann.
How basically weak their calculations are. He had a chance in Chamkaur Sahib. He might still do in the way that the votes get counted. In Bhador, the polls were showing, the pre-polls were showing he's losing, yet he somehow goes. It just shows how disconnected the Congress was from reality. Goes to Bhador in the Malwa belt thinking because I'm a Dalit, I'll be able to swing the seat. You're losing your own seat. You don't go into a second seat as chief ministerial candidate unless you're reasonably sure you'll win.
I'll tell you what happened. And this is where, you see, the strategy cannot, Rahul, be done sitting in TV studios. Because what was
but we are not doing the strategy, they are doing the strategy.
No, Congress wala. You see what they thought? Because the moment Bhagwant Mann was nominated by the Aam Aadmi Party, we need to also have our chief minister candidate. Rahul Gandhi goes, makes Charanjit Singh Channi. Then Malwa is the belt of Bhagwant Mann. We also need someone as a chief minister face in Malwa. So you send your chief minister from Chamkor side to Malwa. It doesn't work like that. It's not so simple.
You don't ignore now Manipur, the northeastern state where BJP crossed 51% votes.
It's huge.
This is a very significant.
Very significant.
Not because it is the defeat or the winning of any political party, but because how the BJP and Nationalist Party made an inroad in the northeastern states.
Sir, it is a big. Sir, at the moment you're leading in 28 in Manipur.
51% votes.
Others 23, INC 9. Remember, others include Conrad Sangma's NPP. It includes Nitish Kumar's JDU. But Shazia Ilmi, you want to, your old party AAP is doing well, so you perhaps can say you want to have a message for your old friend Arvind Kejriwal.
No longer friends.
No longer.
No, I have a message for you, Rajdeep. I'm sure you'll do a little jig if AAP wins in Punjab. And I just want you to do a little jig also
when our exit polls are perfect, which they appear to be. Please wait for the jig.
And Goa.
I said it so often, I'm wondering whether Mehndi, like a Mehndi, you've been preparing your dance moves.
Shazia ji, you're welcome to join me also.
Long incumbency is there.
Please
we've
join
done
me.
a spectacular job.
Please join me for the
jig. You know, one second, I must tell our viewers that a very senior BJP leader trolled Rajdeep or took his trip a bit by saying that you only dance when the BJP loses or the AAP wins.
That's
so
very
they're all
unfair.
expecting
I'll tell you what, I either have sweets or I dance when our exit poll is right. Unfortunately, Rahul, you were away when that poll, you were in Harvard at the time, and therefore it was Ankit Tyagi, my friend, me and Pradeep Gupta, and it was 3 in the afternoon. My producer says, sir, thoda naach gana ho jaye. It was only one state. So
I don't think the producers had anything.
I come from a state called Goa. In Goa, you play the music, we'll dance. We'll dance. You're the piper, we'll play. Who plays the tune, we'll dance. So this afternoon, don't miss it. It's going to be
He's going to be here soon. We don't need to wait till the afternoon. 253 leads for the BJP, 88 for the AAP. It's very clear that this poll is going just the way the India
Today Access
My India
poll said. But look at the margin of the win, Rajdeep. Captain Amrinder Singh is actually trailing by over 8,000 votes. That's huge.
But look, the Badals are losing. The captain is losing.
The margin is huge.
It's a wave. It's a tsunami. Punjab is a tsunami. There are no rational explanations when a tsunami takes place. People have decided badlav chahiye, and Punjabis have decided baat ho chuka.
A lot of machinations went in trying to swing Dera vote from one party to the other, thinking that they'll be able to stop the AAP wave. What this verdict shows is that when people have made up their mind that they want change, all this tikadambazi, the jugaad doesn't work. It works only to a certain extent in a tight fight. But what this shows is when there's a tsunami coming, the tsunami is coming your way. There's very little you can do
Absolutely. But Akshay Marathi, the question is that are you going to use this to expand into other states? Mamta Banerjee once 7 months ago in Bengal, she hasn't been able to go beyond as successfully as Goa is showing. Does the AAP also realize that this is not some quick, you worked in Punjab for 7 years. If you want Himachal, Gujarat, you'll have to work over the next decade. This is a slow grind.
No, absolutely. There's no denying that. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal has always maintained he's not some Napoleon that he'll win one state after another after another. That's not the point. The point is that we have a vision for the country. We have an economic vision. We have a developmental vision. And wherever we find that the people of that state are demanding change and they're demanding that kind of policy change that the Aam Aadmi Party is promising, we will step up and we will provide that change to the people. And if you want to ask which state is coming up, then yes, we can tell you Gujarat is coming up, Himachal Pradesh is coming up. Our teams are working in those states. This is not to suggest that we are hankering after power at any means. It's not that we are using Delhi and Punjab to go to other states. The fact is that we have a cadre, we have a national presence, and we have always had a national presence, whether or not we had power in any of these states. I come from the state of Maharashtra. We have volunteers in Maharashtra. We have volunteers across the country.
No,
so
but make no mistake, you're underplaying the role of power, but power makes a difference because it gives you resources, it gives you administrative capabilities, and it just gives you the heft of being in power in two states. A lot of money for elections. I mean, elections aren't fought for free. Money for elections comes, yes.
I think what power gives you is a proof of concept. We have been able to establish to the people of India that we are able to govern better than all the other parties. Look what happened in Delhi. 2 times over, we won more than 60 seats. In Punjab, we are winning with a historic landslide. What does that tell you? That people have seen that there is some substance to the Aam Aadmi Party's work. It's not a fluke that this is happening.
And what a moment this is for Arvind Kejriwal, the IRS officer, now arguably outside of Prime Minister Modi and those in the BJP, the most credible politician nationally in terms of name recall. See, unlike say a Mamata Banerjee, why I say this is whether it's a Mamata Banerjee or a Nitish Kumar, their appeal is largely restricted to their state. They may have recall elsewhere, but his is not bound by any geography, giving the idea of Kejriwal a lot of potential.
You know, Rajat, we discussed this in the morning. Let's settle this once and for all. For the BJP, is Kejriwal the enemy or the opponent, let's say, that they don't want to face? Congress is the opponent they prefer facing. Remember 2019, in 190 seats, Congress versus BJP. BJP won 175, average margin 15%. With AAP, now we've seen Delhi and in Punjab. When Arvind gets his act together, he can take on the BJP.
I think in the short term, BJP would not be too worried. They believe that the fragmentation of the opposition is going to further consolidate BJP's stand.
That the more Arvind Kejriwal grows, he damages the Congress.
Certainly, the TRS goes down, then Didi, she doesn't become a challenger, Akhilesh is out. Now you look at the entire scene, it's only BJP all the way to 2024. Quite likely 24 is settled, but in the long run.
Are we saying, 1 minute, big point, is 2024 settled? Has today settled Sheila Bhatt? No, has it settled 2024?
Of course not. Indian democracy is very vital, very vibrant.
BJP is sweeping UP, BJP is winning 3 other states.
So, see, this is the problem. This is the problem with analysts, I think.
No, not settled, not settled.
The problem is that everybody says Uttar Pradesh is the semi-final. When the semi-final results are out, then you are saying, no, it was not a semi-final. You can't be two ways, right?
Nobody has lost final if they have won semi-final. You want to say that?
Someone is going to play them in the final.
There is no opponent in the final.
Okay, but
it's a walkover in the final.
Very quickly, and then I'll go to this side on that. Yes. No, I want to know this 2024 settled or not?
No, not settled.
Not settled.
Sandeep, not settled, because remember 2018 what we said and 2019 what happened. How things changed.
When the Congress won in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, but lost 2019, you're saying.
Also, February 2019 changed a lot of things.
Settled or not 2024?
A tough question. In politics, nothing is settled, but what Rajat is basically hinting at the direction, which is basically, even in 2018, that was a mistake of analysts. Think from the political point of view. The advantage which BJP had going into 2019 election, that advantage BJP has now and even more going into 2024 because opposition is
So advantage BJP, yes. BJP is the top seed for the final.
I think 2024 is more easier for the BJP because that election would be fought. Prime Minister versus others. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi's image and aura and his connect with the people is most significant and vital thing in the Indian democracy. It has never happened. You know, the day before yesterday, we were discussing on 7th, that how the beneficiaries of his programs. This means he created a larger constituency beyond caste, community and region and language. So you find that Modi ji is reaching to the people, the grassroots people. So the BJP, the charismatic figure of Narendra Modi ji has turned the BJP, transformed the BJP as a grassroots party. It was previously urban party, it was then the cowbell party, now it is a grassroots party.
That nobody has the organizational wherewithal to put up a formidable challenge. So it may be unsettled on television, studio, or on Twitter,
taking
but
the
on
cricket
the ground,
one semi-final is sorted, BJP is now into the finals, but look at the other side of the semi-finals. There are so many parties fighting it out.
So we still have a qualifier to go. I think what today, I think there's a, taking from the cricket analogy, we've got the first match of the IPL when you reach knockout stage is between team number 1 and team number 2. BJP is clearly now team number 1, they're in the final.
Zimbabwe.
We don't know, that's right. So
that's the point.
Now we have the qualifiers. Now the qualifiers and the challengers we still don't know
it
because
doesn't matter.
they have
what this result shows you is no matter what happens at the end of it, you'll have Zimbabwe. So there's a problem. Unless you have a formidable foe which can put up a fight, the opportunity. If you couldn't convert anti-incumbency in Uttarakhand where there was manifest anti-incumbency, if you couldn't convert anti-incumbency in Goa where clearly there was anti-incumbency, you will not, even if there is some simmerings of discontent, you won't be able to channelize it enough to cross the finishing line.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think the real concerns today at the end of this verdict will be for the opposition. Because there are serious concerns over the main opposition brand.
So you are worried about the opposition. Celebrate the BJP's victory. It's a big victory for the BJP. It's wholly come early. We are worried about the opposition. BJP worked tirelessly to make this victory happy.
I am waiting for Pradeep Gupta and then we will do the jig. But you know, just one point before we go to Syed Zafar Islam about 2022 and 2024. Goa is the only state at the moment where we cannot call. I think we can call every other state, Rahul, safely. In Goa, very interestingly, North Goa, BJP is 13-5, right? South Goa, where Congress expected to win. What is happening? Congress is 8, BJP is 6, independents are 3. And my sense is Aam Aadmi Party, Trinamool Congress, smaller parties have all eaten into the anti-BJP vote in South Goa. So the BJP has benefited from consolidating itself in North Goa and benefiting from a divided opposition in the South. So while the margin still remains 18 to 14 and halfway mark is 20, TMC plus 5. Right? That's 4 of the MGP at the moment and 1 of the Trinamool Congress. They could still play the role of kingmakers, potential kingmakers still there.
One GFP.
GFP is part of Congress. We put them as Congress Plus. So GFP, Goa Forward Party, my namesake Vijay Sardesai, distant cousin. Please understand, when you are distant, you are a distant cousin. So, you know, I am not the chief. There's a Sardesai everywhere in Goa. You throw a stone in Madgaon, 5 guys will come and say, I am also a Sardesai. Another story for another day. Zafar Islam, congratulations. You can smile broadly. Am I right in saying 2024 is a done deal or am I running ahead of myself?
Rajdeep, I had read your article a couple of weeks ago and I think you were spot on there and you are spot on now as well. 2024 is a done deal. We have fought an election where everybody was speculating, opposition were making different kind of...
Can I just say, Zafar, the moment the BJP gets complacent is when they get into trouble. Please do not say the BJP is winning 2024. Whenever they're complacent, they're in trouble. It's when, like in Uttar Pradesh, if you saw, the BJP was hungry, it was on the edge, they were nervous, they were anxious, and they mobilized the full might of their army. That's what led to this victory. The moment you start thinking, jeet gaye, that's not going to work.
Rahul, let me tell you very candidly, we are never complacent. First of all, we never say that it's a semi-final match. For us, every election is a final match. And we fight with all our might. And it is evident from the fact that even in this election, people were speculating different things. Different agencies were speculating and giving different verdict. But I must compliment both of you as an anchor and also the agency which you have hired, Pradeep ji. You have all had predicted something which is so evident.
Which I must say, even the BJP top leadership, and I won't name who, but some of the top BJP leaders we spoke to were expecting, say, 240, 250. That was the outer limit.
I can see Sheila ji is there. She met me in Varanasi. While all the journalists had come to meet, I was and you were, of course, both of you were missing. I did tell Rajdeep that why didn't you come when they came to meet the Honorable Home Minister. At that time, also I said, Sheila ji and others, that we are going to win handsomely and we will be closer to 300 numbers. And today, whatever number is you had shown in exit poll, this is by and large it is coming true.
Can I just take Can I just take what you've just said to Sheila? Sheila, are you, you've been observing politics for so many. Are you also surprised? Because a lot of journalists, let's be honest, went to UP and said, "Arey, kaate ki takkar hai." Ye kahan kaate ki takkar hai? So, is it that we live in our echo chambers?
Of course, and definitely, because I think, can I take a bigger view and tell you, I'm so sorry to tell you this, that I think this result shows that UP-based Muslims must not hear anything of secular liberal people. They should come and join mainstream. 4 times you are not getting share in power. And what kind of a democracy it is?
Can I contest that?
No, BJP
did not give a single seat to a Muslim.
No, that is other way around. I am saying that Muslims should not do even a quote-unquote counter-polarization and go whole hog in one party. It's wrong. You must speak now. 14, 17, 19, 2022, how many times you don't want share in power?
Good point, but I will still, 1 minute, ma'am. You make a good point, but I'm asking you the question you didn't answer. BJP did not give a single seat to a Muslim.
I'm thinking of UP Muslims.
Now what starts first?
I'm saying pick and choose BJP leaders. All are not quote-unquote anti-Muslim or communal. There are communal people in AAP and Congress also. So better you choose and share the power of BJP.
No, but
will the BJP give more Muslims tickets?
Yes. When that happens, this will happen.
Oh, I see. So the Muslims have to start first reaching out to the BJP.
Let us, we are secular people and we are in Delhi. We are very comfortable people. We should not make an issue. What comes first? Let all do that together.
Very interesting.
I think this result has only one message.
Yes.
Narendra Modi should also take a lead, and Muslims of India, voters, not the Muslim leaders.
Let's get Zafar Islam. He's a Muslim in the BJP.
We must ensure that...
Ma'am, you made a very interesting point with Zafar. Zafar, one of the things that we've seen, the highest Muslim representation was 2012 in UP. About 70 Muslims got elected when the Samajwadi Party had a majority. Since then, it's been sliding down. It was just about 20 odd in 2017. We don't know how many this time. Who reaches out to whom? Because one of the concerns that many have, you can call me secular, liberal, whatever, is that Muslims need to feel more represented in government. How does that happen? Who takes the first step? The BJP doesn't give a single ticket to a Muslim, or the Muslims have to stop counter-polarizing against the BJP. Where does it start?
I think it is unfair to say that BJP doesn't give ticket to Muslim. BJP has experimented by giving tickets to Muslim, but unfortunately, the support which comes from should come from the Muslim community has not come. This time, I personally feel, and I think that my party also feel exactly the same. Well, we were debating yesterday that the Muslim women, and repeatedly when the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Home Minister and many of our senior leaders have spoken about it, that triple talaq is something which was bothering Muslim women, and that they have found a solution for them. Muslim women has come out. That's the reason why they have supported Bharatiya Janata Party. They have supported Bharatiya Janata Party. That's why women have voted more for BJP than men.
We still don't have evidence of that. Women in general have voted more than men, but you're saying that this is is it a gradual process, Rajat? Because who's going to know?
But let me just complete.
Give Muslims more representation. If you still have apartheid and Talibani mindset and bulldozer kind of jibes, it has to be a relationship eventually built on respect and trust.
No, so this is what I think.
Equality.
No, she was making an absolutely perfect point. See, when Samajwadi Party goes in the media houses and they start counting their vote share from 20% or 17%, assuming that all Muslims are going to vote, nobody challenges them. Do they have a sole right on every single Muslim vote? Everybody takes MY as an assumption. Why? That MY assumption has to be challenged to the core. If you are not presenting that as a vote share which is up for grabs even for the BJP, what incentive does BJP have to even go out and reach out? So it's a clear chicken and egg thing. And let me tell you, but in the developmental scenario, they are a prominent stakeholders. I'm telling you, in Muradabad and nearby areas, Hindus complain यार घर तो उनको भी मिल रहा है मुस्लिम को, हमको ऐसा क्या हो रहा है? ऐसा नहीं है, इसीलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ. They have become a very important core constituent in the developmental story. The power story, yes,
he's about to resign. He's going to go. He's going to a temple first. He'll then go and resign.
He's a very religious man. When I chased him, he took me to 4 gurdwaras In the space of 12 hours, we went to 4 gurdwaras because he said, "Har jagah jaake matha take karna hai." But yes, Rahul, what was
that doesn't help very much beyond
Not
the
this point
point when people are against you. And Charanjit Singh Channi, despite getting an immediate bump to the Congress after he was chosen chief minister, just got weighed down by the politics of the Congress and unable to register in any significant way on counting day.
One small thing, it appears, and I could be wrong, as of this moment, Rahul, BJP may not cross 300 in UP. As of today, it appears that the Samajwadi Party has made some kind of a comeback, especially in Western UP and Rohilkhand.
They're half the seats.
So
that BJP has won.
therefore, my figure that I gave at a sweepstakes of 271 is looking more likely than 300 plus at the moment.
In that case, Yogi, if 250 or less is there, then Yogi's weight will be not as much as we think.
Do you really think so? After this, a big victory. Come on, let's be fair to Yogi.
250 and above 250.
You think 250 is a psychologically important?
No, one second. First 15 odd leads aren't coming. Those leads will also most likely get split towards the BJP in a disproportionate way, like is the case in the rest of the state. This will end up quite comfortable for the BJP, make no mistake about it.
It is comfortable, but will it be 300? I don't know. Where is the change taking place?
The change is actually taking place in Western UP. You know, with what we were saying earlier, I think there is a shift. A lot of, I'm going seat by seat in Western Uttar Pradesh, Rajdeep, and a lot of candidates, Muslim candidates on an RLD ticket, basically Samajwadi Party candidates on an RLD ticket are actually leading. But one big factor which we are not taking in, the BSP might be looking 6 right there, but let's look at so many seats. Saharanpur, SP is actually leading in most of the constituencies in Saharanpur, but in most of Western Uttar Pradesh, the seats where BJP is leading right now is primarily because the BSP is cutting into the Samajwadi Party and RLD vote. So if you combine the BSP vote and the Samajwadi Party RLD vote, they both cumulatively are way ahead of the BJP. So and it's only by a margin. So it seems, at least till now, look at the belt right now in Western UP. It is going towards, at least the Jat seats are going towards the alliance.
I mean, where Akhilesh Yadav's strategy hasn't worked, Rahul, is when you travel actually into Eastern UP this time. Because the belief was that when you have these smaller parties with these caste-based parties, you will be able to add their incremental vote, Rajbars, Nonias, Nishads, all of these smaller parties. I've got individual leaders of these parties. They will help. What's happening? BJP leading in 69 there, SP in 38. So there's a huge gap in Eastern UP.
We can show that on the election
Purvanchal hasn't quite worked out.
And there are some interesting analytics
the
we can
RLD will end up doing well. It seems now, at least as a regional force, it will end up doing well.
We'll show you where these leads are coming from to give you a sense of how the BJP is winning and why in Uttar Pradesh. You'll also get a sense of how the various phases have gone from the BJP's perspective. I'll start with pulling that data out for you. In phase 1, for example, of the 56 leads that we have, this is largely where it was seen that the BJP might be weak. 43 to the BJP, 12 to the SP. 43 to the BJP out of 56 leads. This is in phase 1. Let's now come to phase 2. Phase 2, phase 2, phase 2, phase 2. Okay, let's come to phase 3. 59, phase 3, 40 for the BJP, 17 for the Samajwadi Party. Let's come to phase 4. In phase 4, 57 leads at this moment, 44 of those to the BJP, 12 to the Samajwadi Party. In central Uttar Pradesh and pockets of Bundelkhand, BJP sweeping. Let's now come to phase 5. In phase 5, 37 to the BJP, 20 leads currently to the Samajwadi Party. So a tighter fight in phase 5. From there, let's come to phase 7, for example. In eastern Uttar Pradesh, Varanasi and the areas around it, again a tighter fight, 25 for the BJP, 18. But what's clear is that in every phase, the BJP has done well. If after this we come to the regions, and that's the point which was being discussed just now, about Western Uttar Pradesh, for example, or if you pick, say, Bundelkhand, out of the 19 seats, BJP, Rahul, leading on 16, Samajwadi Party only on 2. In Eastern Uttar Pradesh, the BJP leading on 79, SP on 40. In Awadh, for example, which is in the central area, again, BJP way ahead of the Samajwadi Party. They are leading in every single region and every phase. Rahul.
That's true. I don't have anything to add. Yes.
I'll add a point here.
Yes.
Yes. you know how echo chambers are manufactured. What happened was during the run-up to the election, there was this sentiment which was built out of thin air that there is anti-incumbency. People are throwing stones. These MLAs of the BJP aren't able to go to their places. At the end of the day, these were few handful of Samajwadi Party's people who were just trying to carry slogans, being super
Not true.
Look at the
As a reporter, I deny that.
Incorrect.
Incorrect.
Look at it, it's translating. The area.
45% vote share.
Rajat, I agree with you with the echo chamber theory entirely. However, there was rural discontent, there was anger.
You give me some example of how.
I'm giving
look
you.
at the vote
Can
share.
I give it to you right now?
Look at the vote share. BJP's vote share is sitting at 45%.
I'll tell you why.
Which is greater than even
Can I give me half a second? Yeah. The farmers set up a party in Punjab. The same farmers who got Narendra Modi to do a turnaround and roll back. They are getting no seats, very little vote share. The same farmers in Western UP who went in protest against Mr. Modi have reasserted in many places their identity as Jats first and then as farmers. And as Jats, they perhaps see the BJP as a better option. Even, you see, at the end of the day, a voter compares. I've got the BJP on one side, I've got these parties, I've tried and tested. So what I'm trying to say is, there are competing narratives. Berozgari hai, COVID mismanagement hua. The fact was that there is these stray cattle, avara pashu is an issue. But people say, फिर भी हमें प्रशासन मिला, हमें राशन मिला.
issue है, नहीं है, नहीं है.
Okay, documentary evidence.
नहीं समझ में आ रहा हो यूपी.
Sir, documentary evidence.
आप documents.
I'm going through that.
Vote share है सामने 4%
The areas where there was discontent.
One by one. Yes.
Very wrong perception you are trying to disseminate.
There was no COVID mismanagement.
बिल्कुल नहीं. Not at all, Rajdeep. This was one of those states where it was better managed.
I tell you that.
See, COVID hit every single state. Rakesh ji, allow me to speak.
I agree.
COVID hit every single state. It was only Yogi
Prime Minister
who pulled 40 districts in a non-stop manner.
Let me say 1 minute. Now let me as an anchor. You hit a very good point. And Rahul, this should be understood. Akhilesh Yadav was missing in action during COVID 2.0. But Rajat is right. Yogi Adityanath travelled across Uttar Pradesh. I want to make a distinction between COVID when it hit and then managing COVID. There Uttar Pradesh did a good job. Whether it was ensuring these ration packets, whether it was ensuring that there was a personal touch. I think we saw it with Mr. Vijay last year in Kerala, where during COVID 1.0, we can question COVID, how they managed in 2021. But he got COVID management right at the start through his ration. Similarly, you've got it right with Yogi. Yogi Adityanath deserves credit in managing COVID once the pandemic hit. During the initial days, oxygen, there were problems as many states had. How did you handle it? Let's give credit. When I said COVID mismanagement, I referred to the first phase when it started. I do agree that the contrast between Akhilesh Yadav, Mayawati, who were absent, and Yogi Adityanath needs to be understood.
There's something very interesting we can do. I want to show you on the election intelligence dashboard. If we translate the current leads from the assembly seats into Lok Sabha trends, out of the 80 Lok Sabha seats of Uttar Pradesh, the BJP would lead on 53. They had 63 odd in the Lok Sabha elections of 2019, 64. They had 73 in 2014. The Samajwadi Party would lead on 21 Lok Sabha seats. In 2019, they had 5. The BSP had 10 seats in the last elections. If these trends were to be extrapolated onto a Lok Sabha election, the BSP would be down to 1. So 50 plus for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh when it comes to Lok Sabha trends. If we look at the rural seats of Uttar Pradesh, out of the 311 rural seats for which we have trends, the BJP currently leading on 201 of them. The SP leading on 99, BSP on 5. Not much urban pockets in Uttar Pradesh, unfortunately. We have trends for 35 seats, the BJP leading on 27 of them, the SP leading on 7, the BSP leading on 0. Now, this Sandeep Shastri question about the BSP, 0 in urban, very poor in rural, losing in every phase, losing in every region. Is this really the end of the road for the BSP?
I wouldn't call it the end of the road, but I would definitely say that what we are seeing today is not new, but has been in the last 5 Assembly and Lok Sabha elections. You are seeing in every election in the last 10 years, I would say, the gradual decline in the support, the vote share and the seats that the BSP has got. And if you look at this campaign, Rahul, in this campaign you hardly saw the energy which generally Mayawati is associated with in an election. You hardly saw that in this election. So the BSP getting into single digits this time as per the trends does not seem surprising if you see the trends of the past. It has not only not been able to retain the Jata votes, it has of course lost the other votes, Jata votes also.
Does the BJP then become the preferred party of the Dalits, Rahul Verma?
True, and that trend was visible in 17 and 19. See, there are two things. One, I think it's the road, end of the road for BSP. It's not going to recover from here. Second, and what we were basically discussing about what kind of verdict UP is going to throw. And Rajdeep mentioned, BJP basically losing some percentage points from Lok Sabha election. Remember, BJP had 50% votes in 2019 Lok Sabha in UP. Sure. So yes, BJP might be coming down by 8 or 10%, and some section of Muslim voters who were voting for Congress and the SP and the BSP going towards the Samajwadi Party creates this impression on the ground that there is a consolidation taking place in favor of SP, and that's why you'll hear this noise that takkar hai, because ek taraf consolidation ho rahi hai, par base itna bada tha. The base which BJP had was so big that even when you lose 100 seats or 10% of vote share, you are still.
Can I give you the argument an old UP observer made? He said, and this is, if you go to a UP rally, first of all, getting people in a UP rally is not difficult. Number two, BJP, let's assume, gets 45-50% of the vote. He said 50% तो उनके खिलाफ वोट करते हैं. जो खिलाफ वोट करते हैं उनको आप मिलोगे. If you meet them or you go to the rally, you think, अरे बाप रे, सब उनके खिलाफ हो गए हैं. So in Uttar Pradesh, never go by the crowds.
No, but Rajdeep, never go by the pundits. The same pundits go to the same place, come back with the same conclusion about how there's an anti-BJP, anti-Modi hawa, and have egg on their face every single time. And they'll do it again in the next election.
Except one pandit called Rajdeep Sardesai. Kabhi to 25th of February. 25th of February, BJP has a clear lead. Please see what Rajdeep Sardesai said on 25th of February before any pollsters, and I was attacked by someone who said, "Aap to big gaye ho." This is the problem with being in echo chambers. When you actually say that the BJP is winning and you are supposed to be a so-called secular liberal. I am a human. I am an observer, and I am certainly not extra constitutional, as Rakesh Sinha said. But Syed Zafar Islam, what does this win mean for Yogi Adityanath? You see, we have talked about Amit Shah and social engineering. We've talked about Narendra Modi's emotional connect. Yogi Adityanath was the face, the chief minister. He is about to achieve what no chief minister has done, Zafar Saab, which is to win after 5 years in power. What does this mean for Yogi Adityanath? Is he now your Neta number 2, if I may call him that?
Well, Rajdeep, let me tell you very candidly, and I think it is important for everyone to know, in Bharatiya Janata Party, from 1 to 10, there is only one person, and you know the name, it is the Honorable Prime Minister. There is no number 2, there is no number 3, and there is no number 4. 1 to 10 is the Honorable Prime Minister. We have fought every election under his leadership, his guidance, and 2022 is no exception. We have fought the election of 2014, 17, 19, and 2022 under his guidance and his leadership. And it is so evident the kind of efforts, despite holding so much responsibility of the Prime Minister, he has done exceedingly well there. He has been seen as a global leader, and in election campaign, he has spent time there as well.
He's relentless to the extent that, I don't know how many of our viewers know at this moment, he has a big roadshow planned in Gujarat tomorrow. So when everybody else is just soaking in, Rajdeep and I would like to wake up a little late because we woke up really early and been working really hard to bring this coverage together. Prime Minister Modi will be out on the road in Gujarat saying, "Bas ab Gujarat ki baat."
No, like two politicians. Kejriwal, we are told, is going to Amritsar, where he will do a matha take.
Not today.
Tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Yeah,
He's likely to go in a couple of days there. So Arvind Kejriwal also recognizes the importance. We are in a world of optics. We are in a world where the multimedia age. You've got to be constantly seen to be energy in action. You've got Rahul Gandhi's last images of him having ice cream in Kerala. Now you'll have Modi.
No, for all you know, and going by his track record, he may have an Italian sojourn planned because it's been a really tough polling season. Now he needs to unwind or go diving or surfing somewhere. I'm not being unfair, but it's true. No.
How did you and Rahul Gandhi and Rahul Kanwal have the same name? अरे कोई राहुल का तुम्हारा community बना दो WhatsApp group.
Plus the problem is
Rahul Verma, Rahul Srivastava, Rahul Kanwal, Rahul Gandhi.
And we have similar interests, whether it's a dive. So for example, in Lakshadweep, the person I was diving with was Rahul Gandhi's diver, and he's a advanced diver. He's a rescue diver. I'm an advanced diver. He's a rescue diver. He's one step ahead of being an advanced diver, and he's very good. And when I'm in the water, I'm just thinking, this is what this man likes. This is what he should be doing, because the diver was very passionate about how good a free diver Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is and how good a diver Rahul Gandhi is.
So basically, Rahul Gandhi and Rahul Kanwal are going on a diving holiday to Lakshadweep. Breaking news.
He'll sink me. He'll drown me over there.
Breaking news coming in. Rahul Kanwal, Rahul Gandhi, and all the Rahuls are invited to a diving holiday in Lakshadweep.
Rajdeep is just trying to get me into trouble. He's going to leave me off the boat and ensure my oxygen runs out and I don't come up. I only know this because the diving instructor was the same. That's the only reason I know this. And he's very passionate when it comes to surfing, for example.
One thing.
Yes, go ahead. I'm going to look at Punjab.
After this election, G23 in the Congress.
What happens to them?
G23 would be very active. I met some of the leaders of the G23. They were expecting that.
You want them to join you?
No, not to join.
No, there's some talk that G23 leaders of the Congress, no, seriously, some are looking at AAP as an option. And some are looking at BJP as an option.
Some of them are very serious. They are going to challenge the dynasty because now they are going to appeal to whatever they left with the Congress, that the Congress is going to be finished if this trio is working in that manner. Last point I am making, this verdict has endorsed that now BJP is established. It's a party of natural governance in India. And no doubt, because in UP repetition, you just see one myth was broken. Rahul that day speaking many myths in the politics that any chief minister who visits Noida and goes back to Lucknow, he loses the election. Yogi Adityanath, being a spiritual person and also politician, has broken this myth.
Okay, fair enough. I think you make a good point, particularly about pro-incumbency, especially Uttarakhand. Significant that even in Uttarakhand, where traditionally governments change every 5 years, the BJP has won. I just for a moment want to go to the dashboard to look at Punjab, because I think what has happened in Punjab is hugely significant. And let's just take a look at how Punjab has voted region-wise. Malwa, this is the real story in a way of Punjab. This is Delhi all over again. 69 seats of Malwa, AAP has won 65.
Which is exactly what we said in the exit poll.
That's right.
Which is why it's called the exact poll. Thank God for that.
If you remember in 2015, the Aam Aadmi Party won 67 out of 70 in Delhi. Malwa is Delhi of 2015. Amazing sweep. This is an area, agrarian belt, small farmers, marginal farmers, but an area which dominates Punjab. Also some large farmers, I might add. So it's not just a small, but a strong anti-incumbency mood was there. Majha, Gurdaspur, Amritsar, Pathankot. Here also the traditional belt of the Shiromani Akali Dal down to 3. AAP is 16. Congress is 5. Then you come into Doaba. And when you come into Doaba, the region between the two great rivers of Punjab, beautiful part of the state, 7 to the Congress, AAP 8. So there's only one region where the Congress has held its own. So when the Dalit card was played, the Congress was hoping that that would give it momentum. That Dalit card has had such limited impact. So one of the myths is broken. You can't just appoint a Dalit Sikh and expect every Dalit of Punjab to go in your direction. You've got to offer them more. Particularly, I kept saying this, Rahul, if Dalits were going to vote one way, then why did Kanshi Ram have to move from Ropar to go to Uttar Pradesh? It doesn't work like that.
Kamaljeet Sandhu is in Dhuri, which is in Sangrur, which is in the Malwa belt, where, like India Today predicted, the Aam Aadmi Party has done in Malwa what they did in Delhi. Jadu of phenomenal proportions, 65 out of 69 leads. And Kamaljeet, are you doing the Bhangra, or is everyone else around you doing the Bhangra?
फुल बहुमत के साथ सरकार बन रही है। मैं पंजाब के लोगों का बहुत तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मेरे को 1 मंथ हो गया हरियाणा से आया हूँ, अब तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ पंजाब के नागरिकों का।
आप ये बताइए, पहले खालिस्तान आ गया, फिर बीच में डेरास की बात आ गई, लेकिन जीत आम आदमी पार्टी की हुई। आपको लगता है ये षड्यंत्र वगैरह काम नहीं किया?
नहीं, इस षड्यंत्र में मैडम कोई भी काम नहीं कर पाता, क्योंकि इस बार पंजाब के लोगों ने मन बना लिया था कि पंजाब में झाड़ू से सफाई अच्छी तरह से कर।
पर ये आम आदमी रहेंगे कि आप ये खास आदमी बन जाएगा? आपका काम नहीं हो पाएगा।
आम आदमी पक्का आम आदमी रहेंगे।
आम आदमी का
पक्का पक्का।
देखो, actually give you a 360-degree view out here. There is a celebration going on in every small corner. We'll just try and show you. Just hear the beat. Can the Aam Aadmi Party win the Bhangra style? So a victory celebration already underway. There is a mic up there. We've been told Bhagwant Mann is going to make an appearance, and then he will go and collect his certificate. Thereafter, then it becomes all that particular rush, and Aam Aadmi Party has nothing to worry about. They don't need any sort of support. It's an overwhelming majority. Who gets what needs to be seen. But Jeevan Jyot Kaur emerging as one of the clear women candidates. She's decimated. She's defeated both Vikram Singh Majicha as well as Navjot Singh Sidhu. So something to watch out there for. But right here in Sangrur, in the hometown of Bhagwant Mann, a massive celebration, a historic celebration. A small town boy, a satirist, a comedian now making it to the helm of affairs. Now it's about ek mauka Kejriwal nu, ek mauka Bhagwant Mann nu. Now is the time for performance, and they have 5 years. So Punjab has put a massive trust. It may be BJP in all the other states, but in Aam Aadmi Party making it to a historic win
Kamaljeet,
right here in Punjab.
you want to do the Bhangra?
Overwhelming every other party.
Kamaljeet, your Bhangra. Show me your Bhangra. Are lovely. Come on. Are wow.
She's got the move also.
She's got the move. She's a true Punjabi.
Prep, you better get your act in order, okay?
Lovely.
She's very happy
Well
to-
done.
and she
That's
takes
what I
it
wanted to
totally
see.
naturally.
That's what I wanted to see. Nice.
A Punjabi will always do a Bhangra.
Okay, next time.
It's
next
a bit
time
like Channi Rajdeep. The moment he came, whenever
Yeah,
we
you did a
interviewed him, he
Bhangra
started dancing. Yeah, absolutely. Kamaljeet is very happy to dance. You leave her there, she'll keep dancing.
Let's look at the big names of Punjab. What about Prakash Singh Badal? You know, the grand old man of Punjab politics is trailing in Lambi. It's sad that at the fag end of his career, he seems to be trailing at the moment. Charanjit Singh Channi, at the moment, is he trailing as well? Let's take a look at what's happening to Mr. Channi. In Bador, he is trailing at the moment. Take a look at what's happening to him in Chamkaur Sahib. That's where I had met him last time. He's trailing there as well. So it's a huge shock. Navjot Singh Sidhu, the man who was, hoping to be king one day, he's trailing. So there's
He's
a
coming
lesson
in
there.
number 3.
He's been
at
brought
this
down
moment.
to earth
He
with
kept
the
saying
third.
Thoko Tali. The opposite thing has happened right now.
Roko Sidhu has happened. Sukhbir Singh Badal trailing. The Badals have dominated, and I think somewhere the voter, this is why I love results day. Jitna bhi aap upar jao na, janta ek na ek din aapko niche le aati
Look
hai.
at the
And that's-
margin of the defeat.
Sorry?
Look at the margin, 30,200 votes.
Vikram Singh Majithia is also in Amritsar, remember, taking on Sidhu. He's trailing. The AAP is leading in Amritsar East, and it's a remarkable verdict as a result. The Bhagwant Mann is, of course, winning at the moment. Rajinder Kaur Bhattal, another former chief minister, is trailing at the moment. So you've got all these heavyweights losing. This is a landslide. The only way to describe Punjab is a complete landslide at the moment for the Aam Aadmi Party. And what Arvind Kejriwal told Preeti is turning out to be
We've
true.
got Captain Shalini Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party joining. Our reporter was doing the Bhangra. I'm wondering whether she's celebrating too, because 89 out of 117 seats. This is one of the most emphatic victories by any political party in Punjab's electoral history. It is historic what we're seeing in Punjab at this time. Do you hear me, ma'am?
See, the people of Punjab has clearly... Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I hear you well. Please go on.
Can you hear me?
I hear you strength 5. Please go on, ma'am.
Yes. So, yeah, so the people of Punjab have clearly chosen the Kejriwal model of governance. They want good governance, and we are very grateful to the people of Punjab for giving us a chance to change the face of Punjab, to develop Punjab. So it's the citizens of Punjab, I would say, and definitely the Kejriwal government, the Bhagwant Mann as the leader of Punjab now will be the new CM, and I'm very sure that we will bring the much needed change the people for.
What's happening in Uttar Pradesh? Charu Pragya joins us of the BJP. History being written. 261 leads for the BJP at this time. Yogi Adityanath overturning 3 decades and more of political history by being voted back to power by the people of his state. What a phenomenal victory this is for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Uttar Pradesh. Many congratulations, Charu, and welcome.
Absolutely, and thank you so much. And I am very happy currently, and I want to start by thanking our leadership, thanking Modi ji and every single Karyakarta who's worked on ground now, not just for the elections, but throughout 5 years. So ours is a party which has stood with the people of Uttar Pradesh through thick and thin. Ours is a party which has worked very hard on ground to transform the lives of people as much as we can in the short space of time that we were given. And I'm delighted Yogi ji has written history. After 36 years, the Chief Minister is getting repeated in Uttar Pradesh, and that is only thanks to Modi ji's brilliant policies, which wants to help every single Indian, and Yogi ji's implementation of these policies.
Let's look at those numbers. We've got, sorry, Rahul, I crossed.
Go on, please.
But there are some style graphics that have come finally on Uttar Pradesh, where we can do a deep dive region by region in this fascinating state of Uttar Pradesh. First, take a look at vote share. Let's take a look at the vote share graphics. 14% is Mayawati. That's down about 6% last time. 32% is Akhilesh Yadav, which is the highest ever the Samajwadi Party has got. But this, of course, is in alliance with smaller parties. So we'll have to see what their individual vote share is. BJP is 43%. Remember, they were 49% last time. They are 43% this time. Congress 4%. No,
that's a wrong comparison. That's a wrong comparison. Compare with the
just a minute. Arey, mere ko complete to karne do. 42% with allies in 2017. They are up to 43%.
Can we go to Manish Sisodia? Rajdeep, just a moment. Manish Sisodia speaking at this time.
भगवंत मान जी भी खरे उतरेंगे और ओवरऑल आम आदमी पार्टी का एक-एक कार्यकर्ता इस बात को लेकर समर्पित है कि केजरीवाल जी ने जो देश को राजनीति की दिशा दी है कि सरकार बनाए, जनता से मौका मांगे, वोट ना मांगे, जनता से मौका मांगे, और जब जनता मौका दे तो फिर उनके बच्चों के पढ़ाने के लिए काम करें, उनके इलाज के लिए काम करें, उनकी नौकरियों के लिए काम करें, महिलाओं की सुरक्षा के लिए, उनकी उन्नति के लिए काम करें। ये सारी चीज़ें दिल्ली में करके दिखाई हैं, पंजाब में भी होंगी, और आज इसी चीज़ को लेके एक राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर उम्मीद बनी है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की आम आदमी पार्टी की।
सर, थोड़ा जल्दबाजी होगी ऐसे सवाल पूछना, लेकिन मैं फिर भी पूछूंगा। दिल्ली अब पंजाब में लगभग सरकार बननी तय है, ये रास्ता अब धीरे धीरे कहाँ तक जाएगा?
रास्ता धीरे धीरे ये जाएगा कि अब इस देश में जो केजरीवाल जी की राजनीति का मूल है, उनकी केजरीवाल मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस का मूल है शिक्षा पे काम करना, स्वास्थ्य पे काम करना, महिलाओं के लिए काम करना, व्यापारियों के लिए ईमानदारी से काम करना, आम आदमी को ईमानदारी की गवर्नेंस देना, रोजगार पे काम करना, जिसका मैंने कहा कि भगत सिंह जी और बाबा साहब का जो सपना था, जैसा देश वो बनाना चाहते थे, अब ये रास्ता उधर जा रहा है। आज देश के हर युवा को उम्मीद है कि उसकी रोजगार की व्यवस्था हो, उसके बच्चों की शिक्षा की व्यवस्था हो, उसके घर में कोई बीमार पड़े तो इलाज की व्यवस्था हो, वो सरकार से कोई काम कराना चाहे तो ईमानदारी से, उसे रिश्वत ना देनी पड़े, उसे दलाली ना देनी पड़े। तो ये सारी चीज़ों पर आज केजरीवाल जी की राजनीति खड़ी है, और केजरीवाल जी का मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस, केजरीवाल मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस दिल्ली में भी सक्सेसफुल हुआ, जनता के फ़ायदे में हुआ, पंजाब में भी लोगों ने मौका दिया है, वहाँ भी आम आदमी का फ़ायदा होगा। वो आम आदमी पार्टी की जीत नहीं है, आम आदमी की जीत है, उसकी ज़िंदगी की जीत है।
सर, एक आखिरी सवाल है सर मेरा। पंजाब के साथ साथ आप लोगों की उम्मीदें गोवा और उत्तराखंड से भी थी, लेकिन वैसे नतीजे नहीं आ रहे हैं, जो ट्रेंड्स दिख रहे हैं उसमें ऐसे नतीजे नहीं आ रहे हैं, तो कहाँ पर चूक रह गई? क्योंकि उत्तराखंड और गोवा में भी केजरीवाल मॉडल चल सकता था, और वहाँ पर दमखम के साथ आप लड़ रहे थे।
गोवा में और उत्तराखंड में हम पूरी उम्मीद से थे, उत्तर प्रदेश में भी हमने अपने कैंडिडेट उतारे थे, हमने अपने आप को प्रस्तुत किया था, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं जो पूरा फोकस रहा वो पंजाब पे रहा, और उसकी वजह से पंजाब में आज विश्वास हुआ लोगों को, धीरे धीरे बाकी जगह भी होगा
आने वाले समय में इन सब राज्यों में।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, अभी तो देखिए पंजाब और दिल्ली में जो काम होंगे सरकारों के, उसको देख के हर जगह लोग कहेंगे कि हमें भी केजरीवाल मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस चाहिए।
सर, दिल्ली में आप लोगों की शिकायत रहती थी कि फुल स्टेट नहीं है, पंजाब अब फुल स्टेट।
पंजाब में पूरा स्टेट है और पूरे देश की जनता अब साथ है।
Sonia already hinting at potential national ambitions, the education health model of AAP to be taken forward. Just to look at now those numbers, Rahul, because when we go region by region, you'll see that UP is where we start with Purvanchal. Take a look at what has happened in Purvanchal. In Purvanchal, you can see at the moment that clearly the vote percentage, BJP 10% ahead of SP. This was expected to be the most competitive area. That's also not happened in this election. So you've got 43% playing 33%. How is this translating into seats? In seats also in Purvanchal, as a result, the BJP is well ahead of its rival. So you look at the Purvanchal seat numbers there in a moment and you will see that again the BJP is well ahead. Move from Purvanchal to Awadh. In Awadh also, again BJP with a 6% lead, but the Samajwadi Party has done well. So the consolidation of all anti-BJP forces has come to the Samajwadi Party in Awadh. But when you look at it in seat terms, there's a huge difference in seat terms. In seat terms in particular, you're getting a sense that clearly, look at the margin, 76 plays 31. 2:1 in Awadh. So they've held on to their stronghold. Let's turn to Bundelkhand now. Because Bundelkhand, the poorer part of Uttar Pradesh, what happened in Bundelkhand this time? 14 to the BJP, just 2 to the SP. Virtual sweep, 18 to 1. Clear sweep, 19 seats, 18 to the BJP. The poorer parts, large Dalit bastis, but 46%.
But all of this is exactly like we predicted in the exit poll.
Absolutely.
So if you saw an exit poll, what you're seeing, you already know.
So the poorer parts, and I think this is significant going ahead, poorer parts have voted even more strongly for the BJP, 46% in Bundelkhand. The final part is Preeti Chaudhary's favorite part of Western UP. She has an emotional attachment to Western UP.
Why would I have any emotional attachment?
Okay, she doesn't have an emotional attachment. Okay, 46% versus 37. But again, it's a solid 9% lead. Mayawati's traditional area.
14% for Mayawati, do you see that?
So Mayawati has her vote there. That's where the Jatavs
no, but she's lost at least 6% of her vote.
She has cut the seats of the Samajwadi Party in at least 10 seats.
Right.
Where Mayawati and SP combined is way more than the BJP. So she's done the job for the BJP in at least 10 to 12 seats in Western UP.
It wouldn't have made a difference to the final tally, but you're right. And what has happened therefore, what was Mayawati's vote bank, Rahul, when she won in 27? Muslims, Dalits and the upper caste. Upper caste went to the BJP. The Muslims have gone this time to the Samajwadi Party. And even among the Dalits, the Jatavs only have stayed with her. The non-Jatav Dalits have moved to the BJP. Mayawati's vote bank has shrunk beyond measure. And it's a reminder to politicians, don't take the voter for granted.
You are missing one point. Look, the Bharatiya Janata Party has expanded its social base. That is silent social engineering.
Sure.
Is one of the factors that BJP is not shouting. BJP is not associating itself with a particular caste and community. That is the feature of the BJP. Unlike the Congress in the past, Congress party has certain vote bank like Brahmin vote bank and the Muslim vote bank. BJP has not been affiliating with any particular community and caste. That gives BJP, that gives...
So what does 80-20 mean?
That gives...
No, Rakesh Sinha, I will not let you...
Let me finish.
What does 80... What does 80-20
Whenever I
mean?
speak about the BJP, you come...
No, I have to ask you a question. What does 80-20 mean?
Let me complete. You know, the BJP gives the space to all the social forces
except
Muslims. With the previous loyalty.
Except Muslims.
No, Muslims are welcome. Shahnawaz Hussain is with us. If you are nationalist, if you are the pro-constitution, pro-democratic, and if you are making a vote bank and trying to blackmail the Indian Republic, no nationalist party will accept you.
Okay, fair enough. Can I just for one last moment turn to my home state of Goa? Because I think Goa is fascinating. Only because it's the only state, Rahul, at the moment where we cannot predict a winner. I'm going to go to the election intelligence.
Why can't you predict a winner? The BJP is leading on 18, they'll form the government.
TNC plus AP?
No, no, 1 minute.
BJP is on 18, there's a much...
I'll tell you why.
Some of the MGP away from the...
You're right.
team.
The BJP has a better chance of forming a government in Goa but Goa is the one state where I would say at the moment we can't say for sure kaun banega Mukhyamantri. In all other states, I think we can say safely that BJP winning Uttarakhand, BJP winning Manipur, BJP winning UP.
But there is more confusion at 14, 15, at 18. There's very little confusion, Rajdeep.
But remember, these are not final seats.
Oh, sure. But
so if 18 becomes 15 and 13 goes to 15, you have a dead heat in Goa. Possible because South Goa, that's why I wanted the dashboard to come up and perhaps reflect what's happening in Goa. There it comes up nicely. Open sesame. Arre wah.
Chidambaram.
We'll just come region wise, and this is the story of Goa. North Goa, where I live, 12 to the BJP, Congress 5, TMC 3, AAP 0, others 0. So TMC plus is all MGP seats in North Goa. When you come to South Goa, the picture dramatically changes. And that's really the story of Goa at the moment. Just go to South Goa and see how... there it is. South Goa. Beautiful parts in and around Madgaon. Less populated in terms of outside tourists. BJP 6. Congress 8, TMC 2, AAP 1. AAP is making its debut first time. Last time they lost their deposits in all but one seat in Goa. This time they're leading in one. So they've got a bridgehead in Goa as well. TMC leading in 2. These are the Alemaus. Churchill and his daughter. And Congress leading in 8. Now, if that 8 becomes 10 and the BJP goes to 4, you could have a race in Goa. South Goa will now decide whether the BJP forms the government. I expect at 19, 12, anything about 16, BJP forms the government. They need 16. Congress needs 18. You're right. Congress will need minimum of 18 to form a government. Otherwise, at 19, we don't know who will be CM. There'll be a battle for that. But for now, BJP well ahead in the race.
Whoever the BJP wants should be CM will be CM.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
I already know there are 3 contenders have sent me WhatsApp. Please tell us exact numbers. So you can imagine there are 3 people in the BJP eyeing the CM's post in Goa. Yeah.
Well, it's a good problem to have. Much better than the problems the Congress is having this morning.
And you see, this is that's the interesting story. That possibly, if you look at VIPs, let's see what the Chief Minister is doing, Rahul. Because the Chief Minister Pramod Sawant is now leading. 1 minute. He's leading at the moment. So that should be good news for his supporters. He had a tough fight there in that particular seat in Goa. Who else is one of the interesting characters? Utpal Parikar. A lot of attention on the son of Manohar Parikar is now trailing to Babush Montserrat, the strongman of
but it shows
Panjim.
how the dynasty had very poor political judgment in Panjim against Babush. Utpal had no chance. Everybody knew it except Utpal. That just shows how dynasty is actually a bad thing because the man had poor political judgment about his own prospects.
That's right. And he was propped by the old BJP, which thinks that a new BJP has taken over
No,
post
the likes
Parikar.
of Amit Shah ji told him that give me 3 seats. We'll give you one of those 3 seats, but he insisted on Panjim, where Babush is too strong. Babush could have broken away and won that seat even outside the BJP, and the BJP knew it. Utpal didn't.
Absolutely. So I think what you've got in Goa is a clear sense again that in tight races, both Uttarakhand and Goa, the BJP's last mile connectivity tends to give it a better chance than the Congress, and the fragmentation of the opposition. There's a message in Goa. If you want to fight the BJP, you're going to have to get every element of your battle plan right.
Former Chief Minister trailing, Digambar Kamath is trailing.
This is a big news because Digambar Kamath, remember, is the Congress's
I'm
face.
sorry,
And
he's leading now.
no, he was leading. He's from Madgaon. Let's just take a look. Let's be fair. He's at the moment,
he's
leading at the moment. Digambar Kamath leading. He could be the only major congressman who could be a potential chief minister if the numbers change. But at 1912, you're right, Rahul, all 4 states to the BJP.
And that's a big victory. Make no mistake, after West Bengal, it was said that the BJP is suffering anti-incumbency, COVID, economic recession, and everything else that was thrown in their face. Despite those challenges, to win 4 and to lose 1 to the AAP, not to the Congress, just shows how well ensconced the BJP under Prime Minister Modi is ahead of the big battle of 2024. From here, for any party to upturn the direction of 2024, remember, the tally could potentially still be in question, but to upturn the tally or change the nature of the verdict would require a monumental mismanagement on the part of the BJP, which they've shown, Sandeep Shastri, they don't do. Whenever they make a mistake politically, like the farm laws, economically good, politically bad, they take them back.
Right.
So cut their losses.
Yes. In fact, to just take an example, if you take Uttarakhand, a party which changes its chief minister 3 times, still managing to do well, and the rival party's candidate Harish Rawat is trailing today. a person who was seen as the prospective Congress chief minister is trailing in his seat. That having changed your chief minister thrice, you still have a strategy to be able to win a state.
No, but Harish
And here
Rawat
I would
also,
credit
because
the
he
Prime
wanted his
Minister's-
daughter to fight, then went off. The Congress people have a particular problem of their own. So he gave up his own seat to his family member, went and fought another seat, and the other seat is trailing. In the rural seat where you originally fought from, you would have done
trailing
fine.
by 14,000
That's what I'm
plus
saying.
votes.
So it's a-
One more thing about the BJP, even after coming to the power, generally when a political party comes to the power, organizations are neglected. What BJP has done, undiluted, undiminished efforts to build up the party organization at the grassroots level. You just see during the COVID regime, how Prime Minister and the party President Nadda ji taking meeting with the workers, directing them to go to the people. So I think this is party now all 365 days were active among the people. Congress lacks the organization base. It is no organization. There are leaders but no organization. There are press release but no ideology. So such party cannot make a mass appeal to the people only on the basis of propaganda and some outside support. What I think that constant expansion of the BJP, region-wise, caste-wise, community-wise, that is important thing. And we should come out from the traditional assessment of the politics that if this caste is particularly tagged with this part. Majority of them that, but there is now dilution. Even you go and survey in Jadava, there are certain people, there are certain sections, they are voting for the BJP. So that is the one thing that we are thinking only on the traditional basis of voting pattern.
No, this
the
is
chemistry
true.
has changed now.
BJP under Prime Minister Modi, with the help of Amit Shah, has rewritten the political grammar of this country. The whole idea that BJP is an upper caste, Brahmin, Thakur party is no longer true. They've rebuilt their social coalition not as a one-off, but as a consistent trend and entrenched themselves far deeper than any party since the Congress at its peak, suggesting that it will not be if anybody as a political observer is thinking there'll be an immediate demise of the BJP. From the structure that they've built, it either holds, grows or consolidates, and even if it comes down by chipping away at the margins like the Congress. This whole idea of Congress Mukt Bharat took a lot of time. It didn't happen immediately. The Congress has been in terminal decline for a long time.
You see, two things have coincided. The decline of the Congress and the rise of the BJP. It's almost as if at 2012-13 was an inflection point. They owe a lot of credit to Arvind Kejriwal and Anna Hazare. We can discuss that on another day because they opened the window and the BJP, typical of the BJP, rushed through that little window of opportunity that was provided. And since then, there's been only one way that they've gone, which is up. They've actually upped the game. They've made politics more competitive. Rajat Sethi, you work closely with the BJP managers at times. What is it about their election machine? Even in Bengal, they lost but grew from a party of 3 seats in 2016 to 70 odd seats in 2021. What is it what is it distinctive according to you about the BJP machine?
See, on one hand, we were talking about these echo chambers, the way they were operating, they're trying to, forcefully find one or two voters, amplify those voices who were against the BJP and try to set the narrative. On the other hand, across all states, what BJP was doing is identifying their beneficiaries who they've benefited through various schemes on every single booth. In every single booth, they reached out 3 to 4 to 5 times to every single beneficiary and told them that, did you get the benefits? This was the government which ensured that the last mile delivery of all of these developmental accessories are reaching the people. That is how BJP quietly worked through this campaign away from the shrill of the crowds that Samajwadi Party was able to attract. Crowds, I'm telling you, this is a very important phenomenon. This happened in Bihar. Over there also Tejasvi was able to attract crowds. But these Yadav voters are largely more vocal voters in Uttar Pradesh as well as in Bihar. And you see the results.
Point taken. Sheila, you saw the BJP of Advani Vajpayee. Now we are seeing the BJP of Shah Modi. What's the difference?
Very big difference.
What's the biggest difference?
The biggest difference is the aggressiveness.
Aggressiveness.
Killer instinct. They have a guts and a chati to go for whole hog Hindu identity. No of ifs and buts. They really went for it. Not giving ticket in 2014 was a very big
thing. Let's go straight across to Samar Srivastav joining us from Lucknow. He has Jitin Prasad, switched sides from the Congress to the BJP. Obviously did it at the right time. Let's listen in. Samar, go ahead.
यही है
Samar.
So yes, we have got Jitin Prasad with us, senior BJP leader. So we'll try to speak to him. Jitin, how's your day? Because it has been a day for BJP so far.
Yes, of course, it's a great day for all of us here in the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's, the people of UP have, started giving their mandate, and you can see the trends which are totally in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And the sole credit of this election, of course, the Prime Minister's leadership, which has been seen that he transcends all caste boundaries and regions. And in Uttar Pradesh, the Chief Minister Yogi Ji, his hard work and dedication, the people have, respected that. They have given the mandate. You can see where it's a landslide victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Uttar Pradesh.
It was said that it could be a neck-to-neck fight, but what we are seeing the numbers right now, BJP is clearly leading.
No, there was only, this is a false propaganda. और ये मैं हिंदी में बता सकता हूँ आपको, ये सत्ता की लड़ाई नहीं थी. ये तो संस्कार, संस्कृति और सभ्यता बचाने का संघर्ष था, जिसके प्रतीक हैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी और योगी जी. जो हमारे देश की संस्कृति है, सभ्यता है, जो संस्कार हैं, वो देखा है कि जनता का आशीर्वाद मिला है. और आप देख सकते हैं कि सिर्फ उत्तर प्रदेश नहीं, पूरे देश भर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का डंका बज रहा है.
What do you think? What moved voters towards the Saffron Party?
Of course, it is the sole leadership that Bharatiya Janata Party delivers, is commitment to the people. And you can see the big ticket items of development that the Bharatiya Janata Party had done in the past 5 years, and the future that the vision of the Prime Minister at the national stage and in the state, the Chief Minister, their wholehearted commitment and focus on the people.
Samarth, can I ask one question?
And the people have respected and given us, we are very happy that...
yes.
Samarth, can I ask one question to Jitin Ji? Since he worked in the Congress and BJP, what is the biggest difference he has seen between Congress and BJP style of functioning?
Rajdeep sir is on the line. He has just asked one question. What's the difference between Congress functioning in Congress and BJP, as you have been both?
No, like I said, Bharatiya Janata Party reflects the people's aspirations and is the people's party. And the leadership is totally dedicated, committed to the cause that the people are first and nobody else. And as far as I have said that before also, the Congress party and the people of Uttar Pradesh, there's a great divide. They don't reflect the sentiment of the people anymore.
Your take on Congress's role in Uttar Pradesh? Your take on Congress role in
I already told you that the divide between the people and the Congress party is so much, they don't reflect the sentiment of the people anymore. That is what is the problem there. And as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party, I've seen the top leadership till the worker, everyone is committed to the cause. There is a 24/7 machinery. There is not only for elections, it's round the clock, round the year, every time. The whole focus is the people.
But Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is also visible on the ground.
Visible is not the only criteria. You have to deliver, you have to respect the people's mandate, you have to live up to the expectations, the aspirations, and full time to the cause.
Jitin, what's your take on Akhilesh Yadav blaming EVM and administration?
Well, those are issues that you'll have to ask him. As far as we are concerned, we are always very confident. The people of Uttar Pradesh have reposed faith in the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's history in the making, where Uttar Pradesh has never repeated a government, and this time, not only a repeat, but a record mandate.
Final question, Jitin. Next target for the next...
No, the target is people, and their cause and their upliftment and their work. That's what we are dedicated to, and that's what our focus is.
Thank you so much, and all the best for the next government. So he is Jitin Prasad. He is clearly confident that BJP is all set to make another benchmark in the coming government, and yes, he is happy. Back to you.
Samarth, thanks very much for that interesting interview. The difference between the Congress style and the BJP style. Jitin Prasad saying Congress disconnected with the people. Who would disagree on a day like this? Ashwini Kumar, former Congress leader, he too has left the party. Mr. Kumar, you're from Punjab. AAP, historic victory. There's much talk that you may be joining the AAP soon. But either way, will you tell us today, I told you so?
Well, of course, I'm going to tell you I told you so. I've said it on every single channel that AAP was a tsunami waiting to hit Punjab. But there were people who were blind and there were people who were deaf, who would just not look or hear. And I said so.
Who are these people?
On the basis of a very intensive engagement in Punjab. Well, there were people in all political formations who just didn't believe what was going to come. And I think what has happened now, the larger political message of the victory of AAP in Punjab is that a new national political narrative is in the offing, in which parties like AAP and TMC will have a predominant role, and the Congress party, and I hate to say so, and I say so with some sadness, would be relegated to the margins, even as one of the actors in the national alternative narrative, which is being scripted right now.
No,
And
you're
also there's
making a
another
huge
clear
point.
message.
You're
The
saying
return
that
of
TMC
BJP
and
in-
Congress,
just one
TMC
minute.
and AAP will
One
take
minute.
over the Congress's space?
Well, of course they will, and they have taken over. And I'm now trying to tell you another thing. The return of BJP in UP also demonstrates that BJP is and will for some years remain the dominant pole in India's politics. So therefore, there will be two poles, one led by BJP and the other led by a national alternative, a new alternative, in which AAP and TMC and regional parties will have a very predominant role. And that is being scripted right now.
No, but
That is why I
Ashwini
say
ji,
these
when you come to,
victories.
you know, it's the day that you decided to leave the Congress that we invited you to join us at the Panchayat that we were doing at that time on the Punjab elections. And you said that because the Congress has its strategy wrong that you're leaving, and you predicted that AAP would win, which is what's happened. But many in the Congress, very senior leaders called me after that and said Ashwini is doing this for selfish reasons. He's doing it because he wanted a ticket for his son. He doesn't have the larger interest of the Congress because we didn't give him a ticket for his son.
Could you, hello?
Yeah, I hear you well, sir.
Hello?
I hear you.
Hello? Voice?
We hear you fine. Okay, we'll get Ashwini Kumar back. But this is the challenge, that you've got the old guard upset very clearly, but the people close to Rahul Gandhi say they're upset for personal reasons, not because they have an ideological problem with what's happening, but because of their personal self-interest.
That's not entirely wrong. Let's be honest. There are many leaders who got a lot of benefits, went to Rajya Sabha and got other benefits from the Congress. They're not mass leaders. They would struggle to win an election on their own. So there is a point in that. However, if you want to combat such leaders, you have to prove that you can win elections for the party. If you can't win, how do you earn respect? You see, you can gain a position, but you can't earn respect. In a party like the Congress, which is a vote-catching machine, you will only earn respect when you can show that you can win elections. The problem the Gandhis are facing at the moment is a lack of legitimacy at one level because they don't win enough elections for the Congress party. Yes.
Can I make a point on this? We have been seeing this since 2014, that the Congress leadership at the national level is unable to win the party key elections. Have they groomed state level credible leaders to be able to make up for that? No. So in such a situation, how would you expect the Congress to be able to recover from the losses that they are facing?
But are they even fighting? You win an election in stage 2. Are you even fighting like your life depends on it? The Congress had an opportunity in Uttarakhand, they had an opportunity in Goa. They were the incumbent in Punjab. How seriously did the Congress fight that battle in comparison to the state like UP, where they have long-term hopes, but in the short term they had very little opportunity? Therefore, and Ashwini Kumar, I was just asking you about that interview that we did with you earlier. It went viral, was buzzing on people's phones, and people called me to say, you know, you should have asked him that he's being selfish. He wanted a ticket for his son. We didn't give him that, which is why he's left. He's not got an ideological problem with him. The whole lot, just not just you, but everyone else who's leaving is doing so for selfish reasons. That's what the Rahul Gandhi camp thinks.
Well, could you have expected anything better from some of these people? And I know who you are referring to, and I will not name the gentleman. But when I was not given the Rajya Sabha seat in 2016, did I then leave the party? When I was asked to resign from the cabinet in 2014, did I then resign from the party? I have stood with the party through thick and thin, and denial of seat here and there can hardly be a reason for my leaving after 46 years of loyal and dedicated commitment to the party. But today I saw that the party was downhill, not only in terms of its moorings, but in terms of its willingness to learn. That is why I said they were deaf and dumb to the realities in Punjab. And at the end of the day, every political person, every public man has to be true to one's own sense of dignity and conscience, and also to the welfare of the people he represents. Punjab and Congress were poles apart. People were fed up of this circus that was shown over the last three months on every TV channel, including yours. At that point of time, it was a question of one's own credibility, and I could see it coming. And it is not that I didn't want the leadership. I kept telling them that things are not looking good. So therefore, everybody does politics for some kind of an opportunity. So what is wrong with that? And
so you're saying that AAP and Trinamool will take the space of the Congress? What do you see as being a possible solution? Do you think that if the Gandhi family were to make way, a new Congress could emerge? Or do you think that's almost impossible because many congressmen don't see it like that?
Well, I have never made personal comments and I don't want to. I have great regard for Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, but quite clearly the writing is on the wall. The Gandhis are not delivering election results for the Congress, and Congress is known never to follow somebody who cannot deliver victories for them. You cannot claim leadership by will or by acclamation. You have to claim leadership by performance. And we have seen over the last several years, Congress is downhill. When we came to 52 from 44 in Lok Sabha, we applauded it as an achievement. What a shame for a party of 136 years. And now I only sincerely hope, in the best interest of the image of the Gandhi family, that they accept in humility the verdict and say, we've got it wrong. I hope they do that. They might redeem themselves a bit.
But do they ever do that? Do they ever take responsibility? It's almost by entitlement.
Well, they don't. They don't.
The tragedy of the party.
They don't. That is why.
It's not just the Congress. As I said, there are these defeat-proof netas. Imagine Akhilesh Yadav will have lost 4 consecutive elections. Mayawati will have lost 5 consecutive elections.
You can't compare. No,
Rahul Gandhi, just a minute. Rahul Gandhi has lost.
Battle. He's turned it into a bipolar election.
Whatever it is.
In the next election, he may still have a chance if Yogi doesn't do
Rahul Gandhi.
You can't compare Akhilesh with Rahul Gandhi.
No, I put all of them at one level as leaders who have failed to take forward the legacy that was bequeathed to them. Let's be honest. Mulayam Singh Yadav led a very strong party. Akhilesh Yadav has tried, but not good enough. At the end of the day, in the Western democracy, once you're not good enough after 2-3 elections, you give way and give way to someone else. You're right that the Congress was never meant to be, unlike the regional family-based parties, it was meant to be a party of, where the party was not supposed to be the parivar. Like it or not, that's what's happened in the last decade. And if the Congress doesn't realize the writing on the wall, it's the biggest loser. But Sonia Gandhi should have recognized, particularly when Rahul Gandhi decided to step down in 2019 after the defeat, it was a huge opportunity to attempt a change in guard. What was wrong? Let's say whether it was a Tharoor, whether it was a pilot, choose anyone.
Because
have
he's
an
not
open
Gandhi.
election.
The mother wants his son.
Absolutely. And therefore, that's not the way a political party can run. That message goes right down to the people.
Okay, Ravi Kishan from Gorakhpur. BJP now, 274, coming close to the prediction made by the exact poll. Winning and winning in style. This is Gorakhpur. BJP supporters there.
Keshav Prasad Maurya is trailing.
Keshav Prasad Maurya is trailing. So this
CM is trailing. Very narrow margin, but trailing.
उत्तर प्रदेश की देवतुल जनता का ये जीत है. सबका साथ, सबका विश्वास, सबका विकास.
भव्य मंदिर बनवाने वाले को सत्ता दिलाए हैं. जय जय श्री राम. That's the mood here in Gorakhpur. Yogi's bastion, Sansad Ravi Kishan, who spent the entire the campaign time not only in Purvanchal but also he campaigned in Gorakhpur, stayed in Gorakhpur, and that was the pre-time and this day when the hard work of the BJP, their entire campaign, and that is reflecting in the early trends. That's now mood of Holi celebration. Let's hear. Holi, Hare Rangava, Ude Asma, Khele mein khele Holi, Hare Rangava, Ude Asman, Rangava, Ude Rangava, Ude Asman, Rangava.
Go across live as BJP supporters in Gorakhpur are playing Holi to the Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office. The Minister of State for Science, Technology, Jitendra Singh joins us. Dr. Singh, welcome. It's Holi come early in Gorakhpur. You've got your Gulal out as well. A big victory. The BJP now leading on 277 out of the 400 leads that we have available at the moment. Mubarak ho.
Yeah, thank you, Rahul.
So tell us, you're in the Prime Minister's office. Who do you attribute this victory to? Questions are being asked about whether this is the Prime Minister's victory, Yogi Ji's victory, or a combination.
I've been listening. Yeah, I've been listening to you since morning, and it's beautifully done analysis. I think this election result has broken many a jinx. A, it was always said that UP hardly repeats a government. B, that there has to be inevitably some amount of anti-incumbency factor to a lesser or greater extent. So I think both the myths have been exploded. In fact, the other day only we had said that in Lucknow, that this time it's going to be pro-incumbency vote, and Prime Minister Modi has, I think, sought to introduce a new political culture, not only in Uttar Pradesh but the entire country, because rising above caste, creed, religion politics, it's the politics of development, politics of vikas, politics of benefit with empowerment. So those sections of society which had somehow not received the kind of attention all these decades which they deserved have been reached out, whether it is the Ujjwala, whether it is the Swachhata, and you must have seen even in Uttar Pradesh, almost 11 crore toilets were built, and across the households, regardless of whichever religion, whichever caste they belong to, and they were given the nomenclature of Izzat Ghar. So I said the other day, 3S, Suraksha, Swachhata and Samman. And if you ask young girls across the state, they would confess that whatever else it might be, notwithstanding that, they feel much safer now compared to what it was earlier. It was very amusing listening to these young girls saying कि पहले घर से बाहर निकलते थे तो माँ स्कूटी पर अकेले नहीं जाने देती थी. Now we feel confident. So I think it's a beginning of a new political culture, and thanks to Prime Minister Modi, who has got India rid of that the culture which was deeply embedded in the feudalist thoughts of being tagged down or trapped down in caste,
Mr. Minister, you mentioned the Prime Minister and his role, and there's no doubt that the woman voter is something that needs to be looked at. You've got a huge lead, Mr. Singh, among women voters. We saw that in our exit poll as well. What about Yogi Adityanath, Chief Minister?
Yes.
Does this victory, Mr. Minister, catapult him on the national stage as a potential future successor to Mr. Modi? Is that how you see him now? How much credit do you give him?
See, as far as this issue is concerned, I think this is a foregone conclusion. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the leader of Bharatiya Janata Party, and if you are referring to the kind of you are tactically trying to mention the succession pattern, I think from the series 1 to 10 it is Modi, 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 Modi. So the election in 2014 was fought under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. 2019 again Modi. Uttar Pradesh, it was fought under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi in 2022, and again in 2024 it's going to be fought under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
So very interesting. You're almost saying Mr. Modi is like what Amitabh Bachchan was in Bollywood in the late 70s, number 1 to 10, and then everyone else. But somewhere surely there's space for Yogi Adityanath.
You could put it that way.
There is space,
no, as Chief Minister,
Mr. Minister, for Yogi Adityanath or not?
No, certainly as Chief Minister he was entrusted with the responsibility of translating all the Modi schemes on the ground, which he has done diligently. So the credit which is due to him goes to him. But you cannot draw a match. I think that's beyond discussion. It's Modi all over.
Can I just ask you, given these victories, there's much talk because you're from that part of Jammu and Kashmir also going to the polls now in July, August. Is that the next agenda? Am I going to see you out there in a few months?
Yeah, actually, what are the exact dates going to be for an election in J&K is to be decided by the Election Commission of India. But as far as BJP is concerned, I've been saying this all along, we are a 24/7 party. We are not the ones who start visiting temples on the eve of an election. We are always geared up for any election, whether it's a panchayat election, the district council or the corporation or the assembly. And the culture is such that each one of us, regardless of whatever the position, is primarily a karyakarta. So all of us, join the election campaign in whichever state it happens. So we are fully prepared. And as far as Jammu and Kashmir specifically is concerned, you would appreciate that the opposition parties have already, gone missing because there's hardly any opposition left now. Because the reach of Prime Minister Modi's schemes has touched across the sections of society, not only in the Jammu region but also in the Kashmir Valley. The beneficiaries of Izzat Ghar, the beneficiaries of Shauchalayas, the beneficiaries of the gas cylinders are not only women or men from a particular community but across the community lines. And as I said that day in Lucknow, they may not say so openly for whatever reasons, but when it comes to casting a secret ballot, they always vote for Modi. And that has been proven by the kind of percentage we received of the women voters even in Uttar Pradesh.
Absolutely right, Mr. Minister. It's an important point, and I think, Rahul, it's going to have to be developed by political scientists. 2 points. One is the woman voter and one is the Labharthi community. It's not as if welfareism didn't exist before 2014, but the ability to ensure that the last mile delivery reached those who really needed it is, I think, a big success of the Modi model. And the second part, as I said, is the woman voter. What is it that the woman voter has got? She seems to have got convenience, the Shauchalaya being an example, and importantly, she's got a sense of status. As the minister put it, Izzat Ghar. And I think we, even whatever else you may have flaws in the Modi model of governance, last mile delivery will have to be examined, especially the Labharthi model.
And this is the second state where this has happened, Rakesh, because exactly the same happened in Bihar as well, where again the RJD Congress would have won, except for women pushing Nitish Kumar and the BJP over the finishing line. Here as well, you've got the BJP with a 16% advantage amongst women, whereas the advantage amongst men is only 4%. Women are literally holding Prime Minister Modi and Yogi on their shoulders.
Prime Minister Modi has demolished the electoral patriarchy. The kind of the women were guided by their main folk in the election, the whom to vote or how to vote. Now you see in the family, even if some men are for the some other party, but the women are taking their own line of action. But most important thing, one of the things.
So your mic has fallen. We'll just come back.
Can I just make a point? Right from 1952 to today, never has UP seen the top 2 parties getting 97% of the seats. They are getting now leading 391 out of 401 seats. This has never happened in the history of UP elections, that you have such a strong bipolar
1952.
contest. Right from
the time of the United Provinces.
We have not seen such a big percentage of seats being won by the top 2 parties.
And what it's done, therefore, it made it that much more difficult for the Samajwadi Party, despite what Akhilesh did. Interesting strategic analysis, because remember, Rahul, the highest ever vote that the Samajwadi Party has got is 28%. They are getting their highest record vote, but still can't beat the BJP because the BJP started from a higher arithmetical base. And honestly, this is what anyone who should have studied UP would have recognized. Samajwadi Party needed a 15% swing in their favor. They've got about 6 to 8%.
Now 12% swing.
Yeah, but it's, you needed a huge swing. You're not going to get that because the BJP is going to be where it is. It is getting that 43 to 45%.
This time what I find that Muslims vote remain undivided. Last time Muslims got divided. This time they solid vote for the Samajwadi Party. 2 things are very important in this election. Prime Minister Modi has created a national identity in different form, and the parties which are people from region, caste, linguistic identity, they are associating with this identity. Resurrection of the soft power of India in the form of culture nationalism. You see how the decolonized mind, how his speeches in parliament, outside the parliament, he's quoting the scriptures from the Tamil poet to the Ramdhari Singh Dinkar. These are all things which are disseminating in the mind of the people.
Look, this is a good point. I just want to go back to Goa for a minute because it's still boiling. Look at what has happened there. Aam Aadmi Party is a story. As I said last time,
but that's mostly the...
No, I'll tell you, 1 minute. Last time contested all seats, lost their deposits everywhere but 1. They are now leading in 2. Remember, for a political party, it's a slow ride up. It's not easy. They are leading in 2, and one of them is they are defeating Churchill Alema of the TMC, who simply took the TMC ticket, has been in every party, and he's being defeated by someone I met, Venzi Vegas. Again, 35-year-old guy who's contested a panchayat election, won it, now is defeating the mighty Churchill Alema by 2,300, which is effectively means that he's in pole position to win. The point I'm making is that Goa also is undergoing churning. In fact, if the opposition had aligned, the BJP would have been swept out. The only reason the BJP is winning Goa is a fragmented opposition, especially in South Goa. But if the BJP numbers fall to 15, we could have all kinds of games going on late into the night in Goa. So Goa is where the poll will probably take place tonight after 10 p.m. That's when.
So why are you saying it will fall? It could also go up just as well from 17 to 19.
It could, but I'm saying the only state, out of all the states, the only story left to tell. Meanwhile, a friend has just sent me, and I think it's fair, Uttarakhand is a real story. It's 2-1. 44 to 22, and maybe we need to look at what's happening in Uttarakhand. Maybe at some stage you can go to your election intelligence dashboard, Rahul, because Uttarakhand was a state where for 20 years, 10 years BJP, 10 years Congress have done alternate governments like in Rajasthan. This time it's being broken in a state where the BJP changed their chief minister 3 times. You went and met Pushkar Dhami. Tell me about that. What is it? Why do you think BJP has done so well in Uttarakhand?
No, Pushkar Dhami is too new to his job for him to have been a...
So what happened in Uttarakhand?
This is the Prime Minister's personal credibility which is taking the BJP to power. If you see the India Today exact poll done by Access My India, 31% of those who voted for the BJP said they did so because of Prime Minister Modi. So in Uttarakhand, it's Modi who literally, despite the anti-incumbency against the MLAs in the state government, is carrying the BJP to power. So it's not so much Dhami himself. He's too new to the job. It's the BJP, the credibility the Prime Minister had is phenomenal, Rajdeep. The fact that the Prime Minister is still held in such high stead despite being in power for 7 years.
So let's look at it, because if you remember in the morning we were talking about Garhwal and Kumaon. Take a look at how this election has played out in Uttarakhand. First look at Garhwal. BJP 23-14. This is the Gad. Garhwal is the Gad of the BJP. 23-14. AAP is wiped out here. Very, very marginal presence in Uttarakhand. So the one bad news for the AAP today is coming from Uttarakhand. Not really made much of a headway. And maybe Kejriwal, as he admitted to some people, should have invested more in Uttarakhand than in Goa. Look at what's happening even in Kumaon. This is the heartland where the Congress was hoping to make a comeback. Even here, the BJP well ahead, 21-8, and even the likes of Harish Rawat are trailing their potential chief minister candidate.
We can take those VIP seats, please, and show our viewers what's happening in the key seats. And that's the point that Rajdeep is making, that if you look at Harish Rawat in Lalkua, he at this moment is trailing on that seat. Now, this is very disturbing because he's your chief ministerial candidate. Dr. Radha Mohan Singh Bisht of the BJP has 31,056 votes at last count. Harish Rawat is at only 20,000, so 10,000 gap.
And I know for a fact he didn't want to contest because he thought his own party will try and defeat him. That's the nature of the Congress. And I don't know whether,
Let's take Pushkar Singh Dhami, who again, despite being chief minister, and there are many in the BJP in the central leadership who will be looking at this carefully, Pushkar Singh Dhami has only 8,861 votes. Not much of a
very close, very
trailing
close.
by 16 votes. Kapri.
Just 16 votes.
16 votes.
So gap is small, but it shows that he's in a tough fight. It's not like he's the Sehwag who's winning the match for them. It's not.
Sure. Can I, do you have Pritam Singh? Is he there? Because interestingly, he was the other Congress contender who was hoping to become chief minister.
Singh.
We'd like to see how he's doing.
No, he's the arch enemy.
So you see, he's the arch enemy. You see, the Congress is a house divided. In every state, they have some problem. Here, it is a badly divided
house. No, but
house.
Rajdeep, all parties have problems in every state. There's a problem between those in the Sangathan in the BJP and Yogi Adityanath. The BJP set in a process to try and deal with that. They let everyone know that Yogi Adityanath is boss. You deal with problems.
We have Ajay Kotial. He was the AAP's face here. He's trailing. Again, a credible face. Preeti, you interviewed Colonel Kotial. Why did AAP not spend more time in Uttarakhand? Did they make the mistake of investing too much in Goa and too little in Uttarakhand?
Well, internally, I'm sure that's what they will feel. And, we're talking about Harish Rawat. I'm quite sure that the AAP would have been very happy if they had Harish Rawat as their chief ministerial face. They hedged and hedged and hedged. Ultimately, they had nobody else but to go with. And that's only when they went with Colonel Kotial. Otherwise, they would not have gone with him in the first place. It was right in the end when they had absolutely very little option left, is when they went with Colonel Kotial.
You mean that AAP wanted Harish Rawat to switch and join them?
And Harish Rawat, it's something... It's not out in the open, but yes, it has been speculated. All of us have heard of it, that the AAP really wanted Harish Rawat.
They tried very hard. Harish Rawat said no.
But Harish Rawat, but the fact is, this is how the Congress treated him, because Harish Rawat at that point of time came out and said that I am a true blue Gandhian and a Congressi. I'm not going to leave my party.
Sheila, yes, very quickly.
I think as a serious journalist, it's very easy to analyze UP today, but difficult to analyze Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand BJP team is dropping all the balls, bowling no ball, their batsmen are not able.
Number of people left the party.
Still winning.
Woman voter, as we saw in the exit
weak
poll.
opposition. Weak opposition. You have to capitalize on the other person's mistake.
Sure, but there was, as per our exit poll, a 10 to 12% gap among women voters. Some stage, someone needs to analyze why is it that so many more women vote for the BJP, even in an anti-incumbency mood in a state like Uttarakhand. And maybe the story will come out of that.
There's one more thing.
Yes.
As soon as Dhami came in, the first thing that he did, he did away with the Char Dham Devsthanam board thing, which was the principal grouse for the people who were angry against the BJP. He immediately came in and struck it down.
3 times CM changed, then lot of...
but look at the course correction. So Dhami was a Karyakarta person. He was Yuva Morcha guy.
But still BJP can manage to win, and Congress in the same situation loses.
क्योंकि संगठन होता है ना, पार्टी केवल नेताओं से नहीं चलती है.
You need hunger to win. The BJP was doing whatever it took to change. The Congress had Harish Rawat fighting battles in Punjab instead of Uttarakhand. Here is a look, very interestingly, at the number of seats the BJP is being able to hold on to. Of the 311 victories they had in 2017, we have in 224 seats, the BJP retaining the seats where they are sitting MLAs. They're losing 87 of them. So the flip is only 28%. 66 of those have gone to the SP, 2 to the BSP, 2 to the Congress. But 72% retained ratio is quite substantial. If you come to the Samajwadi Party, they had 47 wins last time, holding on to 68% of those, losing 15, 13 of those to the BJP. Let's look at tug of war, which is essentially a comparison between the SP and the BJP. In the seats where SP and BJP are 1 and 2, the BJP has a 67% strike. So if it's a bipolar fight between these two parties, 2/3 of those victories have gone to the BJP, Rajdeep.
And I think the worrying news that for the opposition will simply be this. In a mood where you're in a post-pandemic world, where Mayawati is shrinking, where you're getting consolidation of the Muslim Yadav votes, you still can't beat this juggernaut called the BJP.
Because you need more than Muslim Yadavs.
That's right.
But in 2012, you made government with less than these number of votes.
Because third party.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, that was a multipolar race.
You see, the fact is at the end of the day, and this is a controversial point, if the Samajwadi Party and the BSP both were to slide in the future, because with every defeat, workers get demoralized. The Congress Party has to do what the BJP did in 2012. Which is you stick to the ground, you work there. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra says, I'm moving from Sujan Singh Park, I'm going to live in Lucknow, I'm going to spend the next...
wishful thinking, Rajdeep.
It's not, I couldn't see, it's not my, I have nothing to do with it. But if you want to fight an election, you've got to fight on the ground, but you can build because there is opposition space that will open up in UP. Those who voted for the SP will now feel disenchanted, will say, where do we go? The Congress has to realize, politics, Sharad Pawar told me, needs two things. Ek moti chamdi, thick skin, and number 2, patience. You have to be willing. Please tell me this now. Just a minute. Rakesh Sinha, I want an honest answer from you today. Okay? In 2012, Narendra Modi did not go and campaign in UP because Sanjay Joshi was in charge of the campaign and they had an old animosity. I was there, I've written about it. Nitin Gadkari begged and pleaded, didn't do it. But, from 15% then with Uma Bharti as your face, look at how politics has changed. Today, Yogi Adityanath and 45% of the vote. In 2012, did you ever think कि एक दिन 10 साल बाद आ जाएगा जहां हम इतनी बड़ी पार्टी बनेंगे? That's what the difference is. The BJP stayed the course. Atalji and Advani lost election after election, but they stayed the course from 3 seats.
But they were never discredited. No, you have a problem.
They were committed to the Sangathan.
Yes, but they weren't discredited in the way that the Congress leadership is.
Yeah, true.
The Bharatiya Janata Party has right from the beginning the ambitions to rule the New Delhi. And that's why its strategy, its leadership, its ideology intended towards that. We have.
Did you ever think in 2012 that this would happen in 2022?
Yes, sure.
कि 10 साल बाद इतना बड़े पार्टी बनेगी?
बड़े party, we are the natural rulers. You know, in 1980 when BJP was formed, what MC Chagla said on the dais in the Mumbai, the BJP is going to replace the Congress party.
Yes.
In fact, there are three
But the
votes.
problem is you've got AAP saying the same thing now about you.
Congress is in delusion. Samajwadi Party is in perception. BJP is in reality. That is the difference.
No, he's right. You see, look at where 1984, 3 seats. What are 2 seats?
2 seats.
From 84, we are now 38 years later. It's taken 38 years. Politics is, as I said, Mr. Pawar said, you have to stay the call. मैदान में रहो. कांग्रेस का प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है, हार जाए ना, सब अपने घर जाते हैं, लट्टियंस बंगलों में बैठ के एयर कंडीशन कर.
But that's what the Aam Aadmi Party did in Punjab and Goa.
That's right.
And Goa. 2012 TMC was there, but wasn't there in 2017. TMC's come back after 2012.
Politics, you see, Mamata Banerjee lost election after election to the left, stayed on, eventually got the benefit in 2011, 14 years after she formed the party, because मैदान में बैठी रही.
But
That's the
if
problem.
you're using your own analogy, why are we assuming that the Samajwadi Party will not remain as the principal rival to the BJP?
I'll tell you why.
How are we assuming the Congress can take that position?
I'll tell you why. Because this election was, in my view, controversial again. This is the Samajwadi Party has reached saturation point. If you cannot win without your MY consolidation of the extent that you have, the Muslims are now going to look for alternatives. You see, that's the reality. This is a huge opportunity for the Congress, but a 10-year agenda. आप में दम है, 2032 के लिए तैयार रहो. Not कि एक इलेक्शन हार गए, मैं घर में and change your strategy.
Where they have a real chance, they can't win. How are they going to win?
Rahul, this is also a message for the Muslim community. If they would love to remain a vote bank politics, that would be not only detrimental for the democracy but also for them. They are consolidating themselves against the BJP. This is not the rightful thing in the democracy. BJP क्या consolidate कर रही है? We are democratic consolidation कर रहे हैं. We are inviting Muslims come and join the national mainstream. But they want to be ghetto in politics. That cannot remain now static in the politics.
But part of the reason that you win is also because you're able to polarize everybody against Pakistan.
There's a counter-polarization.
You don't say Muslims, but against
Pakistan. I think that you just see the Uttar Pradesh Muslims. They started hitting Yogi Adityanath because he was not doing anything against the Muslims. Not a single stance Yogi Adityanath had done.
Sir, 1 second. No. Okay, I'll give you an example.
Criminals are arrested.
I'll give you an example. When you talk about bulldozer, Baba, what are the 5 names that Yogi Adityanath takes every time? 5 names, you tell me. 5 names. One Hindu name in that. One Hindu. So therefore, there is a narrative which is there. There is a narrative which is there.
Understand about Uttar Pradesh. I come from Karpat. The Gundagardi of few selected people.
I can't hear you, sir.
What was the reason for the Muzaffarnagar riots? Was it an economic reason or some social reasons? You have to point out. You have to be clear about that. How a particular community and the women of the particular community were victimized, and the state was protecting the victimizers.
Sir,
this is okay.
This is the truth. You have to unravel the truth.
Okay, you made your point. Rajat, you want to make a quick point?
This is the whole problem. You know, sitting in Delhi, sitting in the Noida TV channels, you will never understand the challenges that are there where the Muslim population 20-25% what being dog whistled by Akhilesh Yadav non-stop for all the 5 years that he ruled. It was hell for a common man who doesn't have any interest on Hindutva politics also, but they were constantly cornered. It is for this reason bulldozer was needed. Bulldozer was the rallying point. Bulldozer will always be the rallying point. You will never understand and realize that.
I agree with.
But bulldozer is so important.
As long as
in Uttar Pradesh, to survive, my mother has to survive. It has to be bulldozer. Otherwise, people like my mother, my father cannot walk freely in that streets of Uttar Pradesh. That's the challenge. You never understand that. It is not Hindutva wave. Let me tell you, it is law and order wave. It is a huge law and order wave in Uttar Pradesh, which you don't understand the essence and the importance of it. शांति से जीना भी नहीं मुश्किल हो गया था.
Dear friend of Rajdeep Sardesai, Mr. Amit Malviya now joins us. He was just complaining, Rajdeep was complaining, Amit, that you pull one little clip of something he says and your army is viraling it. He's very unhappy. This is a big victory, 270 plus for the BJP at this moment. It's Holi come early, lots of gulal at the BJP office, I'm told. Many congratulations, Mr. Malviya.
Thank you so much. First of all, my condolences to Rajdeep Sardesai. It's a bad day for him. Perhaps there is some joy for him in the result that Aam Aadmi Party has put out in Punjab. He can probably take the dance floor and
Very
make good
poor,
of the day whatever is
comment
left.
by someone who should have read my article on the 25th of February where I predicted a BJP win. I don't fall into your Godi media. That doesn't mean I fall onto the other side. I have no Godi, neither yours or the other side, Mr. Malviya. And I will tell you this with all humility. I suggest you read it. It's in English, very simply written, where I say BJP has a clear lead in UP. I challenge any of your Godi media to ever say that the opposition is leading in a state where they are actually leading. That's the difference between the people that you patronize and the journalism I do. I started journalism when you were probably in school, sir. So please, with due regard, I wish you well. Congratulations. Great day for you. And I'm going to dance, I promise.
Well, Rajdeep, as far as Godi media is concerned, the people whose Godi you want to sit in does not have or do not have the people's mandate. As far as your journalism is concerned, people should watch your interview of Sonia Gandhi in Anand Bhavan. What a lamb looks like, they will know. So please don't tell me about your journalism. Everybody knows about it.
Be gracious, accept the congratulations. Be gracious at this time. There's no point getting into personal attacks. Be gracious. They're congratulating you.
He's the head of the IT cell. He has to every day attack someone. He tells the trolls who to attack. That's his job.
Achha, why are we fighting? Amit Malviya, it's a big day. It's a big victory.
He's a troll army in charge.
Leading in four states. This, do you think, you were very closely involved in the West Bengal campaign. Do you think what happened in West Bengal is now completely done and dusted and BJP now well poised for 2024? That big battle of the general elections after this huge victory in the semi-finals gives BJP a leg up in its prospects, you think?
Well, let's come to substantive conversation because clearly I don't think Rajdeep is capable of holding one. But Bengal, the BJP has 38% vote share in Bengal and is the principal opposition there in Bengal with 18 Lok Sabha members and 77 legislators in the assembly. So we are in a great position in Bengal, and certainly next time around we will have more MPs from the state and we'll form government there. Coming to Uttar Pradesh, it's a phenomenal win. No chief minister has ever completed a 5-year term and got re-elected for the second time. And since 1985, which is 37 years from now, no party has come back to power in Uttar Pradesh. This has purely been possible because of the governance, delivery, law and order, women empowerment, security, infrastructure development, improvement in healthcare, education. I keep listening to Rajdeep and his ilk talking about Hindutva, polarization and all of that stuff. Do you realize that the BJP has gone far deeper into Uttar Pradesh? It is now seen as a party of governance. There's no taking away from the fact that we are involved in reclaiming the cultural ethos of this country. The Kashi Dham is an example. The Grand Temple at Ayodhya is an example. What we've done in Uttarakhand, as far as the Char Dham is concerned, it is significant. No other leader other than Prime Minister Modi after Devi Bai Holkar has done so much for rejuvenation of the Hindu cause. But there is a lot beyond that that is in play there in Uttar Pradesh. From 2014 to 2017 to 2019 and now 2022, the mandate is overwhelmingly in favor of the BJP. Its governance, its pro-poor policies, pro-women policies. I mean, there is so much that people who don't have blinkered views can look at and perhaps take back home in terms of what governance and development and positivity means as far as state of Uttar Pradesh is concerned.
You know, Amit Malviya is absolutely right. And when I wrote that article, I gave 5 reasons. Hindutva was one of them. I believe this is a Hindutva plus era. The problem, in fact, I believe with the Mandal parties is that they have not been able to evolve into Mandal plus politics. Today, politics cannot be only fought on identity. The 1990s in Uttar Pradesh was a decade of sharp identity politics. Now you need identity plus. Mr. Modi, through Labharti schemes, through welfareism, through ration, has provided that. There is absolutely no doubt about that. We should have an acknowledgement of what is happening on the ground. Some of us see it. Some of us choose not to see it. Some of us live in our troll armies and our echo chambers. I believe we must distance ourselves from both.
I want to ask Mr. Malviya about these images that we are getting on our screen right now of Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann together. while the BJP didn't have very much at stake in Punjab, what do you make, sir, of the emergence of AAP as a party that swept a massive jhadu in Punjab? Now, apart from Delhi, they run Punjab, which is a full state. How does the BJP see AAP's prospects? They're saying we are your national challenger, or they think that they will be in time to come.
Rahul, let me put this in context. There's no doubt that the Aam Aadmi Party has done well in Punjab, and the mandate for the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab is against the disenchantment that people have with the Congress and the Akali. It's for the first time that the BJP has contested Punjab on its own steam and not in an alliance with the Akali, our traditional partners. We've gone beyond our regular 23 seats that we used to contest. But this whole chatter about the Aam Aadmi Party being the national alternative to the BJP, I think is a little premature. The Punjab state sends 13 Lok Sabha MPs, Delhi has 7. That puts the total at 20. The Aam Aadmi Party has never won a Lok Sabha seat from Delhi. So people vote differently as far as state elections are concerned and as far as Lok Sabha is concerned. Also, when you talk about national alternative, you have other claimants like Mamata Banerjee from West Bengal, which gives 42 Lok Sabha seats. You also have KCR from Telangana. You have Stalin. You have Sharad Pawar, who's been the Prime Minister in waiting forever now. So is there an acceptability and is there a momentum, and has the Congress actually abdicated states like Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan and several states where they are in a direct contest with the Congress? So it's great chatter, and it's no doubt a great achievement for the Aam Aadmi Party, but I think this whole talk about being the national alternative is a little premature, but
do you fear
have the indulgence?
Do you fear the AAP more than the Congress? The straight answer and a yes or no answer. Do you fear that if the AAP comes into Himachal Pradesh tomorrow, if the AAP comes into states where the BJP is more vulnerable, do you fear the AAP's election strategy more than that of the Congress? Prashant Kishore once told me the most difficult election he faced was 2017 taking on AAP. Do you agree that the AAP provides you a formidable challenge?
Why just the AAP? Any political party that is an opposition to us is a challenger. The Aam Aadmi Party is also in Goa and in Uttarakhand. They have not been able to make a mark at all. So you can't be selective about picking up one state where they've done well and not talk about others. The BJP has done well in 4 out of the 5 states that we are talking about, and you seem to be running down the BJP's achievement, but Punjab, which has done well in 1, you seem to think that they are national alternative. That is what I call biased journalism and blinkers.
Okay, Prithvi Reddy joins us. I want to put this point that Amit Malviya is making to the AAP spokesperson. Amit Malviya arguing very passionately that you won Punjab, it doesn't mean you're a national alternative. Stop dreaming, get real. It's one state. Look at what happened in Uttarakhand. Look also at what happened in Goa.
Rahul, I don't know why Mr. Malviya said that, because I don't think we've ever claimed that we are a national alternative. We know that we are a young party. We are not looking to be an alternative either to the BJP or to the Congress. What we are looking to is provide the people of India a real alternative, not substitute. I'm sure Mr. Malviya would love to have the Congress as an opposition across the country. I can only say that across the country, wherever the BJP has had a strong opposition, they have lost. And I think there's a message in that for the entire opposition that you need to go to the people not with an ideology, because ideology doesn't fill a person's stomach. You need to go to people with a clear-cut agenda and tell them what we have to offer. I think the difference between some of the other opposition parties and the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab is that we spelled out what we will do for the people of Punjab.
Preeti has a question for you. Preeti.
So I have a question for Mr. Malviya. Mr. Malviya, you said that this is the first time you went in with the number of seats. By the way, also, your alliance partner, Captain Amrinder Singh, has lost Patiala. But I want to ask you, wouldn't you have hoped that you at least got a bigger vote share this time? You're fighting over double the number of seats what you were fighting in 2017. You're over 70 seats you're fighting this time around, and your vote share and your seats are still just about 3 and lesser than what it was when you were fighting about 20 odd seats?
Before I answer that leading question, would you tell me what has happened to Navjot Singh Sidhu? Would you tell me what has happened to Charanjit Singh Channi? Would you tell me what has happened to Harish Rawat in Uttarakhand? Now, these are people who were in office there.
It's a question to you, sir. It's a question about the BJP because this is the first time you're going over 70 seats in Punjab. One would have thought that the showing of the BJP at this point of time in terms of sheer vote percentage would have been a lot more than what it was in 2017 when you fought just 20 odd seats. But your showing is lesser actually what it was in 2017.
You know, Preeti, you make it sound like an intelligent question, but it isn't. Because in 2017, we were in alliance with the Akali. So obviously, some vote that would have gone to Akali came to the BJP because of the alliance that we were in. Today, we are fighting as a party on our own steam. And of course, we haven't pushed aggressively in the last 5 years for several reasons. Give us 5 years, maybe next 5 years, we will work in Punjab and I'll come back to you. Or you won't have to ask me that question because the numbers will show for our performance in Punjab as well. But for now, the question should be asked, where is Navjot Singh Sidhu? What happened to this great example of, Channi being the chief minister and Rahul Gandhi's plan?
The question should be asked to Gurdeep Sapal, spokesperson Congress, because when it comes to Punjab, the Congress has had a bit of a meltdown. The party in power down to 18 seats. Today is possibly, and if Goa goes the way it is, it'll be a day you're blanking out completely. This could be the worst nightmare. Are you today willing to concede the manner in which Captain Amrinder Singh was removed, the timing of it, the attacks between Channi and Sidhu? Congress pressed the self-destruct button in Punjab, yes or no, Sapalji?
Rajiv, first of all, I'll congratulate both BJP and Aam Aadmi Party for their respective successes. It's a bad day for Congress, no doubt about it. And certainly people do not like the bickering state spillover. You can't have two views about it. But I will add to it what Mr. Varun Reddy just now said. And I think he summed it up very beautifully that today ideology doesn't matter. And that is what Aam Aadmi Party is all about, because it can conveniently sit back. It can choose to be passive in Delhi riots. It can choose silence on the questions of crony capitalism, about the economy, about people who are in distress. It's only about freebies. And there's a shelf life of such politics. I think, as you yourself said a little while ago, next few years are there for Congress party because ideology does matter. And what Rahul Gandhi has done in past few years is he has brought back Congress party to the ideological basis. And now we need to follow it up with organizational work and communication, because somewhere we have not been able to communicate what Congress party stands for and
sir, what about your leadership? You see, accountability of leadership that takes decision that leads to defeat. Everywhere, in most Western democracies, that leads to a leadership change. Would that ever lead to that in Congress? Will Mr. Sidhu at least step aside? Will those who appointed him admit that they got it wrong? Should there be some accountability? Who is responsible? Don't only blame it on the organization and poor workers when your leaders were fighting like cats and dogs.
No. Accountability question does arise, and within the organization it is discussed. It's not for the public spectacle that we do such things. There will be a lot of introspection within the Congress party also. We do introspect. But we have to realize that Congress party is also going through a very challenging phase. Congress party today is not what it used to be. And a whole new organization structure has to emerge. And it has to be built upon ideological clarity, unlike what Aam Aadmi Party says. That is what we are looking at now, that ideologically, let us be very clear where
Rakesh Sinha wants to make a very quick point. Yes?
And you see the comparison between earlier we were doing between Uttarakhand and Punjab, Chief Minister Swarchin. Here leadership matters. Prime Minister Modi lifted the entire election campaign, irrespective of change of the leadership, gradual three Chief Ministers were changed. But your leadership could not do that. So I think that there is a characteristically difference between the Congress leadership and what Prime Minister Modi is doing. One leader is connected with the people, has credibility, so he gives the people faith in his leadership, in his policy and program. Your leadership fails to give confidence among your own workers. You change the party president, you change the chief minister, new party president, they don't have harmony, and that is in public utterances. So I think it is the complete failure of the leadership.
let Mr. Reddy also join the debate, because somewhere, Mr. Reddy, you're talking about opposition and what perhaps other opposition parties need to learn. I'm just looking at Goa, and if the Congress or the opposition loses Goa, it's because it's been fragmented. You're leading in 2, but there are 23 seats where the margin is less than 1,000 votes, and AAP and the TMC have chipped at the Congress. So, is there a message, maybe in smaller states, to get your act together, to work together? Or every party now, every opposition party will fight for his or her own turf? It's impossible to have an opposition front in India.
What the future holds, I cannot predict, Rajdeep. But one thing is very clear. The people of Goa gave a mandate for the Congress last time. 14 out of the 17 MLAs sold themselves. When you talk about this horse trading, you need a seller and you need a buyer. And I blame both the parties. As far as the issue of that Mr. Uppal was raising about ideology, I think the only votes that the the Congress is getting is the anti-BJP vote. And I don't think they have utilized that to provide an opposition to the BJP in this country. I think Congress has failed the people of this country across board, whether it's at the state level or at the national level.
Okay.
And ideology is important, but you need to spell out what you're going to do.
Mr. Malviya, a lot of chatter in the BJP and outside on what the magnitude of victory means for the BJP. Of course, from 1 to 10, there is Prime Minister Modi, but who's at number 11? Does Yogi Adityanath, the bulldozer Baba, establish his credentials now as the one person after Prime Minister Modi, especially when it comes to the cohort of chief ministers, as possibly the first amongst other BJP chief ministers? Would you concede that? Would you accept that?
Well, Rahul, if you look at the mandate that the BJP has got in Uttar Pradesh in 2014, 2017, 2019 and 2022 now, clearly the overarching leadership influence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi cannot be missed. He obviously remains the tallest leader of the party, and the mandate in Uttar Pradesh on each of these occasions represents his popularity, his great pull and attraction for the people. As far as the chief ministers are concerned, Prime Minister Modi was a 3-term chief minister before he eventually became the Prime Minister. You have Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who is the 4th-term chief minister. We've had several other chief ministers who've done several terms. So there's no taking away from the fact that Yogi Adityanath is the incumbent chief minister, but the BJP has a completely different way of operating. We have chief ministers who've done several terms, and of course, the most popular leader remains Prime Minister Modi. So I think this question is a little premature, and I think what's really important at this point in time is the magnitude of this win, the kind of support that the BJP has, which just cuts across all communities, social strata, and in fact the BJP has created a new bloc of its own, if you would like, which is really about good governance and delivery. It's about ensuring that people's lives improve. It's about ensuring that the state progresses. There's a vision for the state. There's a vision for the country. There's an economic vision. There's a social vision. I don't think any government in the past has had this kind of a clarity around taking the country or their respective states to the next level, which the Prime Minister and several chief ministers of BJP under his leadership are doing.
Thank you very much, Amit Malviya, for joining us. Appreciate your thoughts, and this is Holi come early indeed, and best wishes. So thank you. Ravi Kishan now joins us. A big BJP face from the Purvanchal belt, and in Purvanchal the BJP has done very well. Ravi Kishan ji, I see you've got some gulal on already. लग रहा है कि होली अभी से शुरू हो गई जहाँ पे आप हैं.
Yeah. It's a big party time for all the people. Are happy because Vijay Maharaj ji, Yogi Adityanath ji, now he's become a local MLA, will turn by evening, by God willing, all chief minister. So big happiness, it's a big celebration because we're winning almost every seat in this Gorakhpur Mandal, jo hamari commissionery aati hai. So it's a big day, and I'm really thankful to the great देवतुल जनता जिन्होंने उन सारे बातों को नकार दिया जहां पर जात पात थी. जहाँ पे जिन्नावादी सोच थी, जहाँ पर ब्राह्मण नहीं है साथ, जाट नहीं है, किसान नहीं है साथ, उन सबको ध्वस्त कर दिया, फिनिश देम, किक देम आउट कंप्लीटली। विकास की राजनीति को माना, सुरक्षा व्यवस्था, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, मोदी जी का चेहरा, योगी जी के काम, उनकी कर्मठता, नो करप्शन, नो डॉट ऑन हिज कॉलर एट ऑल। एंड ये अब एजुकेटेड उत्तर प्रदेश हो गया, ये नया भारत का नया उत्तर प्रदेश हो गया। आई एम सो हैप्पी कि बच गया ये उत्तर प्रदेश। कहीं कोई गलती होती, कहीं जात पात में आता तो नाश हो गया होता। बिकॉज आई एम अ लोकल बॉय, मैं इसी मिट्टी का लड़का हूँ, तो मैं जानता हूँ कि व्हाट वी यूज्ड टू गो थ्रू, how we suffered here and how we have to run and look out for our identity. हम बॉम्बे गए तो so happy that it is a big day for
अच्छा, हमारे प्रोड्यूसर पीछे से कह रहे हैं कि रवि किशन जी को रिक्वेस्ट करो कि होली नजदीक है, इतनी बड़ी जीत हुई है, गुलाल आपके चेहरे पे, कुछ एक गाना गा के सुना दीजिए। इतनी बड़ी जीत पे आपको क्या गुनगुनाना है? रवि किशन जी, हो जाए कुछ।
Yeah. So everybody, the same Sapa was asking me यूपी में काबा, जो गाने का जहाँ से इलेक्शन चढ़ गया था, यूपी में काबा, then I said जे कबो न रहल उ अब्बा, जे कबो न रहल उ अब्बा, यूपी में सब बा, जेल में मुख्तार बा, कोरोना गईल हार बा, बिजली रेलम रेल बा, अनाज अनठेल बा, ना साइकिल ना हाथी ना हाथ बा, ना साइकिल ना हाथी ना हाथ बा, इवेर भैया हो माई हो, यूपी में योगी आदित्यनाथ बा। काहे की सब लोग कहने हैं कि काहे के कैसे हो, तो फगुआ बा, तो फगुआ सुन ला अखिलेश बाबू, ये रउआ खातिर एगो फगुआ बाटे, वो है कि 22 के ख्वाहिश छोड़ द बबुआ, अरे ढूंढा दोसर काम, जनता के मन भाई गईल बा, अरे योगी जी के काम। काहे कि दिल्ली में मोदी जी, यूपी में बाबा हो, यूपी में बाबा। अकल के आनहर पूछे यूपी में काबा, बोला राम। अच्छा, तो जनता हैज डिसाइडेड कि राम मंदिर बन रहा है, अब राम राज्य लाना है, जहाँ पे सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सब लोग।
अच्छा, मुझे एक चीज बताइए, आपने ये गाना गाया यूपी में काबा, एक यंग सिंगर है नेहा सिंह राठौर, जिसने जवाब दिया एकदम काउंटर, मतलब आपके गाने की हर लाइन को काउंटर करते हुए। और जो पोल का डेटा है वो ये रिफ्लेक्ट करता है कि युवाओं में 18 से 25 उम्र के युवाओं में बीजेपी और सपा में जो गैप है वो केवल 1% का है, बाकियों में से महिलाओं के बीच में 16% का है। ये जो नेहा का गाना था जो कि आपके काउंटर में वायरल हुआ, उसमें ये बात निकल के आई कि शायद युवा उतने प्रसन्न नहीं है जितने की बाकी कम्युनिटीज हैं, जितने की बाकी एज ग्रुप्स हैं। थोड़े जो ओल्ड लोग हैं उन्होंने ज्यादा आपको वोट दिया, लेकिन युवाओं में ज्यादा टक्कर हुई। आप आगे थे लेकिन मार्जिन बहुत कम था।
नो वो आपको पता चलेगा, युवा यूथ इज विद अस। अभी मेरे कार्यालय के नीचे पूरा यूथ खड़ा है, यूथ अपने आप को फ्यूचर देख रहा है। महिलाओं ने हम लोगों को बहुत वोट किया, यूथ भी हमारे साथ है। ऐसा नहीं, यूथ को पता है कि हमारा भविष्य यहाँ पर सुरक्षा व्यवस्था, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के साथ रहेगा। ये चीज़ों को लोगों ने खुद बदलते हुए देखा। 2000 से हम हर सभा में जाते थे, उनको यही बोलते थे 2017 के पहले का यूपी क्या था, एंड आई टू आस्क देम, तो लोग चिल्लाते थे। और बोला 2014 के पहले का यूपी क्या था, एंड नाउ इन 5 years क्या हुआ। So that everything I should just ask them, I should drop question to them only कि आप लोग बताइए, and उसके रिजल्ट, उसके रिटर्न में you seeing the result today। ये जो एक कहते हैं ना, एक मैसिव सी एक लहर जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में डबल इंजन की सरकार के लिए आए, मोदी योगी जी के लिए, वो उसी का कारण है। इट्स दी ऑनेस्टी। When you're honest, आपकी कथनी करनी में अंतर नहीं है, then you get this kind of result। जो आज चारों राज्यों में रुझान, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इतना प्रेम मिल रहा है, इतना आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है।
रवि किशन जी, since you are in the mood for songs, एक होली का गाना भी हो जाए। You see, you have यूपी का काबा तो एक गाना होता है। Your next song should be a nice holy song। Give us a celebratory song।
भाई चला
celebration।
22 के ख्वाहिश से छोड़ दो बबुआ, अरे ढूंढा। आज सेलिब्रेशन इज जोगिरा साहब, होली। अब मैं सेलिब्रेट में, यू हैव टू टेल योर टीम टू कम विथ मी ऑन द स्ट्रीट, बिकॉज आई विल बी लीविंग इन सम टाइम। और वहां पर मैं कुछ अपने रौद्र रूप में रहूंगा, देन ओनली, बिकॉज बाय सो यह कहा कि 22 के ख्वाहिश छोड़ दो बबुआ, और नजर न के करो। Celebration is going to be with my crowd. You love it. Because a lot of cover. See, everything is ready. Now you can imagine Let me show you.
अरे वाह!
देवतुल जनता.
What laddus are those?
And ऐसे कई किलो ready है.
किसके लड्डू है?
Those are घी का प्योर मोतीचूर का लड्डू. पूरा मोतीचूर का लड्डू. Big.
मोतीचूर का लड्डू या मोतीचूर का लड्डू?
This is going to be in kilos. ये पूरा और मोतीचूर का लड्डू. मोदी योगी चूर का लड्डू है. वेरी ट्रू. मोदी योगी चूर का लड्डू है जो आज पूरा उत्तर प्रदेश खाना चाह रहा है और कल सुबह से खाने लगेगा. और वही शांति के साथ आज ये सब रिलैक्स हो जाएगा. कल से एक नए उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए फिर एक नई लड़ाई और बहुत सुंदर एक उत्तर प्रदेश बनेगा 5 साल बाद और अच्छा सुंदर हो जाएगा. आई एम सो हैप्पी दैट ग्लैड यूपी ने अपने आप को बचा लिया. यूपी ने अपने भविष्य को बचा लिया. नहीं तो सब गुंडे, माफिया, गोली, दंगाई बाहर निकल जाते.
चलिए, let me leave you there, Ravi Kishan ji. I appreciate your joining us. Thanks very much. Just to say, I just spoke to a friend in Goa, and he said the BJP is unlikely to go below 18. This despite the fact, interestingly, Rahul, that at the moment our margin calculator is showing that there are as many as 21 seats in Goa where the margin is less than 1,000 votes. But he still thinks that the BJP will be 18 and therefore single largest. That's very clear.
We've heard from Navjot Singh Sidhu for the first time today. Sidhu tweeting moments before now to say the voice of the people is the voice of God. Humbly accept the mandate of the people of Punjab. Congratulations to the Aam Aadmi Party. Sherry on top on his Twitter handle. It's a bit of a mess if you're Navjot Singh Sidhu because he was the groom and then they decided not to make him the groom and then he didn't even have a horse to sit on, but he made a lot of noise and the whole Congress campaign in Punjab. And Harmeet Singh Shah joins us, and I told you, Harmeet, that the AAP is sweeping. When I came back, Harmeet said, nah, I've come from Punjab. And his Punjabi credentials are much stronger than mine. So I said, yeah, maybe he's got a point. But look at what's happened. 90 for the Aam Aadmi Party.
It's completely, I'm surprised, I'm shocked, I'm stunned. This verdict is indeed historic, but at the same time, I think this is, yes, and congratulations to you, you were right.
I have won a lunch bet.
Yes. Harmeet, I sit next to you.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you.
He has to get makki ki roti, sarson ka saag for the whole newsroom.
What do you think changed, Harmeet? Because you travelled more than anyone else there.
You see, it's an anti-Congress, anti-Akali vote. It's a vote of desperation. People have tried both parties and it's a vote of desperation and it's going to be a momentous challenge for Aam Aadmi Party now. People are telling Aam Aadmi Party, look, we have fixed the Akalis, we have fixed the Congress, so you better perform or perish. So this is the real message that the people of Punjab had delivered to Aam Aadmi Party. Yes. So it's not a crown, but a crown of thorns. And Aam Aadmi Party has to perform from day one.
That's one way of looking at it. The other is it's a great opportunity. You've got a clean slate. People are fed up with the Congress and the Akalis and they're saying, okay, we now repose our faith in you. You've got a full state. Unlike Delhi, which is a half state, Punjab is a full state. If their model, the Delhi model or the Kejriwal model, has some meat and has some juice, this is their opportunity, Preeti, to go out and prove it, to walk the talk.
Well, you know, Rahul, if you actually even look at it, the promises that the Aam Aadmi Party has made, you look at their manifesto, these are very, very tall promises that they've, made. Also, Punjab is a state which is in debt right now. You know, it's grossly in debt. Will Aam Aadmi Party come in and pull the state out of debt? And what is going to be their timeline of delivery of all those promises, right? From giving the free dole, which many look at as dole where women are concerned, free electricity. They've hit it out of the park in terms of freebies and promises. When will they deliver? What will be their timeline? How will it be governed?
It's not just a state in debt, it's a state in decline. 15 number in per capita income. True. Look at the quality of health facilities. Even on vaccination, Punjab was much slower than other states. Look at the quality of education. Look at the number of young from Punjab who are leaving. Look at unemployment levels today in Punjab. Look at the fact that even agriculture, as water levels go down, even agriculture is becoming a crisis. Let's the level of corruption at every level. Government being the large employer, not enough private enterprise. Arvind Kejriwal, and this is while he's won a big victory, the battle begins now, because in a way the Delhi model will now have to, which he claims will be much tougher to implement in a more complex state like Punjab. He's made a lot of promises. People have rewarded him, saying ek mauka Kejriwal ko, but can you deliver? If he does, it takes him to another level. So, you know, when people say Kejriwal is now the contender, I think if he builds on this and actually is able to give a turnaround story in Punjab, then yes. If he's not, And the worry that I have is that there will be center-state clashes. We've seen it in Delhi between an LG and Kejriwal. Imagine what happens if it is between the government in Chandigarh and in Delhi. Yes,
no, the other thing to note is, now nobody has any excuse for the parali burning in the capital. That pollution problem, Mr. Kejriwal, this is on you. Because earlier you could blame the farmers. You were saying, these farmers in Punjab, it comes from there. Now the AAP has no out. You have to fix the pollution problem.
And he's looking to come in Haryana, so we can't even blame Haryana.
One more thing here.
Yes.
And if you see, all tall leaders have lost. So it's a vote against feudal lords. So the feudal politics is over. So I'm saying it from day one that, when I went to Punjab, I found it that no ideology is going to matter here. People are talking about day-to-day issues. And that's what people are worried more about. They want jobs, they want to stay in Punjab, they don't want to go out, and there are a lot of frustration there is that I felt there. So people have voted against Akalis, people have voted against Congress. It's not pro-AAP vote, but it's more of anti-establishment vote that currently exists in Punjab.
I differ here. The only reason I differ here, where you say it's not a pro-AAP vote, yes, there's anti-incumbency, but on ground also, there's a lot of echo where the Delhi model is concerned. School banayenge, hospital banayenge. The Delhi model has caught the imagination of the people.
I think that was an oversell because most of the people in Punjab, they don't visit Delhi often. Even if they come to Delhi,
it's a Delhi dream. It's a Delhi dream that you've turned around the schools.
I don't
Delhi model.
Okay, 1 minute. Let's go. Just a minute. Let's go to Shehzad Poonawalla. He's been waiting patiently. He's a spokesperson of the BJP and another of those sharp new spokespersons that the BJP has, as active on social media as he is on TV, will quickly, of course, put out a statement, I'm sure, on social media about how he's got the anchors on the hop. But Shehzad Poonawalla, congratulations, big day to smile. What is your biggest takeaway? What do you think today's verdict has done? What do you, as a young BJP new recruit, believe that the BJP has achieved? You were in the Congress earlier. What's the big difference?
Rajdeep, thank you very much for inviting me. Rajdeep, the biggest takeaway I can see from these 5 state elections is the fact that in 4 places where the BJP had got an opportunity to serve the people, they have been repeated on the back of a pro-incumbency vote. And that too in states which traditionally don't usually give a pro-incumbency vote. For instance, Uttarakhand has had a history of changing governments every 5 years. Uttar Pradesh hadn't repeated a CM since last 37 years. Goa, we were in service of the people for the last years, and we are heading towards forming a government there.
Sir, sir, with due regard, Mr. Poonawalla, Goa should not be equated with the others. You are only winning because the opposition vote is badly fragmented. Actually, your vote share is not going up, and there is strong anti-incumbency, enough evidence. But go ahead. You are the _1 party. Today, you have every reason to celebrate.
I would disagree to the extent that in Goa, we were not the single largest party in 2017. Today, by any standard, we are the single largest party in Goa.
Good point.
We are now, we have, and look at what has happened to Congress party, Rajdeep. The Congress party, the CM in Punjab has lost from both seats. Their state president has lost. Priyanka Vadra invested so much time in Uttar Pradesh, and the Congress party invested so much resources and time in Punjab. What has come about that? The Congress party has reduced its vote share in Goa. The Congress party's CM face, or potential CM face, has lost in Uttarakhand. And at the back of that, and the Congress has not had a single government repeated in a big state, 2011 in Assam, if I'm not mistaken. Whereas the BJP, wherever it gets a chance to govern, because of the policies and the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the center, the pro-poor policies, a laundry list of these policies and schemes, and the implementation effectively done by the CMs, in the case of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath ji, in the case of Uttarakhand, Dami ji, because of their double-engine performance, the BJP has now become a party of performance, and this is a vote for performance. In Punjab, it is an anti-incumbency vote, and therefore you are seeing the Aam Aadmi Party come to power there. No problem with that. But you cannot discount the fact that in these 4 states, it is a pro-incumbency vote, a vote that traditionally was not a pro-incumbency vote. It is a new class of Labhartis and also a new class of people that reward performers. And Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi is the biggest brand ambassador of performance today. That is the biggest takeaway from these 5 state elections, because even in Punjab, we have increased our seat share and we have now become a Vistarwadi party in Punjab and a Vapsi Wali party in the remaining 4 states.
Fair enough. And I think, In that sense, this is an election where the BJP can justly claim there is pro-incumbency. Uttar Pradesh being the prime example. In Goa, as I said, you could argue that there has been fragmentation of the opposition vote that has helped. There's one very interesting seat, and Aam Aadmi Party should answer, Naveli. The BJP has won by 33 votes. The TMC was there, the Congress was there, my AAP was there. 33 votes is what they are winning Naveli by. So Goa is an exception, an outlier in that sense, but there is no doubt today is the BJP's big day. Today is the day where the BJP has shown it can create pro-incumbency, particularly through schemes like Labharti. Yes, Dr.
Just a small point on Goa.
Yes.
If you look at the seat change as the counting is going on, there is not much seat change when it comes to BJP. BJP has, for the last hour and a half, retained itself at 18. The mixing is happening among the other parties. The Congress is going down, the TMC or the others are getting more seats. But the BJP is consistent at 18. So
yeah, that's, you know, my friend who's a local channel head is saying that he doesn't expect the BJP to go below 18. I asked him, will Pramod Sawant stay as Chief Minister? That he said, I don't know. Because I think the Chief Ministerial battle could still be fought in Goa because the MGP may be needed at 18. At 18, you will need those 4 others include 2 Congress rebels. One interesting, Revolutionary Goans Party. This is a party that was just set up a year and a half ago. Manoj Parab, the leader, brands himself as he won't call it, but Goa's answer to Raj Thackeray. Says Goa must be for Goenkas, must be for Goans. Young party, most of the leaders, 35-40 age group, they're leading in 1 seat. There is a mood in Goa for change, no doubt. But the fact is, change has got completely split in that state. In the other states where the BJP is leading, it's a pro-incumbency vote. Rakesh Sinha ji, you wanted to say something when I interrupted. Sorry.
No, I think as far as Punjab is concerned, the people have decided to go for a new experiment. But I don't think that that will fulfill the national ambition of Kejriwal because he lacks the all India vision. What about the UP? So just see the UP's election is not merely the victory of one party and against another party. It is the victory of an alternative ideology which has been emerging under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He consolidated. What is the difference between during the Jansang days and pre-Modi era that we have been always in a diluted form speaking about the cultural nationalism. Prime Minister Modi stressed that this is the cultural nationalism. This cultural nationalism is consistent with the constitution. So the propaganda, perceptions, everything have been demolished by Prime Minister Modi single-handedly, despite the polarization against him at the intellectual level, even after the...
you praise Mr. Modi so much, I think you will get your Rajya Sabha secretary.
No.
Don't worry.
It's not for the Rajya Sabha or
No,
Lok
but
Sabha.
he's worthy of praise.
Of course he is.
Given the quantum of the victory,
today he is, no doubt. And I believe it's Mr. I would say
7 years into his second term.
I would say it's Mr. Modi's victory. This is a huge day for Mr. Modi. If on the back of all that has happened in the last 1 year, Mehngai, Berozgari, COVID, you can still pull up a victory like this. Remarkable.
That people don't expect perfection. They're not expecting that everything will get fixed. They're expecting hard work and effort and
emotional
dedication.
connect. Emotional connect also.
Emotional connect built on hard work and dedication.
Can I ask you one thing? You did a Jab We Met with Keshav Prasad Maurya. You and he did a dupki also together. Ab wo har raha hai 8,482
So why are you blaming me?
I want to understand from you. What is this? Keshav Prasad Maurya, Deputy Chief Minister.
Even
the tallest OBC. So imagine, this is a result where we are saying pro-incumbency.
I'm wondering only why Rajdeep is asking me.
But
it's
even
like I lost my seat. I didn't. I just did a
Rahul Kanwal is going diving with Rahul Gandhi, went for a dupki with Keshav Prasad Maurya. What explains this? At the moment,
I must tell you, he was quite scandalized. I jumped off the boat, went swimming in the Ganga right in the middle of the water. They were a bit scandalized over whether this guy coming back or not. But yes, Preeti.
But even in your interview, Keshav Prasad Maurya didn't say that Yogi Adityanath is going to be the next CM face. The fault lines were very clear even in that interview.
No, but I think Yogi Adityanath ji, in the way that he's winning right now, establishes that A, he was the right choice in 2017, and B, more importantly, that he is the undisputed choice as Chief Minister. Remember, unlike say a Devendra Fadnavis or even to some extent Vasundhara Raje Scindia, Yogi Adityanath, because of his personality and because of the connect he's been able to build, is a force in his own right. You can't take that away. Just the manner in which he is. He's not a pushover Chief Minister. He's not some...
To answer the main question.
Which is?
Why is he losing?
Yeah, why is he losing? Because, and I'll tell you, there's a story there. because I think, look at the he's contesting. Let's look at where Keshav Prasad Maurya is on our large UP map that we have. Here he is. And this is a constituency which is worth interesting, it's worth seeing because he is losing at the moment in this constituency to Pallavi Patel, sister of Anupriya Patel, minister in the Modi government. Remember, the Apna Dal has split into two factions. Now, the part of the Kurmi vote, at least here, seems to have gone to Pallavi Patel. So you've got a non-Yadav OBC taking on another non-Yadav OBC, a Kurmi taking on a Maurya, and you've got the Kurmi leader Pallavi Patel winning. So, had this happened across the state, Akhilesh Yadav would have had a much better day, but it's not turned out. It never turns out that way. But this is an interesting seat to observe. I thought we should look at some of the other interesting seats. Siddharth Nath Singh, often seen on TV, Allahabad, leading at the moment, yes, by a substantial margin from Allahabad. Let's take a look at who he's contesting against.
Can we go across to Dr. Pramod Sawant, the BJP's Chief Minister in Goa, he's speaking BJP at 18 seats. Let's listen to him.
100% बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म करेगा। इंडिपेंडेंट को साथ ले रहे हैं, एमजीपी को साथ ले रहे हैं।
In Goa. So I would not go that far to say that he will certainly be the next chief minister, but yes, you could argue that he's in pole position. I just thought I wanted to look at this factor of these non-Yadav OBCs, how have they done? This is Arvind Rajbhar. This is the son, remember, of Om Prakash Rajbhar, who leads the SBSP. He is trailing. So a number of these so-called non-Yadav OBCs who joined the Samajwadi Party or were allies of the Samajwadi Party are not doing as well as their leaders are. Let me go to more VIPs at the moment. Let's take a look at some of the other interesting candidates. Sanjay Singh, are we surprised? But that's, that's an interesting thing. I think he's switched to the BJP.
Yeah,
so not everybody who switches to the party wins necessarily.
Aditi Singh is winning, but he's trailing.
Okay, let me go back to, here we are. Shrikant Sharma was a minister in the government. He's leading from Mathura. Again, Shrikant Sharma. This one interesting because I think this will tell you Shivpal Singh Yadav. Waves come and waves go. There are some people who have their bastions. So the Samajwadi Party retaining all their bastion seats, Rahul, and I think that's significant. They've not been able to grow beyond, especially in Purvanchal, and the setback they got really was Western UP. I thought Sangeet Som, Preeti, you will know him well. Muzaffarnagar riots was a controversial figure at the time.
He's trailing. Trailing now. Oh, he
is trailing at the moment, and by a substantial margin, it seems, at the moment. Let's just look at the margin at the moment that he's having.
Sanjeev Balyan had to literally camp in Sangeet Som's constituency.
Sorry, it's a very close race at the moment.
It's a close race, and it was touted to be a close race. Sanjeev Balyan was camping in Sangeet Som's constituency to actually galvanize the Jats in favor of him. It was a tight contest in his constituency.
And if you want to know what polarization and non-polarization, how polarization works, take a look at this seat, Kairana. Because it became the center for the so-called Hindu-Muslim battle of Western UP. And here you've got Nahid Hassan, who's in jail. He may have got the Muslim vote. Kairana has a 30% Muslim population, but there is a counter polarization that also takes place, and he is trailing at the moment. So that, in a sense, is a message somewhere. Raghuraj Pratap Singh, Raja Bhaiya, once took me to his crocodile farm.
I was
many
in
years ago.
There is no crocodile farm, Rajdeep. This is an urban myth. He has a pond. He has a big lake kind of pond.
I thought it would be
there is no crocodile over there. Did you see a crocodile?
I'll tell you what. I had seen a picture. Then? So I went, this is mid-1990s.
He's got ferocious dogs.
I said, "Mujhe ye crocodile farm dekhna hai." So he took me. There was a farm. Unfortunately, a pond, no crocodiles in it.
It's a beautiful pond. You can go for a run around.
Kidhar hai? He said, "Ye aap logon ne mere naam par laga diya ki mera crocodile farm hai." So there was this myth of the crocodile farm.
He has beautiful horses at that farm.
He had horses. He had dogs.
He's a very good rider.
Large dogs and all.
Very ferocious dogs.
But I was in Pratapgarh, Rajdeep, and the funniest thing is the people there, the allegiance to Raja Bhaiya is so strong that they said, यहाँ पर तो 402 सीटों का चुनाव हो रहा है क्योंकि एक तो राजा भैया जीत चुके हैं।
दुनिया बदलेगी. There should be a full Netflix series on Raja Bhaiya. Is there any one last person that we can go to? That
Sanjay Singh Amethi.
Azam Khan. Is Azam Khan somewhere in our list at the moment?
He's winning.
Mohammad Azam Khan.
Mohammad Azam Khan, old friend, once took me to the forced me to come and filed a breach of privilege motion. I had to appear in front of the UP Assembly. He said, "Aapko humiliate karenge." Netas are the same everywhere. ये इनका कोई ये नहीं होता ना बाप ना भैया. Azam Khan is leading. He's leading in his constituency, not unexpected.
But he's very strong in Rampur.
Very strong in his own. Who do you want to know? Ajay Singh Lallu, the head of the Congress. Lallu साहब कहाँ हैं? हैं हमारे चार्ट पे कहीं? Ajay Singh Lallu, we seem to have ignored the Congress. This is the state of the Congress. We've ignored their party president.
P.L. Punia's son is leading. P.L. Punia's son is leading in Barabanki.
So he's one of the few Congress leaders.
He's leading right now.
One of the few Congress candidates who's leading at the moment. Is there anything?
Azad is losing deposit.
Yes, let's look at this. You know, and this tells you the story. Chandrasekhar, who pits himself as a potential Dalit face of the future.
He has got
what is happening there? Remember, but he's taken on Yogi Adityanath. He's taken on Yogi Adityanath, and you know, you've got to give him credit. He's trying to build his party.
But it is a missed opportunity both for Chandrasekhar Azad Ravan and for...
Dhami is trailing in Uttarakhand. Dhami is trailing in Uttarakhand.
It was a missed opportunity.
Chandrasekhar Azad has all of 1,386 votes at the moment.
But he was a genius in his own head. See, he decided that he is the replacement of Mayawati.
Yes.
Some of these young upstarts, because of the raucous crowd that they have around them, are convinced of their own legend, and he's built up that legend in his head.
Sure.
But Rahul, to be fair, he's popular.
He is.
He's popular.
But popularity
Both are trailing.
is contextual. If he'd fought, say, 5 or 6, 7 seats around Saharanpur, which is where he comes from, he would have helped Akhilesh Yadav. Symbolically, some of the Jata votes may have gone to the SP alliance.
But he only wanted 3 seats. Akhilesh didn't even give him those 3 seats.
No, he wanted 10 plus seats. What Akhilesh says, that he wanted 10 plus seats and he was being unreasonable. 3 to 4 seats Akhilesh was willing to give him.
Okay, let's look. We've not looked enough at Manipur, where it's a clear victory, and hopefully we'll be able to focus on Manipur later. But Goa is the only state where the verdict is still not there. And what makes Goa fascinating is this. Because when I look at margins, less than 100. Are there any seats less than 100 in Goa?
No, but you know,
yes,
Rajdeep, AAP has won 2 seats in Goa now.
Yes, but there are 5 seats in Goa where the margin is less than 100. 5 seats, margin less than 100 out of 40. Less than 500. There are 7, 10, 11, 13 seats in Goa where the margin is less than 500. Are there seats less than 1,000? Of course there are. 8, 5, 13, 16, 18, 22. Think about it. 40-member assembly, 22 seats, margin is less than 1,000. It is a nightmare to predict a Goa election, which is why out of all the elections, the only one, Rahul, where Pradeep Gupta may have got it slightly wrong because he picked the
Congress. It's within his region.
He will say within the range, but I would say that the one state where we could argue that the exit poll, and most exit polls predicted this, that the Congress will be slightly ahead of the BJP. It's turning out that the BJP is ahead of the Congress. But game on. I don't know how many rounds are over, but when the margins of 6 seats are less than 100.
Some of those seats are 20,000 voters in your state. It's a very small, it's like a municipal election, Rajdeep.
Dekho, yahi Rahul Kanwal is from Punjab
election.
And calls Goa a municipality.
No, I love Goa, you know, it's my retirement plan, so I don't mean it bad.
Whenever I go to Goa, he says, "Mere liye zameen dilwa do." That he wants a place where he can go diving, where he can do all these things, the lovely parts of Goa. But look, this is what makes Goa a transactional state, because when the margins are 100,
is going to be giving it back all through the day today.
Both the chief minister candidates are trailing.
Yeah,
so
both
Pushkar Dhami and Harish Rawat.
Both are trailing.
Dhami is also trailing.
Good.
Okay, I want to play out this one clip of an interview that Preeti Shweta did with Arvind Kejriwal at the Punjab Panchayat, where Kejriwal very confidently declared that all these senior leaders would lose, including the chief minister losing on both his seats, and AAP would sweep, which is kind of what's happened. So let's show you first what Kejriwal did, and Preeti has that note she got from the Delhi chief minister. Here is one of the big heroes of today, Arvind Kejriwal.
अब तो मैंने लिख के भी दे
दिया। क्या लिख के दिया है आपने?
चन्नी साहब दोनों सीटों से हार रहे हैं।
तो हमें भी लिख के दे दीजिए।
नहीं, एक बार लिख दिया, चलो।
और लहर अगर आ रही है तो
लो लिखो।
कागज दीजिए, कोई है कागज वहाँ पर?
कागज दे दो।
और अगर लहर आ रही है तो ये भी लिख के दे दीजिए कितनी सीटें आ रही है।
नहीं, सीटें कितनी की नहीं, मैं बात ये करो, एक और लिख के दूंगा मैं।
चलो जरूर।
नहीं वो भी मैं लिख के दे रहा हूँ
सुपर सीएम
नहीं लिख के दे दो क्या लिख रहा है सर साथ में बोलते जाओ चन्नी साहब दोनों सीटें हार रहे हैं
और आम आदमी पार्टी कितनी सीटें जीत रही है
साइन कर सीटों से अच्छा एक और चीज है कल चन्नी साहब ने कहा था कि भगवंत मान जी धुरी से कितने वोटों से आ रहे हैं 20,000 कह रहे थे आज मैं अभी धुरी होके आ रहा हूँ धुरी से सीधा आपके प्रोग्राम में आ रहा हूँ कम से कम 51,000 वोटों से भगवंत मान जीतेंगे ये भी लिख के दे रहे हैं
Preeti, you carried that note along with you to the studio.
This is gold today. But whatever he said, and right now if you're looking, at the figures coming in, so 3 points he told us, then I'll just hold it out. This was the note that Arvind Kejriwal wrote for us on his last interview. And he said before, of course, the polling on the 20th of February, he said, Channi Sahab, दोनों सीटों से हार रहे हैं, अभी तक तो हार ही रहे हैं, ट्रेल कर रहे हैं. Then he said, Bhagwant Dhuri se 51,000 votons se jeetenge. The margin hasn't come in yet, so we don't know. But yes, definitely Bhagwant is leading. And lastly, Badal Parivar 5 seaton se haar raha hai till now. All 5 seats
there
of the
is some
Badal
history.
And since we are talking about AAP, breaking news, AAP has now officially won its first seat in Goa.
Two seats.
Captain Venzi Vegas wins Benaulim, and now they've won their second seat. Engineer Cruz Silva wins Valley. Both AAP candidates have defeated political giants, including Churchill, Alemao. Remember, this is what the story is. These are both South Goa. Beautiful part, Benaulim. The best beaches that you'll get are in Benaulim. So if you're buying that land, think about Benaulim.
But Rajdeep, the Aam Aadmi Party...
Achha, you want to go close to Mopa. But just a minute. But both these seats, large Catholic population. So what's actually happened, the Catholic vote has chosen who they want, and it's a good sign. Why should the Congress believe it has the divine right that the Catholics will only vote for them? Other parties have come, offered probably better candidates. Why should Churchill Alemao think that the voters of Benaulim will only vote for him? They've chosen a younger person. Now, had they won these 2 seats, they would be 14. This is how things change in politics. The Congress has to realize that they do not have the divine right to a particular vote bank. That same vote bank went to the BJP during Manohar Parrikar's time, has left the BJP and has now got split in 4 ways.
It's similar to what happened in Delhi, where in the first election, Aam Aadmi Party did well, but not enough to be able to form the government by itself. And the second time, they just swept. And that's the threat, Rakesh Sinha, from the BJP's perspective, that if they've done this over 8 years in a medium-term horizon or a long-term horizon, Kejriwal is showing the ability, the appetite, the hunger and the determination to want to grow. Much more hunger to grow than the Congress is showing.
I don't find any challenge from the Aam Aadmi Party in future. One Saleh does not make the summer. He won the election in Punjab, but that was a contextual victory of Aam Aadmi Party. And we all knew that the Aam Aadmi Party is leading.
Okay, I'm told that the breaking news at this moment is that Pradeep Gupta has reached the India Today Mediaplex. He'll be here with us in just a moment. Rajdeep's put on his dancing shoe. We're very, very close to the exact exit poll. Remember, as far as polling goes, it can't get better than this. We predicted that AAP would sweep Punjab. It has. We predicted that BJP would sweep. I spoke to some of the senior-most BJP leaders. Don't want to name anyone, but even they were talking about 230, 240, 250. This is much more than the BJP was saying, which they thought would be the end outcome. So this is phenomenal as far as psephology, polling, data science is concerned. We predicted a BJP sweep in Manipur, which is exactly what's happened. We said, despite everybody else, including some in the BJP thinking that the BJP would trail in Uttarakhand, we said that the BJP would be comfortably placed in Uttarakhand, which is exactly what's happened. And then in Goa, okay, so that's within the range, directionally complicated state, but 18-12. But give him some credit. He's now, I'm told, on the way to the Mediaplex, and he's in the Mediaplex on the way to our studio. So we'll have Pradeep Gupta with us in just a moment. In some senses, Sandeep Shastri, redemption and vindication.
I think, as you said, some of the key states, the exit poll has been bang on target. And I think even yesterday, Pradeep ji conceded that Goa was a challenge because of the tight fight. And there may have been a small difference in terms of what the exit poll said and what the results seem to be indicating. Though, of course, in Goa, still the fight is on and we don't know where it would finally end at
No, I think it's pretty certain. I think now I'm getting numbers which suggest. You see,
just a small point. In Goa, election is significant for BJP because this is post-Parrikar election.
Sure.
Parrikar has tallest personality in Goa.
So half the BJP candidates in Goa have shady reputations and dubious backgrounds, and look at the kind of criminal cases they have. So it's not
I'm just giving that the leadership of Parrikar and post-Parrikar election, the BJP has consolidated its position in Goa. That is the.
No, I'll give you the vote share, and it's very interesting. The BJP is virtually at an identical vote share what they got last time, 33. The Congress has fallen to 23, and who's taken that vote? AAP has got 5.37%. Trinamool Congress, AAP has got 7%. Trinamool Congress has got 5%. So the two parties.
No, it is
No, MGP is separate. MGP has got 8.13%. So MGP was expected to do well. MGP has got 8.13%, Trinamool Congress 5.37%, AAP 7.07%. Clearly the anti-BJP vote has got divided. People are looking for options to the Congress. And that is a question that...
The bulk of the vote transfer from the Congress has gone to the others, which is
Can
21.
I for a moment look at Manipur, just for a moment, because I think and Rajat is with us, who's worked with the Manipur Chief Minister. Biren Singh, former footballer, played for BSF, said his greatest moment in life was not becoming Chief Minister, but winning the Durand Cup. Defeating East Bengal or Mohan Bagan, one of them in the Durand Cup, he said was the greatest moment of my life. Was a fullback. Well, he's proved to be quite a fullback this time, because what you've got is the BJP as of now, Rajat, leading in 32 out of 60. This is history. The party never won a majority in Manipur. We tend to ignore the state of Manipur. The Congress down to just 6. The mighty Congress, Rahul, which won 15 years in a row under Ibobi Singh, down to 6. Others 22, and those others include Congress, Sangmas, NPP. Yes.
I think this is where what Rahul Kamal was mentioning earlier in the morning, that you can campaign in poetry, but you have to govern in prose. What Biren Singh, he's son of the soil, he's been an ex-editor. He's really fought for the causes of the Manipur people, and he ensured some seemingly impossible things. He delivered those. He delivered ILP. Inner line permit was something which was so sacrosanct for the people of Manipur, because they believed that protecting these real micro-minorities of India through some level of constitutional safeguard, which only perhaps the BJP could give.
He was an ex-congressman. He left the Congress 3 months before the 2017 elections.
It was exactly on these grounds that Chief Minister Biren Singh, he felt that Congress, in spite of being in power in centre and in the state, was not delivering on the fundamental issues that concern the people of Manipur and the Meitei community, which was ILP, which was dealing with AFSPA.
As you travel through the northeast, and we had a couple of opportunities to travel, the one thing that you pick up is that corruption is much lesser. Money was always going from the centre to the northeast, never effectively deployed and channelized. Now, in better road, infrastructure, you can actually see the money from Delhi being put to good use in the northeast. Aviation connections, airports, roadways, far better, in a way that the BJP now dominates the northeast in states where it was virtually non-existent a few years ago.
I think the reason behind it is that there was a transactional relationship between the leadership in the northeast and the leadership in Delhi. They felt that paisa de diya, wahan pe leader aayenge, they'll fill the kitty of the national leaders here, and that's it. What BJP did was that they made it a point that these ministers in centre actually travel to these states.
And I think Gupta is here. That's the moment.
Pradeep Gupta about to come in his new jacket that he just bought from Connaught Place. So he's coming on his way. Pradeep, has he been mic'd up? Have we mic'd up the man? Okay, we'll wait to mic him up. In the meantime, the BJP at 273 in UP, which is an enormous victory for the BJP. Not quite 300 yet, as I said. They're probably going to fall short of that magic number, but it's still a huge... So it's a loss of 51.
Your friend Patricia Mukhin sent me a message. That
yes, my friend. Okay. Yes, she is my friend.
She's also my friend. After her advice, I adopted a village in Manipur,
yes,
Meghalaya. She said that why don't you discuss Manipur in length, because the election result in Manipur is very significant now. We should not neglect Northeast just as a footnotes in the election discussion.
No, we've done more discussion on
what I think in Manipur, northeastern states.
Chalo, I'll do it for you to make you feel.
Just let me.
Sinha Sahab, aapne bada acha bola hai. I know what all these websites will do. But go ahead in the meantime.
Look, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited 40 times in northeastern states. 40, more than 40. And
in the last 7 years,
most of the cabinet ministers have visited northeastern states frequently. That is not for the vote only.
I'll add, even in the campaign, let me tell you, Amit Shah ji went 4 times, Nadda ji went 7 times.
And Northeastern Council has been working very handsomely.
No, I agree. In fact, I was once asked what are Mr. Modi's achievements, top 3, and one of them I said the outreach to the northeast. And I do believe that that's worked. Let's look at regions, outer and inner Manipur. Now, if you want to understand, and Rajat will know better, outer Manipur is basically the hill areas. Here the BJP has got 9, others 12. Now there are those who believe the BJP has made compromises with some of the militant groups there to win elections, but it has brought peace to the area, no doubt about it. Inner Manipur is of course the area around Imphal, and that's been swept, the Meitei dominated areas, 23 to the BJP, the Congress winning just 6 and others are at 10. Let's take a look at the seats, because I want to look at alliances. There were alliances that were there, the Congress, BJP, others. If I can look party-wise, the only reason I wanted to look at this party-wise is because some of the small parties included Conrad Sangma's NPP. As you can see, the BJP well ahead of the others. Just a quick look at the VIP. Just one last thing, Rahul. Let's see what Ibobi Singh, Okram Ibobi Singh is a 3-time Chief Minister. He is leading in his constituency. What about N. Biren Singh, Chief Minister, who's likely now to position himself to become Chief Minister again? Is he winning?
He's leading.
Sure he is. So therefore, you've got the incumbents there leading. And in a way, Joy Kumar Singh, he's the leader of the NPP. He's trailing. So that's a big setback to Conrad's party. He hoped to play kingmaker. And that's not happening.
Can we just get the election intelligence dashboard to go down back into the ground, please? And can we cut to the long camera?
Konark Sangma is interested not in the seats, but in the votes. So that a status of national party should remain intact.
Right. Okay, there's a big moment coming up. Can we have everyone's attention, please, as I now want to call into the India Today newsroom the man of the moment. You know, of course, there's Yogi Adityanath, there's Arvind Kejriwal, Bhagwant Mann, the Prime Minister himself leading the charge for the BJP, a huge moment for him and his party. But our man of the moment, Pradeep Gupta. Can we have a round of applause, please, as we call Pradeep to the studio. This is quite phenomenal.
New jacket also.
To have been able to pull off the victory in the way that he has.
I've been working for...
You've got Dawn music playing for you. Kahan se aaya main hu Dawn. Kya baat?
Let me answer first to Rajdeep about my jacket.
Yes.
It is sponsored by Raymond. I have been supplying them the packaging material about from since last 20 years.
He's now doing a commercial gig also.
They said, Pradeep, nothing doing. You don't buy, but we will give you. I said, fine, de do.
So like Shah Rukh Khan and Salman have brand endorsements.
Can I ask my producer to raise the music level? Something wrong with my audio.
Do you hear the music?
Don't tell me, don't.
Come on, you promised that you will Rajdeep will dance. Come on.
I'll tell you.
Embarrassing. Preeti is embarrassed. Let's see your moves,
Rajdeep, my problem is that since last time BJP walas are saying you are only dancing when AAP is winning, and this time
now BJP is won. Where is AAP won?
BJP has won. Let me see your best move.
Come on, Pradeep. He's been practicing. I'm telling you he's practicing. Oh my God.
That's Pradeep's move.
Rajdeep, where's yours? Rajdeep also got the Good luck.
I can't match Pradeep.
Who's the better dancer? Preeti, who turned out to be the better dancer?
He's a natural dancer.
Join in, Rahul.
Come on, now join us.
I have 2 left feet.
Rahul is going diving with Rahul Gandhi.
Yeah, I'm running.
But you are dancing for BJP victory or AAP victory?
I am dancing. 1 minute. 1 minute. You must listen to my answer.
Yes.
I am dancing because Pradeep Gupta, who got it wrong in Bengal, has proved that a good pollster may have a bad election, but will always have a good day around the corner. You've done fantastically well. Most of your polls, except for my state of Goa, are bang on.
Goa also we have given BJP as high as 18 and it is 18 at this point of time. That let's
No, but look at what's at
we
play.
have given 18.
So I am dancing in case you want to know why. Because I think pollsters deserve a lot of credit. We get a lot of flack when they get it wrong, when they get it right, and we go through a lot of tension. That's why I'm dancing for you. But you are the man of the match.
But let me...
Now he's starting to cry.
Now he's
Why are
going
you
to cry.
getting emotional? Come on, Pradeep. What's there to cry in this? Well done. Good
No,
job.
because he was under a lot of tension.
He was.
This time, you know, he told me when I sent him a message on Saturday, he said, "Is baar mujhe phone dada karna mat until 6 o'clock on the exit poll day." Right or wrong? Right or wrong?
I must reveal to our viewers that Pradeep is now part of a Harvard Business School case study on polling, and he has a flight booked to Boston. And if he got it wrong, he said, "Main nahi jaunga." So there's a lot at stake personally and professionally. Everyone who's watching, if he got it wrong, he said, "Main jaunga hi nahi."
But you agree there was a lot of tension. Was this a difficult...
You can see the tension is still on his face.
Because of what happened in Bengal in particular, were you under tension?
I mean, Rajdeep, we also, like in cricketing term, every election is a series for us. Every election is a series for us. And you try, you play, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and you learn from the mistakes and moves on.
No, it also shows, Rajdeep, how if networks put data analytics and research as a priority and actually allow for good polling, scientific polling, not jiggery pokery coming out of a black box, but scientific polling, 49 times out of 53, you get it right. Or if you add actually, if you see right now what's happening, and Pradeep predicted a sweep for the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab. Everyone else was confused. All the Punjab reporters were confused. They said, nahi, hung hai ji, hung hai ji, hung hai. They can't win. We predicted that AAP would win in Punjab, they have. We predicted that BJP would sweep Uttar Pradesh, and which is exactly what has happened. And more so than what the BJP themselves were thinking. BJP was thinking 220, 230, 240. We said it's much bigger, which is exactly how it's shaped up.
What I do believe, and I think viewers need to recognize this, I had the privilege of working with the great Prannoy Roy in the days when index of opposition unity was the basis for psephology. Then we had the era where the likes of Yogendra Yadav did a lot of social studies along with the number crunching. And now we've got Pradeep, who's taken it to another level, I believe, by actually going to every constituency. From random sampling, we've gone to every constituency. Pradeep will correct me if I'm wrong, that even in a state like Goa, when there are 40 constituencies small, he's gone and has the courage. I would never have the courage of predicting Goa. I was pretty certain in Goa that, you know, it's not easy to predict an election there.
No, but look at a small state like Manipur as well.
Outstanding.
He's predicted that in Manipur, the BJP would do well. He predicted that the...
No, not just well. He gave them 32 to 38. They've got 33.
And in Uttarakhand too, that the BJP would be between 36 and 46. When it comes to polling, when it comes to analytics on a seat-by-seat basis, this takes serious talent.
Which was the most difficult state for you this time?
This time was Uttarakhand.
Uttarakhand.
Why?
Why? Sorry.
Hills and plain. There is a fight between hills and plain. It is difficult.
Garhwal versus Kumaon.
Yeah, and it is difficult to find respondent in hilly areas, and they are in in hills with 2, 3, 5 households. You go there and they are not willing to talk to you, and then you come empty hands.
And then you've got to go to another
area, and it takes a lot of time.
Right.
It takes a lot of time. 10 kilometers, 10, 20 kilometers take 2 to 3 hours.
Why has the BJP done better in Uttar Pradesh than most BJP people were thinking?
The 3 things, as I've been telling, the ration, when we say ration, is just the terminology we use, but it's the welfare schemes, the delivery of welfare schemes of particularly Modi government from central, and law and order situation in better law and order in Uttar Pradesh of Yogi government. So we say ration prashashan, and the biggest beneficiary demographically, the chunk of women, which contributes 50%.
You caught that trend, which was significant. The fact that women were voting for the BJP much more than men were. That's one of the reasons why the BJP is won as big as it has.
And very important thing I want to tell everybody, the viewers, the analysts over here, you, everybody, you will find all 5 states, this time our vote share is matching bang on. Vote share now not going to change. Seats may go here and there by the evening, bang on. And in all smaller parties also, seat by seat also, you will find this time our accuracy going to be more than 90%.
More than 90%?
90% seat by seat. I am telling you. In
And
Punjab,
I think what has happened, and this is where, you know, it's like, since we use cricket analogies so much, you may get out once, you get out twice to the same shot, then you make sure that you don't get out at least to the same shot. In Pradeep's case, it is the woman voter. He will remember in Bihar, we had a conversation and I believed he hadn't polled women enough. He went to Bengal, possibly made the same mistake that the women underpolled, the fear factor could have been there, and that meant that his Bengal polled right. This time he went specifically, addressed that woman factor, and has actually been able to gauge the sentiments of women. If there is one running theme, Rahul, through all these states, we will find it in a post-poll. Women have outpolled men, not just in percentage term, but also in how much they voted for the BJP.
Since we work so closely with Pradeep, I'll let you into a secret. This is the weakness in his model. So if you're looking at where he gets it right and what could potentially go wrong, I don't know if Pradeep wants me to say this on TV or not, but it's important because, as I said, it's not black magic or jigri pokri or some kind of a satta. This is serious science. The weakness is, if it's a two-phase election, or say a three-phase election, and he's expected to put out his predictions right after the last phase gets over, which is what, say, a TV channel would want, and the vote share on which the projection is being done is less than the actual vote share. Sometimes, for example, you're told at 5 p.m. that the vote share will be 62%, so you say it will be 64 because you assume it will go up a little bit, but in the end, if it ends up, say, above 71, as it does in some cases, then there's a 5 or 6% gap between the base on which the prediction is made and the actual voting percentage at which polling ended. And therefore, in that 6%, if the trend is different from the trend line in the sample data, there could be a change, which is where that model can potentially go wrong. So I don't know what the immediate answer is because television requires results to be put out immediately, but that is potentially where the model that he's built with so much effort could unravel.
I thought Pradeep today gave us an interesting insight because on Uttarakhand, you know, we look at a state, these are constituencies that are small but very spread out. To go to a hill station, say 5,000 meters up, find only 2 families, then look for another is very, very difficult. Pradeep, you are getting emotional. Kabhi kabhi rona chahiye. Pushpa, I hate tears. Pradeep, I hate tears. But you know, tell me the pressures. When you get it wrong, people say, "Are Pradeep Gupta ne big kiya ye wo." You've heard that, we've heard it. Today, therefore, those tears must be coming from that. This feeling that, look, I try to do a professional job. Sometimes I get it right. More often than not, I get it right.
Sometimes 90% you get it right, Rajdeep.
Am I correct?
Not
Is
sometimes.
That, you know, it's not easy. Have you ever thought कि यार कुछ और करते हैं?
You're going to make him cry now.
अरे वो रो रहा है, मैं उसको रुलवाऊंगा. No, because I know what he went through. I rang him up, Preeti, on Saturday ahead of the exit poll, and he said, "Dada, आज छोड़ दो." Because he didn't want to get under any pressure of what the numbers could be. Pradeep, you want to tell us what it's been the last few days like?
Very difficult. In fact,
here.
You know, I was just looking at Pradeep's, the exit poll accuracy is 93%. So if you look at since the time we started polling with Pradeep, 93% of the time he gets it right. He just said that of the seat-by-seat analysis that he's doing, in 90% of the seats, he's right. That is just phenomenal accuracy. Itna kyun ro rahe ho, bhai?
Will there be a news game?
So he's got like celebrity brand endorsements. Companies are saying, "Mere kapde pehen ke jao." This is not bad. You got a good thing going, Pradeep.
yes, I mean, last 1 month was been very difficult. In fact, I've been telling everybody that this election is
because 19. Is it 19?
Going to be turning point for me.
Were you serious that if you got it wrong, you would have stopped polling?
Yes.
Yeah, मेरे को लगा आपने emotion में ही बोल दिया ऐसे.
No. I mean, if you cannot get right, then what's the point? What's the point? If you are doing and delivering something, and if your product doesn't have the credibility and two, the quality, then what's the point?
No, and extra pressure because there's a Harvard Business School case study going. He's the object of the case study, and then if you get it wrong, then everybody's also pulling your leg, and it makes it that much.
So Harvard Business School is teaching the students how polling should be done, how forecasting should be made, how prediction should be, And if you go back of it wrong, then what's the point? We are teaching students the wrong thing. That's the pressure.
But also for those who study polling, his is not a random sample poll. He's looking at areas, Sandeep Shastri, and that's the difference between what you do at CSDS, Lokniti, and what he's doing. He's going seat to seat. CSDS does a more detailed poll, but in fewer seats with fewer voters. This is a much larger sample, 1,20,000. Plus, where they know that, for example, if it's a Muslim-dominated constituency, they're not polling as extensively, they're picking where to go. So the seats aren't randomly sampled. The seats are sampled at these, which is a bit like what American pollsters do, where you know which are the red and the blue states, you know where you need to go, and you focus on understanding what's happening in the seats which are in play, rather than going on seats which are already determined on either side. Yeah.
As we have been discussing, these are two different ways of doing the analysis. Pradeep ji has chosen a particular way, which is possibly the more difficult way, where you go constituency by constituency and do projections of each constituency. And I think over time he has, in a way, mastered the art of being able to understand the nuances in each constituency. And even if you look at what all he has been telling us since he came on the exit poll day, I think the fine-tuning in each constituency that he has done is what has resulted in the type of accuracy that he has come up with. And of course, I think all compliments to you for the hard work of your team for having achieved what you have today.
And Rahul,
before you speak, I add one thing. You know, the cephalology is in evolving stage in India. And what Pradeep Gupta ji is doing is a very scientific, that in a country where much diversity exists, their sampling has chance that you may result in a wrong conclusion. So he covered all the constituency, and not only that, larger size of sampling. The most important thing that understanding the psychology of the person you are talking. Because the person who is praising some leader and not voting that leader, you have to find out what he really means by his statement. So I think his understanding and the method is getting institutionalized, and I think that is a evolved stage of
other pollsters also have now switched to the seat-by-seat polling, which earlier people thought was crazy or it's not the way to do it. Now everybody is doing the same thing, so you have many copycats.
I just want to tell you, here the election is one thing, but what we do is the research study, and what we are trying to study is needs of the people at large. Please understand, needs of the people at large. Needs drive the decision making, the choices you make, whether it's the consumption of any products, party you elect or select to vote for, or anything in your life, in your daily life, day-to-day life. So we try and understand needs of the people, what drives them to make the decision making and how they are making the decision. This is what is our study point, and that is the reason why, let me tell you, out of total 600,000, which is 6 lakh villages, and 6,000 cities and towns of the country, if you come to our office, we can tell you in 3 lakh villages, what is the problem? Where is the electricity problem? Where is the road problem? Where is the leakage in water tank? Where is the garbage collection problem? There is no hospital, and if there is hospital, if doctor is not there, or the medicines are not there. So we try and understand their needs and analyze them and forward it to the right stakeholder. They are going to take the cognizance of the situation and right measure. And this is what we say, connecting India to build India. That's our motto.
It also puts pressure, because once you get it right with the kind of accuracy that India today has been getting these polls right, you almost become like the oracle of politics. So people are expecting that Pradeep will tell you exactly what's happening, which is a bit dangerous, because he's having to turn his phone off and say, my phone mute us, because everybody's calling, wanting to know who's winning. So it's fantastic. Now tell me a couple of things, Pradeep. One, a lot of talk about how, because the BJP's won 2022, 2024 is now a cakewalk. Do you buy that, or do you think that's not a right conclusion to draw?
We'll have to wait and see how the challenges emerged. That is also important. And the other side, how the incumbent perform here onwards. You know, we have seen sometime BJP lost very badly during 2018 assembly elections, particularly of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. And after 4 months, there was general election, and BJP emerged victorious, and victorious in a big way. So at times, we need to understand the situation. The government, the party should not be complacent, and they do whatever they've been doing, then there is no problem.
Let's just look at some of these numbers that we have, particularly Uttar Pradesh. If we can for a moment try and give our viewers a sense of how UP has actually voted. 270 is a huge win in India's most populous state. Let's look at it region by region. We'll go vote share. Purvanchal vote share, 13% is BSP, 34% is SP, BJP 42%. And we'll say, this is where was perhaps the most competitive area. Purvanchal turned out to be the most competitive area, Eastern UP. That's why many people who went to Purvanchal saw that element of competition, including Preeti Chaudhary, who was traveling through Gorakhpur and other parts. This was competitive. But when it went into seats, you'll see how it translated. In terms of seats in Purvanchal, that's where you will see that when you have an 8% lead in a bipolar race, it gives you the party which has that lead. Okay, let's look at the Awadh vote share. So we look at vote share first, because that gives you a sense. Here the BJP in its gud, in its fortress, areas around Lucknow, Barabanki, Ayodhya, this area, the gap was about 6%, which again, many would say reflects, and the Samajwadi Party came up here. The polarization meant the Samajwadi Party's had its best ever performance in Awadh, but not good enough. Bundelkhand, the poorer part, areas around Jhansi, the heart, here clean sweep. And this is why one of the talking points will be the poorer areas seem to vote even more strongly for the BJP. Was it Labharti politics, ration working very effectively, is something that we'll have to discuss. And then we look at Western UP, which was in a way seen to be where the Samajwadi Party had to pick up momentum. Here the BJP has a 9% lead. So the BJP's lowest lead, it turns out, was in Eastern UP. And in Western UP, despite this large coalition, they were able to best back the BJP. Preeti, this is what has surprised you, right? You traveled a lot through Western UP, Baghpat, Muzaffarnagar, Meerut. The Samajwadi Party, RLD, have done reasonably well, but not well enough.
I think the RLD would think it's done reasonably well if it gets about 10 seats. Then I think the RLD would think it's done reasonably well.
That's Jayant Chaudhary's party.
That is Jayant Chaudhary's party. But I don't think that vote transfer has happened, which is what I was also fearing when we were covering.
Just look at how it's translated into seats. And Pradeep, you might want to explain this. 90 plays 46, almost 2, and all have been blanked out, including the once mighty Mayawati of the BSP, who comes from Western UP. I just wanted to understand, Pradeep, when you are... The challenge for a pollster is not just about getting vote share, but translating that into seats. That's the nightmare. How do you do it?
So that's the reason why we go to seats here. So we never face that kind of nightmare.
So you don't get into any issue of translating vote share into seats because you're going to every seat.
And we analyze every seat as if as the full.
And your sample size for every seat in UP 200.
300.
300 per seat.
Yeah, that's why it is total making out to 1,21,000 this time.
Wow, fantastic. As many WhatsApp groups that the BJP has, Pradeep went to that many voters. The BJP very good at booth level with its Panna Pramukhs, its block Pramukhs, its Shakti Kendras and Mandals. Let's turn now to Awadh and take a look at how the seats translated in the Awadh area. What were the seats that they got in Awadh? This is of course the vote share. How did it translate in UP Awadh into seats? And take a look at what is happening in terms of the seats here. 77-32. So again, 2:1, more than 2:1. This was of course, as I keep saying, a fortress for the BJP. The BJP expected to do well. And then the final area that I want to come to is in Purvanchal. Because the competition here was the most severe, the most serious in terms of the fact that you had a caste alliance stitched together. Lots of smaller parties, Nishads, Rajbhars, Nonias, all were there on the side of the Samajwadi Party. How did it actually work out? 48 played 84. Congress won 1 year, others 3, BSP 3. So, in a sense, there isn't a single region where the BJP is behind. It's dominated Uttar Pradesh today across region. This is a pan-region sweep. which is the only way to describe what happened in Uttar Pradesh. Can we quickly look at Punjab? And particularly in Punjab, look at Malwa. Because the story within a story is, as I keep reiterating, Delhi of 2015 has been repeated in Malwa of 2022. 91 seats, of course, is the overall number in Punjab. And there is Bhagwant Mann laughing his way, Channi looking depressed, Sukhbir Singh Badal wondering ki ye Badal kahan se aa gaye, and Nadda ji with Amrinder Singh also looking not very happy. Majha at the moment, okay, we are not getting okay, there you have it, 38% to AAP, 11% lead here, huge lead over the Congress. The Akalis are the ones who got 24% here, but clearly were well behind. So you have a double-digit lead in Majha. Can I look at Malwa for a moment? When we look at Malwa, and this is areas around Patiala, Sangrur, 47 place 20. This is a smash. This is a 26% lead. In fact, the Akalis have done slightly better than the Congress in terms of vote share. So that Dera vote may have got translated in some places.
No. Rajdeep, they are very strong in area like Bhatinda. That's their stronghold.
There
is nothing like Dera and all
Pradeep
that.
Gupta has an important point based on the data, because a lot of punditry was about how the Dera vote got switched en masse from one to the other. Pradeep's point is that you no longer are in a country where the Dera chief can say vote for X, Y or Z. People apply their own mind. They may differentially tell you that yes, we will do what you say, but ultimately they will do what they want. And even within families, the whole idea that Mukhya can move the vote of the village, that's not true. People have their own agency, they apply their own mind and they do what they think is right. That's an important trend out of the data.
Yes, 100%, Rahul. In fact, I keeps on telling to all the leaders, they always say कि उस leader ने अपने vote इधर transfer कर दिए, उधर transfer कर दिए. I keeps on saying, boss, वो ज़माने गए जब जमींदार एक आंख दिखा देता तो पूरा गांव एक तरफ करता था. आज आपके बच्चे आपकी बात नहीं सुनते हैं तो जमींदार की क्या बात?
Very interesting. Let's look at Doaba. Because this was the belt as a Doaba between the two rivers.
Malwa seats here.
Yeah, we'll come to the seat share. Doaba 29 place 24, so 31 place 29. So this is where the Congress did the best, but it was not good enough. This is where the Channi factor, the fact that this is a large, there are a number of Dalits in Doaba.
Victory speech of Bhagwan.
Okay, those are Bhagwan
Man's victory speech.
You know,
he's standing with his mother.
He's wearing the yellow pagdi, which is the color of Shahid Bhagat Singh. His idol and inspiration, he's completely off alcohol. He said so publicly, wakes up early, stays working till night. All of AAP and now the voters of Punjab, I assume, are hoping he'll keep it like that. He's a changed man in many ways. He's committed, he's passionate, he has Punjab in rapture. We got Satinder Chauhan live with Raghav Chadha, one of the heroes of the AAP victory in Punjab. Let's go across straight to Raghav Chadha. Go for it, Satinder.
पंजाब में इसे जीत कहा जाए या फिर जीत से भी आगे का कोई शब्द हो तो वो शायद इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है. बहरहाल राघव चड्ढा मेरे साथ मौजूद हैं और इस जीत का सेहरा अगर राघव चड्ढा के सर पर बांधा जाए तो इससे कम कतई भी नहीं होगा. राघव, किस तरह की स्ट्रेटेजी रही? क्या वाकई में ये सोचा था कि इतनी बड़ी जीत मिलेगी? ये तो आप कह रहे थे कि जीतेंगे, क्लियर मेजोरिटी के साथ सरकार बनाएंगे, लेकिन इस तरीके से लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री होगी, ये सोचा था आपने?
देखिए, लल्लू करे कवलियां रब सिद्धियां पावे. हम तो छोटे से लोग हैं, जीत का सहरा हमारे सर पे नहीं, पंजाब के लोगों के सर पे बंधना चाहिए, जिन्होंने 50 साल तक राज करने वाले बड़े बड़े सियासतदानों को उखाड़ फेंका. बड़े बड़े सिंहासन आज डोल गए और आम आदमी पंजाब का खड़ा हुआ और उस आम आदमी ने भगवंत मान साहब की, अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब की जोड़ी को गले लगाया है. और इस जीत के असली हकदार पंजाब के लोग हैं. और मुझे लगता है कि ये एक चमत्कार से कम नहीं है. हमें पूरी विश्वास था कि ऐसा ही लैंडस्लाइड मैंडेट आम आदमी पार्टी को मिलेगा, लेकिन फिर भी ये परमात्मा ने अपना मेहर वाला हाथ अपने बच्चों पे रखा है, हम सब पे रखा है. ये चमत्कार से कम नहीं है और एक जीत नहीं कहूंगा मैं इसे. ये कोई साधारण जीत नहीं है, कोई एक इलेक्शन में जीत मिल गई. एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी पंजाब के लोगों ने आम आदमी पार्टी के भगवंत मान साहब के कंधों पे डाली है, पंजाब को फिर से खुशहाल बनाने की. और मेरा विश्वास है कि पंजाब अब उड़ता पंजाब नहीं, उठता पंजाब, खुशहाल पंजाब के नाम से जाना जाएगा।
केजरीवाल साहब हमारे एक प्रोग्राम में आए थे, आप भी उसमें मौजूद थे, और ये चुनावों से कई दिन पहले प्रोग्राम था चंडीगढ़ में, तो उन्होंने लिख के दिया था कि चन्नी दोनों सीटों से हारेंगे, सुखबीर बादल हारेंगे, प्रकाश सिंह बादल हारेंगे। तो ये इतना कॉन्फिडेंस और इतना आभास आपको पहले से कैसे हो गया था?
देखिए, हम ग्राउंड पे काम कर रहे थे, ग्राउंड पे मेहनत कर रहे थे, और केजरीवाल साहब ने जो लिखा, भगवंत मान साहब ने जो लिखा, वो सारी बातें सच हुई। ये सब दिग्गज हार गए। हमने पंजाब के लोगों को झाड़ू चलाने के लिए कहा था, पंजाब के लोगों ने तो वैक्यूम क्लीनर चला दिया और सारी सफाई कर दी। ये तो देखिए, ये एक धर्म युद्ध था। एक तरफ अधर्म था, जिन लोगों ने हम पे कीचड़ उछाला, केजरीवाल साहब को आतंकवादी कहा, भगवंत मान साहब का मजाक उड़ाया, मुझे गोरा अंग्रेज का, केजरीवाल साहब को काला अंग्रेज का। ये ताकतें हारी और धर्म जीता। धर्म हमारे साथ था। कट्टर ईमानदार मान साहब की और केजरीवाल साहब की जोड़ी जीती। पॉजिटिव कैंपेन, पॉजिटिव एजेंडा जीता। ये लोग जब केजरीवाल साहब को आतंकवादी कहते थे तो केजरीवाल साहब जवाब देते थे कि मैं इतने स्कूल बनाऊंगा। ये भगवंत मान साहब का मजाक उड़ाते थे तो भगवंत मान साहब जवाब देते थे कि मैं इतने अस्पताल बनाऊंगा। पॉजिटिव कैंपेन हमने के आधार पे इलेक्शन लड़ा। और सबसे बड़ी बात, आज पंजाब ने जात की राजनीति, धर्म की राजनीति, कीचड़ फेंकने की जो राजनीति जिन लोगों की थी, उनकी दुकानों पे ताला लगा दिया और एक नई राजनीति को जन्म दिया।
राघव, आप लोग जो है सरकार पर और पंजाब के जो ट्रेडिशनल पॉलिटिशियंस हैं उनके ऊपर आरोप लगा रहे थे, लेकिन जो आरोप आप लगा रहे थे वो सरकार में रहते रहते नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू भी ऐसा ही बोल रहे थे। जब चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी कहते थे कि मैं युवाओं को रोजगार दूंगा, तो नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू कहते थे कि ये झूठ है, लॉलीपॉप नहीं होने चाहिए। तो क्या लगता है कि इन्होंने भी आपकी मदद करी है?
देखिए, ये लोग आपस में लड़ाइयां लड़ रहे थे, ये मुख्यमंत्री बनने की आपस में लड़ाइयां लड़ रहे थे, हम पंजाब को बचाने की लड़ाई लड़ रहे थे। लोगों ने हमें आशीर्वाद दिया, लोगों ने हमें बख्शिश दी अपनी। और साफ तौर पे ये जो मैंडेट है आज ये भी प्रूफ करता है कि आज आम आदमी पार्टी सही मायनों में एक राष्ट्रीय फोर्स बन के उभरी, एक नेशनल ताकत बनी है, राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे एक बहुत बड़ी राजनीतिक ताकत बनी है। मेरा अपना मानना है कि आने वाले समय में आम आदमी पार्टी कांग्रेस की राष्ट्रीय और स्वाभाविक विकल्प बनेगी, यानी कि नेशनल और नेचुरल ऑल्टरनेटिव बन के उभरेगी। इसी के साथ साथ अरविंद केजरीवाल जी भाजपा के प्रिंसिपल चैलेंजर बन के आगे आएंगे, ये मेरा विश्वास है।
और राघव चड्ढा के बारे में चुनावों से पहले कहा जा रहा था कि सरकार बनेगी तो राघव चड्ढा भी सरकार का हिस्सा होंगे, यहां तक कहा जा रहा था कि डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर वो हो सकते हैं पंजाब के।
देखिए, मेरी जिम्मेदारी इलेक्शन लड़वाने की थी, मैं पार्टी का पंजाब का सारा कामकाज देख रहा था, मेरी इलेक्शन लड़वाने तक की जिम्मेदारी थी और मैंने लड़वा के अपनी वो पूरी जिम्मेदारी अदा करी है। सरकार भगवंत मान साहब की है, भगवंत मान साहब की अध्यक्षता में मान साहब चलाएंगे और मेरा पूरा विश्वास कि एक प्रो पीपल सरकार चलाएंगे। और हम लोग सिर्फ उनके लिए काम नहीं करेंगे जिन्होंने हमें वोट दिए, सबके लिए काम करेंगे, जिन्होंने वोट नहीं दिए उनके लिए भी।
अभी आपने कहा कि अब आप प्रिंसिपल चैलेंजर हैं, गुजरात और ये हिमाचल के चुनाव बिल्कुल पास आ रहे हैं, आगे क्या स्ट्रेटेजी रहेगी?
देखिए, केरल से लेकर कश्मीर तक, असम से लेकर गुजरात तक, हर जगह लोग आम आदमी पार्टी के मॉडल को, केजरीवाल मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस को देख रहे हैं, समझ रहे हैं और उसका लाभ लेना चाहते हैं। वो चाहते हैं कि उनके सूबे में भी, उनके राज्य में भी केजरीवाल मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस आए। और मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले समय में राज्य दर राज्य भी और राष्ट्र स्तर पर भी आम आदमी पार्टी खूब विस्तार करेगी। अगला कौन सा राज्य लड़ेंगे, क्या रणनीति से लड़ेंगे, आपको बहुत जल्द कुछ ही दिनों में हम ये बताएंगे।
अच्छा, एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे पूछ लेता हूँ, शपथ ग्रहण और कैबिनेट, ये दोनों चीज एक दूसरे से जुड़े हुए हैं। वैसे ये कहा जा रहा है कि आप लोगों ने बहुत पहले से तैयारी कर दी थी, रात रात में चल रहा था कि कौन मंत्री क्या बनेगा।
देखिए, अभी तो आज जीत हुई है, भगवंत मान साहब मुख्यमंत्री हैं, वो चुनेंगे अपनी कैबिनेट, ये उनका संवैधानिक हक है, वो चुनेंगे कि उनको अपनी कैबिनेट में अपनी
फतेह प्रवान करे। वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह। पंजाबियों, सब तो पहला कोने कोने च, दुनिया के कोने कोने च वसते पंजाबियों नू मेरे वालों बहुत बहुत धन्नवाद, दिल दीआं गहराइयां चों। कई इहो जे भी ने जेड़े इस मुहिम च आ नहीं सके, आप विदेशों च रहिंदे ने, पर उन्होंने किसी न किसी सोशल मीडिया राही या किसी होर तरीके नाल इस जंग दे विच हिस्सा पाया। पंजाब नूं दोबारा पंजाब बनाउण दी जंग दे विच ਜਿੱਥੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਵਸਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਤੰਦਰੁਸਤੀ ਦੀ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਵੀਰੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਚਿੱਕੜ ਸੁੱਟਿਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਵਿਰੋਧੀ ਪਾਰਟੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਾਂ ਨੇ। ਅਰਵਿੰਦ ਕੇਜਰੀਵਾਲ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਿੱਜੀ ਟਿੱਪਣੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ, ਘਟੀਆ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਵਰਤੀ ਗਈ, ਬੇਇੱਜ਼ਤੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ। ਅੱਜ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਮੰਚ ਤੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਹੈ, ਥੋੜਾ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਓ, ਥੋੜਾ ਪਿੱਛੇ, ਮੈਂ ਇਦੋਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦਾ ਮਾਈਕ। ਵੀਰੋ ਇਹ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੁਬਾਰਕ ਹੋਵੇ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਚਿੱਕੜ ਸੁੱਟਿਆ, ਨਿੱਜੀ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ, ਪਰਿਵਾਰਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਹੋਰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀ, ਪਰ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੰਨਿਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਚਿੱਕੜ ਸੁੱਟਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸੀ, ਅੱਜ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਜਰੀਏ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਫ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਪਰ ਹੁਣ ਅੱਗੇ ਤੋਂ 3.25 ਕਰੋੜ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਜ਼ਤ ਕਰਨੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਨੀ ਪਊਗੀ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ। ਬਹੁਤ ਬੇਇੱਜ਼ਤੀਆਂ ਕਰ ਲਈਆਂ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ, ਸਾਡੇ ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗ ਜੁੱਤੀਆਂ ਟੁੱਟ ਗਈਆਂ, ਦਾੜੀਆਂ ਚਿੱਟੀਆਂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ, ਦਫ਼ਤਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਗੇੜੇ ਮਾਰਦਿਆਂ ਦੀਆਂ, ਕਚਹਿਰੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦਿਆਂ ਦੀਆਂ, ਤਹਿਸੀਲਾਂ ਜਾਂਦਿਆਂ ਦੀਆਂ, ਝਿੜਕਾਂ ਖਾ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ। ਚਲੋ ਬੁੜਿਆ ਕਿੱਧਰ ਮੂੰਹ ਚੱਕਿਆ, ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਬੁੱਧਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਆਉਣਗੇ, ਸਾਹਿਬ ਵੀਰਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਆਉਣਗੇ। ਉਹ ਬੁੱਧਵਾਰ ਵੀਰਵਾਰ ਆਇਆ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ। ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ, ਹੁਣ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਾਣ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਨਹੀਂ। ਉਹ ਬੁੱਧਵਾਰ ਵੀਰਵਾਰ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ 'ਚ ਆਉਣਗੇ। ਦੇ ਆਰ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਸਰਵੈਂਟਸ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ। ਇਕੱਠੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਪਾਈਆਂ, ਉਵੇਂ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ ਹੈ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀਓ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਮੋਤੀ ਮਹਿਲਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਸੀ, ਸਿਸਮਾਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਮਹਿਲਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਸੀ, ਵੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ, ਬਹੁਤ ਉੱਚੀਆਂ ਕੰਧਾਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਘਰਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਸੀ। ਪਰ ਅੱਜ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲੂਗਾ, ਵਾਰਡਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲੂਗਾ, ਮੁਹੱਲਿਆਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲੂਗਾ, ਸ਼ਹਿਰਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲੂਗਾ। ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਹੈ, ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਰਜਿਸਟਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਾਈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ। ਅੱਜ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਸੀ 32 ਦੰਦ ਨੇ, ਮੈਥੋਂ ਨਾ ਕਹਾਇਆ ਕਰੋ ਕੁਛ। ਵੱਡੇ ਬਾਦਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਹਾਰ ਗਏ, ਸੁਖਬੀਰ ਜਲਾਲਾਬਾਦ ਤੋਂ ਗਿਆ, ਆਦੇਸ਼ ਪ੍ਰਤਾਪ ਕੈਰੋਂ ਪੱਟੀ ਤੋਂ ਹਾਰ ਗਿਆ, ਕੈਪਟਨ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਪਟਿਆਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਹਾਰ ਗਏ, ਸਿੱਧੂ ਤੇ ਮਜੀਠੀਆ ਦੋਨੇ ਹਾਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਚੰਨੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੋਨੇ ਸੀਟਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਹਾਰ ਗਏ। ਲਿਖ ਕੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀ ਨਾ, ਕੇਜਰੀਵਾਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਵੀ 32 ਨੇ, 64 ਹੋ ਗਏ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਦੇ। ਸੋ ਵੀਰੋ, ਜਦੋਂ ਸੱਚੀਆਂ ਨੀਤਾਂ ਹੋਣ, ਸੱਚੀਆਂ ਨੀਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਰਾਦਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਪਾਈਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਹੈਗਾ ਹੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਾਈਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਡੈਮੋਕ੍ਰੇਸੀ ਹੈ, ਹਰੇਕ ਨੂੰ ਹੱਕ ਹੈ ਆਪਣਾ ਪੱਖ ਰੱਖਣ ਦਾ। ਉਹ ਇਸ ਗੱਲੋਂ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਦੇ ਮਨ 'ਚ ਡਰ ਨਾ ਰੱਖਣ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਾਈਆਂ, ਇਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ। ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਬਣੂਗਾ, ਸਾਰੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ। ਸੋ ਵੀਰੋ, ਇਹ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਆ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ ਹੈ। ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਫਿਕਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਬੇਰੁਜ਼ਗਾਰੀ ਦਾ ਹੈ। ਪਹਿਲੇ ਦਿਨ ਹੀ ਹਰੇ ਰੰਗ ਦਾ ਪੈਨ ਬੇਰੁਜ਼ਗਾਰੀ ਦੂਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਚੱਲੂਗਾ। ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੀਡਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਾਫਲਿਆਂ ਚੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਕੱਢਾਂਗੇ। ਆਪਾਂ ਮੋਟਰਸਾਈਕਲ ਦੀ ਭੀੜ ਦੇਖ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਇੰਨੇ ਮੋਟਰਸਾਈਕਲ 200 ਮੂਹਰੇ ਆ 300 मोटरसाइकिल पीछे है। मैंने पत्रकार आया एक कहता जी कैसा लग रहा है, दिल्ली तो आया सी, इतने मोटरसाइकिल यूथ के तुम्हारे आगे चल रहे हैं और इतने मोटरसाइकिल पीछे हैं, कैसा लग रहा है? मैंने कहा जी बहुत बुरा लग रहा है। कहते ये कैसा जवाब है, नेता लोग तो खुश होते हैं कि यूथ हमारे साथ है। मैंने कहा जी मैं वो नेता नहीं हूँ जो नौजवानों की भीड़ को देखकर खुश होऊंगा। मैंने कहा आज क्या दिन है? कहता जी मंगलवार है। मैंने कहा कितने बज गए? कहता 12:30 बज गए दिन के। मैंने कहा वर्किंग डे है, काम करने का दिन है। ये मेरे साथ क्यों है? इसका मतलब ये बेरोजगार हैं। ये सैटरडे संडे को मेरे साथ आ जाते मुझे कोई दुख नहीं था। मैंने ये भीड़ जो है ना सोमवार मंगलवार बुधवार वाली वो कम करनी है। और नौजवानों के हाथों च टीके ने, वो फ्रस्ट्रेशन च ने, वो कोई अचान नहीं कोई नशा करता, उन्होंने कुछ दिख ही नहीं रहा। नौजवानों के हाथों चो टीके खो के टिफन फड़ावांगे, काम ते जाओ, शाम को अपने परिवार च घरे आके रोटी खाओ। अज यूक्रेन की खबर देख लो, किन्ने मुंडे अपने पढ़न गए हुए ने, कुड़ियाँ इत्थे क्यों नहीं पढ़ाई हैगी बई? इत्थे 98% नंबर लैके भी पैसे है नहीं, साढ़े को 1.5 करोड़ लगता है। यूक्रेन वर्गा छोटा जिहा मुल्क वो 30 लाख च MBBS करा दिंदा है, ਅਸੀਂ क्यों नहीं कर सकते फिर ਇੱਥੇ? सो ਹੁਣ ਬਾਹਰ ਜਾਣ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੈਣੀ, ਆਪਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਘਰ ਠੀਕ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਘਰ ਠੀਕ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਾਫ਼ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਘਰ ਸਾਫ਼ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਝਾੜੂ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਥੱਲੇ 92-93 ਤੇ ਫਿਰਦਾ ਅੰਕੜਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਝਾੜੂ ਫੇਰਤਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਨਿਭਾਤੀ, ਹੁਣ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਨਿਭਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਹੈ। यकीन रखियो मेरे ते, मेरी नीयत माड़ी नहीं हैगी, मेरे ते यकीन रखियो। हौली हौली आपां पटड़ी ते चाड़ांगे पंजाब नूं, तुहानूं 1 महीने च कुछ फर्क नज़र आउण लग जूगा। सो इस करके अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का इस गल्लों धन्नवाद है कि उन्होंने ਸ਼ੂਗਰ ਦੇ ਮਰੀਜ਼ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਵੀ 20 दिन ਦੇ ਭੁੱਖ ਹੜਤਾਲਾਂ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ, ਡਾਕਟਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਤੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਖਤਰਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਮੈਂ ਮੁਲਕ ਬਚਾਉਣਾ ਹੈ। ਫਿਰ ਖੰਭਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਚੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਮਹਿੰਗੇ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦੇ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੱਟਦੇ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਕਨੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਬਣਾਈ, ਤੇ ਉਹ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦਿੱਲੀ 'ਚ ਤਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਰਾਜ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ 3ਜੀ ਵਾਰ, ਹੁਣ ਪੰਜਾਬ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਆ ਗਏ। ਔਰ ਮੈਂ एक होर खुशी की गल तुहानूं दसना चाहना, पहला फैसला तो होऊगा कि किसी भी सरकारी दफ्तर च पंजाब दे विच मुख मंत्री की फोटो नहीं लगूगी, शहीद आजम भगत सिंह और बाबा साहब अंबेडकर, एक ने सानू आज़ादी दवाई, दूजे ने आज़ाद मुल्क का संविधान लिखिया, सानू समानता दी, दोनों दी फोटो लग्या करनी। और एक होर गल है कि ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਿਆਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ, ਆਪਾਂ ਇਨਕਲਾਬ ਜਿੰਦਾਬਾਦ ਦੇ ਨਾਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਇਨਕਲਾਬ ਜਿੰਦਾਬਾਦ ਦੇ ਨਾਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਤਾਂ ਸ਼ਹੀਦ ਆਜ਼ਮ ਭਗਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੀ ਆਤਮਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸਕੂਨ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਹੋਊ। ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਹਜੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਇਨਕਲਾਬ ਵਾਲਾ ਦੀਵਾ ਬੁਝਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਜੋ ਸਹੁੰ ਚੁੱਕਾਂਗੇ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹਾ ਸੱਦਾ ਹੈ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸਹੁੰਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਰਾਜ ਭਵਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਚੁੱਕੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਜਾਂ ਮਹਿਲਾਂ 'ਚ ਚੁੱਕੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਸੀ, ਹੁਣ ਉਹ ਸਹੁੰਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਹੀਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ 'ਚ ਆ ਗਈਆਂ। ਖਟਕੜ ਕਲਾਂ ਸਹੁੰ ਚੁੱਕਾਂਗੇ, ਤਰੀਕ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਦਿਆਂਗੇ, ਤਰੀਕ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਦਿਆਂਗੇ। ਖਟਕੜ ਕਲਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਕੱਟ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਮੱਥਾ ਟੇਕਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਆਸ਼ੀਰਵਾਦ ਲਵਾਂਗੇ। ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ 23 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਉਮਰ 'ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੁਲਕ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਦੇਤਾ ਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਸੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ, ਉਸੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ MP ਬਣੇ ਹੋਏ ਹਾਂ, ਤਾਂ ਘੱਟੋ ਘੱਟ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕ੍ਰੈਡਿਟ ਤਾਂ ਦੇਣਾ ਬਣਦਾ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਨਾ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੁਲਾਮ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋਣ ਨੂੰ। ਸੋ ਮੇਰੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ सारी आम आदमी पार्टी की हाई कमांड का धन्नवाद है। मिल के काम करांगे, कई काम सानू वधिया करने आउंदे है वो दिल्ली सीख लूगी, कई दिल्ली वालियां ने वधिया कीते हैं वो तो आपां सीख लांगे। ते मकसद सिर्फ एक ही है, पंजाब ठीक हो जाए ਸਾਡੇ ਸਕੂਲ ਠੀਕ ਹੋ ਜਾਣ, ਸਾਡੇ ਹਸਪਤਾਲ ਠੀਕ ਹੋ ਜਾਣ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਤੇ ਸਸਤੇ ਰੇਟਾਂ ਤੇ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਮਿਲ ਜੇ, ਫੈਕਟਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਪਸ ਬੁਲਾ ਲਈਏ, ਖੇਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਲਾਹੇਵੰਦ ਧੰਦਾ ਬਣਾਈਏ, ਬੇਰੁਜ਼ਗਾਰੀ ਦੀ ਲਾਹਨਤ ਨੂੰ ਜੜੋਂ ਪੱਟ ਦਈਏ, ਮਾਵਾਂ ਭੈਣਾਂ ਸੁਰੱਖਿਅਤ ਹੋਣ। ਇਹ ਸਾਡਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੁਪਨਾ ਹੈ। ਜੀ 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 ਸਪੋਰਟਸ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਸਪੋਰਟਸ ਲਵਰ ਹਾਂ। ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ NBA ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਟੈਨਿਸ ਤੱਕ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਤੜਕੇ ਉੱਠ ਕੇ ਮੈਚ ਦੇਖਦਾ ਹਾਂ। ਜਿੱਥੇ ਖੜੇ ਹੋ ਇੱਥੇ ਵਾਲੀਬਾਲ ਖੇਡਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਲਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਨੂੰ ਨੈੱਟ ਇੱਥੇ। ਸੋ ਖੇਡਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਛੜ ਗਏ। ਸਪੋਰਟਸ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਬਣਾਈ ਜਾਊਗੀ ਜਲੰਧਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਔਰ ਲਗਭਗ ਹਰੇਕ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਟਰੈਕ ਬਣਾਵਾਂਗੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਸਟੇਡੀਅਮ ਬਣਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਫੌਜ 'ਚ ਭਰਤੀ ਹੋਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ
at the crossroads of connections.
Have you heard this?
When old songs touch hearts, where memories connect and distance no longer parts. Tragedy is human. Its stories have to be gathered and told, shared, felt,
उन्होंने हमारे ऊपर हथियार तान के रखा है.
and the world informed.
At Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today. As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone. This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air. And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. You
In a major blow to Russia, Vladimir Putin's most trusted general was killed in the fighting in Ukraine. Ukrainian forces have claimed that they have killed the top Russian general, Major General Andrei Sukhovitsky. He was shot dead by a sniper during a special operation in Ukraine. The Ukrainian forces shot down a number of the Mi-8 troops carrying helicopters during the assault. Major General Andrei Sukhovitsky was the commanding general of the Russian 7th Airborne Division and a deputy commander of the 41st Combined Arms Army. He was by far the most senior Russian figure to have died in the conflict so far. There has been no official announcement over his death. But a local officers' organization in Krasnodar region of Russia confirmed the news, saying this is true, sniper. Putin confirmed that a general had been killed in a speech. He was updating the Russian people on the progress of the conflict. It is not confirmed where he died, but it is suspected to have happened during an attempt to land in Hostomel. Putin's Spetsnaz commander falls. He was a respected paratrooper. He practiced in missions in hostile territory. He reportedly had been decorated for his role in the annexation of Crimea. Sukhovitsky is the most senior known casualty and another sign that Putin's efforts in this war isn't going as per plan. Major General Sukhovitsky has steadily risen through the military ranks to take a series of leadership positions, and he took part in Russia's military campaign in Syria too. Russia has claimed 498 of its soldiers have been killed in Ukraine and another 1,597 have been wounded. But experts say the actual number of those killed and wounded is considerably higher and will continue to rise.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Co-presented by Berger Paints. Paint your imagination. Powered by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Education for life, education for living. Co-powered by AU Bank. Badlaav humse hai.
These are visuals coming in directly from Lucknow, right outside the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's residence. He's broken the jinx of BJP or any incumbent Chief Minister in Uttar Pradesh getting a consecutive term. Right now, the BJP is standing at 260, well beyond the comfortable majority mark. And these are the visuals pouring in from across the state of Uttar Pradesh. Holi's come early in the state of Uttar Pradesh, and everyone that you can see, at least where the cadre of UP is concerned for the Bharatiya Janata Party, awash in saffron. You could see visuals there of the BJP cadre on top of a bulldozer. Yogi Adityanath, popularly called Bulldozer Baba as well, Maharaj, he's now broken the jinx, coming back as a consecutive term for the Bharatiya Janata Party and the next Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. Let's listen in to all the reactions that we're getting That's right. All right, let's cut across right now. Joining me is BJP leader Prakash Javadekar. Mr. Javadekar, many congratulations. Poised for a big win.
Thank you.
That's what it looks like right now. What makes you think that this was possible, Mr. Javadekar, with such a huge win?
This is the change in politics which Modi ji has brought. It is now not, voting will not happen on caste basis, but on development basis. You provide good governance and people will vote for pro-incumbency. So we are coming second time in Uttar Pradesh after 30 years. So this is the positive message emanates from this result. Second, we have returned in Goa, Uttarakhand and Manipur. That also shows very clearly that if you do good governance, corruption-free governance, and if you reach out to people, continuously work for them, then this Modi formula of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas and concern for the last mile person on the queue, that is what is paying BJP, and it is getting elected again and again. What we have seen in Gujarat from 95, you will see now that is happening in many states in future.
Mr. Javadekar, you're right there. Out of 5 states that polled the results of all 5, you've swept 4 very comfortably. So when we talk about Uttar Pradesh, there was a lot of talk with Samajwadi Party, a bipolar contest, but you've clearly, it's a sweep in Uttar Pradesh as well. I want to ask you, Mr. Javadekar, what is now the future where Yogi Adityanath is concerned? Because will it have any bearings in 2024 as well?
See, our parliamentary committee decides about the chief minister, who will be the chief minister and what, but here it was already told to the people. So there is no confusion amongst people or anybody. The issue is, this is a new India, which thinks beyond caste, these things beyond religion. In Goa, all religions have voted us. In Uttar Pradesh, all religions have voted us. In Manipur, all religions have voted us. So this is a remarkable victory in many senses. And what is the message? Congress is, where is Congress now? Only in Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, and I can tell you, in 23 assembly elections, we will come back with thumping majority in both the states, and Congress will not be there.
How much of an impetus?
It is not because of our slogan of Congress Mukta Bharat, but because people are rejecting dynastic politics, people are rejecting corrupt politics, people are rejecting the divisive politics, and that is why Congress is getting lost everywhere.
How much of an impetus will this give your campaign going into 2024? Because a win like this, which is over 260 is what we're looking at right now, is a huge margin where UP is concerned. And UP is the bellwether, they say, for the narrative to be set for the general elections.
Yeah, but it is also important what made change in UP. Because women were not feeling safe in Samajwadi Party rule. And therefore, they have got real freedom from 17 onwards. And they want to continue with that. And therefore, they have voted in large number. But youths also, seniors also, and all sections of society. So we have actually broken all barriers. And it has become party of all. It is cadre-based mass party. And that is what on play.
Along with, a sweep in Uttar Pradesh where the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, the only other state, which has witnessed this massive sweep is the state of Punjab, Mr. Javadekar. Now, Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party is no longer just limited to Delhi. It's one Punjab. It's eyeing the states of Himachal, Gujarat. Do you now recognize it as this big force going into 2024, a national party now?
See, Punjab, BJP was not a major party. For 30 years, we were in alliance with Akali Dal, where we played a junior role, only contesting 23 seats out of 117. So, for the first time, we have put so many candidates. So, this is a different ballgame. Aam Aadmi Party has contested Goa last time also. Has contested this time Goa, Manipur, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand. Where are they? So it was anti-incumbency for Congress which was dominant. And they may be beneficiaries. The issue is Punjab, we were not a major player. So throughout the country, we are major player, and therefore, I don't want to predict something, some miracle happening in near future.
All right, so you're not giving much where the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. We just had visuals of Arvind Kejriwal visiting the Hanuman temple in Delhi. Optics are everything. They are pretty much doing what the BJP has also done, striding the word of Hindutva as well and development. That is what the Aam Aadmi Party's tagline in terms of not definitely Hindutva on one side, but development. But they've always taken forth the softer side of Hindutva, never now challenging the BJP there. Do you think they're eyeing maybe the space of possibly the BJP leaving in certain other states?
See, we always believe in action. We always believe in continuous work. We always believe in continuous rapport with people. Our local workers to national leaders all take tremendous efforts to reach out every time. And therefore, BJP has a clear ideology of nation first. And that is the fundamental difference with many other parties.
All right. Mr. Javadekar, before I let you go, I want to ask you one quick question there. There's so much talk that we've had in our studio since the course of the morning on the possible future of Yogi Adityanath after a spectacular win like this. Where does it take him in the hierarchical order where your party is concerned?
See, if I tell you right now all the answers, then what you will do after 1 year or 2 years? So keep some issues open. He has delivered a fine government in Uttar Pradesh, and the same will happen for next 5 years also. So don't worry, party takes its decision with scientific principles, and party takes its decision jointly, not individually.
Mr. Javadekar, do you see him as a natural heir to Prime Minister Modi?
One family party. It is not one family party. It is a party which is one family itself.
All right, okay, you're choosing to avoid that question, but appreciate you joining us, Mr. Javadekar. It is your day. Congratulations. Out of 5 states, you've taken 4, and in a very, very convincing manner. 5 states, the results are out. 4, the BJP looks way more than comfortable in. Let's cut across right now and get our viewers the very latest trends that suggest that BJP has managed to paint the state of Uttar Pradesh saffron and 3 other states along with that. BJP has crossed the 260 mark in Uttar Pradesh, while Samajwadi Party is right now in 2nd place with about 137. The numbers on your television screen of what it looks like. Yogi Adityanath in pole position to break the 34-year-old jinx of any incumbent chief minister forming the government consecutively in the state of Uttar Pradesh. And these are visuals that are pouring through from the state of UP. A big, big win. Even now, though, if I quickly go across and take a look where key candidates are concerned, while, of course, Yogi Adityanath, emphatic win for him, but Keshav Prasad Maurya, the Deputy Chief Minister of UP, is still trailing. But right now, viewers, these are the numbers that are coming in. BJP standing at 261, the Samajwadi Party at 137, the BSP at 2. The very sheer fact that the BJP stands at 2 says quite a bit right now. The only other state where there is a sweep from another party is the Aam Aadmi Party. It's historic what's happening in Punjab right now. All right. But let's put the focus right now back where Uttar Pradesh is concerned. Let's get you the key candidates who are in the fray at this point of time in Uttar Pradesh and how they are doing. So this is what it looks like right now, viewers. I'm going to take you through some of the key candidates right now in UP. Yogi Adityanath leading comfortably. Yogi Adityanath leading comfortably. from Gorakhpur urban seat. On the other hand, in Kadhal, you have Akhilesh Yadav from the Samajwadi Party in a comfortable lead there as well. You have Keshav Prasad Maurya trailing from Siratu, the Deputy CM. From Sardana, Sangeet Som has lost his seat, or no, he's leading his seat. Leading on his seat. He was trailing a short while ago, but right now the latest that is coming is that he is leading there. Shivpal Singh Yadav leading from his seat in Jaswant Nagar, Uttar Pradesh. It's a Yadav stronghold. Azam Khan leading from Rampur. All right, Archana Gautam from the Congress has lost her seat. She'll probably lose her deposit as well. She's polled less than 1,000. Aditi Singh, who switched from the Congress in Rai Bareli to the BJP, leading on her seat from Rai Bareli. Siddharth Nath Singh, Cabinet Minister, Uttar Pradesh, leading from Allahabad West. Fazil Nagar trailing Swami Prasad Maurya. This was also what was predicted in our exit poll. Swami Prasad Maurya trailing. Then Dara Singh Chauhan, who had also switched from the BJP to the Samajwadi Party, is also trailing from Ghosi, Uttar Pradesh. Dharam Singh Saini, who had switched again, is leading though from Nagpur, Uttar Pradesh. I want to cut across right now immediately to my colleague Maushmi Singh, who's joining us right outside the residence of Yogi Adityanath, while all set to take oath again, breaking the 34-year-old jinx. Maushmi, what are the kind of reactions you're picking up? We've been seeing a lot of excitement over the last 45 minutes in the morning. Everybody was slightly tepid, but right now celebrations galore. We are seeing bulldozers, cardas on them for Bulldozer Baba. It's now his second inning.
Absolutely, Preeti. I have seen everything that you could imagine in a celebration. Dole, nagaras, Holi before Holi, a lot of saffron color and a dash of yellow with it. All ladies of the BJP, the frontline workers dressed in yellow saris. That is a symbol of auspiciousness and celebration. शुभ हो गया आपके लिए बहुत आज का दिन हमारे लिए बहुत शुभ है और बहुत यादगार ये दिन रहेगा और 5 साल के बाद फिर ये दिन 2024 में फिर आएगा मतलब आप लोग रुकेंगे नहीं अब नहीं बाबा का बुलडोजर चलता रहेगा चलता ही रहेगा बाबा का बुलडोजर चलता ही रहेगा निरंतर चलता रहेगा बाबा 22 में आई हैं 27 में फिर आएंगे अच्छा ये साड़ियाँ आप लोग सब पीली साड़ियाँ पहने हैं तो कलर कोऑर्डिनेट करके आए थे या क्या प्लानिंग किया आज जश्न है इसलिए पूरे इलेक्शन में हमने यही ड्रेस पहनी आज यही ड्रेस में पहनी हम जब तक शपथ ग्रहण नहीं होता है तब तक ये ड्रेस नहीं उतारेंगे पीली ड्रेस पहनेंगे खूब एंजॉय करेंगे असत्य पर सत्य की विजय हुई है अच्छा ये बीजेपी में हमेशा महिलाओं का मतलब इस बार महिलाओं का दमखम देखने को मिला महिलाओं का दमखम हमेशा रहता है महंगाई मुद्दा नहीं था महंगाई मुद्दा वो तो हमेशा रहता है कभी उतार कभी चढ़ाव तो रहता ही है जीवन में तो गा दीजिए फिर गाना जो सोचा था आप लोग देखिए वो क्या है कि महिलाओं को जो है सबसे पहला मुद्दा होता है सुरक्षा अगर हम सुरक्षित हैं तो विकास और महंगाई सब कंट्रोल हो जाएगी सबसे पहले हमारी सुरक्षा होनी चाहिए यूपी में योगी लखनऊ में योगी अपना सोहर ही गा दीजिए जो आप लोग अपने जब जश्न होता है तो गाती है कुछ गा दीजिए हम अपना उत्तराखंड का गा दें गा दीजिए उत्तराखंड से बिलोंग हमारे योगी जी भी करते हैं उत्तराखंड का जो उनको सॉन्ग पसंद आएगा वो मैं गा देती हूँ जो हमारा राष्ट्रीय सॉन्ग माना जाता है पेड़ पाको बारमासा पेड़ पाको बारमासा ओ नारायण का फल पाको चेता मेरी छैला ओ नारायण का फल पाको चेता मेरी छैला पेड़ पाको
रंगीली बिंदी का घर खाए ओ धोती लाल किनारवाई और रंगीली बिंदी का घर खाए ओ धोती लाल किनारवाई हाय 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 रे मी जाता होय 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 रे मी जाता हाय 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 रे मी जाता होय 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 रे मी जाता ओ रंगीली बिंदी का घर खाए ओ धोती लाल किनारवाई हाय 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 रे मी जाता होय 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 रे मी जाता हाय 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 रे मी जाता होय 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 रे मी जाता
ऐसा लग रहा है
हाथी दातुली छो एक हाथ ऐना एक हाथ दातुली छो एक हाथ ऐना नो पापा ना दिल्ली पढ़े समिया चला हाय हाय रे मी जाता
नहीं ऐसा लग रहा है पर मुझे लग रहा है आप लोग को परफॉर्मेंस को देखते हुए कि बेर पाकों की जगह आपको कहना चाहिए कमल खिलो बारहमासा क्या कहती है
कमल खिलो बारहमासा कमल खिलो बारहमासा ओ नरे कमल खिलो बारहमासा योगी जी कमल खिलो योगी जी बारहमासा
the women the BJP women are unstoppable you know you can suggest them at your own peril but here they are in full celebration mode and mood and the colors are flowing and the slogans and the songs are whether they have sore throat or their voices are down, the spirit is in full swing. And
You know, I'm going to come right back to you, Maushmi, because we're going to ask you exactly, you know, when are we going to see Yogi Adityanath? Till now, no official statement made by Yogi Adityanath, all eyes on him. But the latest news that's coming in, and that's the news that we are breaking at about 6:30 p.m., the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, is going to go to the BJP headquarters in Delhi. There's a lot of cadre that has gathered there from the Bharatiya Janata Party, celebratory mood at the headquarters in the national capital. And Prime Minister Modi, along with Amit Shah, will be reaching the BJP headquarters at 6:30 sharp after the mega win in 4 states for the Bharatiya Janata Party, especially the sweep by the BJP in the state of Uttar Pradesh. The Prime Minister's victory lap will be at the BJP headquarters this evening at 6:30 p.m. We are expecting him there. On the other hand, the first of the victory processions already on. We're going to try and get you those images. This is, of course, Narendra Modi earlier on the road show. Yes, this was the Varanasi road show of the Prime Minister. He's managed to pull in. He's the star campaigner of the BJP. He had the maximum number of rallies across the state of Uttar Pradesh and managed to, along with Yogi Adityanath, broker one of the biggest wins for the Bharatiya Janata Party, looking for a consecutive term in the state of Uttar Pradesh. The numbers right now stack at 261 for the Bharatiya Janata Party, 137 for the Samajwadi Party, 2 for the BSP and 1 for the Congress. And what we are expecting is the Prime Minister to be at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters later this evening at 6:30 p.m. Massive celebrations planned for the Bharatiya Janata Party winning 4 states of 5. 5 states went to elections, 4 of them taken by the BJP. We haven't heard, Maushmi, yet from Yogi Adityanath himself. We saw that big victory speech by Bhagwant Mann in Punjab for this massive sweep for the Aam Aadmi Party. But nothing yet from Yogi Adityanath. When are we going to listen in, hear him, or actually see him this time? All right, we don't seem to have Maushmi, but all eyes on Yogi Adityanath as well. He hasn't spoken since morning. The last time he publicly spoke to the press was when he had gone to cast his vote in Gorakhpur. He'd been an MP in Gorakhpur for 5 terms, and this time around he was fighting for the state assembly elections in Gorakhpur Sadar seat, from which he is right now winning handsomely, or at least leading handsomely as well. And that was the last time when he had said that he hopes that the BJP will go beyond 275. This is what it looks like right now. 261 is where the BJP is standing at, not very far from the figure that Yogi Adityanath quoted. But where is he right now? Well, what we are getting to understand is that there is a massive celebratory program planned in Uttar Pradesh as well. This is a big win for Yogi Adityanath. This was an election for Yogi Adityanath to win or to lose. He has managed to win it, and handsomely as that. When 2017 happened, Yogi Adityanath was not the chief ministerial face. He came in at the last minute, picked by the Bharatiya Janata Party as a possible compromise candidate, keeping the caste calculations in mind. But this election was fought under the banner of Yogi Adityanath, under his name, and the BJP has won it handsomely, at least with what it looks like right now, with clear majority of 261, way over the required halfway mark of 204. The BJP standing at 261 right now, with the Samajwadi Party at 136. All right. I want to take our viewers through right now on what the vote share looks like in all 4 states, or rather 5 states, the 4 of which the BJP has won. Let's take you through on what the vote share right now in Uttaranchal looks like. All right, Purvanchal, Uttar Pradesh. This is what it looks like. Let's look at Uttar Pradesh. This is region-wise. We are breaking it up for our viewers. Purvanchal, 42% is what the BJP stands on. The Samajwadi Party at 35%. The BSP as 13%. The Congress at just 3%, 7% to the others. This was what many journalists had said, dead heat. It doesn't look like that at all. They say the area of Purvanchal or eastern UP is where the election had come down to, or the decision would have been made in the last 2 phases, which was the 6th and the 7th phase, where the elections in this region were fought. Well, the BJP way ahead with 42%. Now, this is the Awadh region, the center, the fulcrum of Awadh politics there. 44%. 6% over the Samajwadi Party. Hasn't done badly, but when it translates into votes, the number is huge. So the Samajwadi Party standing at 39%, the BJP at 44%, the BSP at 10%, the Congress at 3%. Let's take you to Bundelkhand, which is a sweep by the BJP. This is where the marginalized, the vote is very, very poor. This is where schemes like the Ration scheme, the Awas Yojana were a huge, huge hit. And the numbers say it for what it is. 46% the BJP's vote share. The Samajwadi Party at just 29%. The BSP at 8%, a huge Dalit vote in this area. The non-Dalit seems to have clearly gone the BJP's way. Let's look at now the western belt of Uttar Pradesh. And this is where they said there was the farm discontentment. Many reporters had picked up on that. But the BJP still getting the lion's share where the vote share is concerned at 46%. The Samajwadi Party standing at just 38%. And the BSP at 13%. This is the belt of western Uttar Pradesh. So this is what it looks like, viewers, in terms of vote share in the state of Uttar Pradesh. We've broken it down region on region. Let's break it down right now in terms of seats. What does it look like in terms of seats? So let's move on right now from these graphics. And we're going to get you the graphics of seat share as well. But the overall cumulative figure, viewers, lies at 261 for the Bharatiya Janata Party right now, 137 for the Samajwadi Party. Primarily, what seemingly is a keen bipolar contest. We're going to continue to trying to get our viewers all the reactions that are coming in. And okay, this is what we were wondering earlier. Why haven't we seen Yogi Adityanath? We're going to see him at 5:30 p.m. He's going to come to the BJP office in Lucknow at 5:30 p.m. The Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, his victory lap will be in Lucknow at the BJP headquarters, where my colleague Moshmi was joining us from. This is going to happen at 5:30 p.m. in just about 3 hours from now. This is what it looks like, viewers. It's a huge win for Yogi Adityanath. This is his win. This election was fought under his name, under his leadership. And he's made it count. He's registered on the board 263, up against the Samajwadi Party, way behind, with a gap of over a comfortable 100 at 135. So that is when we're going to see Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath at 5:30 p.m. 6:30 p.m. in Delhi will be the victory lap of the Prime Minister. This victory belongs as much to the Prime Minister as well. Out of 5, there are 4 states in the bag, and many had seen this as a midterm referendum on the Modi government. And he seems to have delivered. He's got 4 out of 5, and 4 he's got comfortably so. If you look at the numbers where Goa is concerned, poised to reach that halfway mark, standing at 19. It's a BJP government for sure, with Congress a distant second at 2, TMC at 3 and Aam Aadmi Party at 2. Uttarakhand as well, done very, very well. The BJP now at 48, the Congress at 18. Many said it was dead heat in Uttarakhand. Nothing like that. The BJP sailing ahead very, very comfortably. And then the big chunk, 263 in Uttar Pradesh with Samajwadi Party with just 135. Let's cut across right now to the BJP's headquarters where all the action is. And so is my colleague Maushmi, who earlier on was speaking to the women wing or the women cadre of the BJP. Lots of song and dance celebrations. Holi's come early in Lucknow, but Maushmi, 5:30. What we were wondering is, where is Yogi Adityanath? You know, this is his day. Half the day is gone, and he still is not visible. 5:30, we'll see him where you're standing.
Preeti, I just lost your audio, but I'll tell you what's happening on ground zero. You know, this is a celebration that I saw in 2017 as well. Behind me, you can see cavalcades and tableaus and the bulldozer on the road, rolling on the road. Right here outside the BJP office, you can see that here there is Baba ka bulldozer with that banner and all BJP workers showing the victory sign. Clearly, you know, this is happening for a while now, and BJP workers waiting with bated breath for a glimpse of the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. You can see, I'll tell Alok to in fact come a little ahead, and a closer look at the bulldozer, which has become symbolic of the law and order situation in UP. Yogi Adityanath himself was seen actually, you know, very amused. The video where he was very amused seeing the bulldozer, you know, in one of his rallies. And so this is a scene that actually, you know, personifies the strategy with which the BJP went into the elections, touching the raw nerve of the public at large, as far as, you know, pitching the law and order situation, women's safety issue to the front. Let's speak to BJP workers and try and find out what they are really waiting for. But simply unstoppable. Baba ka bulldozer. जी. Baba ka bulldozer. जी हाँ, बाबा का बुलडोजर अभी तो रोड पे चल रहा है. आज बाबा जीते उसकी खुशी में रोड पे चल रहा है. कुछ जय श्री राम. Right, marched on top. The BJP workers don't seem to be tired.
ये राशन की जीत है, अनुशासन की जीत है, प्रशासन की जीत है, कानून व्यवस्था की जीत है, दंगा मुक्त भाजपा की जीत है, योगी जी की जीत है.
And a youngster है.
बाबा का बुलडोजर रिपीट होके आ गया है. अब ये विकास कार्यों में चलेगा. जो बदमाशी करते थे उनके निवासों को तोड़ने का काम करेगा.
So yeah, the Vidhan Sabha and DJ music, everything flowing in, colors and flowers and dole and nagaras. That's a lot of frenzy, a lot of madness and a lot of happiness as far as the BJP workers here in Lucknow are concerned. They seem to be simply unstoppable.
Coming back to you, my colleague Maushmi there, getting us the very latest from outside the BJP headquarters. Understandably so, a steady stream of BJP cadres elated at such a huge win, which the BJP seems to be registering right now. 258 is what the BJP is standing at, the Samajwadi Party at 140, the BSP at 2. As of now, these are how the numbers are stacked up in Uttar Pradesh. But this win, viewers, will go to Yogi Adityanath. This election was fought under his leadership, under his banner. In 2017, when Yogi Adityanath was picked, he was a compromise candidate of sorts. His rise to power in 5 years, with all the controversies he might have courted, he has given it back with an emphatic win in 2022. Let's take a look at the rise of Yogi Adityanath.
The monk who stormed back to power.
bucking a 35-year trend in UP that has never permitted a successive victory. Saffron-clad and super confident through his campaign, Yogi Adityanath today has rung the biggest political bell of 2022. Branded a Hindutva icon, an image he invoked frequently through the campaign.
जनता जनार्दन के आशीर्वाद से डबल इंजन की सरकार फिर से आएगी। 80 बनाम 20 की तरफ चुनाव जा चुका है।
Even that comment, which had inflamed, appears to have come somewhat true, with votes pouring in from across barriers. The victory today is testament to the far more solid work he was actually standing on. By recasting himself as the law and order headmaster of Uttar Pradesh with visible results on the ground, Yogi made deep inroads into the minds and hearts of a vote bank that so many have ignored: women. He gamely broke the famous Noida jinx, which dictates defeat for anyone who campaigns in this Delhi suburb, and carefully crafted a campaign that rode on a pro-incumbency wave. Fighting the very real issue of unemployment, the bottom line is, Brand Yogi was able to persuade UP's electorate that not only was he worth voting back to power, but that nobody else deserved that chance. The double-engine metaphor that projected Yogi as an extension of the enormously popular Prime Minister helped amplify welfare work done to fever pitch.
जिस यूपी की छवि इन लोगों ने ऐसी बना दी थी कि हाँ कुछ बदल नहीं सकता, उस यूपी में योगी जी की सरकार ने कानून व्यवस्था को सुधार कर दिखाया है.
With money in accounts, toilets in houses and safer towns and villages to live in, the unstoppable power of Ration Shasan was too much for the BJP's rivals to surmount. Let's make no mistake, Yogi's victory immediately makes him a first among equals in the BJP's pantheon of chief ministers, and solidifies the wishful thinking among millions of BJP supporters that he now stands as next in line to the main engine Modi. Handpicked as a surprise choice to be CM 5 years ago, the phenomena of Yogi Adityanath is fully visible today. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, 5:30 p.m. is going to be Yogi Adityanath's victory lap. It's going to happen at the BJP headquarters in Lucknow, while in Delhi, it's going to be the Prime Minister who's going to come to the BJP headquarters at 6:30 p.m. A headquarter which is already packed by BJP cadres. 4 states out of 5 BJP has in the bag, and where Yogi Adityanath UP is concerned, an emphatic win under his own banner. We're going to go into a quick break, but we leave you with these visuals, and I'll give you context of that. These visuals outside the BJP headquarters, a bulldozer with the BJP cadre on it, primarily signifying Bulldozer Baba, what he's known as, where the law and order issue comes into play in the state of Uttar Pradesh. We're going to go into a quick break with these visuals. Do stay with us. Our rolling coverage on the election results continues on the other side.
Crypto Watch brought to you by Big BNS.
You can hear more blasts that are taking place. We are moving away from this area. We are being told to leave this area because it's not safe to be here. Kyiv braces for an imminent attack over the next 24 to 48 hours. With cameraman Pawan Kumar reporting from Ground Zero, Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
Rahul Kanwar, 23 years of experience, 5 conflicts covered, unmatched time in war zone.
The first embedded operation in the history of Indian television journalism.
Gaurav Sawant, 28 years of reporting, 8 conflicts covered, unmatched hours in conflict areas.
Actual firing is taking place, the grads are firing.
Shivarur, 19 years of reporting, 5 conflicts covered, unmatched view of international crossfires.
And the attack guns are firing away.
Geeta Mohan, 18 years of reporting, 3 conflicts covered. When the world is at war, there is no compromise on India Today.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching
This Indian origin woman does not want to return from Ukraine amid Russia's attack, this in spite of carrying an 11-month-old baby with her. During the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, all Indians are returning to India, but Safina Akimova does not want to come back from Ukraine at the moment. There is a big reason to this. Currently, there is a martial law in Ukraine, and because of this, her husband cannot leave the country. Safina's only wish is that whenever she comes back to India, she comes back with her husband. She's also hoping that when there is a situation of peace, she can go back to meet her family in India. The Ukrainian Border Guard Service has banned all Ukrainian men aged between 18 to 60 from leaving the country. The Ukraine Border Guard Service says that this step has been taken to unite people in the country. This temporary ban will remain in force till the martial law is in force. Safina said that if her husband is called by the government, he would have to go. Safina and her family are no longer living in their apartment, but they've shifted to a bunker for safety. Safina first met her husband on Instagram. Both like to ride bikes and are also members of the biker group. She met him in one of those biker groups. Safina was invited to visit Ukraine for the first time from her husband's bikers group. She says that her husband did not know English at all. In such a situation, both used to talk via Google. In the year 2019, Safina went to Ukraine for the first time, touring Western Ukraine by bike for 10 days. After this, the two grew closer and got married in Kiev.
This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching
All right, we have the latest news break that we are getting in. We're talking about victory laps and victory speeches. Arvind Kejriwal will take his victory lap at 3 p.m. after big Punjab win. Kejriwal victory speech at 3 p.m. You know, it's quite interesting because you can, draw that parallel to what's happening in Uttar Pradesh. Yogi Adityanath's victory lap, the Chief Minister at 5:30 p.m. Narendra Modi's victory lap at 6:30 p.m. right here where Delhi BJP headquarters are concerned. On the other hand, you already heard Bhagwant Mann, the new designate Chief Minister of Punjab, but Arvind Kejriwal also now making his victory speech, because this will be Arvind Kejriwal's platform of his party going national. Till now limited to Delhi. Arvind Kejriwal expected to speak at 3 p.m. I want to cut across. Harmeet is Manjeet. Before I go to Harmeet, I have Manjeet Sehgal who's joining us live. Manjeet, we already heard from Bhagwant Mann, his victory speech. Arvind Kejriwal expected to speak at 3 p.m. but to be visiting Punjab very soon, going to Amritsar as well to take home Matha at Darbar Sahib.
Yes, indeed, Preeti. We heard that Arvind Kejriwal, along with all the leaders, will be soon visiting Punjab, will go to Harmandir Sahib to pay obeisance. Besides Harmandir Sahib, they are also expected to visit other shrines as well, and will also be thanking the people of Punjab. We here at the Sangrur have witnessed a lot of hectic political activity. Supporters of Bhagwant Mann, besides the bureaucrats, are reaching in large number to meet Bhagwant Mann. Bhagwant Mann has just left his Sangrur home and is taking out a victory march in the city. His supporters can be seen riding the vehicles. They are shouting slogans. Bhagwant Mann, in his first speech, thanked the people of Punjab, showed flower petals on them, and said that he'll be soon wielding the green pen, and the first job which he will do will be to start the recruiting process. He said he is disturbed and perturbed the way the unemployment is rising in Punjab. So he has assured the people of Punjab that they trusted him, and now it is his job to deliver. Bhagwant Mann is in Sangrur, and all we know, Preeti, is that now from Roopnagar, the power center is the Sangrur, from where the Chief Minister belongs to. Chief Minister categorically has said that there will be no photograph of the Chief Minister in all the government offices. There will be 2 photographs that will be displayed in every office, that will be of Baba Sahib Bhimrao Ambedkar and Sardar Bhagat Singh. So he also assured the people of Punjab that he and his government will try to give a clean government and transparent administration to them. Remember, Aam Aadmi Party contested this election with the promise that they will build a new Punjab. They had also promised that the people of Punjab should give a chance to the Aam Aadmi Party. They have seen the governments and misgovernments rather that were run by the Congress, that were run by the Shiromani Akali Dal, that resulted in mismanagement. Punjab has been pushed towards a dark age. Remember, Punjab is under a huge debt of 3 lakh crore rupees, but it is now the Aam Aadmi Party government that will steer, that will bring back and put the economy back on the track. So huge win for Aam Aadmi Party here, and celebrations are already on, not only in Punjab but also in foreign. We witnessed supporters of Aam Aadmi Party dancing to the tune of Bhangra in various parts of Canada as well, Preeti.
Well, in various parts of Canada as well. You know, I can totally believe that, Manjeet, the amount of Canada flags that I saw on top of cars, on top of buildings, on top of homes when I was traveling, especially in Doaba, because that's where the NRI belt is. But I want to pull in immediately Harmeet as well into this conversation. Harmeet, you didn't expect these numbers, but tell me, now that you've sat back and you've looked at these numbers and seen this emphatic win by the Aam Aadmi Party, where do you think they've scored? And what went wrong for the Shiromani Akali Dal and the Congress?
Preeti, first thing is that this is a vote of frustration. The people were extremely frustrated with the ruling political establishment, the opposition Akali Dal. So they have tried both, and they have been trying them for decades and decades. And now it's the vote of frustration. It's a vote of experiment as well. They are ready to experiment with Aam Aadmi Party. The promise of Rozgar, the promise of eliminating drug menace, the promise of governance at doorstep. I think people bought that idea. Okay, let's try Aam Aadmi Party. And especially, you know, what surprises me is the complete annihilation of the Shiromani Akali Dal. It's a sad news for Punjab in general, because Punjab has lost its own regional party 100 years after the party was formed, and we see it demolished by Aam Aadmi Party this way. So I have seen rallies of Akali Dal and they were packed, but in Punjabi, in rustic Punjabi, I would say, ये तो उसका जुलूस निकल गया. I mean, this is that level of annihilation that we see in Punjab, especially of the Shromani Akali Dal. Yeah, that said, one thing is clear, that Aam Aadmi Party has a lot to deliver. It's a huge gamble that Punjab has placed on AAP, and they have to start from day one.
All right, so they have to start from day one. Will it change the dynamics of Punjab politics for good? We don't know, because right now the onus is immediately on Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal, fronted with clearly is Bhagwant Mann, to deliver. There are a lot of promises that have been made. You heard Bhagwant Mann's speech there, and he said, you have done your job, aapne jhadu fera, now is my job. Now is when I come into play. I want to bring Manjeet Sehgal back into this conversation. He's been reporting from Sangrur, Bhangra outside Bhagwant Mann's residence, Manjeet. But I want to ask you, what now? Is there, any roadmap in terms of, by tomorrow we know Arvind Kejriwal is coming in all probability, him with his lion's share, which is 92 right now, of, the seats that he has won. 92 of his candidates would be going to Amritsar. But, there are a lot of promises that he's made. And he's also given timelines. He's, spoke to us telling us, okay, once I come into power, first month this, second month this, first year this. His task is cut out.
Well, Preeti, the first thing is to celebrate the victory, which is huge for the Aam Aadmi Party, which was eagerly waiting for this day to happen. Remember, in 2017, Aam Aadmi Party had made some mistakes as well, but this time all mistakes were removed and the party chalked out a clear strategy to win this election. Chief Ministerial face was announced, and that is that benefited the party. Besides this, the party also banked upon the failures of the ruling Congress government and the misgovernments in particular. The party was also able to raise the bogey of the Mafia Raj in Punjab and clearly told the people that if they want a change, they should vote for a change. So Aam Aadmi Party sought votes for a change. So now it is time to celebrate. Arvind Kejriwal and all other leaders will be tuning
in all this infighting, Manjeet, in all this infighting, just stay with me. I want to bring in Harmeet as well, because ultimately, if you look at it, Captain Amrinder Singh has lost his seat. Charanjit Singh Channi has lost both his seat. Sidhu, I'm not sure if his seat has been declared, but I'm sure is on his way to lose his seat. In this infighting within the Congress and, the breakup with what happened, the clear benefactor, and I'll bring you in, Harmeet, has been the Aam Aadmi Party, because Captain Amrinder Singh in some convoluted way has achieved what he wanted to do, which was to destroy the Congress. So he's lost his own seat, but the Congress is also all done.
In Congress, there are not two factions. There is one Channi faction, there was one Sidhu faction, there was one Captain faction, and then there was the High Command, which also was a faction.
True.
Right? So all these factions, they worked to, it was like political suicide that they committed. I think Navjot Singh Sidhu, what he did to Channi, I think that should be unpardonable. Because he was like, every day and every...
Okay.
I mean, it's like...
All right, I'm going to cut you short. The reason we are doing so is we're going to cut across right now to Goa. Pramod Sawant, the incumbent chief minister, will he be the chief minister again? Because Goa is poised right now that the BJP form government again. Will it be Pramod Sawant? He's won from his seat. Let's listen in to what Pramod Sawant is saying.
डॉक्टर प्रमोद सावंत इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। सर, बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको इस जीत के लिए। सुबह सवेरे आप यहाँ पर आए थे, मंदिर पूजा अर्चना करी थी, जीत के बाद फिर से यहाँ पर आए। जीत का श्रेय किसके साथ?
मैं जीत का श्रेय पहले भगवान को देता हूँ, बाद में गोवा की जनता को देता हूँ, और बाद में हमारे केंद्रीय नेतृत्व और राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व और जो स्टेट के लीडर्स हैं, इन सबको देता हूँ। अच्छी तरह से कैंपेन करने के वास्ते उन्होंने इतनी बड़ी जीत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिली है।
उम्मीद कर रहे थे जीत का दायरा ऐसा ही?
ऑफ कोर्स, मैं तो 22 में 22 प्लस बोल रहा था। अभी भी 1-2 सीट इधर उधर हो रहे हैं, शायद हमें 20 सीट।
इंडिपेंडेंस को भी साथ में लेके जाएंगे, किस तरीके का आपको सपोर्ट कैसा मिला इंडिपेंडेंस को? इंडिपेंडेंट है ऑलरेडी सपोर्ट। हमें 3 इंडिपेंडेंट लोग हैं, उन्होंने हमारे पार्टी के अध्यक्ष के साथ बात करके हमें सपोर्ट डिक्लेयर किया है। मुख्यमंत्री प्रमोद सावंत ही बनेंगे?
वो तो पार्टी के अध्यक्ष से डिसाइड करेंगे।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। कैमरा पर्सन राकेश सालस्कर के साथ पंकज उपाध्याय, गोवा आज तक।
All right, you just heard Pramod Sawant there. Will he be the next Chief Minister of Goa? Well, that's the big question. He's won his seat, but in Goa politics, you don't really know what's going to happen next. But BJP clear forming government in 4 states out of 5. The only other outlier, the Aam Aadmi Party, sweeping the state of Punjab. With these visuals of Pramod Sawant visiting a temple, this was earlier this morning before the trends actually kicked in. Well, it's paid off, that temple visit. The BJP is clear in Goa. With these visuals, going into a quick break. To stay with us.
Crypto Watch brought to you by Big BNS.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You
We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies.
This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Co-presented by Berger Paints. Paint your imagination. Powered by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Education for life, education for living. Co-powered by AU Bank. Badlaav humse hai.
बेटा गर्दा उड़ा दी।
All right, viewers, this is the big win which the Aam Aadmi Party has scripted in Punjab. It's historic in every sense of the word, with a sweeping mandate right now poised at 91 out of 117. All the big whips, which my colleague Harmeet just called the feudal lords of Punjab, have all lost as we speak. Sidhu's seat from Amrinder East has just been declared lost. He's accepted, conceded defeat. Amrinder Singh, Captain Amrinder Singh, Patiala, lost, accepted, conceded defeat. The Badals, all 5 family members, 4 of them right now have lost their seat. The big takeaways that we're getting in as the results come through of 5 states, BJP's super smash in 4 states. 4 states, BJP has won the state of Manipur, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, known to be the bellwether for what is to come in 2024, the general elections, and the state of Goa is in BJP's bag. The Congress obliteration across all 5 states. Complete annihilation if we look at all 5 states. Congress nowhere to be seen. Aam Aadmi Party invading, decimating the Congress. This is as historic as it gets in terms of victory in Punjab. I'm going to bring in my colleague Harmeet to get a larger understanding. Has it ever really happened, Harmeet, that 91 plus sweep for a party which has just got one election earlier?
No, never. It hasn't happened ever before. But at the same time, I would like to say here that if you see the mood of Punjab today, the mood isn't that euphoric. It's the mood of placing a new party, Aam Aadmi Party, new in the sense that it's for the first time it has got power in Punjab, putting Aam Aadmi Party to a trial by fire. So it's for Aam Aadmi Party, it's now perform or perish. So this is going to be a huge challenge for Kejriwal. And Bhagwant Mann, I think, has to, within the armed framework, of course, in Punjab, has to come out of the shadow of Arvind Kejriwal. If he doesn't, then this insider-outsider debate might spark again and put Aam Aadmi Party in great political trouble. Remember, I think there is still remnants of Congress within the assembly, new assembly, and you still have 4 or 5 Akalis also. So that is very important.
Well, you're right, there is trial by fire. It's the acid test for the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. Many a times the Aam Aadmi Party has blamed the centre, says, because of the centre, yahan pe kaam nahi ho raha. Now you have it, you have a full state in your hand, and you'll have to make it count. The state of Punjab has given you their full faith, their full mandate. It can't get bigger than this when support is concerned. It's repeat of 2015 for Arvind Kejriwal, or rather even 2017, then what had happened right here in Delhi. And he scripted the same victory in Punjab. It's propelled him from just a government in Delhi to now on the national stage. Where he goes from here, Gujarat, Himachal, well, we'll only know in time to come. But I want to cut across to Sangrur. My colleague Kamaljeet Sandhu, who's been doing the Bhangra there, is joining us live. Kamal, a very subdued... All right, okay, we're going to go, but the man of the moment is Arvind Kejriwal. Let's listen in.
पंजाब के लोगों ने कमाल कर दिया। पंजाब वालियों तुसी कमाल कर दिता। We all love you पंजाब। आज जो पंजाब के नतीजे आए हैं, ये एक बहुत बड़ा इनकलाब है। पंजाब के नतीजे बहुत बड़ा इनकलाब है। बड़ी बड़ी कुर्सियां हिल गई हैं आज पंजाब के अंदर। सुखबीर सिंह बादल हार गए, कैप्टन साहब हार गए, चन्नी साहब हार गए, प्रकाश सिंह बादल साहब हार गए, नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू हार गए, विक्रम सिंह मजीठिया हार गए। पंजाब के लोगों ने कमाल कर दिया दोस्तों। बहुत बड़ा इनकलाब है ये, बहुत बड़ा इनकलाब है। भगत सिंह ने एक बारी कहा था, भगत सिंह ने कहा था, आजादी मिलने के बाद अगर हमने सिस्टम नहीं बदला, केवल अंग्रेजों को देश से भगा दिया और सिस्टम नहीं बदला, तो कुछ नहीं होने वाला। दोस्तों, दुख की बात है कि पिछले 75 साल से इन पार्टियों ने और इन नेताओं ने वो अंग्रेजों वाला सिस्टम रखा हुआ था। लूट रहे थे देश को। कोई स्कूल नहीं बनाए, कोई अस्पताल नहीं बनाए, लोगों को जानबूझ के गरीब रखा गया। पूरा का पूरा वही अंग्रेजों वाला सिस्टम चल रहा था। आम आदमी पार्टी ने यह सिस्टम बदला है पिछले 7 साल के अंदर। हमने ये सिस्टम बदला है। हमने ईमानदार राजनीति की शुरुआत की है। हमने लोगों के काम की शुरुआत की है। अब बच्चों के स्कूल बनने लगे हैं, गरीबों के बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा मिलने लगी है। बाबा साहब अंबेडकर और भगत सिंह जी का सपना पूरा होने लगा है। लेकिन दोस्तों, ये इतना आसान नहीं है। ये लोग सारे मिलके, बहुत बड़ी बड़ी ताकतें हैं, बहुत बड़ी बड़ी ताकतें हैं। हम लोग तो बहुत छोटे हैं इनके सामने। बहुत बड़ी बड़ी ताकतें, ये सारी ताकतें मिलके आज देश को आगे बढ़ने से रोकना चाहती हैं। आपने देखा होगा पंजाब में कितने बड़े बड़े षड्यंत्र किए गए। कितना रोज सुनते थे, ये पार्टी वाले अपना वोट इसको यहां से ट्रांसफर कर देंगे, इसको यहां से ट्रांसफर। सारे इकट्ठे हो गए आम आदमी पार्टी के खिलाफ, सब इकट्ठे हो गए और इनसे बात कर कहते थे एक ही मकसद है सबका, आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं आनी चाहिए, चाहे कोई पार्टी आ जाए। सबका एक ही मकसद था, आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं आनी चाहिए, कोई भी पार्टी आ जाए। बड़े बड़े षड्यंत्र किए इन लोगों ने। अंत में ये सारे इकट्ठे होके बोले केजरीवाल आतंकवादी है। दोस्तों, आज इन नतीजों के जरिए जनता ने बोल दिया, देश की जनता ने बोल दिया, केजरीवाल आतंकवादी नहीं है। केजरीवाल देश का सच्चा सपूत है। केजरीवाल देश का सच्चा सपूत है। केजरीवाल सच्चा देशभक्त है। जनता ने अपना नतीजा सुना दिया। जनता कह रही है केजरीवाल आतंकवादी नहीं है, आतंकवादी तुम लोग हो जो देश को लूट रहे हो सारे मिलके। दोस्तों, आज हम सब लोगों को संकल्प लेना है। हम सब लोगों को संकल्प लेना है, एक नया भारत बनाएंगे। एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां एक इंसान दूसरे इंसान से प्यार करेगा, मोहब्बत करेगा, कोई नफरत की कोई जगह नहीं होगी उस भारत के अंदर। एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां कोई भूखा नहीं सोएगा, एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां हमारी मां बहनें सुरक्षित होंगी। एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां पे अमीरों और गरीबों के बच्चे को एक जैसी अच्छी से अच्छी शिक्षा मिलेगी। एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे। मुझे बड़ा दुख होता है, आज आजादी के 75 साल के बाद हमारे बच्चों को मेडिकल की शिक्षा लेने के लिए यूक्रेन जैसे छोटे से देश में जाना पड़ता है। हम एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां पे खूब सारे मेडिकल कॉलेज खोलेंगे, खूब सारे इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज खोलेंगे। हम एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां से भारत के बच्चों को यूक्रेन नहीं जाना पड़ेगा, पूरी दुनिया के बच्चे भारत में शिक्षा लेने के लिए आया करेंगे। हम एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे। आज बहुत सारे लोग मेरे को टीवी में देख रहे होंगे, जो लोग मेरे को टीवी में देख रहे हैं, जितनी महिलाएं देख रही हैं, मेरी मां बहनें देख रही हैं, जितने युवा देख रहे हैं, जितने किसान देख रहे हैं, जितने मजदूर देख रहे हैं, जितने इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट देख रहे हैं, जितने व्यापारी देख रहे हैं, जितने लोग आज टीवी पे मुझे देख रहे हैं, उन सबको मैं कहना चाहता हूं, आप सब लोग, मैं जानता हूं जब आप देखते हो कि किस तरह से नेता और पार्टियां मिलकर देश को लूट रहे हैं, आपके दिल में भी बड़ा दुख होता है, आपको बहुत गुस्सा आता है इन लोगों के खिलाफ, आप भी कुछ करना चाहते हो। आज समय आ गया है, पहले दिल्ली में इंकलाब हुआ, अब पंजाब में इंकलाब हुआ, अब यह इंकलाब पूरे देश के अंदर फैलेगा। जो लोग आज ये टीवी देख रहे हैं, सब लोगों को मैं कहना चाहता हूं, सारी महिलाएं आम आदमी पार्टी ज्वाइन करें, सारे युवा आम आदमी पार्टी ज्वाइन करें, सारे किसान आम आदमी पार्टी ज्वाइन करें, सारे मजदूर, सारे व्यापारी, सारे उद्योगपति सब आम आदमी पार्टी ज्वाइन करें। आपको लगेगा कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं, एक आम आदमी को लगता है मैं क्या कर सकता हूं, मैं तो बहुत छोटा हूं। आपको पता है कि चरणजीत चन्नी जी को आज किसने हराया है? भदौर से लाभ सिंह उगोके। कौन है ये लाभ सिंह उगोके? मोबाइल रिपेयर करने वाली दुकान में नौकरी करता है। मोबाइल रिपेयर करने वाली दुकान में नौकरी करता है। उनकी माताजी एक सरकारी स्कूल के अंदर सफाई कर्मचारी का काम करती हैं। उनके पिताजी खेतों में मजदूरी करते हैं। ऐसे व्यक्ति ने चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी को आज चुनाव में हराया है। आपको पता है नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू को किसने हराया है? हमारी एक महिला वॉलंटियर है, आम महिला है, आम वॉलंटियर है, जीवनजोत कौर। उन्होंने मजीठिया को भी हरा दिया और उन्होंने सिद्धू को भी हरा दिया। तो दोस्तों, आम आदमी में बड़ी ताकत है। मैं बार बार कहता हूं, इस आम आदमी को चुनौती मत दो। ये जिस दिन खड़ा हो गया, बड़े बड़े इंकलाब आ जाएंगे, बड़ी बड़ी कुर्सियां हिल जाएंगे। तो आज मैं सब लोगों को, देश के लोगों को आह्वान करता हूं, अपनी ताकत को पहचानो, खड़े हो जाओ। अब इंकलाब लाना है देश के अंदर। समय आ गया है भारत का। 75 साल हम लोगों ने खराब कर दिए, अब और टाइम खराब नहीं करना। सब लोग आम आदमी पार्टी ज्वाइन करो। आम आदमी पार्टी कोई पार्टी नहीं है, आम आदमी पार्टी इंकलाब का नाम है। आम आदमी पार्टी भगत सिंह के सपनों को पूरा करने का नाम है। मैं आज मेरे छोटे भाई भगवंत सिंह मान जी को पंजाब का सीएम बनने के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। और मैं पूरी उम्मीद करता हूं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जो उम्मीद 90 के पार सीट हो चुकी हैं अभी तक, अभी नतीजे और आ रहे हैं। इतना बड़ा बहुमत, ये डर भी लगता है। लोगों ने बड़ी उम्मीदें जताई है, लोगों ने बड़ा विश्वास किया है। इस विश्वास को हमें टूटने नहीं देना, सबको पूरा करना है। तो एक तो ये कि हमारे जितने कार्यकर्ता हैं, मैं बार बार कहता हूं, हमें घमंड नहीं करना, हमें अहंकार नहीं करना, हमें बदतमीजी नहीं करनी। ये लोग हमें गालियां देंगे, इन्होंने चुनाव में मेरे को कितनी गालियां दी, केजरीवाल के कपड़े खराब हैं, केजरीवाल काला है, केजरीवाल अंग्रेज है, केजरीवाल पता नहीं क्या क्या है, आतंकवादी है। हमें इन गाली का जवाब गाली से नहीं देना। हमें इस देश की राजनीति बदलनी है। कोई आपको गाली दे तो बोलो जी गाली आपकी, आपको मुबारक, मैंने स्वीकार ही नहीं की आपकी गाली। हमें प्यार और मोहब्बत की राजनीति लेके आनी है। हमें सेवा की राजनीति करनी है। कहीं कोई बीमार दिखे, कहीं कोई मुसीबत में दिखे, उसकी मदद करो। हमें सेवा की राजनीति करनी है। मैं अभी हनुमान जी के मंदिर से आ रहा हूं, उनका आशीर्वाद लेने के लिए गया था। उनका आशीर्वाद लिया और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि आने वाला समय भारत का समय है और भारत दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बनने से अब कोई नहीं रोक सकता। दोस्तों, भारत माता की इनकलाब, इनकलाब।
While speaking to his cadre, speaking to the people of Punjab that gave his party such a huge mandate, and also pretty much speaking to the country, because he's clearly stating his national ambitions, where you just heard him, that now it's Aam Aadmi Party looking at India per se, and that Indians have to get together. And he gave the call to the youth, to women in particular, to Kisans in particular, asking them to join the Aam Aadmi Party. They've emerged as vote banks in various elections, and this time around, Arvind Kejriwal speaking at the Delhi headquarters to his cadre, which have gathered there for a very long time, waiting for him. But this is not just Arvind Kejriwal talking to Delhi. This is Arvind Kejriwal making his national ambitions very clear. This is a speech for India. The Aam Aadmi Party clearly now a national party making inroads with the first full state of Punjab. Earlier on, a very somber, we've seen him very combative when he's been on the campaign trail, but Bhagwant Mann, very somber. This was his victory speech in Sangrur. Listen to him.
ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਮੋਤੀ ਮਹਿਲਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਸੀ, ਸਿਸਮਾਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਮਹਿਲਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਸੀ, ਵੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ, ਬਹੁਤ ਉੱਚੀਆਂ ਕੰਧਾਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਘਰਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਸੀ। ਪਰ ਅੱਜ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲੂਗਾ, ਵਾਰਡਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲੂਗਾ, ਮੁਹੱਲਿਆਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲੂਗਾ, ਸ਼ਹਿਰਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਚੱਲੂਗਾ। ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ। ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਫਿਕਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਬੇਰੁਜ਼ਗਾਰੀ ਦਾ। ਪਹਿਲੇ ਦਿਨ ਹੀ ਹਰੇ ਰੰਗ ਦਾ ਪੈਨ ਬੇਰੁਜ਼ਗਾਰੀ ਦੂਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਚੱਲੂਗਾ।
All right, there you heard that's Bhagwant Mann there making his victory speech. I want to quickly pull in my colleague Harmeet, who's joining us for more. You know, Harmeet, there was one thing that you constantly spoke about. You spoke about, the Dalit factor. You had the first time a Dalit chief minister in the face of Charanjit Singh Channi, who fought not from 1 but 2 seats where the Dalit population was quite dominant. And it was perceived by many that the Dalit vote is going to go towards the Congress. The Congress is going to reap that benefit of having Channi as the chief minister. But that didn't quite work.
We'll analyze the post-result data closely when it's available, but my sense tells me that perhaps it's the appointment of Charanjit Singh Channi backfired in Punjab for the Congress party, in the sense that it didn't help consolidate Dalit vote, which in any case wasn't ever monolithic in Punjab. But on the contrary, what happened was that I think it's my guess that Jat vote consolidated against Channi, and it consolidated hugely, especially in the Malwa belt. So the appointment of Charanjit Singh Channi, I think, backfired for the Congress party here.
All right, so the appointment of Charanjit Singh Channi backfired. What about, that's so much talk. And, that's usually an argument which one had with many, that if there is an organic wave, then transfer of votes, manipulations don't really quite work. And a lot was made of the Deras announcing that, go with Congress. That didn't quite work on ground.
Absolutely right. When you have a wave, then nothing else works. And when we talk about Deras, I think it's a misconception and it's a false narrative that some Baba in Dera issues some sort of an edict, and that edict is followed blindly by his followers. Deras don't function that way in the first place. All Deras have their own management committees, the major ones. And within those management committees, you have political wings of those Deras, which spread their bets, all across. And it's not that, some Baba will say, go and vote for that party, and people will, and his followers or devotees or whatsoever, they'll go and do it blindly. Not so, certainly not so, when there is a complete disenchantment with the existing political establishment and a craving for change.
Well, we're giving the seat share there. That's Majha. This was where the Aam Aadmi Party, even, before polling had happened, had said this is what is going to spring a surprise. This was where they were wiped out in 2017. And look at those results there. 15 seats have gone to the Aam Aadmi Party till now. This is where they were hoping to consolidate. Doaba is still an area which they haven't really made much gains, but they were hoping that Majha and Malwa will compensate for Doaba. And how has it compensated? It is on your television screen, viewers, with 91 seats going to Aam Aadmi Party from 117. The Congress now being reduced to a precious 19. That's it, with Shiromani Akali Dal at just 4. I want to take you through with some of the key candidates right now. The biggest names, the movers and shakers when it came down to Punjab politics, completely washed away in what has been an Aam Aadmi Party tsunami. Right from Sukhbir Badal lost his seat from Jalalabad. Sindhu has lost his seat from Amrinder East. From Lambi, Prakash Singh Badal has lost. Captain Amrinder Singh has lost his seat in Patiala. So this is what it looks like, and these are numbers that we're getting to you from Malwa. Malwa is the lion's share, if I'm incorrect, if I'm correct, 69 seats.
69 seats from Malwa, yes.
69 seats from Malwa, and this has been completely swept by the Aam Aadmi Party. The figure of 66 out of 69 is astounding. The Shiromani Akali Dal with just 1 and the Congress with just 2. This is where they had done well the last time around in 2017 with 17 seats out of 20, which was their lion's share they had got from the Malwa region. And this time they've taken it through. 66 out of 69 have gone to the Aam Aadmi Party. This is what a wave, or rather an Aam Aadmi Party tsunami looks like. Harmeet, I'm going to ask you one quick question before I let you go. From now, what? Because like you said, it's pressure. It's under fire where the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. It's an acid test of sorts. They've made many promises. They have to deliver from the word go. They have to come and start batting and throwing it, hitting it out of the park immediately. True. Because they are accountable. But having said that, for someone who's been following Punjab politics, what does it augur? We are giving the key candidates there. Bhagwant Mann has won his seat from Dhuri, and by a margin, if I'm not wrong, over 50,000 seats. But, as we go through the key candidates, Harmeet, take us through what changes in terms of politics for the state of Punjab. Aam Aadmi Party, a new player, but sweeping Punjab. What happens to a regional party like Shiromani Akali Dal? What happens to the lot of the Congress? And what happens to Captain? Because this new Lok Congress is done, decimated.
Oh, of course, Captain's Party is gone. Captain Party was there, I think, just for this election season. But yes, I think the Shiromani Akali Dal, which I said has completed 100 years, has to overhaul itself, perhaps. And it just can't be a party of one family. The party leadership, the party lawmakers, whosoever there are in national parliament, they have to, sit together and brainstorm what to do next. Otherwise, it's an end of Shiromani Akali Dal and an end of a regional political group of Punjab. And Shiromani Akali Dal, Preeti, is not just a political party. I think it's also a strategic asset in Punjab politics. You have to have a regional party which acts as a bridge between different communities. Now that's gone. But thankfully, in these elections, polarization didn't work. In these elections, caste politics didn't work. People spoke about bread and butter issues. People spoke about livelihoods. And it was an election between the haves and the have-nots. Now, going ahead, for Aam Aadmi Party, for Bhagwant Mann, I think the first step is to fix the agrarian economy.
And come out of the shadow of Arvind Kejriwal.
Absolutely, he has to come out of the shadow of Arvind Kejriwal. And if the perception, sinks in that, no, he is still controlled by Arvind Kejriwal in Delhi, then, like it or not, it will be a new round of trouble for a new party in power.
All right, stay on with me. Let's cut across right now. Arvind Kejriwal pretty much declaring his national ambitions. Well, he's never been shy of that, but this time doing it at the back of an emphatic win in the state of Punjab. Listen it.
अब तो मैंने लिख के भी दे दिया।
क्या लिख के दिया है आपने?
चन्नी साहब दोनों सीटों से हार रहे हैं।
तो हमें भी लिख के दे दीजिए।
नहीं, एक बार लिख दिया, चलो।
और लहर अगर आ रही है तो
लो, लिखो।
कागज दीजिए, कोई है कागज वहाँ पर?
कागज दे दो।
और अगर लहर आ रही है तो ये भी लिख के दे दीजिए कितनी सीटें आ रही हैं।
नहीं, सीटें कितनी की नहीं, मैं बात ये करो, एक और लिख के दूंगा मैं।
चलो जरूर।
नहीं, वो भी मैं लिख के दे रहा हूँ।
सुपर सीएम।
नहीं, लिख के दे दूंगा। क्या लिख रहा है सर? साथ में बोलते जाओ। चन्नी साहब दोनों सीटें हार रहे हैं।
और आम आदमी पार्टी कितनी सीटें जीत रही है?
साइन कर सीटों से। हाँ। अच्छा, एक और चीज है, कल चन्नी साहब ने कहा था कि भगवंत मान जी धुरी से कितने वोटों से आ रहे हैं? 20,000 कह रहे थे। आज मैं अभी धुरी होके आ रहा हूँ, धुरी से सीधा आपके प्रोग्राम में आ रहा हूँ। कम से कम 51,000 वोटों से भगवंत मान जीतेंगे, ये भी लिख के दे रहे हैं।
All right, so this wasn't his declaration of national ambitions. That just happened about 1 hour ago, or about half an hour ago, where he spoke in Delhi at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. This is what he had told us way back before polling, and I quite have that letter, or the note that he had written at that point of time, and practically save one. Actually, nearly all three are coming true, which is Channi will lose from both seats, Bhagwant Mann will win from a margin of 51,000, and the Badal Parivar की 5 सीटें हारेंगे, 4 तो अभी तक हार रहे हैं, is what seems to be the trend right now. A quick break, we are back with the very latest. Do stay with us, our rolling coverage. 5 states. Counting has taken place, 4 of them swept by the BJP in their pocket. The Aam Aadmi Party, AAP tsunami in Punjab as well. A quick break, stay with us, our coverage continues.
At the crossroads of connections.
Have you heard this?
When old songs touch hearts, where memories connect and distance no longer parts. Tragedy is human. Its stories have to be gathered and told, shared, felt, and the world informed.
At Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
watching India Today.
Let's come to the Indian Navy's arsenal and fleets which are of Russian origin. Starting with MiG-29K fighters, our deck-based fighters are of Russian origin right now. The formidable Rajput-class destroyers are the Kashin-class destroyers of Russia. Then you've got the Talwar-class frigates, which are also supplied and built by Russia. The Veer-class missile corvettes are also of Russian origin. India's largest current ship, the INS Vikramaditya aircraft carrier, is the former Admiral Gorshkov aircraft carrier from Russia. So basically the biggest warship in Indian service, the flagship of the Indian Navy, is of Russian origin. The entire fleet of Kilo-class attack submarines is of Russian origin. INS Jyoti, one of the Indian Navy's primary fleet replenishment tankers and oilers, is also a ship that's been built by Russia. And let's not forget that a lot of technical assistance for India's Arihant-class ballistic missile submarines, nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines, has also come from Russia. Very, very crucial. Not to forget that many Indian Navy ships are armed with the Indo-Russian BrahMos cruise missile. The Indian Navy also operates KH-35 anti-ship missiles. They also operate the Russian origin P-20 anti-ship missiles. Many Indian Navy platforms are armed with the Russian origin Klub anti-ship and land attack cruise missiles. APR-3E torpedoes in use by the Indian Navy are also from Russia. CRN-91 patrol boat cannons, again of Soviet origin. The ubiquitous AK-630 naval close-in weapon system seen on the decks of many of our warships, also from Russia. The RBU-6000 anti-submarine rocket system, very visible, very recognizable, also from Russia. The GSH-30-1 autocannon, also a weapon system that is being seen on many Indian Navy platforms.
You are
BJP's bulldozer flattens Samajwadi cycle. Yogi in driver's seat, rivals all crushed. India's new #1 political metaphor. Bulldozer clears Yogi's victory path. Double engine plus single bulldozer is equal to history.
All right, viewers, warm welcome. Our rolling coverage. 5 states counting is on, and massive leads in 4 states for the BJP. There are emphatic wins, and then there are wins within wins. Breaking news coming in, Rajnath Singh's son, Pankaj Singh, has won with an astounding margin of 1,59,199 votes from Noida. This is the margin with which Pankaj Singh, he's the son of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, he was contesting from Noida, and he has won with an astounding margin of 1,59,000 votes. There are wins and there are wins within wins, some which will go down in the annals of Assembly election history, and this is going to be one of those, with Pankaj Singh recording this massive landslide in terms of his own constituency of Noida. He's the son of Rajnath Singh. He was a candidate from Noida, and he has won with a margin convincing enough to record a historic win. Meanwhile, viewers, the latest trend suggests that BJP has managed to paint the state of Uttar Pradesh completely saffron. Even if we break it down region by region from west all the way to the east, it is Yogi Adityanath all the way. These three pictures, the Prime Minister Modi there, the celebrate, and Yogi Adityanath. It's been an election which belongs to the both of them, fought under their leadership. The star campaigner for the BJP, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, held many, many rallies there. Yogi Adityanath, this is the first election that happened under his chief ministership, under his banner, and he's converted it. Well, the Samajwadi Party has recorded its most impressive numbers, but nowhere close to even come close to the victory margin. 132 is right now in terms of seat share, where the Samajwadi Party stands on, the BJP at 266, the BSP at 1, the Congress right now at 2, and others at 2. The mammoth victory for Yogi Adityanath in many regions called Maharashtra, but very popularly called Bulldozer Baba, linking him to the law and order or the Suraksha angle, which was a huge poll issue this time around, a huge factor on which vote was given across the urban and the rural belts of Uttar Pradesh. Many districts perform the bulldozer puja today, which is understandable. They call him the bulldozer Baba. It's linked, like I said, to the law and order situation, which they feel that since the coming of Yogi Adityanath has only become better in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Well, it's Yogi Adityanath who's triumphed against anti-incumbency. This is a vote for the incumbent, and clearly all the other issues of joblessness, unemployment, inflation have fallen flat in the rural belt. All the talk of stray cattle fallen flat in the wake of Yogi Adityanath's bulldozer. What you see right now are visuals coming in from outside the BJP headquarters, the BJP flag, the lotus fluttering. I want to cut across to Samarth, my colleague, who's joining us right now from the BJP headquarters in Lucknow. Samarth, 5:30 is when we expect Yogi Adityanath's victory march to take place in Lucknow. Give us the latest. We haven't seen him since the course of the morning. He's the man of the moment. When do we see him?
Obviously, I think Yogi Adityanath is the man of the moment, as we just said, bulldozer Baba, in the meme language, or in the language which is commonly used on social media. But what is important is he will arrive at the BJP headquarters in some time, and he will also address the workers of the Saffron Party. But as we discussed before, that this was the do or die for the Party and its chief Akhilesh Yadav. So it's going to be evident like what next Akhilesh Yadav will do, because he put everything from his side, be it Vijay Yatras or anything else. But concretely, if you see that the number is standing somewhere around 130 to 140 from the numbers as they have got so far. So BJP is clearly leading. It's not just a tough competition even. BJP is getting a slight victory from here if you see the numbers. And if in the next 2 hours numbers could change, hardly impact much, because in the current scenario, Yogi Adityanath is getting in from the government in the state of Uttar Pradesh. So the bulldozer formula or the ration formula or the law and order formula, all those features work in favor of BJP, and which were the majority silent voter. And also the women voter played a crucial role for the Saffron Party, as we just discussed to our panelists, because women voter was crucial. Though the women in Bukhas also came to cast vote, but the woman voter who received the ration, because which was the need of the state was dealing with the pandemic, COVID-19. But now the things have been settled, and Yogi Adityanath is going to strengthen the Uttar Pradesh, because Akhilesh Yadav also tried his best, though Mayawati was never in the scene when we saw during campaigning also, though Priyanka Gandhi came to light and he was also visible on the ground, but not that much what was the need. So it was a clear bipolar competition. But as we discussed, it thought to be a neck-to-neck competition, but what the numbers are coming, it seems to be a clear-cut victory for the Saffron Party. This is what the BJP UP Chief Swatan Dev Singh clearly said, that people have accepted the welfare schemes of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he is the face. We must admit that the magic of Prime Minister Narendra Modi is still alive. Though Yogi was also the face, this time BJP patted his back throughout, be it in the form of bulldozer Baba, be it his actions against mafias including Mukhtar Ansari, Atiq Ahmed and various other names. So the law and order played a major crucial part for BJP. Number 2, the ration scheme and various welfare schemes by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, be it the housing scheme, be it some other schemes, be it the Ujjwala Yojana. So these were the things inside the minds of voters which we got from the ground, and clearly BJP came victorious from the numbers what we have seen so far, Preeti.
All right, we're going to come right back to you. I can already hear a slew of firecrackers going off right behind my colleague Samarth. My other two colleagues also join me. Is Milan, who's joining us from Kadhal, Mainpuri, the strongholds of the Yadavs. This is where Akhilesh Yadav has fought his first assembly election from and convincingly won, but his party is nowhere close to that magic number. I want to go across to Milan, and then we'll cut across to Abhishek, who's joining us from Varanasi. But Milan, you know, yes, Akhilesh Yadav has won from Kadhal, but Samajwadi Party has lost this election. What are the reactions you're picking up from Mainpuri?
Well, Preeti, let me just show you that when BJP is celebrating with crackers and a bulldozer in the Yadav bastion, what does it show? It shows that in this particular seat from Mainpuri Sadar, the BJP's candidate is leading, in fact, but the people in Mainpuri are celebrating BJP's victory at the moment because BJP is leading on many seats. The margin and gap is also such, Preeti, that you can't really say that this is not a sweep for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. And you can look at the faces. These are all supporters of the BJP. I'd just like my camera person to show you this mini bulldozer. It's a toy. You know, they couldn't bring the real bulldozer up here, just like they did in Lucknow. But this mini bulldozer over here just talks about the fact that the government has been brought back by these people because they are looking for them. Certainly Akhilesh is going to win from the current seat because he's leading by a big margin against SP Singh Baghel. But the other two seats of Mainpuri, Bhogao as well as Sadar seat, is certainly going to the BJP because they are leading at this moment and a lot of rounds of counts have already happened. But when we do see that there are crackers being burst and that there are people who are chanting Yogi and Modi's name over here, certainly shows the kind of change that has come through the Yadav bastion once, which was known as the Yadav bastion, Mainpuri. There are chants behind me and you'll also hear them. So it's quite evident the change that you're witnessing on the ground there.
Well, you know, Milan, you can't be further off from the truth that even in Mainpuri, if you see this strong surge of support right now from the BJP, that clearly means that the BJP has swept this election. What you saw, you know, that bulldozer, that plastic bulldozer, we've seen the real one with the BJP cadre on it, but most cadre, you know, we've seen them holding this little plastic bulldozer. You know, if Yogi Adityanath ever wants to fight an election of his own, this could be the symbol that he could pick because it directly relates to none else but Bulldozer Baba, who is Yogi Adityanath. Stay on with me, Milan. I'm going to come right back to you. I want to cut across right now. I have with me Maushmi, who's joining us from Lucknow. But before I cut across to Lucknow, let's go to Varanasi because, you know, if it is Yogi Adityanath's win, it's as much the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's win. He had the maximum number of rallies in Uttar Pradesh. Last 3 days camping from where Abhishek Mishra is joining us, Varanasi. He's the MP from that constituency, and he's made that visit count. That entire area, the entire district, the last phase swept by the BJP, Abhishek.
Well, absolutely, Preeti, and there will be no doubt for the fact that if Varanasi is able to sweep all the 8 seats, it's all the Modi magic once again in Uttar Pradesh Eastern Belt. But as of now, as per the update, Neelkant Tiwari is still trailing on his seat from the south Varanasi. He is marginally behind from the Samajwadi Party candidate. So one seat is going to trouble the BJP if the mandate doesn't come into their favor. But on the other 7 seats, all the BJP candidates are leading, be it Ravindra Jaiswal or Saurabh Srivastava and all those other candidates from Varanasi. It is very clear that
Abhishek, we've lost you. We've lost you there. We're going to come right back and connect with my colleague Abhishek. But let's now cut across to my colleague Maushmi, who's joining us from Lucknow. We are counting down to Yogi Adityanath speaking his victory march at the BJP headquarters at 5:30 p.m. Well, good news also coming in for his deputy. Keshav Prasad Maurya is now finally leading in his constituency. He was trailing so far and from quite a margin, but a very narrow lead that he's managed right now from Sirathu. Cutting across to Maushmi. Maushmi, where are you? Give us a sense. And all right, okay, we're good. All right, let's cut across to Maushmi. Maushmi, where are you? Over to you.
Of the situation here at the BJP headquarters in Lucknow. This is where the entire news is being watched, and India Today Aaj Tak being watched at the BJP office. Even as I talk, you can hear the song, the singing and the celebration that's happening. This is the Badhai Geet that is being sung, and you can see that this is the State Minister Sonam Kinnar, who was actually inducted in the Yogi cabinet, and here celebration of swords breaking out. Preeti, we showed you the Mahila Brigade, the Youth Brigade, and now you can see that how expressions, joy and triumph is unfolding. These scenes absolutely symbolic of the thumping victory that the BJP has scored. And here you can see that this celebration has been going on forever. We'll ask Sonam ji that Sonam ji, क्या वजह थी कि इतनी जबरदस्त जीत मिली है और कब तक चलेगा जश्न?
Only for the peoples, the everybody, the UP state, so like only for the Mr. Yogi Adityanath, Chief Minister. So I'm a crowd feel and everybody, people, the UP state, and congratulations.
गुड्डन जी, what do you think? Do you think कि सबका साथ, सबका विकास जैसे चल रहा है, वो वाकई में जमीन पर लोगों को नजर आया?
जी बिल्कुल, हम लोग प्रचार करने गए तो हमने घर घर देखा, हर घर, चाहे वो हिंदू हो चाहे मुस्लिम हो, कोई भी हो, सभी धर्म के लोग बिल्कुल तन मन धन से एकजुट होकर के वोट दिया है और मेरे बीजेपी को सक्षम बनाया और किन्नर समाज ने और बढ़ चढ़ के हिस्सा लिया है और हम लोग आगे भी यही 2027 में भी बाबा को लेके आएंगे।
5 लाख ट्रांसजेंडर कम्युनिटी, सो एवरीबॉडी पीपल ट्रांसजेंडर, सो ओनली फॉर द वोटिंग भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
So the transgender community is backing the BJP and the Modi Yogi combined. Let's get the celebrations on, Sonam ji. So here you can continue till Holi, and after that, since the BJP workers are absolutely triumphant about their victory. Over to you.
Well, Maushmi, we're going to keep coming back to you. Maushmi is going to shift from there and go to the BJP headquarters. 5:30 is when we are going to hear in from Yogi Adityanath. Till now, nothing. We don't know where he is. Of course, we know where he is, which is Lucknow, but he hasn't come out publicly, not made a statement. It's going to be a big shindig at 5:30, where he's going to come out, speak to his cadres. This is an election which he's led from the front. Whichever way you look at it, he's swept the state of Uttar Pradesh. I want to cut across once again to my colleague Milan Sharma, who's joining us from Kadhal, Manipur. It's a Yadav stronghold, but it's booming lotus this afternoon. Milan, the last time we cut across to you, celebrations by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Give us a sense how many seats in Manipur are actually going the BJP way.
Well, out out of the 4 seats in Mainpuri, 2 are looking strong for BJP at the moment. Where I am is Mainpuri's Sadar seat, and what we are watching is the VIP seat, that's the Karal seat. But there is Bugao and Kisni seats as well. So Kisni and Bugao. Bugao has a tough contest. It's possible that BJP is leading there, and Karal, you know that Akhilesh Yadav is leading by a huge margin, about 42,000 votes from SPS Baghel. But here in Mainpuri, as you said, lotus seems to be blooming because people over here have been painted in saffron throughout the day today, because this seat that happened to be a Yadav stronghold initially, the Sadar seat, is now looking at the BJP candidate trailing forward. And although we are witnessing these celebrations on the road outside, I would also like to maybe speak to 1 or 2 people if I am able to. आप बताइए, भगवा रंग आज मैनपुरी में दिख रहा है, ये पहले यादवों का गढ़ हुआ करता था, क्या हुआ?
यादवों का कोई गढ़ नहीं था, वो तो गुंडागर्दी से सीट निकालते थे।
क्या आप इस बात को मानते हैं कि आज ये यादवों का गढ़ है या नहीं है? Okay, Preeti, the crowd here very enthusiastic, all drowning in celebrations for the Bharatiya Janata Party, certainly, because the way the exit polls had predicted, and that is the exact poll that India Today as well as Aaj Tak showed, but certainly BJP coming to power with a certain margin is giving hope to the people over here as well, and which is why enthusiastic crowds have lined up right outside Mainpuri at the moment. But on the other hand, there's stoic silence in the Samajwadi Party campaign, the Samajwadi Party place right now. Although Akhilesh may be leading from Karhal, but it's not a victory for the party, and that will be something that people will have to figure out for a long time, and what Samajwadi Party can do finally to bring back that power and bastion that they had at least in the Yadav belt.
All right, Milan, we're going to come right back to you. You know, Milan has gotten herself caught in a surge of saffron, and it's happening where is the traditional Gad of Yadavs, or the belt of Yadavs, Mainpuri. It's called the Karam Bhumi of Mulayam Singh. This is where Akhilesh Yadav is fighting his assembly election for the first time. He's winning all right, but not all seats in Mainpuri are going the Samajwadi Party way. I want to cut across back to Maushmi, because there are fine prints to this election result, Maushmi, and if one looks at it, the farm anger, we've stressed on Western UP. We've seen how the BJP clearly has the support, not maybe entirely, but has enough Jat support to be very comfortable in the West. But let's talk about Lakhimpur Khedi. All the 8 seats in Lakhimpur Khedi seem to be going the BJP way. Maushmi, can you hear me? All right, no, we can't hear Maushmi. Maushmi's drowned in the din of celebrations in Lucknow. What we can also expect now, it will only reach a crescendo. As the evening goes on, it will only reach a crescendo. But let's talk a little bit about the BJP, which appeared on course to retain power in Uttar Pradesh, with our exit poll trends showing a clear massive sweep for the BJP. Well, right now, it is a clear mandate for the BJP as well in the state of Uttar Pradesh, standing at 265 with the Samajwadi Party, the principal challenger. It's a bipolar election at just 133. So let's take a look now on how Yogi Adityanath managed this mammoth feat to register this landslide victory.
The monk who stormed back to power, bucking a 35-year trend in UP that has never permitted a successive victory. Saffron-clad and super confident through his campaign, Yogi Adityanath today has rung the biggest political bell of 2022. Branded a Hindutva icon, an image he invoked frequently through the campaign.
जनता जनार्दन के आशीर्वाद से डबल इंजन की सरकार फिर से आएगी। 80 बनाम 20 की तरफ चुनाव जा चुका है।
Even that comment, which had inflamed, appears to have come somewhat true, with votes pouring in from across barriers. The victory today is testament to the far more solid work he was actually standing on. By recasting himself as the law and order headmaster of Uttar Pradesh with visible results on the ground, Yogi made deep inroads into the minds and hearts of a vote bank that so many have ignored: women. He gamely broke the famous Noida jinx, which dictates defeat for anyone who campaigns in this Delhi suburb, and carefully crafted a campaign that rode on a pro-incumbency wave. Fighting the very real issue of unemployment, the bottom line is, Brand Yogi was able to persuade UP's electorate that not only was he worth voting back to power, but that nobody else deserved that chance. The double-engine metaphor that projected Yogi as an extension of the enormously popular Prime Minister helped amplify welfare work done to fever pitch.
जिस यूपी की छवि इन लोगों ने ऐसी बना दी थी कि हाँ कुछ बदल नहीं सकता, उस यूपी में योगी जी की सरकार ने कानून व्यवस्था को सुधार कर दिखाया है.
With money in accounts, toilets in houses and safer towns and villages to live in, the unstoppable power of Ration Shasan was too much for the BJP's rivals to surmount. Let's make no mistake, Yogi's victory immediately makes him a first among equals in the BJP's pantheon of chief ministers, and solidifies the wishful thinking among millions of BJP supporters that he now stands as next in line to the main engine Modi. Handpicked as a surprise choice to be CM 5 years ago, the phenomena of Yogi Adityanath is fully visible today. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, viewers, this is big news break that is coming in. The Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Dhami has lost his Khatima seat. Dhami was sworn in as the 10th Chief Minister of Uttarakhand after the resignation of Tirath Singh Rawat on July the 3rd, 2021. At 45, he had become the youngest Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, but now he has lost his seat of Khatima with a margin of 6,951 votes. What does this mean for Pushkar Dhami? Will he get to be the next CM? Because if the CM has lost his own seat, what will happen in the state of Uttarakhand? That's the big question. We're going to go into a quick break, but lots of upsets, even though BJP poised for a very, very comfortable win in Uttarakhand. The Chief Minister, incumbent Pushkar Dhami, has lost his own seat with a margin of 6,951 votes. With that, I'm going to go into a quick break. To stay with us, our rolling coverage on election results continues on the other side.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
NFT is an acronym that stands for non-fungible token.
which means guaranteed to be unique. The NFT is a digital certificate of authenticity associated with an object, which can be a digital file such as an image, a video, it could be an animation, photo, sound or text. It proves that its owner is the sole legitimate holder. This certificate is theoretically tamper-proof and cannot be duplicated. It is designed using blockchain technology, which is a decentralized and secure network for storing and transmitting information that keeps track of transactions and has enabled the rise of cryptocurrencies. An NFT owner has a digital wallet in which they store the digital certificates they have purchased. NFTs introduce the notion of scarcity into sectors as diverse as art, music, design, video games, or even fashion. The system allows creators to earn income from their work when the NFT is resold. NFTs arrived to the general public in 2017 with the platform CryptoKitties, a game in which players can buy and breed digital kittens whose value has skyrocketed.
Co-presented by Berger Paints. Paint your imagination. Powered by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Education for life, education for living. Co-powered by AU Bank. Badlaav humse hai.
All right, let's cut across now. Joining me is one of the man of the moments. There are three where Punjab is concerned for the Aam Aadmi Party: Arvind Kejriwal, Bhagwant Mann and Raghav Chadha. Raghav Chadha, lakh vadaiyan for this spectacular win.
Thank you ji, to ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਖ ਵਧਾਈਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਮੇਰੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ.
Now we are going to only talk in Punjabi, Raghav.
Yeah, you want to interview me in Punjabi? You can.
I wish my Punjabi was as good as yours. But Raghav, you know, it is a spectacular win. You know, it's historic by every sense of the word. Right now, the numbers that I'm looking at are 92 for the Aam Aadmi Party. A lot of credit, yes, to your cadre, all of it to Punjab. मतलब झाड़ू फेर दिया उन्होंने, अब तो नंबर आपका है, उन्होंने तो अपना काम कर दिया है. इतनी लंबी लिस्ट है आपके प्रोमिसेस की.
सिर्फ झाड़ू ही नहीं फेरा, झाड़ू के साथ साथ पोछा भी लगा दिया और वैक्यूम क्लीनर भी चला दिया और सभी कुछ साफ कर दिया. एंड today's victory is nothing short of a chamatkar. Of course, we were expecting this. This is very much on expected lines. What the people of Punjab have done today is just mind-blowing. You know, ordinary people belonging to ordinary households have defeated, you know, the mightiest of politicians of Punjab. And, you know, from Prakash Singh Badal Saab to Sukhbir Singh Badal to Captain Amrinder Saab, each one of them have lost the election. And the common man has won. We are truly, truly humbled that such a big responsibility has been given to the Aam Aadmi Party, has been bestowed upon my elder brother, Shri Bhagwant Mann Saab. And the credit for this entire victory, of course, goes to the people of Punjab for choosing us, for reposing faith in us and rejecting these traditional political parties, these traditional politicians, and secondly to the cadre of the Aam Aadmi Party that worked day and night. You know, we lost the 2017 election and we know what defeat feels like. We were hoping to win, we couldn't win. And we worked very hard over the last 5 years and in particular the last 1.5 to 2 years. We've put our blood, sweat, tears and toil into this. And today, you know, the volunteers of the Aam Aadmi Party, which are the real backbone of the Aam Aadmi Party, are the ones who must be credited with this. People of Punjab have embraced the jodi of Bhagwant Mann Saab and Arvind Kejriwal ji.
You know, the victory is sweeter when it comes as slowly, Raghav. You know, you've learned from the lessons of 2017, and the victory you've delivered, I would reckon, is as big as your 2015 victory in Delhi. I would keep it at par with that. What happened in Delhi, you've done it on a national stage. You know, for somebody who's looked. But the question I want to ask you, Raghav, is now the onus is on you. What you asked the people of Punjab, they have delivered. You have a list, a host of promises, you know, to come good on. And the excuse which has been there, you know, you would say it's relative, is the fact that you can't now blame the center. You have a full-fledged state with you.
No, absolutely. Victory is not just sweet. Victory is sweetest because we've seen defeat before. That was the point that I was trying to make. And yes, we have a lot of responsibility. I am mildly kind of sort of worried also that such huge expectations and responsibility has been bestowed upon us. But I'm at the, you know, in the very same breath, permit me to say that we're very, very sure that the government led by Shri Bhagwant Mann will be a pro-people government. It will be a government that will work for everyone, including those who didn't vote for us. It will be a vendetta-free government, and it will be a government which will transform Udta Punjab to Uttha Punjab, make it Khushhal Punjab, Rangla Punjab. That's the dream. That's the focus. That's the mission of the Aam Aadmi Party.
All right, you know, Raghav, because, you know, this victory, yes, belongs to the people of Punjab. It belongs to Bhagwant Mann. You know, your chief ministerial face, it belongs to Arvind Kejriwal. It also belongs to you. You've been in Punjab over the course of the last year and a half. You know, this is your hard work as well. And you know, it should be given, you know, where credit is due. But I want to ask you, between Deputy CM, and I'm going to ask you this question, or a Rajya Sabha representative of Punjab, or a Super CM, अब एक तीसरा और सुनने में आया, इनमें से which are the three that Raghav Chadha is going to be?
None of the above. I often say this about myself. There's a saying in Punjabi which is perfectly applicable to me and my role, which is Lal Kaballiyan Rab Siddhiyan Paave. I am an ordinary person like all of you. I come from an ordinary household. All of us have worked very, very hard, and it is not my hard work alone. It's the hard work of lakhs and lakhs of volunteers of the Aam Aadmi Party and my leader, who is the chief political strategist, Mr. Kejriwal. And party had given me a responsibility to make sure that we fight a good battle and win the battle in Punjab. I've done my responsibility to the best of my abilities with the limited abilities that I have. And I do hope that the Aam Aadmi Party runs a pro-people government in the state of Punjab. I'm not going to respond to all this speculation.
So are you packing? Okay, let me ask you this. Is Raghav Chadha going to be back in Delhi, or is he going to stay put in Punjab?
No, I have been given responsibilities by my leader and by the people of Delhi. I have responsibilities towards my constituency, and whatever role my party has given to me, I will honor that role to the best of my abilities.
All right, okay. You know, today when we heard Arvind Kejriwal, we've heard you also yesterday, you know, when the exit poll was there, where it's a very clear national path now for the Aam Aadmi Party. You know, if I'm not wrong, you're already planning for Gujarat, Himachal. There is a national role, that's very clear. The language around Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, has also changed. You know, I've just got an invite from the Aam Aadmi Party because I cover the party, and now the name from Arvind Kejriwal is Aam Aadmi Party Supremo invites you.
So, look, today's results have a very important significance, and its significance is that today the Aam Aadmi Party has arrived at the national stage. We're a force to reckon with now at the national level. Mr. Kejriwal, in my view, is going to be the principal challenger to the BJP in the coming days, and Aam Aadmi Party is going to be the national and the natural replacement of the Congress party. I feel that Aam Aadmi Party is perhaps the fastest growing political party in the history of independent India. You know, if you rewind back to the days of the BJP, when the BJP came into existence, it was born out of what we used to call as Jan Sangh. Jan Sangh had its own paraphernalia and its machinery, and it's from there that the BJP was created. BJP had the backing of the Jan Sangh, and yet it took the BJP almost a decade to win its first state. And here you have the Aam Aadmi Party, less than a party, a startup done by political novices, like common people like us, headed by a guy who's an IIT engineer, who's an income tax officer, who left his job and started this political experiment, is today running a government in 2 states now. One Punjab, the second Delhi. So therefore, I feel AAP is the fastest growing political force in this country after independent India, in the history of independent India. And I do feel that people of this country, from Kashmir to Kerala, from Guwahati to Gujarat, want to experience the Kejriwal model of governance.
You know, Raghav, you said that Arvind Kejriwal, as per you, as per your party, clearly is going to be the natural contender and is going to occupy the space of the Congress where your party is concerned to the BJP. But there are many contenders for that space, the likes of, West Bengal, the likes of Didi.
Look, it's the people who create leaders who choose leaders. I feel that for an upright, I genuinely feel that it's time now for an upright experiment, political experiment like the Aam Aadmi Party, to capture the national imagination, which is here, and also capture the national political space. And I don't wish to comment on other leaders. Today is not the day to comment on others. All I can say is that in my life, my goal, my objective, my dream in life is to see my leader as the Prime Minister.
Well, the language, has changed, and understandably it will. Raghav, I wish you well. There's a lot of hard work that you've put in. But do tell us, when can we see the cabinet formation? Is there going to be a massive, a show of strength where your party is concerned? What are we witnessing in the days to come in terms of celebrations? Because this is a celebration of the people's mandate.
No, absolutely. You will see the swearing-in ceremony very, very soon. You will also see a celebratory roadshow very, very soon. The dates and the details of that will be announced shortly. We are in the process of finalizing it and planning it, and it's going to be a beautiful, beautiful day. The cabinet formation is something that's the prerogative of the Chief Minister. Mr. Bhagwant Mann is the Chief Ministerial designate now. He is going to become the next Chief Minister of Punjab, and I'm pretty sure my elder brother, Mr. Mann, will choose, his ministers very, very wisely, and constitute a cabinet that will represent Punjab, represent the aspiration and dreams of Punjab, and will work towards fulfilling the expectations that the people of Punjab have bestowed upon us. And I would just want to thank the Almighty God. आज वाहिगुरु जी ने अपना मेहर वाला हाथ हम सब पे रखा है, हम सबको एक बहुत बड़ा मौका दिया है. I just pray to God that God blesses us with all the strength and wisdom.
To say it, it's been a very, very long night if you're getting into prose, especially for you, where your party is concerned. So what are the plans tonight? What is Raghav Chadha going to do tonight? Put his feet up, have a drink, or dig into some butter chicken and say, ho gaya, chak de fatte?
I'm going to celebrate with my party volunteers and workers. A lot of our candidates who have won are calling us non-stop. They're coming towards Chandigarh. I am in Chandigarh. I am at the party headquarters, and they're coming to celebrate with me. I'm going to celebrate with them, eat a lot of mithai, maybe shake a leg with them, and all the tiredness that we had for almost 1.5 years of this campaign goes away immediately once you see, your party workers celebrating, your cadre celebrating, your workers, being ecstatic with joy. So as I said, victory is not just sweet, it is sweetest today. And we are truly humbled with such a huge mandate.
A bigger win, Raghav, than what 2015 was in Delhi, or would you rate it at the same par?
Look, each election victory has a different meaning, a different feel attached to it. It would be unfair to compare what happened in Delhi to Punjab. But all I can say is that in Delhi, we were not in administration. We were newcomers. We were considered to be outsiders. and we made a mark in Delhi. Our journey started from Delhi, and a model of governance, the Kejriwal model of governance, was born in Delhi. We've got that model now in Punjab, which has been accepted by the people of Punjab, and which will be ratified by the people of Punjab in the days and months to come. So I think both election victories are somewhat different, and it would be unfair to compare. But yes, the one thing that an election as beautiful as this teaches us, and I don't say this as somebody who's been leading the campaign for the party in Punjab, but as a political sort of student of political science or as a political analyst, that democracy is just so beautiful. Now you see that people of Punjab have defeated the stalwarts, those who have ruled the state of Punjab and perhaps even ruined the state of Punjab all these years, from Prakash Singh Badal to Bikram Singh Majithia, from Sukhbir Singh Badal to Raja Vading. I mean, all these people, Damshod Singh Sidhu, Charanjit Singh Channi has lost from both the states, and Mr. Kejriwal on a piece of paper wrote this and gave it to you in his in the interview that you did with him. I mean, all that has come true. All that has come true today. So it shows that the will of the people is supreme in democracy. And no politician, nobody should forget this. We should not get arrogant. We should not get overconfident, because the people are watching us. The will of the people is supreme.
All right. Well, let your hair down at least tonight. And congratulations once again for this spectacular win, Raghav. Thank you there. And we'll hopefully see you finally do the Bhangra. You've not done it till now, but soon enough. Thank you there. A big congratulations, Raghav. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's cut across right now to the all right. All right, viewers, let's cut across right now from Punjab to the spectacular win that the BJP has scripted in Uttar Pradesh. Taking you directly to the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, my colleague Aishwarya Paliwal joining us from there. Aishwarya, I am sure the atmosphere is nothing short but electric.
Yes, Preeti, the atmosphere is electric. In fact, it's dhol, it's bhangra. Parminder will show you what it looks like inside the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters at the moment. People are drumming beats, people are dancing, people are cheering, and all that I can hear is people dancing and the cheering. Also, we have the Bharatiya Janata Party, the Indian flags being waved. This is the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters. Dance taking place. The manjire, the dhol, everything. It's, the people are showing their happiness through this Preeti. These are the visuals which talk about what Bharatiya Janata Party has done in Uttar Pradesh. All these people coming here, dancing, chanting names, flags, Indian flag, the Bharatiya Janata Party flag, all of them are waving high, and now everyone is waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to come to the headquarters and to speak with the people who are here. Preeti.
Aishwarya, try and get as many reactions, because a lot of regular people as well that have come in to celebrate the win at the BJP headquarters. There's not just the cadre there. What my colleague is also telling us earlier is that there are a lot of people from regular people who are not part of the party or cadre who've come in to celebrate the win. It is a spectacular win for the Bharatiya Janata Party. 5 states went to polls. 4 have gone the BJP way, 1 the Aam Aadmi Party way in Punjab. What you're seeing behind Aishwarya is in Delhi, the BJP headquarters. 6 p.m., 6:30 p.m. is when the Prime Minister is going to come there. But 5:30 p.m., the same visuals are playing out at the BJP headquarters in the state of Uttar Pradesh, at the nerve center of Awadh politics, Lucknow. And that Adityanath would be speaking to his cadre and the people of UP, a thank you speech, a victory speech at 5:30 p.m. Meanwhile, the latest trends, as you can see on your television screen, suggest that BJP has managed to paint the state saffron once again. BJP crossing the 260 mark, with Samajwadi Party in second place right now at 133. Yogi Adityanath is leading the race from Gorakhpur urban. Huge margin of wins at Gorakhpur urban. Mammoth victory for the party workers who are now seen sporting toy bulldozers, little miniature plastic bulldozers on their heads. It's iconic right now to Yogi Adityanath, fondly called by many in Uttar Pradesh as Bulldozer Baba, linking him to his no-nonsense pro-law and order and Suraksha approach. Let's listen in to all the political reactions that have been pouring in.
रुझान बिल्कुल साफ है। उत्तर प्रदेश में हम सपा से डबल से ज्यादा जो शुरुआती रुझान है, अभी ऑफकोर्स जैसे जैसे दिन ढलेगा और भी जो है वो बढ़ता रहेगा। 2/3 मेजोरिटी से ज्यादा हमको मिलेगा वहां पर उत्तर प्रदेश में। साथ साथ जो उत्तराखंड में भी बढ़त बना के रखा है, गोवा में ऑलमोस्ट नेक टू नेक है।
आज के दिन में जब फाइनल रिजल्ट्स आएंगे वो तय हो जाएगा कि ये एक प्रो इनकम्बेंसी मैंडेट है और लोगों ने बहुत अच्छी तरह से हमें एंडोर्स किया है प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व को और प्रधानमंत्री जी के नीतियों को। 6 दशकों में जो उत्तर प्रदेश का एक राजनीति का एक मॉडल था उसको उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों ने बदला है। 14 में बदला है, 17 में बदला है, 19 में बदला है और 22 में एक और बार वो वोट दे रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के इस डेवलपमेंट पॉलिटिक्स में और इस प्रोग्रेशन और प्रॉस्पेरिटी के पॉलिटिक्स के लिए।
वास्तव में जनता जनार्दन ने मोदी योगी को स्वीकार किया, एक सक्षम नेतृत्व, ईमानदार नेतृत्व, परिश्रम की पराकाष्ठा करने वाला नेतृत्व और जो दलित शोषित वंचितों के लिए काम किया गया, पिछड़ों के लिए जो काम किया गया, इसका भी लाभ हम लोगों को जनता जनार्दन ने दिया है।
Yes, of course, it's a great day for all of us here in the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's sole credit of this election, of course, the Prime Minister's leadership, which has been seen that he transcends all caste boundaries and regions. And in Uttar Pradesh, the Chief Minister Yogi ji, his hard work and dedication, the people have, respected that. सत्ता की लड़ाई नहीं थी, ये तो संस्कार, संस्कृति और सभ्यता बचाने का संघर्ष था, जिसके प्रतीक हैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी और योगी जी। जो हमारे देश की संस्कृति है, सभ्यता है, जो संस्कार हैं, वो देखा है कि जनता का आशीर्वाद मिला है। और आप देख सकते हैं कि सिर्फ उत्तर प्रदेश नहीं, पूरे देश भर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का डंका बज रहा है।
जनता ने एक ऐतिहासिक विजय भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दी है। ये बात स्पष्ट है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में भारत और भारत के साथ अन्य राज्य जो डबल इंजन की सरकार है, वही जनता की प्रगति और जनता की विकास और जनता के विश्वास पर पूर्ण रूप से खड़ी उतरी।
पहली बार मुझे लगता है 30 वर्षों के बाद एंटी कम्बेंसी हो रही। मतलब इनकम्बेंसी की बात हमेशा होती थी, कभी कोई सत्ता दोबारा नहीं आई। और आज देखिए 4 चुनाव हम लगातार जीत रहे हैं। 14 में, फिर 17 में असेंबली जीते, फिर 19 में लोकसभा मोदी जी का और फिर 22 में योगी जी का। तो 4 चुनाव में अगर लगातार बीजेपी को वही प्रचंड बहुमत मिल रहा है तो इससे साफ नहीं कि अब यहाँ न कोई कास्ट राइडर है, न कोई क्रीड है, न कोई मतलब तुष्टीकरण है, न कोई सांप्रदायिकता है, न किसान आंदोलन है।
All right, I want to cut across right now back to the BJP headquarters. These visuals, it's wholly come a bit early, not just in Uttar Pradesh, but also in the national capital at the BJP headquarters, from which is joining me my colleague Aishwarya Paliwal. Aishwarya, get us a sense of the atmosphere. Out of 5 states, it's no mean feat that the BJP has bagged 4.
Well, definitely, it is no mean feat, and what you see around me, the drums, the dancing, the flags, all of them are telling a story of, we have the women here. Women voters have been standing behind Bharatiya Janata Party, and the women are now showing Preeti. In fact, let me just show you what's written here. Bulldozer returns. So, Bulldozer Baba is what Yogi Adityanath was called. आपने इसमें लिखा है बुलडोजर रिटर्न्स।
बुलडोजर रिटर्न्स का मतलब है गुंडा माफियाओं को फिर से बुलडोजर का चोट लगने वाला है, क्योंकि जो गुंडा माफिया थे वो जातिवाद की राजनीति कर रहे थे और यूपी की जनता विकास की राजनीति कर रही थी।
विकास के लिए वोट हुआ है,
पूरी तरह विकास को वोट किया है लोगों ने और योगी जी की नीति को समर्थन किया है लोगों ने। बहुत
all these people, Yogi returns, bulldozer flags, Preeti, that you see here. And on one side, we have the women who are dancing. People are going crazy at the BJP headquarters. On the other side, Preeti, are the drums. These are the manjiras and the drums which people are playing here. All this is being done while people await Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He is expected to reach the BJP headquarters by 6 p.m. and then he will speak with the people. But there definitely is a lot of enthusiasm at the BJP headquarters. Preeti.
All right, so this is the atmospherics where the BJP headquarter in the national capital is concerned. My colleague Aishwarya Paliwal right behind her is another poster of Yogi Adityanath. If I'm not wrong, it also says, yes, Yogi Adityanath bulldozer returns. Very aggressive and understandably, the cadre for any political party, especially at the time of this massive win, not just in Uttar Pradesh, not just in Goa, not just in Uttarakhand, but also Manipur. 4 states in the bag. Aishwarya, try and get us some more reactions of the people who've gathered there. Are they all party cadre or they've come from other places, regular common folk?
Well, Preeti, let's take this question to some of the women who we can see dancing here. We'll just come to the women. आप लोग बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता हैं या आप लोग आज जीत की खुशी में आए हैं यहाँ पर?
हम बीजेपी की खुशी में आए हैं, बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता हैं और हम मोदी जी के सारे कामों से बहुत खुश हैं और जो योगी जी ने काम किया है जिसकी वजह से आज यूपी में भगवा फैला है। हम चाहते हैं दिल्ली में इसी तरह से भगवा फैले। हम फैलाएंगे हर हर मोदी घर घर मोदी, तो राम को लाए हैं हम उनको लाएंगे दिल्ली में, फिर से हम दिखाएंगे।
So Preeti, the women here are saying that what we have done in UP, next we will repeat in Delhi. These are the Karyakartas. We'll also try and speak with a couple of people. One of the boards here, double engine 2.0 शुरू। ये आप कहाँ से बनवा के लाए हैं? कहाँ से बनवा के लाए हैं इसको?
ये यहीं से लिया है मैंने। हाँ।
आपने कहाँ से बनवाया है?
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की बहुत बड़ी जीत है ये। जो योगी जी ने शासन दिखा के उत्तर प्रदेश में दूसरी बार सरकार बनाई है, ये बहुत बड़ी पूरे भारतवर्ष के हिंदुओं और पूरे भारतवर्ष के भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की बहुत बड़ी जीत है। उन्होंने दिखा दिया कि जो हमने काम किया है उसके बदौलत ये बड़ी जीत मिली है और हर जनता चाहती थी कि बाबा योगी जी फिर बुलडोजर लेके आए और पूरे बुलडोजर से जो अराजक हैं वहाँ पे और जो टेररिस्ट हैं उनको फिर खत्म करें।
बुलडोजर लेके आए हैं प्रीति। दिस इज व्हाट वी कैन सी हियर ऑल द पोस्टर्स। बुलडोजर बाबा इज व्हाट योगी आदित्यनाथ वाज बीइंग कॉल्ड and those are the posters which you can see all around me here at the BJP headquarters. On one side we have the dance, on the other side people who are very happy and they are saying that they believe in what Prime Minister Narendra Modi and what Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has done. In fact, the women in Preeti just said that they want the BJP to win next elections in Delhi too. Preeti.
Well, we'll only know in the next elections, but right now it's an out-and-out win for BJP, not just in Uttar Pradesh, but viewers, 3 more states. Out of 5, they've got 4 in the bag. It's spectacular. And all of this going ahead and counting down to general elections 2024. The BJP in UP right now standing at 269, clearly making Yogi Adityanath rather happy. With that, I'm going to slip into a quick break. To stay with me. Our rolling coverage on the other side on the 5 states counting going on as we speak. BJP in pole position, pretty much sweeping away 4 states. Aam Aadmi Party only in the state of Punjab. But what a spectacular win there. Stay with us.
hear more blasts that are taking place. We are moving away from this area. We are being told to leave this area because it's not safe to be here. Kyiv braces for an imminent attack over the next 24 to 48 hours. With cameraman Pawan Kumar reporting from Ground Zero, Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are watching India Today.
Ukraine has killed the man who helped Russia annex Crimea from Ukraine in 2014. As per Ukraine's defense ministry, they have killed one of Vladimir Putin's main men in Ukraine. Vitaly Gerasimov was born in 1977. He was the Major General in Russia's 41st Army, Ground Forces military leader and Chief of Staff. He fought for Russia in the Second Chechen War. He also took part in Russian military operations in Syria from 2015, for which he was awarded campaign medals. And he was also part of the Russian annexation of Crimea in 2014, where the Ukraine conflict actually started. He was also awarded a medal for the return of the Crimea in 2014. He was killed in battle against Ukrainian forces outside the eastern Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. The Ukrainian ministry claims to have intercepted and heard a conversation between two Russian FSB officers discussing his death. Gerasimov is Russia's second general who has died in the Ukrainian war in the past week. The alleged loss of Vitaly Gerasimov has come at a time when much of Putin's invasion force has become bogged down by logistical problems, poor morale and widespread Ukrainian resistance. The failure of Russia's encrypted communication system is becoming another severe blow to Vladimir Putin.
This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
Co-presented by Berger Paints. Paint your imagination. Powered by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Education for life, education for living. Co-powered by AU Bank. बदलाव हमसे है.
All right, viewers, let's dip into the latest news break, and it's coming in from Gorakhpur Sadar, the seat of Yogi Adityanath, and he's won from a whopping margin of 102,000 votes. That is Yogi Adityanath's first assembly election. This is the first election he's fought for a state assembly. Earlier on, he's been the MP from Gorakhpur for 5 terms since 1998. Gorakhpur Sadar was the first time he decided to throw his hat in for an MLA election, and he has won the declared seat on a margin of 1,02,000 votes. I want to cut across right now to my colleague Ashutosh, who's joining us from Gorakhpur Sadar right now. You know, Ashutosh, befitting that he win from this massive margin of 1,02,000 votes when you register such an emphatic win consecutively, 270s where BJP stands on right now in Uttar Pradesh.
Well, always it has been the influence of, the Gorakhnath Mutt, and that perhaps dominated not only the Gorakhpur area, but also the adjoining districts in the Purvanchal. And of course, since Yogi, the Gorakhpur seat, when he was the member of parliament, remained unchallenged, and it was the popularity of Yogi Adityanath. And when it is first election as MLA, now you can see the cheers, the current that you see here among the supporters, that every passing, but there is only one slogan by the supporters, and the entire road has been painted by saffron. There is almost a Holi that they are celebrating as the result which has been declared from the seat, 1,02,000, and that is the margin. And remember, it was very much anticipated that this is going to be a victory. This was a sure seat, secure seat for Yogi Adityanath. All the question was that how much would be the margin, and now since the result has been declared, it is 1,02,000. That's the number that Yogi Adityanath won through. That is the margin of the victory. But here कितना इम्पोर्टेंट दिन आप लोगों के लिए, 1 लाख से भी ज्यादा सीटों, ज्यादा वोटों से योगी आदित्यनाथ जीते हैं।
जी, पूज्य योगी नाथ महाराज जी के नेतृत्व में पूरे प्रदेश में चुनाव लड़ा गया है, और निश्चित रूप से जात पात भेदभाव से ऊपर हट करके उनके विकास और जो
सड़क आप लोगों ने पेंट कर दी है पीले और भगवे से। I saw literally at temple area, people came with the bulldozers. There was only holy celebration music.
पूरा भगवामय हो गया। पूरे भारत में 4-5 राज्य में 4 राज्य भारत।
गोरखपुर में 9 सीट थी, और जो 9 में पूज्य योगी महाराज जी के नेतृत्व में भगवा, और प्रदेश में भी भगवा लहरा गया, और जो चिल्लू पार में आज तक नहीं हुआ था आजादी के बाद।
ठीक है। There you heard the supporters. Of course, enthusiastic over the victory. All the seats have been completely won by the BJP, and that's of course the picture all across the state of Uttar Pradesh. You really can't stop these supporters. They're just going on and on since afternoon, ever since in the trend they saw BJP. UP में कब, of course, the answer was given by Ravi Kishan himself in the afternoon. He said, when the people asked, the opposition asked UP mein kya, it was Ravi Kishan said UP mein sab, and that perhaps seems also reflecting in the results that clearly people gone on the agenda of where it was one side religious politics, at the same time the development model where it was said that in Gaon it was the Ration, in the urban areas it was the Sashan, and that's clearly one of the cocktail example that's giving a result positively for the BJP in the India's largest state. Back to you, Preeti.
I'm going to come right back to you. Ashutosh, my colleague, reporting from Gorakhpur Sadar. That is where comes Yogi Adityanath. He's fighting his first assembly election from Gorakhpur urban seat, and he sealed it with an emphatic win, viewers, of 1,02,000 votes. He's won the seat, his first assembly election. He's been the MP from Gorakhpur since 1998, 5 terms. And this time, he's an MLA from there with an emphatic win of 1,02,000 votes. It's a huge margin. The other person who's had this margin, viewers, has been Rajnath Singh, Defense Minister's son, Pankaj, who won in Noida with a margin of over 1,40,000 votes. These visuals that we are showing to you come in from the Lucknow BJP headquarters. Celebration abroad. Music blaring, and that tagline is what their song was, कि पूरे देश में भगवा लहराएगा. At least देश के 4 प्रदेशों में तो आज भगवा लहरा रहा है, and that is the state of Uttar Pradesh, Goa, Uttarakhand and Manipur. Key contests, how does it look like? The key candidates in Uttar Pradesh, a lot was made especially for those from smaller non-Yadav OBC communities that broke away from the BJP, went to the SP. Many political analysts suggested this would be the game changer for Akhilesh. It hasn't been so. But let's take a look on how they are faring right now. Let's get the election dashboard going. All right, our election analysis dashboard. Let's get it going and take a quick look on what the key fights right now are. Like I just pointed out, a lot of leaders who were the non-Yadav OBCs representing those communities who broke away from the BJP at one point of time. Let's cut across right now on how they are faring right now in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Let's go to the VVIP seats and what it looks like. Let's try and find the ones that broke away. Swami Prasad Maurya. A lot was said about Swami Prasad Maurya. Where does Swami Prasad Maurya fare right now on his particular seat? Let's take a look. And he is right now trailing, and that to be from a sizable margin of enough margin there. Swami Prasad Maurya tracing from his constituency of Fazil Nagar. This was also pretty much predicted in India Today's exit polls. He broke away representing the Maurya community. A lot was made of the fact that will Swami Prasad Maurya pull in the Maurya community for Akhilesh Yadav and the Samajwadi Party, where Swami Prasad Maurya, forget about pulling the Maurya community to the Samajwadi Party, is seeming to be losing from his seat of Fazil Nagar, Uttar Pradesh. Let's go back right now to the VVIP candidates and let's find the others who broke away. Let's look at Om Prakash Rajbhar. He is from one of the constituencies in Ghazipur, Zahurabad. Well, he is leading right now with a sizable margin. There was a tough fight for him as well. It was predicted he was in a tough contest by our exit polls, but by the looks of it, Om Prakash Rajbhar right now leading from Zahurabad in constituency Ghazipur. Let's go back to the VVIP seats and let's find the others who broke away from the BJP representing the other communities, the non-Yadav OBC communities, and they could have benefited is what was to be said, which is the Samajwadi Party. Let's try and find Dara Singh. Yeah, Dara Singh Chauhan is the other leader. Well, he's finally leading. He was trailing till now. He had pulled away from the BJP. A lot was made that he is going to, get a huge chunk of the non-Yadav OBCs for Samajwadi Party, not so. But he's at least now leading from his seat. He was trailing till a short while back. Let's look at some of the other seats right now on how they are faring. Some of the other big names. Azam Khan from Rampur. Let's take a look. Well, he is leading with a sizable chunk there. Let's cut across and see the other big place. Keshav Prasad Maurya from the BJP was trailing till a certain time back. All right, let's right now cut across to my colleague Maushmi while we, get you more details from our assembly election dashboard. My colleague Maushmi is right now at the BJP headquarters in Lucknow. She's joining me live from there. Maushmi, celebrations, aplomb, a leher of saffron. You know that song when you and I would be reporting on the streets of Uttar Pradesh, सारे देश में saffron लहराएगा. 4 प्रदेशों में तो लहराए भगवा.
Absolutely, Preeti. That song absolutely being chanted almost by the BJP workers, and this is actually the climax of it all. A mammoth battle fought by the BJP. The BJP, triumphing with a huge margin, and here you are, the scene unfolding. Not even an inch of a space to walk. Jam-packed, action-packed BJP office. You can see how these BJP workers are waving the victory sign, and you can see saffron flags, BJP flags, saffron topis, a bulldozer right there on the head of one of the BJP workers, and workers laughing and chanting. It's been going on since 11 a.m. in the morning, and this is a moment of reckoning for the Saffron Party that has been hoping for a comeback, a history in the making, 35 years jinx, broken by Yogi Adityanath, as the BJP returns to power in the politically most crucial state. They say road to Delhi leads from Lucknow. This state has given many prime ministers. Lucknow has given Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and it is actually soaked in politics, and BJP cracking the victory code not once, not twice, not thrice, but more than a hat-trick for the fourth time in a row. Two Lok Sabha elections, 2 assembly elections. It couldn't get bigger than this for the Saffron Party. It is actually been, Uttar Pradesh has been a laboratory for political analysts, for leaders and political parties, and especially the BJP that banks on the Hindutva card. Here you can see Vidhan Sabha, the magnificent Vidhan Sabha of Uttar Pradesh, right in the background, and in the foreground is the hard work and toil of the BJP workers, the women brigade, the youth brigade, all combining force with the MY duo of the BJP, the Modi-Yogi duo, as the BJP leader put it. Here, leaders dancing on the stage, followed by party workers absolutely ecstatic, absolutely jumping with enthusiasm. And this is a moment that BJP will actually play in its mind again and again. And even as the results trickled in, Sunil Bansal was huddled in his office trying to get feedback of all the seats, not leaving anything to chance. That is the
wait right now
of the
Mosmi,
BJP.
is there a wait?
BJP, right, Preeti?
Mosmi, are they waiting right now? Because we know that 5:30 p.m. is when Yogi Adityanath is going to come and address, these burgeoning crowds outside the BJP headquarters. But is there a wait to see whether Keshav Prasad Maurya, the Deputy Chief Minister's seat, is settled? Because, it's like on a cliffhanger. About 10 minutes ago, he was leading. Now he's trailing again. So are they waiting that, these crucial seats, especially the likes of Keshav Prasad Maurya, that seat is settled? Only then will Yogi Adityanath and the top brass of the BJP come out?
Preeti, I remember you telling me last time that the X factor, the Yogi Modi factor, is actually overplaying all the negatives as far as the political situation is concerned. And here you can see the Yogi factor actually downplaying any defeat of any big BJP leader. Even the Deputy Chief Minister, if he's facing a defeat, it's not even being discussed or mentioned here, because the BJP workers are absolutely lost in the celebrations of victory, which they think they truly deserve. It was a long and hard-fought battle for them. They have given the BJP leadership thumping victories in the past. One thought there could be a worker fatigue, but even overriding their own personal ambitions, I believe that the BJP workers have shown the mettle, have proven their mettle to not only the party leadership, but to the countrymen. I spoke to the BJP Women Morcha, and they said that inflation could have been an issue, but the BJP has done everything that it takes to control the inflation and help the poorest of the poor. One of the Gandhi lookalikes right behind me, and he is holding the Indian flag. Is it a celebration of the dance of democracy, celebration of democracy?
Yes, this is the celebration. This is the winning of the power of the people. People is the everything. और आज जो हुआ है वो डबल इंजन का सरकार हुआ है. केंद्र में मोदी जी है और यूपी में योगी जी है. ये सब खुशी लोगों के लिए.
So here you are, Gandhi lookalike. He is actually a devotee and a follower of the principles of Gandhi, traveling across the country, arrived here for the BJP celebrations, Preeti. But look at that. Look at the view there. Lot of pushing and jostling, but I don't think that the BJP workers would mind that. They would be, in fact, dreaming that this moment should come when they would be actually celebrating the victory with the man of the moment. Any moment from now, about half an hour from now, the man of the moment, the man of the match, Yogi Adityanath will be arriving here. And what a spectacular journey that he has, covered, from his spiritual journey to his political journey, that has been marked clearly by a strong willpower, a willpower to succeed, and also a strict administrative skill and a knack to, woo voters, a knack to connect with the crowd. And that's why you see each and every worker here waiting for their man of the match, waiting for the captain, and also to give him a thumping reception. 5 years back, I had seen a replay of this moment, but that time the BJP had tasted victory in the assembly elections after the 2014 victory. So this victory is very, very special, not only because it's the second time in a run you won the assembly elections, but now you have a leader who is actually, accepted by the public of Uttar Pradesh, and not only accepted, his policies, his working style celebrated as Baba, Bulldozer Baba. So right here, you can see Aayenge Yogi Ji, the line that PM Modi actually, said, Aayenge to Yogi Hi. And here people dancing, just hear the chants and the claps. The sloganeering, the euphoria, the skill at which the BJP is actually celebrating this victory with the party workers. Absolutely a moment that the BJP will consider a huge milestone. Not only because it's a victory that was much wanted, it was an Agni Pariksha not only for Yogi, but also for the policies of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but it was a litmus test to prove that the BJP is a party that has the victory code cracked very easily, Preeti.
Well, we're going to come right back to you. The crowds are only swelling, and understandably so. This is a massive victory. It's a huge show of strength where Yogi Adityanath is concerned. What you see on your television screen are the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters in Lucknow. We are also going to take you and get you maybe a split screen as we go into a break, because the action here is at 5:30 p.m. The vote of thanks, the victory speech, whatever you might call it. But the action from there will then shift to Delhi, the BJP headquarters in Delhi, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the cadres, his victory march, his vote of thanks. After all, the BJP has won 4 out of 5 states. With these visuals, viewers, I'm going to go into a quick break. These 2 visuals are where all eyes will be this evening. The headquarters of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Lucknow and in Delhi. A quick break. When we return, we're going to take you right back to all the jubilation, all the celebration.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
We know that plastic causes pollution, but did you know microplastics can also be a cause of pollution? microplastics are plastic particles with dimensions less than 5 millimeters. Some are so small they are invisible to the naked eye. Nylon and polyethylene, for example, are mixture of polymers and additives, are themselves microplastics created from tiny pellets known as nurdles. These elements are found in everyday products like shower gels and cosmetics, as well as fertilizers, detergents, and paint. Another major source of this pollution is car tire wear. Difficult to filter, these microplastics get everywhere, in rivers and then the oceans, on land or in the air we breathe. Billions of items of plastic waste taking hundreds of years to break down litter beaches all around the world. All living species in the oceans that are part of the human food chain, from zooplankton to whales, are likely to ingest microplastics. The impact of microplastics on organisms or on ecosystems is unknown, but the additives they contain are potential chemical contaminants.
This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are...
Putin's motive to acquire Ukraine is growing stronger by the day. As per US officials, Russia has recruited Syrian combat fighters to fight in Ukraine. Yes, you heard us right. Moscow is recruiting combat fighters from Syria to invade Ukraine. Russian forces are on a mission to capture Ukraine's capital, Kiev. Russia is operating in Syria since 2015. In 2015, Russians helped the Syrian government to launch a military intervention to fight rebels in the country's civil war. A Syrian media outlet said Russia is offering $200 to $300 to Syrian mercenaries who are willing to operate as guards in Ukraine. Back in 2020, Russia hired hundreds of Syrian mercenaries to fight in Libya. But what about Ukraine? Foreign fighters from many countries have joined hands to fight this war. Well, Russia clearly outnumbers Ukraine in terms of its military capabilities across all categories. But Zelensky has called on reservists and Ukrainian civilians who have military experience to fight against Russia.
Many volunteers hailing from United States, Britain, Lithuania, Latvia and Norway have enlisted to join Ukraine in the fight against Russia.
Russia is accused of hiring private military contractors in Ukraine and Syria. But PMCs are not new in Russia, and many nations, including the United States, United Kingdom and China, have used PMCs in their previous invasions. The official statistics do not include deaths and injuries of mercenaries who participate in the war. This helps the government to hide the true human cost of war. Pentagon says recruiting mercenaries and PMCs will escalate the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine. The United Nations has recorded 406 civilian deaths and 801 injuries on day 12 of Russia's invasion.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Co-presented by Berger Paints. Paint your imagination. Powered by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Education for life, education for living. Co-powered by AU Bank. Badlaav humse hai.
BJP's bulldozer flattens Samajwadi cycle. Yogi in driver's seat, rivals all crushed. India's new #1 political metaphor. bulldozer clears Yogi's victory path. Double engine plus single bulldozer is equal to history.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today and I am Mosmi Singh, getting you this very special show from Ground Zero, Lucknow. India Today continuing its mega coverage of the assembly elections. It doesn't get bigger than this. But first, the breaking news. CM Yogi Adityanath is supposed to reach the BJP office in Lucknow anytime. He will be addressing party workers and also addressing the media. It's a record win and all eyes are on the man of the moment, Yogi Adityanath, who is on the second time on the run, going to become the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. BJP has swept UP and there were multiple factors that actually came into place. But before we go into the factors that actually played a part in the victory, let's get your view of what's happening on Ground Zero. Action-packed, completely packed BJP office, no space to walk. Everybody is waiting with bated breath for their captain to arrive, the man who led this entire team of party workers, the Saffron Party, a moment of reckoning for them. You can see conch shells, songs, dhols and nagaras. So multiple factors came into place. You can see again the BJP workers erupting into a dance. They've been at it since morning. It's absolutely a spectacular moment for the BJP for having scored such a triumphant and formidable victory. But let's go back and talk about why the BJP actually swept the UP polls from the end of Mafia Raj to the consolidation of women voters. We break it down for you that what are the factors that actually played their part in BJP scoring such a huge victory.
इस बार उत्तर प्रदेश में रंगों वाली होली 10 दिन पहले ही मनाई जाएगी.
They called it the Modi-Yogi double engine, not without reason. The BJP has bulldozed its way to power in Uttar Pradesh once again. Holi has come a week early for the party as it wins a handsome majority with over 250 seats. It is the first time a party is retaining power in the state in 37 years. A big feat by itself. And CM Yogi Adityanath has become the first BJP chief minister to complete a 5-year tenure in Uttar Pradesh.
जनता जनार्दन ने मोदी योगी को स्वीकार किया. एक सक्षम नेतृत्व, ईमानदार नेतृत्व, परिश्रम की पराकाष्ठा करने वाला नेतृत्व और जो दलित शोषित वंचितों के लिए काम किया गया, पिछड़ों के लिए जो काम किया गया, इसका भी लाभ हम लोगों को जनता जनार्दन ने दिया है.
The BJP's victory was made possible by a combination of factors: better law and order, end of Mafia Raj, free ration in villages, consolidation of women votes, and its tried and tested formula of Hindutva. While the BJP's tally came down from 322 seats, the target was daunting for principal challenger Akhilesh Yadav. While the cycle did move fast, it still proved to be too slow for the BJP's bullet train. The SP gained over 70 seats from its previous performance, but that was it. The casualties of the war are Mayawati and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. The BSP's vote share and seat share have shrunk considerably, and all the efforts by Priyanka could only fetch them less than 3% votes for the Congress. The elections in UP were billed as the big semi-final before 2024. The grand victory in India's most populous state with 80 Lok Sabha seats, places the BJP in pole position for the general elections 2 years later. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's a moment of reckoning for the BJP. We're here at the BJP headquarters in Lucknow. You can see the Vidhan Sabha on my left side. That is the power center of Uttar Pradesh. And bang opposite the power center is the power-packed machine of the BJP, the Josh machine. And you can see Keshav Prasad Maurya, the Deputy Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, there entering, dozens of selfie cameras, mobile cameras are on, all focusing on Keshav Prasad Maurya, the Deputy Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. And any moment from now, we will also see the Chief Minister walk in. All the other BJP leadership has really been waiting for them to come along with the party workers. Massive BJP flags. There you can see Keshav Prasad Maurya waving the victory sign and welcoming and receiving the reception that he is getting by the BJP workers. Chants of Jai Shri Ram reverberating in the air. It is a moment that will be etched in the memory of the BJP workers for long. And of course, the Janta, the kingmakers of UP and the queenmakers will be watching this entire show as the BJP pulls up a victory celebration of sorts in Lucknow. And yet again, that song, which must have been playing for more than 100 times today, is playing again. But the BJP workers are not tired, certainly not retired. And this is a time when the BJP is absolutely emboldened. So let's talk to the BJP workers here and see what they really feel. Baba का बुलडोजर चला, मोदी फैक्टर चला.
दोनों चला और बाबा का बुलडोजर तैयार है और हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं में बहुत जोश है और रातों दिन हम लोगों ने काम किया है. जो आप ग्राउंड जीरो पर देख रहे हैं हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं का जोश और आगे 27 में इससे ज्यादा और अच्छी बेहतर स्थिति में आएंगे.
Very important, everybody is talking about 2027, 2024. बाबा का बुलडोजर चला. कितने देर से आप लोग डांस कर रहे हैं, खेल रहे हैं, थके नहीं हैं?
हम लोग सुबह से कर रहे हैं. जब से अनाउंस हुआ था चुनाव का, परिणाम आने शुरू हुए थे, तब से इसी परिणाम के लिए बेताब थे और जो है पूरी तरीके से बेताबी का जश्न जो है, थकान पूरी तरीके से दूर हो चुकी है क्योंकि प्रचंड बहुमत की सरकार बाबा ने बनाई.
Right, let's look at that path that has been carved out for the UP Chief Minister. Many call him Baba, many call him Maharaj, many call him Yogi Adityanath. And I do remember 5 years back, Yogi Adityanath was a surprise CM. He has yes, we can see the cavalcade. Viewers, cavalcade of the Chief Minister perhaps on your screen. We can see that Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, workers running behind him, waving at him, and euphoria in the air, conch shells, people dancing, waving the victory sign, and that's the Chief Minister's cavalcade, I believe. We can see some garlands on the vehicle, but we'll have to wait and see whether it is actually, perhaps it is some other minister who would be alighting from the car. But one after the other, Brijesh Pathak, yet again, waving the victory sign. Brijesh Pathak was the candidate for the BJP from Kant, Lucknow Kant, relatively considered a safe seat for the BJP, most sought after, was sought after by Aparna Yadav, was sought by Mayank Joshi, and here you are, Brijesh Pathak, winning that seat and waving the victory sign, dozens of garlands on his shoulder, around his neck, sorry viewers, and here, yet again, a replay of the scene that unfolded when Keshav Prasad Maurya came. Holy before holy is what you see, a lot of gulal thrown on him, and the BJP workers, one after the other, receiving the BJP leaders here. Viewers, can you see this? This is how a celebration looks like. They say, Jo Jeeta Wohi Sikandar and Brijesh Pathak. No doubt BJP workers holding him, and he's almost in a dancing mode, welcoming, receiving all the workers right here. This is a scene, you know, that will be played out on television screens, and the public of UP will be watching. The BJP not undermining at all, you know, emboldened by this victory, knows the importance of this victory, how the BJP government, the schemes and policies were put to test, and the entire campaign saw a very bitter battle being fought. And now Brijesh Pathak is being led in to the BJP office. Viewers, just 20 minutes to go. Any moment from now, we'll see Yogi Adityanath, who will be arriving. He is the star of this entire campaign, stuck to his guns, stuck to his ground, and yet again, the result is the scene unfolding on ground zero. Viewers, you know, since morning we've seen the youth brigade, the women brigade, every community is present here. What a thumping victory for the BJP. And yeah, the BJP workers, you know, completely putting their faith in Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of UP. I do believe that the CM security is right there at the gate, trying to huddle the crowd, because a very little narrow margin to walk into the BJP office there, and the entire street, Alok, my Vijay will show you, the entire street is actually stopped. You know, it's come to a grinding halt, and that's the sort of victory the BJP has scored. You know, only after the exit polls projected those numbers, the BJP found some spring in their steps, you know. Before that, it was a battle that was being fought tooth and nail. On that side, I can see that there are some other ministers who are arriving. You can see the other side of the road also completely packed, viewers. And this is a scene, you know, not only the state capital, Lucknow, has come to a grinding halt. Varanasi, Gorakhpur, Prayagraj, every district, BJP workers have erupted into a celebration of sorts, and that's one reason that you know, the BJP workers want to enjoy this moment, bask in the glory, even as the sun sets on the city of Nawabs. It's a new dawn for the BJP. It's a completely new story to be told. A story of good governance, a story of better law and order, a story of getting the women voters, breaking the caste divide, the caste barriers, and reposing their faith in the BJP, the Saffron Party. The BJP has come a long way. So let's go and see. Let's see what's unfolding on the ground. Some announcement happening, viewers. We will hear what's happening. So there you can see. Yes, you can see that the bulldozer being carried on his head. You can see that the light is glowing. Perhaps he sensed, he's got a signal of the Chief Minister arriving, and in a hectic frenzy, you can see the security cordon is being strengthened there. Any moment from now, it's, viewers, just 15 minutes to go for the address of the UP Chief Minister, and everything that is being said on stage is being responded to by the BJP workers. गजब का उत्साह है, उत्साह आप लोग का कम नहीं हो रहा।
उत्साह 2000 से लगातार बढ़ता ही आ रहा है। 14 में बढ़ा था, 17 में बढ़ा, 19 में भी बढ़ा, अब 22 में बढ़ा, अब 24 में भी इसी को आगे बढ़ाते चलेंगे हम लोग।
जो जीता वही सिकंदर
जी, एकदम
सिकंदर है, योगी जी ही जीतेंगे।
और अभी 22 में आए हैं, फिर से 27 में योगी जी ही आएंगे।
आप लोग कितनी लड़ाई लड़ेंगे? लड़ाई लड़ते लड़ते नहीं थकते।
बीजेपी वाले कभी नहीं थकते।
कभी खत्म नहीं होती और हम लोग पार्टी के रूट
बीजेपी में रह के देश के लिए लड़ रहे हैं। ये देश के लिए लड़ाई कभी नहीं खत्म होगी।
देखिए अब जीतने की आदत सी हो गई है आप लोग।
जी जी एकदम।
आप ये भी कह सकती हैं अब अच्छा काम करने की आदत हो गई है और हम लोग बेहतरी के लिए काम करते हैं। महिला सुरक्षा, आप मौसमी जी आप एक महिला हैं और अब यहाँ देख रही हैं, आप यहाँ देख रही हैं कि महिलाओं को जो सम्मान और सुरक्षा दी है हमारी सरकार ने, योगी सरकार ने, आप उसमें आप खुद देखिए एक महिला होने के नाते आप देख रहे हैं कितनी महिलाएं हैं यहाँ पर और इतनी महिलाएं, इनका सम्मान। अगर इतनी महिलाओं को सुरक्षा की भावना ना होती तो आप देख लीजिए इस क्राउड में कितनी महिलाएं हैं और
Absolutely, you can see that actually multiple colors here, the saffron ruling the roost at the BJP celebrations. And my colleague Santosh is joining me. Santosh, even as we stay with the visuals, you have covered the entire campaign very, very closely, especially the entire Lakhimpur Kheri incident. Do you think that Yogi Modi factor actually overruled all the ground issues?
Definitely, Mosmi, Yogi and Modi factor overruled all the issues, whether that was the law and order, whether that was the ration distributed among the poor peoples. That was the basic thing. The law and order was the basic thing which the people accepted the BJP mandate, and now the BJP is going to govern a second time. This is after 35 years in the political history of UP that any party is going to second time govern on the state.
So, you cover law and order and crime. Do you think that law and order was a huge issue and Yogi government scored better, much better than the other governments, and the tag of Akhilesh Yadav's government of lawlessness couldn't be broken?
Definitely, law and order was the USP of BJP, and we can say the Samajwadi Party was lagging behind on the law and order issue. The main blame on the Samajwadi Party was the bad law and order. And
can you give us an overview of how the law and order was better? Any examples?
Definitely the action against the Mukhtar Ansari, Atiq Ahmed, and the slogan that is the bulldozer Baba. That is the biggest impact of the law and order in the state UP, and BJP propagated this bulldozer factor in whole elections, and we can say that in Purvanchal also.
I'll just interrupt you because I'm seeing some activity on the road. Yogi Adityanath, the UP Chief Minister, is going to arrive any moment from now, and you know the BJP workers, the women workers have worked even harder because remember, a big support, a big thumbs up by the BJP, by the women voters, pardon me, of Uttar Pradesh that really helped BJP score the points that it really did. And you can see the BJP women workers dancing. I spotted them in the morning. Right there, they are women from Uttarakhand who have actually made a song on Yogi Adityanath. There you can see they've been unstoppable, dancing. There's a spring in every step, music issuing on the lips, and they are ready to dance throughout this entire victory lap, which was much dreamt about, much warranted, and a big BJP flag right in the center that is being brandished as the victory celebrations continue. We are seeing some movement of vehicles, a gypsy arriving, a second one arriving in a row. Remember, we are keeping our eyes on the entire stretch of the road from where 5 Kalidas Marg is the residence of the UP Chief Minister, and I am seeing is that the cavalcade of Yogi Adityanath? क्या ये cavalcade?
देखिए बिल्कुल अभी तो नहीं, क्योंकि पूरी तरीके से ये काफिला सिक्योरिटी उनकी आ चुकी है, जो मुख्यमंत्री की सिक्योरिटी है वो आ चुकी है, लेकिन जो गाड़ियां हैं वो अभी नहीं लग रहा है कि इसमें मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ है, क्योंकि उनकी गाड़ियों का काफिला कुछ अलग रहता है। तो ये मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ का काफिला इनके बाद आएगा। कोई और नेता है, बीजेपी के तमाम बड़े नेता, केशव मौर्य, स्वयं प्रसाद मौर्य, तमाम बड़े नेता जो जीत करके आ रहे हैं, लिहाजा अभी मुख्यमंत्री
Brijesh Pathak, we saw Brijesh Pathak, he literally climbed on the gate, Santosh, and was actually waving. Too happy he is.
Actually, Brijesh Pathak started as a political career from the Lucknow University. He was the student leader, and what we have saw today that Brijesh Pathak behaved, he was overwhelmed with the victory which he got from Lucknow Kent area, and definitely it is the biggest victory for the BJP. And this is the Deputy CM Dinesh Sharma who came with this cavalcade. And
so viewers, watch this. The other Deputy Chief Minister, Dinesh Sharma, who we spoke earlier in the day too, has also arrived. And he who seemed pretty confident last evening, he told me clearly that we will be reaching the 300-figure mark, but no way we are coming below 270. And he was pretty sure that the BJP will be winning on the women card, will be winning on the schemes that the BJP government has put into place on ground zero. And dozens of cameras, focus lights on BJP leaders one by one trickle in, but we are still waiting for the chief guest. It is a victory, very hard fought for the UP Chief Minister, Santosh.
Yeah, this is going to be a very hot fight for the UP Chief Minister, but undoubtedly what Yogi Adityanath has done in the first 10 years, that is the biggest thing. This is the law and order, this is the...
5 years, not 10 years yet. अभी 5 साल ही हुए हैं.
5 साल हुए हैं. तो पिछले पहले वाले में...
So here you are, viewers. Watch this. You can see Bajrang Bali. We saw a battle of Bajrang Bali versus Bahubali, a political war of words erupt in UP. But here you can see Bajrang Bali arriving at the BJP office. And chants reverberating in the air. You can see a lotus behind him. Nai soch, nai ummeed, kaam damdar. Ek baar phir BJP sarkar. Those are the slogans that the BJP actually, and we can see that a lot of color, a lot of flavor, a lot of kalevar, all sorts of people. Yeah, you can see somebody dressed up as Lord Ram arriving here. You have Hanuman, you have Lord Ram, and you will have any moment from now the chief guest, Baba Bulldozer, also arriving, as his party workers lovingly call him. But here you can see that somebody dressed up as Lord Ram has just arrived and is much sought after. Remember, Ram is a symbol that the BJP has used much often. Even the song, "Hum Ram ko laaye hain, hum बीजेपी को आप बीजेपी को लाएंगे, एक बार फिर से यूपी में कमल खिलाएंगे." So Lord Ram has been in the center of all policies of the BJP, and here completely, there is a lot of euphoria. But let's go to my colleague Ashutosh. We've seen a lot of bulldozers, and there Ashutosh is in Gorakhpur with another set of bulldozers. Ashutosh, over to you.
Well, Mausami, if I could say, really, this is a bulldozer rally that I see here in Gorakhpur. Literally a bulldozer rally. More than 10 bulldozers carrying, the BJP supporters, the workers carrying out almost a rally here in Yogi's home turf. And now the bulldozer, this rally is entering at Gorakhnath temple premises. And remember the word, the bulldozer, which was most used by Yogi Adityanath during the campaigns, criticized by Akhilesh Yadav, and perhaps was the most defining word that was maximum used by Yogi Adityanath and perhaps also the opposition during the high decibel campaign. But here on the day when BJP sweeps the state and Yogi Adityanath from his home turf with more than 1 lakh vote, here the defining images on the that I see on the streets of Gorakhpur, that literally workers carrying out a bulldozer rally. So on the JCBs, there are around 10 to 12 supporters. They are sitting on the JCBs on this bulldozer, and the moment the results started pouring in positively in favor of BJP, the poor workers carrying out the toy, the replica of bulldozers, and the most defining word that often I heard is it is a bulldozer Baba ki wapsi, and the bulldozer Baba has come with a huge margin at that. Now the supporter called Yogi Adityanath bulldozer Baba. Since that was the most talked about during the campaign, here on the day, this could have been, this is exactly why the supporters have brought literally a bulldozer on the streets. Of course, there's a kind of traffic, but it's a moment for the celebration for the supporters, workers, and that's what I see here on the street of Gorakhpur. All these bulldozers with their supporters entering in the premises of Gorakhnath temple. Back to you, Mausami.
Right, Ashutosh, another question for you. Were you also colored? Did we see a lot of Holi being played in Gorakhpur? Because here faces couldn't be identified. We've been saved being on the terrace. Were you also colored, and was there Holi before Holi being played in Gorakhpur?
It was really difficult to escape from the colors. There was almost an attack with the colors by all the supporters, but we had to request them, since we are carrying equipments and we have to report from different places. Somehow, they've forgiven us and somehow we escaped from that. And since we have been moving one place to another, from temple to Ravi Kishan to the counting centers, so far we survived the colors, but all over since afternoon, ever since 10 a.m. that I saw, once the Holi started, Fagun that is called, when it started from Ravi Kishan's residence, it has been only pouring out all across this Yogi's bastion in Gorakhpur. And as they said, this is just the beginning of the celebration. Holi, the peak is yet to reach. Mosmi.
Right, Ashutosh, another question for you. We are here at the Lucknow BJP headquarters. What are the songs that you hear workers chanting throughout the day? Was it more about Yogi? Was it more about the BJP? Did you also hear the Bhagwa Lehrayenge song? I've heard it 100 times, more than 100 times throughout the day.
When you are in Gorakhpur, it is only about Yogi Adityanath, and we know that Yogi Adityanath and the Gorakhnath temple, this entire influences not only this Gorakhpur but also several other districts of, this east and the Purvanchal. So clearly when it's in Uttar Pradesh and such a sweeping victory for Yogi Adityanath, he included the chief minister for the second time of India's largest state, there can be only one slogan that was heard, is only Yogi and Bhagwa, as he is the symbol of BJP's, the Bhagwa politics. And clearly the man, besides the religion, politics, at the same time, there was a cocktail of the development, the infrastructure development. Also, when we heard that in the rural belt, it was the ration, and in the urban areas it was the sashan, and that cocktail seems, the benefited BJP both in urban pocket and the rural pocket. And of course, as it was reflected in the, in the exit polls, now clearly it is also reflecting in the results, and BJP has yet again, swept the Uttar Pradesh with such a thumping majority, and that's exactly why I see the celebration here in Yogi's bastion, Gorakhpur. Mosmi.
More than 100 times today.
इस बार उत्तर प्रदेश में रंगों वाली होली 10 दिन पहले ही मनाई जाएगी। रंग चढ़ा है, रंग चढ़ेगा, बैंड बजा है, बैंड बजेगा, जश्न चला है, जश्न चलेगा। 10 मार्च को ही जब चुनाव नतीजे आएंगे, धूमधाम से रंगों वाली होली शुरू हो जाएगी।
Crypto Watch brought to you by BitBNS.
Number 1 in war coverage. Number 1 in election coverage. Be it war or the state of war. Any big topic, India Today TV is the leader.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition when it's the world's biggest news story there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Co-presented by Berger Paints. Paint your imagination. Powered by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Education for life, education for living. Co-powered by AU Bank. Badlaav humse hai.
Lucknow, the state capital of Uttar Pradesh, and where all the action is on ground zero at the BJP headquarters. A moment that every voter, every BJP worker and also the opposition would be looking at very carefully, because this is a moment where the BJP has actually, covered a new milestone. It's a new dawn for BJP, and undoubtedly the workers here, a marathon show of strength and stamina in the elections, and yet again in this victory lap. It's a never-ending celebration. It seems like here with the BJP workers, and look at this side. One row after the other, jam-packed like sardines, but they don't mind at all. No space to walk, no space to dance, but still they are actually nodding their heads. The people who can't nod their heads are waving their hands, smiling, and if they can't even wave their hands, they're just smiling. Victory signs and victory symbols. The music is on, the DJ is on. Women voters, young voters, BJP workers who have toiled day and night right here. And in a moment from now, the man who actually was at the helm of affairs for 5 years in Uttar Pradesh, a state from where the Prime Minister of India comes from, Yogi Adityanath, would be arriving. So he is the man of the moment, the man of the match definitely, and the Sikandar after this victory. Clearly everybody is waiting for Yogi Adityanath. There is an announcement that the Chief Minister is about to arrive, and what a journey it has been, viewers. Ever since he actually stepped foot into politics, he has won the Lok Sabha 5 times. From 1998, 12th Lok Sabha, 13th Lok Sabha, 14th Lok Sabha, 15th Lok Sabha, won Lok Sabha 5 times, and then become the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, the most populous state of the country, the most politically crucial state of the country, and what a thumping victory. Very few know that Yogi Adityanath has a degree in mathematics from Garhwal University, and surely whether he didn't go on to become the maths professor, but surely he worked out the arithmetic to the T as far as this victory for the BJP is concerned. And of course, the Modi factor playing its part in this election, the Yogi factor doubling the attraction of the voters to the BJP, and now we can see a frantic security personnel, a frenzy right there. The security personnel have become alert. The announcement has been made. We can see a bigger, more spacious path carved out for the Chief Minister. All the ministers are in, all the leaders are in. The only man awaited, the only leader awaited is the UP Chief Minister, Yogi Adityanath, who was born in a family in Garhwal, in Pori Garhwal. His father was a forest ranger of modest means, and then he went on to take a spiritual path and then a political journey of sorts. Known to be outspoken, a strict administrator, Yogi Adityanath has stuck to his guns. He's known to mince no words, and he stuck to his campaign, stuck to what he believed in, and here the results are for the entire country to see, for his critics to see. He has proven his critics wrong, and the BJP has won on a plank of several issues that they thought were their flagship schemes, and undoubtedly after a long months of toil, when this moment has arrived, the BJP workers want to cherish each and every moment, viewers. Here you can see how the BJP workers are waiting for Yogi Adityanath, and we will be getting you all the scenes, all the events as they unfold. Sunil, who heads the organization, had a word with all the candidates. They have been told to get their certificates and then only return. And that's one reason that we will see mostly the BJP candidates of Lucknow present, some ministers who haven't fought elections, and the BJP leaders present in this gathering where Yogi will be addressing the masses. So here you are, viewers, we are hearing certain announcements. There is a sudden silence, and apparently the workers are being told to make some space, to create some space. We'll hear that announcement.
उत्तर प्रदेश में बड़ी जीत देकर के मोदी जी को देश का प्रधानमंत्री बनाया। 2017 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने उत्तर प्रदेश में बड़ी जीत देकर के उत्तर प्रदेश में भारी बहुमत की सरकार बनाई। 2019 में
जामर है ना, जामर
हमने किया है। 2022 में भी फिर भाजपा की सरकार बनाने का काम किया। मित्रों, मैं कह सकता हूं कि देश के गृह मंत्री जी कह रहे थे 2022 में उत्तर प्रदेश के कार्यकर्ता जनता एक बार सरकार बना दे, 5 साल उत्तर प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार रहेगी। पूरी पार्टी ये
So viewers, the victory lap of the BJP continuing in Lucknow, and it can't get bigger than this. This is a moment, any moment, we will be looking at the UP Chief Minister. He has been in Gorakhpur for the past 3 days, only arriving yesterday, And today, as he moves from Kalidas Marg to the BJP office, this will be a journey that has been toiled for a long period, a political career that spanned over decades. Yogi Adityanath arriving any moment. On your screens, viewers, you will see the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, who has won with a thumping victory any moment from now. And just look at the enthusiasm. All BJP workers on the terrace with their cameras out, standing right here. You can see BJP workers on the roads, ready to welcome their Chief Minister, their leader, the man from Purvachal, who went on to become the head priest of the Gorakhnath Mutt, and then his political journey actually started. Yogi Adityanath, the UP Chief Minister, will arrive. All the other leaders, Brijesh Pathak, Dinesh Sharma, and all the MLAs of the BJP in Lucknow have arrived. The BJP leaders have arrived. We will be waiting to see the first glimpse on your screens, viewers, of UP Chief Minister. We haven't got any photograph of him in the day. We've not heard what he's been doing, but surely we were told that he had been taking stock of each and every constituency across the state. His rallies panning out, almost more than 203 rallies, road shows and sabhas. Yogi Adityanath has left no stone unturned to script this historic victory for the BJP. Second time in a row, the BJP coming back to power in Uttar Pradesh.
All right, Veer, so that is the cavalcade of the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, who has broken a jinx which has gone over 34 years right now. That is Yogi Adityanath coming into the BJP headquarters. You can see his cavalcade pulling in a very short while. There'll be the vote of thanks, the victory march, whatever you might call it. This is a day that belongs to Yogi Adityanath. His cavalcade pulling in, Yogi Adityanath right there. There's a lot that's gone down in this massive win that has been scripted under his leadership. In 2017, he was picked to be the CM after the Bharatiya Janata Party had won with the face of Narendra Modi. This time around, this election was fought with both Narendra Modi and Yogi Adityanath. There you have it. This is the first shot of Yogi Adityanath through the course of the day. We've been waiting for an official statement. He didn't come out. He didn't speak with the press. This is the first time we see him acknowledge the cadre support that he has. A lot of people have come even from Lucknow to give thanks to Yogi Adityanath, popularly called Baba, Maharashji, or now I would reckon something which will go down in the annals of Uttar Pradesh history being called Bulldozer Baba. So there you have, that's Bulldozer Baba making his way through a sea of saffron support onto the dais. You know, we'll try and dip in and listen in to the high decibel sloganeering, everything surrounding Yogi Adityanath. This is Yogi Adityanath's win, of course, aided by the Prime Minister. But this election was fought under his banner. Let's try and listen in the din through which Yogi Adityanath is tearing in to come onto the dais.
Modi Yogi Zindabad! Modi Yogi Zindabad! Bharat Mata Ki!
To have it, the slogans Modi Yogi Zindabad. So credit given to the Prime Minister, who conducted many rallies across Uttar Pradesh. He was the star campaigner. Yogi Adityanath, under whose banner, Chief Ministership, this election was fought. The last time Yogi Adityanath spoke to the press was on the day of when he cast his ballot in Gorakhpur. Since 1998, Yogi Adityanath has been the MP from Gorakhpur. This is the first assembly election he's fought, and he's won handsomely at that with a margin of 1,04,000 votes from the constituency of Gorakhpur Sadar. He's the 34-year-old jinx of a chief minister being consecutively nominated or winning an election in Uttar Pradesh, and it's gone to Yogi Adityanath. The Mahant from Gorakhpur is now the second consecutive chief minister from the Bharatiya Janata Party for the state of Uttar Pradesh. And here you see him dancing away, and understandably Yogi Adityanath pleased as punch after registering on the board 268 seats. The halfway mark was 204. He's gone way beyond that. It's semi-wave, one could call it. 268 with Samajwadi Party at 130. This is a huge, huge sweep, a huge, huge win by the Bharatiya Janata Party. At the same time, as these visuals unfold, viewers, preparations are on in the national capital, because at 6:30 the Prime Minister is going to acknowledge the win of Bharatiya Janata Party in 4 states out of 5 on which results were out today. And this is going to be in just about a few minutes, the vote of thanks, the victory march of none else but Yogi Adityanath, bulldozer Baba. It's going to go be iconic, be associated with him forever. Completely linked to the law and order situation, which many of his voters, and there's a sizable lot clearly, that believe that it was Yogi Adityanath who has changed the law and order situation of Uttar Pradesh for the better. These are the first shots of Yogi Adityanath after registering this emphatic win for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Uttar Pradesh, along, of course, with the leadership of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Let's once again, and to give you an example as to why it's seen, read, perceived, projected importantly as a win by both the Prime Minister and Yogi Adityanath. As Yogi Adityanath is coming in onto the dais, what's playing right behind is Yogi Modi together, Yogi Modi ki jai, which is how Yogi and Modi have scripted this spectacular win for the Bharatiya Janata Party. This is a big moment for Yogi Adityanath. He's, done it on his own steam, well perceived as the Hindu hardliner in India, who's now clearly scripted, what can one easily say, election history in the state. Leading the BJP's campaign from the front, he's been the incumbent chief minister, saffron-clad, and has managed to get the saffron wave going in Uttar Pradesh by registering at least what now looks on the board is 268 seats of 403 in Uttar Pradesh. His impending victory comes, despite what many would suggest was an anti-incumbency, viewers, in terms of berozgari, inflation, or even with what in the rural belt was perceived to be the stray cattle menace. All of that is history now, because the saffron wave has swept through it all, with Yogi Adityanath emerging as the man who UP has endorsed. So one can keep going on and saying what they might, but this election belongs to him and the Prime Minister, who conducted many, addressed many rallies across the state of Uttar Pradesh. So this is Yogi Adityanath. In a very short while, we're going to listen to him, hear him out. The last time he spoke to the press was when he cast his own ballot in Gorakhpur. All right, there you have it, surrounded by his deputies in terms of his deputy chief ministers. There you have it, Yogi Adityanath wearing that pink robe around his neck. Well, this is the sign of victory. And what an emphatic win it has been for Yogi Adityanath. He's led from the front. You have the BJP president of Uttar Pradesh as well. It's a big win. This is an acknowledgement by Yogi Adityanath, thanking the cadre for all the support. And you can see it in this sea of saffron. While he's showering flower petals and color, Holi's come early to Lucknow, and understandably so. Extremely happy and ecstatic Yogi Adityanath. This is going to be a different trajectory when it comes to his own political career for him. Well, of course, color being put on Yogi Adityanath as well. it is. It is a spectacular, spectacular win. Yogi Adityanath putting colour on Swatantra Dev Singh, the BJP president for Uttar Pradesh there. This is ecstasy for them. Registering a win over 268 right now, as emphatic as it gets. Flashing the V-Sand. This is the first time he's done it. You know, through the course of this election, there have been so much talk, political analysts going on and on and on, that even after he cast his ballot, look at his body language. You know, he didn't even flash the victory sign. Well, he's done it now when it mattered the most. And this is going to be possibly the money shot. You have Yogi Adityanath with the sea of saffron, with all his deputies, Swatantra Dev Singh as well, the president of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Uttar Pradesh. And now he's going to be feted by everyone. That's Keshav Prasad Maurya. Sanjay Nishad. So everyone, you know, the coalition, the social coalition that the BJP had woven, all the leaders present on stage, and it's a tight fit there, as what you can see. All of them being lauded, Yogi Adityanath being feted by them. It's a complete wipeout for the BSP, complete wipeout, decimation for the Congress as well. The Samajwadi Party standing at 129, the BJP right on top. Bulldozer Baba bulldozing his way through any opposition, and a clear victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party, way over a victory mark there. That's Swatantra Dev Singh, who's putting colour and the party flag on Sanjay Nishad, if I'm not wrong. All right, there. That's a lot. These are scenes of happiness. One very rarely sees Yogi Adityanath letting his guard down, being completely coloured by his colleagues, his party men, bedecked with rose petal malas and the BJP flag around his neck. It's a victory he's earned. One has to give it to him. Whichever way one might look at it, it's a victory which Yogi Adityanath has earned, thanking the people there. And the song which is played through the course of Yogi Adityanath's campaign, Bhagwa Lehrayenge. Let's listen into it. The dynamics of it all, Diva. Yogi Adityanath has registered history. History because this is for the first time that any sitting UP Chief Minister in the last 34 years has registered a consecutive win. Yogi Adityanath has done so. With this heft of victory in Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath can possibly now begin to assert himself at BJP's high table. Will he do so? We don't quite know yet, but he's earned the merit. He's earned the spurs. And he's done it. He's getting colour put, he's putting colour on his party men, he's eating laddus completely. He's coloured saffron today, not just, the sea of saffron support, but Yogi Adityanath himself, and he's doing it with aplomb. And as I said, viewers, the kind of political heft this victory will bring Yogi Adityanath, very few have been able to attain it. He can now possibly begin to assert himself at the BJP high table. We'll see it maybe in days to come. But this victory is not easy. It's not normal. This is history in the making. One can clearly say that in 34 years. He is the first Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, the sitting Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh that has registered a consecutive win. And he's done so with aplomb. Let's look at the margin that he's won from this, his constituency of Gorakhpur Sadar, which is Gorakhpur urban seat, recording the margin of over 104,000 votes. That is what Yogi Adityanath has won from the constituency of Gorakhpur Sadar. This was the first assembly election he fought. He's the one who pushed Akhilesh Yadav also to throw his hat in the ring. He's been the MP since 1998 from Gorakhpur, but chose to fight it out this time around from Gorakhpur Sadar in the state assembly election and won it with a massive margin of over 1 lakh. Yogi Adityanath right now making his way. But before that, speaking on the dais is Swatantra Dev Singh. He's the BJP party president, flashing the victory sign, flashing the fist. And 2 words you can hear, Yogi and Modi. And of course, Bhagwa, third.
मित्रों, उत्तर प्रदेश सांसद हर हर महादेव। उत्तर प्रदेश जीत गया, विकास और राष्ट्रवाद जीत गया, कार्यकर्ताओं का परिश्रम जीत गया, प्रदेश का एक एक गरीब व्यक्ति जीत गया। मोदी जी, योगी जी के डबल इंजन की सरकार प्रदेश की अभूतपूर्व विकास किया है। आज उसी का आशीर्वाद उन्हें प्रदेश की जनता जनार्दन ने दिया है। मित्रों, एक बार योगी जी की तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट से स्वागत करिए मित्रों। उत्तर प्रदेश में फिर एक बार गरीबों की समर्पित सरकार जीती है। दलित, शोषित, वंचित, पिछड़ा समेत सभी वर्गों का दिल खोलकर आशीर्वाद दिया है। उनका मैं हाथ जोड़कर आभार करता हूं। देवतुल कार्यकर्ता जो परिश्रम की पराकाष्ठा किए हैं, प्रदेश के सभी देवतुल कार्यकर्ताओं का मैं हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं। वरिष्ठों के चरणों में वंदन करता हूं। बूथ सेक्टर के रात दिन जो परिश्रम कार्यकर्ताओं ने किया है, हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं मित्रों। और मोदी, आज मोदी के कारण ये वातावरण प्रदेश का बना है मित्रों। और डबल इंजन की सरकार जो गरीबों के लिए कल्याण किया है, आज सरकार बनी है। मैं आदरणीय योगी जी से आग्रह करता हूं, आदरणीय केशव मौर्य जी के लिए भी ताली बजाकर स्वागत करो मित्रों। हमारे डॉक्टर दिनेश शर्मा मन पर आदरणीय योगी जी से आग्रह करूंगा कि हम सबको आशीर्वाद। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे वंदे वंदे। भाइयों बहनों, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के यशस्वी नेतृत्व में आज पूरे देश के अंदर उत्तर प्रदेश, उत्तराखंड, मणिपुर और गोवा में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रचंड बहुमत की सरकार बनने जा रही है। इन 4 राज्यों में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के विकास और सुशासन को एक बार फिर से जनता जनार्दन ने अपना आशीर्वाद दिया है। मैं इस अवसर पर सबसे पहले आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी का, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी और अपने उन सभी नेताओं का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, जिनके नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ 4 राज्यों में पुनः अपनी सरकार वापस लाने में सफल रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश देश की आबादी का सबसे बड़ा राज्य है। इस कारण उत्तर प्रदेश पर विशेष रूप से पूरे देश और दुनिया की निगाहें थी। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सहयोगी दल, अपना दल एस और निषाद राज पार्टी उत्तर प्रदेश में प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन और नेतृत्व में फिर से प्रचंड बहुमत प्राप्त की है। इस प्रचंड बहुमत के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता जनार्दन का हृदय से अभिनंदन, हृदय से आभार। और मैं इस अवसर पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी और विचार परिवार के उन कोटि कोटि कार्यकर्ताओं का अभिनंदन करता हूं, जिनके नेतृत्व में और जिनके परिश्रम से आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अपने सहयोगी दलों के साथ इतना प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ प्रदेश में सरकार बनाने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है। भाइयों बहनों, पहली बार 7 चरणों में हुए उत्तर प्रदेश विधानसभा के चुनाव शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से संपन्न हुए और संपन्न होने के साथ ही आज मतगणना के बारे में जो तमाम प्रकार के भ्रामक प्रचार पिछले 2-3 दिनों से चलाए जा रहे थे, उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता जनार्दन की ताकत ने उस भ्रामक प्रचार को दरकिनार करते हुए आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और सहयोगी दलों को प्रचंड बहुमत से विजयी बनाया है। आप सबको मैं इस अवसर पर बधाई देता हूं। भारत निर्वाचन आयोग को शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से इस चुनाव को संपन्न कराने के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। चुनाव की प्रक्रिया से जुड़े हुए प्रशासन और पुलिस विभाग और अन्य सभी संबंधित विभाग के सभी कार्मिकों को भी हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं कि जिन्होंने कोरोना जैसी महामारी के बावजूद शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से लोकतंत्र के इस पर्व को संपन्न करने में अपना योगदान दिया है। उन सबका भी मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। भाइयों बहनों, हम आभारी हैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के, जिन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश को पूरा समय दिया और उत्तर प्रदेश के विकास के साथ साथ उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्य में सुशासन की स्थापना के लिए किए जाने वाले हर एक प्रयास में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का मार्गदर्शन और सहयोग सदैव प्राप्त होता रहा है। आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी, केंद्रीय मंत्रियों और केंद्र भारत सरकार से जुड़े हुए सभी मंत्रियों के साथ ही सभी पदाधिकारियों के सहयोग से जो ये प्रचंड बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को देश के सबसे बड़े राज्य में प्राप्त हुआ है। एक प्रचंड बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रवाद, विकास और सुशासन के मॉडल को उत्तर प्रदेश की 25 करोड़ जनता का आशीर्वाद है और इस आशीर्वाद को हम सबको स्वीकार करते हुए आम जनमानस की आकांक्षाओं के अनुरूप सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबके प्रयास के इस मंत्र को अंगीकार करते हुए निरंतर आगे बढ़ाना होगा। आपने देखा होगा भारतीय जनता पार्टी की डबल इंजन की सरकार ने 5 वर्षों से लगातार उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर सुरक्षा का जो माहौल दिया, उत्तर प्रदेश की आस्था को सम्मान देने का जो कार्य किया, उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में विकास के कार्यक्रमों को जिस मजबूती के साथ आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य किया और साथ ही साथ गरीब कल्याणकारी योजनाओं को प्रभावी ढंग से आगे बढ़ाने के लिए जो प्रयास प्रारंभ हुए हैं, आज उसका परिणाम जनता जनार्दन ने जातिवाद, परिवारवाद, वंशवाद की राजनीति को पूरी तरह तिलांजलि देते हुए 2022 में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ ये विजय श्री उपलब्ध कराई है। भाइयों बहनों, कोरोना कालखंड में भी बिना रुके, बिना थके, बिना टिके और बिना झुके आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का मार्गदर्शन और उनका नेतृत्व आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक एक कार्यकर्ता को यशस्वी इस जीत के साथ यशस्वी बना रहा है, क्योंकि एक एक कार्यकर्ता इस जीत का हकदार है। नेतृत्व आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जैसे दुनिया के लोकप्रिय नेता के हाथ में मार्गदर्शन और उनके यशस्वी नेतृत्व में जो कार्यक्रम विगत 5 वर्ष के अंदर उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर लागू किए गए, आज उसका परिणाम हम सबके सामने है। आप आश्चर्य करेंगे कि उत्तर प्रदेश ऐसे राज्य में 2 करोड़ 61 लाख से अधिक गरीबों के घरों में शौचालय बनना, 45.5 लाख गरीबों के लिए एक आवास बन जाना, उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर 1 करोड़ 43 लाख घरों तक बिजली पहुंचाना, 10 करोड़ से अधिक गरीबों को 5 लाख रुपए की स्वास्थ्य बीमा का कवर मिल जाना, 15 करोड़ गरीबों को इस संकट के समय, कोरोना जैसे संकट के समय उनके घर तक राशन की व्यवस्था उपलब्ध कराने के लिए संकट का साथी जब डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार थी, तो दुनिया के अंदर या तमाम एक षड्यंत्रकारी जब हम कोरोना से लड़ रहे थे, जब हम भ्रष्टाचार और बेईमानी से लड़ रहे थे, तब ये लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ साजिश रचने का कार्य कर रहे थे, सरकार के खिलाफ साजिश रचने का कार्य कर रहे थे। और आज जनता जनार्दन ने अपने जनादेश के माध्यम से उन सबको एक बार फिर से सबक सिखा करके उनकी बोलती बंद करने का काम किया है। और हम सबको अपने कार्यों के माध्यम से एक बार फिर से साबित करना है कि राष्ट्रवाद, सुरक्षा, विकास और सुशासन के मुद्दे पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो इस प्रचंड बहुमत जनता जनार्दन ने दिया है, हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि इस पर हमें फिर से खड़ा उतरना ही होगा। और इस से एक बार में फिर से उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव संपन्न होने और जनता जनार्दन ने जो इसमें व्यापक अपना समर्थन दिया है चुनाव के प्रति, हमने देखा है खासतौर पर आधी आबादी, माताओं ने, बहनों ने, बेटियों ने आगे आकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो प्रचंड बहुमत दिया है अपने सहयोगियों के साथ में, आज इसका परिणाम है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी इतिहास बनाने जा रही है। उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर इतिहास बनाने की ओर अग्रसर है। ये इतिहास जब यशस्वी नेता होता है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी जैसे यशस्वी नेता के नेतृत्व में जब प्रचंड बहुमत का बहुमत प्राप्त होता है, ये प्रचंड बहुमत आज इसकी परिणति के रूप में हम सबके सामने प्रस्तुत करता है। आज के इस अवसर पर मैं एक बार फिर से अपने दोनों सहयोग प्रदेश अध्यक्ष श्री स्वतंत्र देव सिंह जी, दोनों सहयोगियों वरिष्ठ सहयोगी श्री केशव प्रसाद मौर्य जी, डॉक्टर दिनेश शर्मा जी, अपने सहयोगी दल निषाद राज पार्टी के अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर संजय निषाद जी, मंत्रिमंडल के अपने वरिष्ठ सहयोगी श्री सतीश महाना जी, श्री ब्रजेश पाठक जी और डॉक्टर महेंद्र सिंह जी, पूर्व प्रदेश अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर लक्ष्मीकांत वाजपेयी जी, प्रदेश संगठन के महामंत्री श्री सुनील बंसल जी और प्रदेश के हमारे संगठन के प्रभारी पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री राधा मोहन सिंह जी की ओर से पूरे प्रदेश वासियों का एक बार फिर से इस प्रचंड बहुमत के लिए हृदय से आभार और अभिनंदन करता हूं और विश्वास व्यक्त करता हूं कि ये जीत हमें जवाबदेही का एक नया संकेत भी देता है। हमें जोश के साथ साथ होश को बनाए रखना है और इससे भी मजबूती के साथ हमें आम जनमानस के आकांक्षाओं के अनुरूप एक बार फिर से अपने आप को साबित करना होगा। हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि हम सबके पास दुनिया का सबसे यशस्वी नेता आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व और मार्गदर्शन है। उनके मार्गदर्शन में, उनके नेतृत्व में उत्तर प्रदेश देश का नंबर 1 प्रदेश बनेगा। इस विश्वास के साथ हम सब एक बार फिर से 25 करोड़ जनता की सेवा के लिए अपनी अपनी भूमिका का निर्वहन करेंगे। मैं एक बार फिर से आप सभी का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, आपके उत्साह के लिए आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव संपन्न करने के लिए इसमें उत्साह के साथ भागीदार बनने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता जनार्दन का आभार, भारत निर्वाचन आयोग, उत्तर प्रदेश के निर्वाचन से जुड़े हुए सभी अधिकारियों का, प्रदेश के चुनाव से जुड़े हुए पूरे प्रशासनिक और पुलिस तंत्र का और उन सभी का जो प्रत्यक्ष और अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से लोकतंत्र के इस महापर्व को शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से संपन्न करने के लिए योगदान दिए हैं, उन सबको हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। आप सबके प्रति मेरी शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद। जय जय श्री राम। जय जय श्री राम। जय जय श्री राम।
Chants of Jai Jai Shri Ram, Uttar Pradesh's newly re-elected Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. The confidence comes through, the energy comes through. He's won a huge historic victory. They're playing Holi early in Lucknow. There will be Holi soon at the BJP headquarters in the capital as well. The Prime Minister scheduled to speak at 6 p.m. Make no mistake, Yogi Adityanath, with this big victory, stamping his authority as the first among equals in the pecking order of BJP chief ministers. There's no question of who's number 1. Possibly there's no question of who's 1 to 10. But when it comes to number 11, Yogi Adityanath now is clearly the favorite and he's established his authority with this big victory. Rahul Srivastav is with us, this big victory, and there's a new energy. Now, after a victory of this nature, it's only likely, but new passion, new energy, new confidence being exuded by Yogi Adityanath in that address there.
Rahul, when did you see last a BJP chief minister winning and a show like that, what we witnessed?
They usually don't do it. They want to
it.
leave it to what happens in Delhi. Nobody wants to do his own show of strength.
It is usually Amit Shah and others, you know, they come to the BJP headquarters and there is an address by the two. This is a slightly more autonomous show. It's definitely got more autonomy returned to it. It can well be that the party okayed this, that you can go ahead, because if the BJP wants to make it a sustaining kind of an impression, sustaining impression for the next 2 years, because 24 is just 2 years away, then this is necessary. This win needs to be celebrated and toasted to send a message across to the people that what we stood for, what we campaigned for has brought dividends, people have supported, and we are celebrating that. I think it's just to be more inclusive as far as this win is concerned. I think the BJP is sending out a very strong.
But the fact also is, Sheila Bhatt, that Yogi Adityanath, unlike some of the other BJP chief ministers, is a man who comes as a certain package. He has a particular personality. You can't mess with the man. He's also a saffron robe monk, and therefore he carries extra weight. He always carried extra weight because of his saffron robes. Now, because of this big second victory, he's got additional political heft.
See, we should not try to rob away his success, and today is his day also. There is no doubt about it. But BJP is a very formal, conservative, traditional party, and certain things work certain way only in a very set manner. Remember 3-4 things. One, till Advani failed in 2009, till he retired in the sense of leadership for prime ministerial candidateship, Modi did not enter the Maidan.
He's hugely respectful. If you look for the cues over there, Sheila, I just want to point out to our viewers that the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh was very respectful. When he spoke of the Prime Minister again and again, saying he's the most dynamic leader in the whole world, mentioning Prime Minister Modi multiple times. So he's very clear. He knows where the North Star is.
And he also mentioned Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah. So that's what I'm saying. It's far, long way for Yogi to come up in that sense. He will... why are we, same journalists, not talking about Shivraj Singh Chauhan then? 3-time winner. There are many people who have been before him.
The reason for that is... No, I'll tell you what. One second, Sheila. The reason for that could possibly be that Yogi Adityanath is a huge star campaigner nationally in a way that someone like a Vasundhara Raje or a Shivraj Singh Chauhan never were.
In a room, when Yogi is sitting and if Rajnath Singh walks in, Yogi will stand up.
Of course.
So it's number, and then whenever Prime Minister goes abroad officially, Rajnath Singh is number 2. You know that. GAD department issues circular. Rajnath Singh has to head the emergency meetings. So I don't know. But
they don't upset the hierarchy. They don't upset the hierarchy.
BJP does
but
not
politics and hierarchy are two different things.
Yes, agree. Public perception you are talking about.
The key thing here is, Rahul, last time around, Yogi Adityanath got the chief ministership from the central leadership, first from the RSS and then the central leadership. This time around, this is the mainstreaming of Yogi Adityanath as a leader who got elected again as chief minister. I think this is different. Second, most popular states, 80 Lok Sabha seats, it does a lot to Yogi Adityanath. Remember, in the past, the RSS and the BJP have made choices. They have never upset the hierarchy. They have never done super sessions. But remember one fact, that at one time there were Atal Bihari Vajpayee and L.K. Advani. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the mass leader, man from Uttar Pradesh, became the Prime Minister. L.K. Advani became the prime ministerial choice from Gujarat only after Atal Bihari Vajpayee. So it's not that Yogi Adityanath is rushing in and saying, I will demolish everybody.
The Gujarat chief minister
No, we are rushing in. He's not rushing
chief minister for 3... No, but I'm saying he's special.
He's there.
And he's different. He is, in some senses, the next Modi because he has a certain... When Prime Minister Modi, and you know him well, was chief minister of Gujarat, he was never the same as others. He was always a little different from all other chief ministers. I asked Pramod Sawant, the Goa chief minister, who's the one BJP leader he looks up to. He said, Yogi Adityanath. Look at the way he works. That's the man I want to learn from. And Pramod Sawant is young. And the fact that he mentioned Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath suggests, like a lot of BJP people think at the time, that they look at him as being the rising star. He is the rising sun. Make no mistake about that. I want to go across to Anupriya Patel of the Apna Dal joining us now. There were some tense and tough moments in eastern Uttar Pradesh where the election seemed tight, especially during the campaign. She's got a nice wry smile on her face, a quiet sense of satisfaction that despite all that noise and all the hawabaji, at the end, the Apna Dal BJP alliance storming to power in Lucknow and winning in style.
Yes, it's a historic win for the second time in a big state, one of the most populous states of India, Uttar Pradesh. And I think the whole country was eyeing the election results of this very, very crucial state. However, we were always confident, and I have said it many times before, that Apna Dal and BJP have stood the test of time for the past 3 elections. 4th election will be even stronger, and Nishad Party also joining in. So I was never doubtful, and today I guess you all agree with me that we have made this resounding victory for NDA, and we have another opportunity to good for people. So
I want to show our viewers what happened in eastern Uttar Pradesh, which is where Anupriya Patel comes from, which is where her party comes from. There was a split in her family. There was also a second faction of the Apna Dal which was fighting. So I'm going to show you what happened in eastern Uttar Pradesh, Purvanchal. So in the belt of Purvanchal, if you look at the seat share numbers as they stack, out of the 139 seats, the BJP winning 80, the Samajwadi Party 54. Now that is substantial because this is where Akhilesh Yadav actually thought he'll be in front. But if you look at the stretch of the map of Eastern Uttar Pradesh, which is on the screen right now, except for the parts that are right in the middle, in the southern part of Eastern Uttar Pradesh and in the north towards Gorakhpur, Padrauna, you've got the BJP winning and winning in great style along with the Apna Dal.
Yes, so which is what I always said whenever doubts and apprehensions were made about the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh. I said that we have started setting a trend in the first phase of election, and as we move towards the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh, NDA will grow even stronger, and all these tall claims which are being made by our rival alliance, the Samajwadi Party led alliance, will actually fall flat on the ground, and which is what has happened today. We have marked a significant presence and a very powerful presence even in eastern part of Uttar Pradesh. So a lot of factors have worked to our advantage, which I always felt that these will go a long way in ensuring our second term win. So
okay, Anupriya,
that's how it has happened.
Leave it over there. Thank you very much for joining us. Much appreciated, and congratulations on a big and famous victory. I want to go across now to senior BJP leader Prakash Javadekar, joins us on this broadcast live. I have the map of Uttar Pradesh with me. If you see, the Samajwadi Party seats are concentrated in particular areas. Areas like Rohelkhand, some pockets of western Uttar Pradesh, and in some parts of east. But if you look at the map per se, there is a massive saffron surge. Prakash Javadekar ji, welcome. This must be a huge relief and vindication. What's happened in Uttar Pradesh, also what's happened in Manipur, Uttarakhand and even Goa. How are you looking at this big victory in the national political context?
See, what Prime Minister Modi ji has changed the politics of the nation from caste-centric politics to development-centric politics. That is the first thing. Second is, people like good governance. They are now aspirational. This is new India voting for performance, not on other basis. And more importantly, we retained all our 4 states. You don't get public support in the second election if you are not performed. So people, if you perform good, people will back you. That is the message, loud and clear here. And now the third message is, the Congress is evaporating. Still they are blaming BJP. It is there, they have to do introspection. Congress is nowhere now. Punjab has also gone. Now there are only 2 states with Congress, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. And I can give you in writing that in next election, assembly elections in 2023, both the states will be in the BJP back.
What does this mean in the context of AAP emerging as a possible long-term rival to the BJP? We've seen every AAP leader who comes says this is political signal that AAP is now national and we are the long-term challenger to the BJP.
I really don't feel so, but the issue is, It is because Aam Aadmi Party fought in Goa, in Manipur, in Uttar Pradesh, in Uttarakhand. There is nothing like that. I don't see any all India trend in that. What I see is, in all the 4 BJP ruled states, we got pro-incumbency. And in one state where elections were held, which was ruled by Congress, got anti-incumbency. So people have punished Congress.
No, that's true. But the fact also is that BJP on the back of West Bengal, on the back of economic distress on account of the pandemic and the whole period of the coronavirus, seemed fatigued in the middle because there was farm agitation, etc. What this election result has shown is that despite those challenges, people still think BJP is their best alternative, and they've gone out, as you said, and voted for the BJP. Does this make, according to you, the road to 2024 easier?
Yeah, one way it is yes, but every election is a new election. And we prepare in that way only. We don't rest at this point that now we need not work more and take more efforts so that we are going to win. But that's not the fact. And therefore, you have to always exert and reach out to people and ensure your last mile delivery in a good governance. Then only you get mandate after mandate.
We've got live images on our screen now from the BJP headquarters. The BJP's master strategist, Amit Shah. There was a time when multiple MLAs left, ministers left to join the Samajwadi Party. It seemed that the BJP had some problems in setting the narrative. Amit Shah got more closely and actively involved. Big celebration now at the BJP headquarters. Former President, current Home Minister Amit Shah arriving at the BJP headquarters. Bhupender Yadav right behind him, and the entire galaxy of BJP stars. And a big victory this. We see Rajiv Chandrasekhar, we see Gaurav Bhatia, multiple well-known television faces here. Prakash Javadekar ji, there's so much which is said about whether this election sets up Yogi Adityanath as a potential long-term successor to Prime Minister Modi, and that in some senses, at least when it comes to chief ministers, Yogi Adityanath establishes himself as first among equals. Is that something that you agree with or disagree with? How do you see this?
I think this will be too premature to declare because there is no vacancy.
Correct.
A. B. More importantly, situation evolves. Has anybody predicted in 2011 that Modi will be the Prime Minister's choice and will become Prime Minister and will get again new mandate in 2019? No, it doesn't happen like that. So I see no vacancy at this time, and but one thing is sure, that all our chief ministers are popular not only in their region. When they go even other states, they attract crowd and they are vote catchers in different states also. Yogi ji has a tremendous craze all over and he goes everywhere.
You know, we're now seeing images from the BJP headquarters of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh arriving at the BJP headquarters. Prime Minister Modi will be there shortly, and a big celebration in the wings in Uttar Pradesh. This whole re-architecturing of the political dynamic of UP. Earlier it used to be a multipolar fight, BSP and Congress being the other poles. Now it's a bipolar fight, BJP versus SP. In the long run, is that to the BJP's advantage, or do you think that really shows that there's only SP after this for the BJP to take on and vanquish even in the next elections, because Congress and BSP have frittered whatever goodwill they had?
No, one thing we must not miss. In this election, people have given clear message to dynastic parties that they don't want dynastic parties to rule anymore. And therefore, it's a message to all dynastic parties. They are one family parties. ruling in many states also. But now they have got the red signal. Now people don't want them. People want a democratic party and a party which gives promise and in which they can believe.
Okay, Prakash Javadekar ji, we leave it over there for the time being. Thank you very much for joining us, and a big celebration you're going to be joining that celebration very soon. Prakash Javadekar, senior BJP leader, joining us to talk about these celebrations. I want to go across to the BJP headquarters where we are getting these live images. This will be quite a moment, and remember, the star of the show, Rahul Srivastava, make no mistake, will be Prime Minister Modi, because the BJP knows it, voters know it, that this is the Prime Minister who's been able to carry the BJP to power despite all the problems the country has seen over the last 2 years.
Yes, Rahul. See, Prime Minister as that charisma leader, you know, that the BJP can lean on in a moment of crisis, in a location of crisis. For example, in Uttarakhand, they had the third chief minister who has lost. And the BJP has won the election in a state despite having ruled for 5 years. Why did it happen? One very good delivery on the ground. That good delivery, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is not just an OBC, not just a Hindutva face, but also somebody who represents good delivery. I think that Prashasana element comes with Narendra Modi. 31% in our own survey, people are saying they voted for the BJP in Uttarakhand for Narendra Modi. So that element is very critical. I think in this we should also remember, I think Amit Shah, if it is the face Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, the strategist, is very critical, Rahul. I say especially in the face in regards of UP, because from 2014 to 17 and 19 to 2022, no political party has been able to keep together intact the incremental votes which they had got. Mayawati in 2012 lost the Brahmins. Akhilesh Yadav lost a lot of other votes later. The fact is that the BJP continues to get the non-Yadav OBCs, the non-Jatav SCs, the MBCs. Remember, the BJP, the Bania Brahmin party, today is getting the maximum votes of the most marginalized in the state.
Okay.
That remains, I think, credit goes to Amit Shah. That formulation, not upset by the exit of somebody like Swami Prasad Maurya, because he knew that though he is going, but he's not going to sway my votes. That's where the BJP's confidence was.
Let's go across to Aishwarya Paliwal. She's at the BJP headquarters in the middle of that celebration. Just before Holi, this big celebration, I'm sure, with the big victory in these 4 states, there'll be a huge amount of excitement, and the BJP headquarters is a place to be, Aishwarya.
Yes, Rahul, you're right. You know, let me just start by showing you the visuals. People are chanting. People have bulldozer returns written on these posters. So, you know, this is the kind of excitement that we have. We'll, you know, take you on the other side and show you what drums people have got. In fact, you know, people are also wearing the mask of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. See, this is a person who's wearing the mask, and now... Can you see, Rahul, the mask? And, you know, now they are drumming. There's music here in BJP headquarters. Apart from the music, you know, one thing which is very interesting, Rahul, is one person has come dressed up as Lord. I'll just, you know, just try and reach that person and I'll show you. These are the visuals which we are seeing here. You know, very interesting, Rahul, this visual, this person who has become Lord Hanuman, and he's standing right in front, you know, wanting to show his face. You know, I'll ask Parminder to show you, you know. Now, this is the kind of excitement that people have here. And that's the stage, Rahul, that you can see right in front of me. That's from where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the crowd that is here. People coming dressed up as Lord Hanuman, Ram Naam written all over them, and this is what's happening at the BJP headquarters. One side people are chanting the name, on the other side we have people who have come dressed up, especially to the BJP headquarters, like Lord Ram, and you'll see behind me, that's the stage, Rahul. That's where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will come and address the gathering very shortly. Rahul.
Okay. big setup there. We'll come back to you in just a moment. Prime Minister Modi expected to reach the BJP headquarters any second now, and we'll then have that big celebration out on our screens. 267 wins for the BJP, down from the last elections, but in the context of this being a re-election, in the context of the pandemic, in the context of economic distress, this is a huge victory, and it also shows how the opposition, Sheila Bhatt, is running out of ideas. Like, what do they do when your opponent is so formidable? What do you do to try and beat the BJP?
Yes, exactly. You know, in this 2 breaks, I had a chance to talk to senior BJP leaders. And you know, one thing which, with the emphasis he told me is this, and this must be the worry of Congress and other parties. He said that people don't understand that this victory is not just that we are getting the power, but through this election, we have got new leadership in UP. He said that more than 200 new leaders in Panchayat, Tehsil and district level we have created in last 6 months. That we have tried, and with a trial and error method, new people. So he said, and these people who out of them, some of them have got elected, like Shalabh Mani Tripathi from Devariya, 45,000 votes he lead. So he's a first timer. So he said that these people will last for next 10 years. They will, and that is what exactly Priyanka Gandhi wanted to do. Create leadership in district. When I asked him just after the victory that what is the biggest gain of UP, he said this, that future.
No, that's true, because you've set up a leadership, Rahul, and you traveled so much during the campaign, which will last you a generation. So you're really building the future stars of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the Congress and the Samajwadi Party don't have anyone in every district to try and match that star power.
Yes, Rahul. They are denied tickets to the speaker because he was overaged. There were several leaders across Uttar Pradesh who lost this. They were sitting MLAs. Any party which is trying to retain power always has that winnability greed, and it says that, okay, let him contest one more election, he may win. I saw leaders who won the last election in 2017 with 54,000, 60,000 votes axed. They brought in new guys. For example, in Kushinagar, they brought in one gentleman called P.N. Pathak. Young, and Mr. Rajnikant Mani Tripathi, very senior leader, comes from an RSS backdrop. In fact, his grandfather was a founding member of the RSS in Kushinagar, but axed. And the BJP had the confidence that we'll actually create a new leader there. So I think the number of leaders, I think there would have been more. This entire Swami Prasad Maurya and other house exits, they actually toned down the number of people the BJP was planning to.
I want to go across now and spend a moment talking about the big AAP victory in Punjab. And one of the key architects of this massive jharu sweep through the state of Punjab is Raghav Chadha, who's joining us at this time. Raghav, Mubaraka, many Mubaraka. This is a fantastic victory, and it must feel like a very special moment given how closely associated you've been in fighting this campaign over the last 2 years.
Absolutely, it's been an overwhelming victory, and we are truly humbled. This is something that we did expect, but what the people of Punjab have done today is just outstanding. It's amazing, it's mind-blowing, and a huge responsibility comes our way. A huge responsibility comes on the shoulders of the next Chief Minister of Punjab, Shri Bhagwant Mann.
And many people who are watching at this time would wonder whether Bhagwant Mann, despite his popularity amongst the voters, has the attention to detail, the ability to get into the minutiae of governance, which is required now to run a debt-ridden state like Punjab with the kind of challenges it has on drugs, on alcoholism, on farming, the industrialization, unemployment, huge challenges. Can Bhagwant Mann attend to the minutiae of governance?
Of course, absolutely. And I've seen Mann Saab evolve as a person, as a leader, as a politician, as an administrator over the years, and he's the best man to lead Punjab today. I've been very closely associated with him. Apart from having a personal relationship, I've always had a working relationship with him. When I was, attached to him, when he became a member of parliament for the first time in the year 2014, he is the best man and well equipped to lead Punjab, lead from the front, and people above all. In a democracy, the will of the people is supreme. The people of Punjab have chosen the son of the soil in the form of Mr. Bhagwant Mann, and the jodi of Kejriwal Saab and Bhagwant Mann have been embraced. People have voted to experience the Kejriwal model of governance, which was only seen and felt, and the benefits of which were only seen and received by the people of Delhi. The people of Punjab also have today given a thumbs up to the Kejriwal model of governance. I have been saying that this Punjab election was a dharm yudh for us. Adharm was on one side, where slanderous campaigns were running against us. People called us Atankwadi. Kejriwal Saab was called a Kala Angrez. I was called a Gora Angrez. Man Saab was made fun of. So adharm and slander was on one side, and on the other side you had dharm, that is uprightness, honesty, integrity, and a beautiful jodi of Man Saab and Arvind Kejriwal ji on the other hand. Dharm won, adharm lost in this dharm yudh.
There is talk that Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, and some of it in AAP circles only, could potentially elevate himself to a national role. For example, making himself Rajya Sabha MP, making Manish Sisodia Delhi Chief Minister, so that he can focus on both states and focus on trying to spread AAP in states like Himachal, Gujarat and others. Is that on the horizon?
No, this is mere speculation. These are hypothetical questions. There is no need for Mr. Kejriwal to artificially elevate himself. He is already elevated. He is our leader. He is the leader of every volunteer worker, member of parliament, including now the Chief Minister of Punjab. He is everyone's leader. He is my leader. He is my mentor. And I, as a ordinary worker of the party, would like to say that it is my dream to see Mr. Kejriwal as one day as the Prime Minister of this country, and I feel that day is not far away. Today's results show that Aam Aadmi Party has arrived at the national stage, where today a political force to reckon with at the national level. I have said this before and I'll say it again. AAP is going to be the national and the natural replacement of the Congress party, and Mr. Kejriwal will be the principal challenger to the BJP.
You know, many who are watching would say, is young Raghav getting a bit carried away? They won in style in Punjab, but there's, where else? For example, in Uttarakhand, you got routed. Yes.
When I started roughly 1.5 years ago, Rahul, as as somebody who was given the responsibility to look after the Punjab affairs by my party, all these politicians of Punjab used to make fun of me. From the Akali Dal to the Congress, from the BJP to all other political outfits, and they used to say कि ये नियाना है, ये बच्चा है, ये जवाक है, ये 25 साल का 30 साल का लड़का क्या करेगा. आज पंजाब के लोगों ने दिखा दिया. People have shown today that ordinary people like myself and several thousands and thousands of Aam Aadmi Party, ordinary people who come from average middle class households, who've left their careers to work for the betterment of this country, to reform the politics in India, can actually create such magic in these elections, and how people of Punjab, along with the Aam Aadmi Party, can dethrone the mightiest of politicians, and Aam Aadmi Party himself, Aam Aadmi, the common man himself or herself, takes over the throne to administer and serve the people of Punjab.
I must reveal to our viewers that Raghav was mighty nervous after the polls got over, because there were all kinds of stories coming in. He also went in for a short detox and all kinds of theories about this possibly being a hung house. Were you sleeping very anxiously? Were you able to get any rest at all, or were you just biting your nails away, Raghav?
No, I was. I mean, I was very sure and confident that we'll come through, and that there'll be a thumping verdict come the result day. And it's been an overwhelming experience. But yes, like, when you write an exam and you wait for the results, in that duration, every student, I as a student of accountants, chartered accountancy, as a young student, always used to feel nervous between the exam and the the result day. So I experienced something similar. But of course, we were very, very confident that, look, our hard work, our honesty, our uprightness, and above all, our positive agenda is going to be rewarded by the people of Punjab. From day one, we were not overconfident, but we were confident that we'll win.
Which state do you think is the most logical state for expansion for the AAP, where the AAP has a real chance of coming to power next, if at all?
Look, I think that in the coming days, we'll certainly talk more about Aam Aadmi Party's expansion plans. But I can certainly say that the Kejriwal model of governance today is being looked at with a lot of hope and aspiration all across, from Kashmir to Kerala, from Guwahati to Gujarat, all across. And people wish to see that governance, that model in their respective states. The best thing about this campaign was, Rahul, that people of Punjab voted on the basis of positive agenda and positive promises made by the Aam Aadmi Party. People rose above caste, religious, socio-economic backgrounds and criterias when they went out to cast their vote. They voted for a prosperous future, and I feel that under the Aam Aadmi Party's tenure, Punjab will no more be called by Udta Punjab, by the phrase Udta Punjab. It will be called as Uttha Punjab, Khushhal Punjab, Rangla Punjab.
Okay, are we talking at this moment potentially to the next Deputy Chief Minister of Punjab? Hindus constitute about 40% of the vote share. Mera sawal sun liyo, fir dasna. The second possibility is that with all these half a dozen Rajya Sabha MP seats now becoming vacant, given the number of seats you won in Punjab, would you prefer the Rajya Sabha route, Raghav?
I was given the responsibility to...
अच्छा, आप diplomatic answer मत दो ना, जो मन की बात है वो बताओ.
नहीं, मन की बात ही बता रहा हूँ, आपको मन की बात ही बता रहा हूँ. मुझे चुनाव लड़ाने की जिम्मेदारी दी थी, चुनाव लड़ने की जिम्मेदारी नहीं दी गई है. I have several responsibilities already given by my leader to me, and I would like to honor those responsibilities and let a new government take shape. Let Mr. Maan, who's the man of the match, who's the chief minister now, lead, the government, and we are always there to assist him in any which way that he wants us to assist.
It's interesting, Rahul Srivastava, there is virtually nobody else who's as young as Raghav is in national politics across. So there's Aditya Thackeray, but Aditya Thackeray is Uddhav Thackeray's son. There's no one who comes from a middle class family who enjoys as significant a position in any political party. You can't really include Abhishek Banerjee because again he's Mamata Banerjee's nephew, or Anand, who's the nephew of Mayawati. Raghav in that sense is unique, and many people who are watching India Today TV at this time would wonder whether that's a possible space in politics for their likes.
See, I think if you look at Aam Aadmi Party, that's what the Arvind Kejriwal is. That's what a Manish Sisodia is. You see, most of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders do not have the kind of baggage or problems, issues that say in Punjab, you had Amrinder Singh Raja, Maharaja,
no, but I have
lack of access.
But I have a question, Raghav. What is it that makes, say, a Raghav Chadha or a Atishi Marlena last it out in comparison to, say, a Prashant Bhushan, Yogendar Yadav, Shazia Ilmi? They're also middle class, not necessarily belonging to any political party. They came in, they burnt out, the equations with Mr. Kejriwal got frayed. How is it that you and Atishi and have lasted and the others kind of didn't? What's the secret?
No, I would not want to compare myself or my colleague Atishi with any of our former colleagues. We respect all of them. We've parted ways, that's fine, but they have our best wishes. I personally, I can speak for myself. I think the one thing that Mr. Kejriwal sees in a person, which is over and above one's skill set and competence, is loyalty and dedication. Loyalty and dedication not merely towards the party, but towards the country. And that is what is of significant importance. You said something very, very important, Rahul. Today's politics is dominated by families, from Mehbooba Mufti and Omar Abdullah, to the Thackeray's in Maharashtra, to the Yadavs in Bihar and UP, to the Patnayaks in Odisha, and to DMK Stalin. Every state literally has a political family and young people from that political family that have captured power, and they have kind of enjoyed a hegemony over the entire electoral politics and the system. Aam Aadmi Party is a ray of hope that shows that ordinary people can come at the forefront of national politics, and that's the beauty of Aam Aadmi Party. That's the beauty of Arvind Kejriwal. You need not be a Scindia or a pilot or a Mufti or a Thackeray or a Yadav or a Gandhi, for that matter, to come at the forefront of national politics.
Rahul, is a quick question for you.
I think, no, I wanted to add what you asked him. You see, why a Raghav, Chadda or an Atishi can survive longer, find it easier than somebody like Mr. Bhushan. There can be only one strong-headed man in the family. And have no doubts, Arvind Kejriwal's demeanor hides a lot of toughness. He's a very, very strong-headed man. And I think that's where being young really helps, like somebody like Rao Chadda.
And he's speaking of Kejriwal as a mentor, as a guru,
Yes.
showing the way. So the equation works well.
Works much better.
How are you celebrating? Where's the party tonight, Mr. Chadda?
No Patiala pegs.
I am currently in Chandigarh at the party headquarters. I've been celebrating, dancing, eating laddu, singing songs all day with my party volunteers. Several of the candidates who won came back to Chandigarh now to meet us. And now I'll be heading to Sangrur to meet my elder brother and the CM designate, Mr. Bhagwant Mann. So I'll probably celebrate with him in the evening.
Okay, we'll leave it over there. It's a big day for celebration and with good reason. You worked hard, so you deserve to party. Rahul Srivastava spoke about party pegs, Mr. of Patiala pegs. Bhagwant Mann has promised to be off all Patiala pegs, so there's no Patiala peg happening.
I just want to say that the real credit, Rahul, for this victory goes to the people of Punjab. I had said this before, I'll say it again. Some of us, we are political novices. We come from, very humble, ordinary background. And somehow we have won. It is, as they say in Punjabi, and you understand Punjabi, ki lallu kare kavaliyan, rab siddhiyan paave. God wants us to do something magical. God wants us to, reform Punjab, make Punjab prosperous again. And it's his own ways, his own mysterious ways of showing us the path.
Well, many Mubaraks, and thank you for joining us. We wish you all the best. Raghav Chadda there, one of the heroes of this AAP victory. We're slipping into a quick break. When we come back, we'll cut across live to the BJP headquarters where Prime Minister Modi is about to arrive. And there will be a big victory speech at the BJP headquarters live in India Today on the other side of these messages. Stay with us. BJP's bulldozer flattens Samajwadi cycle. Yogi in driver's seat, rivals all crushed. India's new #1 political metaphor. Bulldozer clears Yogi's victory path. Double engine plus single bulldozer is equal to history.
Crypto Watch brought to you by Big BNS.
You can hear more blasts that are taking place. We are moving away from this area. We are being told to leave this area because it's not safe to be here. Kyiv braces for an imminent attack over the next 24 to 48 hours. With cameraman Pawan Kumar reporting from Ground Zero, Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Putin's motive to acquire Ukraine is growing stronger by the day. As per US officials, Russia has recruited Syrian combat fighters to fight in Ukraine. Yes, you heard us right. Moscow is recruiting combat fighters from Syria to invade Ukraine. Russian forces are on a mission to capture Ukraine's capital, Kiev. Russia is operating in Syria since 2015. In 2015, Russians helped the Syrian government to launch a military intervention to fight rebels in the country's civil war. A Syrian media outlet said Russia is offering $200 to $300 to Syrian mercenaries who are willing to operate as guards in Ukraine. Back in 2020, Russia hired hundreds of Syrian mercenaries to fight in Libya. But what about Ukraine? Foreign fighters from many countries have joined hands to fight this war. Well, Russia clearly outnumbers Ukraine in terms of its military capabilities across all categories. But Zelensky has called on reservists and Ukrainian civilians who have military experience to fight against Russia.
Many volunteers hailing from United States, Britain, Lithuania, Latvia and Norway have enlisted to join Ukraine in the fight against Russia.
Russia is accused of hiring private military contractors in Ukraine and Syria. But PMCs are not new in Russia, and many nations, including the United States, United Kingdom and China, have used PMCs in their previous invasions. The official statistics do not include deaths and injuries of mercenaries who participate in the war. This helps the government to hide the true human cost of war. Pentagon says recruiting mercenaries and PMCs will escalate the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine. The United Nations has recorded 406 civilian deaths and 801 injuries on day 12 of Russia's invasion.
You are watching.
Number 1 in war coverage. Number 1 in election coverage. Be it war or the state of war. Any big topic, India Today TV is the leader.
This is Ukraine's true danger zone. This is where gun firing and artillery firing has begun. After a perilous 14-hour train journey from Kiev, India Today reports from the real war zone. Only channel in the rebel combat zone.
Barricades that have been set up, and beyond those barricades is the deployment of the Russian army.
Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
In response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Turkey on Monday invoked the Montreux Convention of 1936 to stop escalation in Ukraine. Stating that the situation in Ukraine has turned into a war, Turkey's foreign minister activated the Montreux Convention and banned Russian war vessels from entering the Black Sea.
So what is the Montreux Convention and how will it affect the war? According to the 1936 Montreux Convention, regarding the regime of the Straits, often referred to simply as the Montreux Convention, Turkey has control over both the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles Straits. The international agreement was signed by Australia, Bulgaria, France, Greece, Japan, Romania, Yugoslavia, the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union and Turkey, and has been in effect since November 1936. According to the Montreux Convention, only 9 warships are allowed to pass through the straits at any one time, and there are limits on how big the ships can be, both individually and as a group. No group of ships may exceed 15,000 metric tons. Modern warships are heavy, with frigates around 3,000 metric tons and destroyers and cruisers around 10,000 metric tons. And modern aircraft carriers are too big to go through. The Foreign Minister of Turkey wrote on Twitter, before Russia was able to flexibly use its Black Sea Fleet naval assets, including submarines. He added, now, not anymore. It has to choose which asset will be in the Black Sea and which one will remain in the Mediterranean. What Turkey is doing is more like what countries closing their airspace to Russia flights are doing. Closing the straits might never have a military impact in the Russo-Ukrainian war, but it is Turkey's unique way of punishing Russia for its crime of aggression and showing commitment to international law. Turkey has used the convention's powers before. During World War II, Turkey closed the straits to warships belonging to combatant nations. That prevented the Axis powers from sending their warships to attack the Soviet Union and blocked the Soviet Navy from participating. Today, Turkey has invoked the same Montreux Convention to send out a strong signal and message to Russia that it stands one with the international community and with Ukraine.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are watching India Today.
Co-presented by Berger Paints. Paint your imagination. Powered by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Education for life, education for living. Co-powered by AU Bank. Badlaav humse hai.
BJP's bulldozer flattens Samajwadi cycle. Yogi in driver's seat, rivals all crushed. India's new #1 political metaphor. Bulldozer clears Yogi's victory path. Double engine plus single bulldozer is equal to history.
Welcome back. You're watching our live and continuing coverage of the state of war. I'm Rahul Kanwal, and what we'll do over the next 1 hour is we'll go across to the BJP headquarters where Prime Minister Modi is expected any moment from now to celebrate a famous, significant victory. We'll also look at what happened in Uttar Pradesh, where the BJP, exactly like the India Today Access My India exit poll had predicted, swept to power and won in style as Bulldozer Baba returned for a historic second term. The Yogi Modi double engine proved that Akhilesh's cycle was too slow to reach the Lucknow fast lane. From the end of Mafia Raj to the consolidation of women votes, we break down the factors that help BJP capture the popular mind in Uttar Pradesh.
इस बार उत्तर प्रदेश में रंगों वाली होली 10 दिन पहले ही मनाई जाएगी.
They called it the Modi-Yogi double engine, not without reason. The BJP has bulldozed its way to power in Uttar Pradesh once again. Holi has come a week early for the party as it wins a handsome majority with over 250 seats. It is the first time a party is retaining power in the state in 37 years. A big feat by itself. And CM Yogi Adityanath has become the first BJP chief minister to complete a 5-year tenure in Uttar Pradesh.
माताओं ने, बहनों ने, बेटियों ने आगे आकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो प्रचंड बहुमत दिया है अपने सहयोगियों के साथ में, आज इसका परिणाम है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी इतिहास बनाने जा रही है. उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर इतिहास बनाने की ओर अग्रसर है.
The BJP's victory was made possible by a combination of factors. Better law and order, end of Mafia Raj, free ration in villages, consolidation of women votes, and its tried and tested formula of Hindutva. While the BJP's tally came down from 322 seats, the target was daunting for principal challenger Akhilesh Yadav. While the cycle did move fast, it still proved to be too slow for the BJP's bullet train. The SP gained over 70 seats from its previous performance, but that was it. The casualties of the war are Mayawati and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. The BSP's vote share and seat share have shrunk considerably, and all the efforts by Priyanka could only fetch them less than 3% votes for the Congress. The elections in UP were billed as the big semi-final before 2024. The grand victory in India's most populous state, with 80 Lok Sabha seats, places the BJP in pole position for the general elections 2 years later. Bureau Report, India Today.
Bulldozer Baba is back. That's the slogan that's trending across Uttar Pradesh and online. Yogi Adityanath has scripted history by returning to power for a record second term. This is the first time in 3.5 decades that any chief minister has been re-elected to power in Uttar Pradesh. Here's a look at the man who's now clearly first among equals amongst the BJP chief ministers.
The monk who stormed back to power, bucking a 35-year trend in UP that has never permitted a successive victory. Saffron-clad and super confident through his campaign, Yogi Adityanath today has rung the biggest political bell of 2022. Branded a Hindutva icon, an image he invoked frequently through the campaign.
जनता जनार्दन के आशीर्वाद से डबल इंजन की सरकार फिर से आएगी. 80 बनाम 20 की तरफ चुनाव जा चुका है.
Even that comment, which had inflamed, appears to have come somewhat true, with votes pouring in from across barriers. The victory today is testament to the far more solid work he was actually standing on. By recasting himself as the law and order headmaster of Uttar Pradesh with visible results on the ground, Yogi made deep inroads into the minds and hearts of a vote bank that so many have ignored: women. He gamely broke the famous Noida jinx, which dictates defeat for anyone who campaigns in this Delhi suburb, and carefully crafted a campaign that rode on a pro-incumbency wave. Fighting the very real issue of unemployment, the bottom line is, Brand Yogi was able to persuade UP's electorate that not only was he worth voting back to power, but that nobody else deserved that chance. The double-engine metaphor that projected Yogi as an extension of the enormously popular Prime Minister helped amplify welfare work done to fever pitch.
जिस यूपी की छवि इन लोगों ने ऐसी बना दी थी कि हां कुछ बदल नहीं सकता, उस यूपी में योगी जी की सरकार ने कानून व्यवस्था को सुधार कर दिखाया है।
With money in accounts, toilets in houses and safer towns and villages to live in, the unstoppable power of Ration Shasan was too much for the BJP's rivals to surmount. Let's make no mistake, Yogi's victory immediately makes him a first among equals in the BJP's pantheon of chief ministers and solidifies the wishful thinking among millions of BJP supporters that he now stands as next in line to the main engine Modi. Handpicked as a surprise choice to be CM 5 years ago, the phenomena of Yogi Adityanath is fully visible today. Bureau Report, India Today.
We want to show you live images from the BJP headquarters where the Prime Minister is expected to arrive in a short while from now. Rahul Verma joins us. Rahul, your sense of how this big victory of the BJP in Uttar Pradesh and in 4 states where they've been re-elected to power impacts the national big picture?
So first, it basically boosts their morale, right? BJP has not been winning state assembly elections since 2019. They were having difficult time in Jharkhand, in Maharashtra, in Haryana. The only victory was Assam in that sense. So retaining all 4 states and especially winning UP and Uttarakhand in big way is going to boost their morale. Second, presidential elections are going to be in May 2017, so it makes things easier for them to get their own nominee elected. And third, as we have been discussing throughout the day, it basically puts BJP on a much comfortable road to 2024. It doesn't make things super easy, but then it of course gives them the agenda setting power and other things.
Is there anything that could happen between 2022 and 2024 which makes it very difficult for the BJP, not in terms of a black swan event, but essentially in terms of opposition realignment and the way they configure to take on Modi?
See, yes, if all opposition parties get united, then in many of the states, BJP will have difficulty where they want to make inroad. But we also need to remember that opposition alliance is not going to solve the problem. We saw that happening in 2019, UP, SP, BSP, RLD coming together, yet BJP managed to trounce. And especially in the northwest India, where Congress is the main challenger, I don't know what TMC will add in Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan and other places. So while opposition unity can bring resources together, it doesn't basically necessarily put BJP in a very difficult
spot. Does it make, Rajat, the task of the BJP fighting for re-election in 2024 easier, this big victory in Uttar Pradesh especially?
I think BJP at this stage would not be too worried about 2024. I think for Prime Minister Modi, who is on a life's mission, I think this will give him some window for reforms to reinitiate something that he left off at the farm law with the withdrawal of that. This is going to give more confidence to Prime Minister Modi to unfold his agenda before the nation and seek the popular votes in support of the public. And I think
see, Sheila, you understand the Prime Minister's mind well. Will he take up the farm issue again, or it's just too messy to touch?
First and foremost, have your BJP NDA president. Very important, very, very important. New president, which will be very soon, in 3-4 months. Very first. Then Karnataka, Maharashtra and Gujarat. Total political attention. Total. And Maharashtra will see much more fast-forwarded events now. And in Gujarat, because of faceless chief minister, Modi will keep repeating.
He's going to Gujarat tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow, and that will be a very big show, I think. So so 2 issues are there. Very, very important is parliament issue, and second issue, we forget that as soon as this election gets over, he has to take up this fallout of Ukraine war on economy. That is a most important issue because gas management, and since we have gone openly, abstained from this vote, I hope and I'm sure that our government will get some discounted price gas from Russia, because otherwise our economy will go upside down.
But if countries like US impose sanctions on the import of Russian oil, but that's a matter for another debate. There would be questions of how much trade India can do with a country like Russia. I want to go across to Aishwarya Paliwal, who's at the BJP headquarters in the capital. Aishwarya, I saw Holi came early, and that's what the Prime Minister had said, that Holi will be played about 10 days early, and that's what seems to be happening on the ground at the BJP headquarters.
Yes, Rahul, you know, if you can hear the chants, these are the chants which are taking place at the BJP headquarters. All eyes on. You know, Rahul, there are huge cutouts, you know, everywhere you see people are just taking Prime Minister Narendra Modi's names, his cutouts. In fact, are there large cutouts of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the lotus there, Rahul. This is the kind of excitement which is very palpable here at the BJP headquarters. In fact, Rahul, on the other side is a large flag of Jai Shri Ram, of Lord Ram. So, you know, I think you can gauge sitting in the studio. What's the atmosphere here?
These images now, that's the cavalcade of Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, driving in to the BJP headquarters from a little while earlier. Aishwarya was describing what's happening at the BJP headquarters. You see Nitin Gadkari, the former BJP president. We've already seen Home Minister Amit Shah. We've seen Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. This is Jai Prakash Nadda, the BJP president, now coming to this dais. Right at the front of the pack is former Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, former party president, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. Amit Shah on one side of the dais played a huge and very critical role in strategizing the BJP's elections there. And the Prime Minister is expected any time now, which is why the others have gone and taken their seats on the dais. This is a big celebration. Is it ordinary? Is it just the case, Rahul, always that the Chief Minister doesn't come, or could there have been a case for Yogi Adityanath to be in Delhi for the celebration?
See, I think Yogi Adityanath is celebrating the moment, and I think the BJP wants him there. I think if the BJP wanted him here, they would have got him here. But I think that event which we saw a little while back with Yogi Adityanath playing Holi, and you know, it was that display. I think the BJP wanted to create these memories, these pixel moments in Lucknow, and they wanted them to stay with the public. I think that's why Yogi Adityanath is not here.
Okay, Amit Shah is smiling. He's worked very hard on this campaign and a sense of rest. But the problem, Sheila, is that these leaders don't rest. When everybody else is thinking, oh, we woke up really early in the morning, let's wake up a little late tomorrow, they're already planning for Gujarat, they're planning for Karnataka, you mentioned Maharashtra. They're constantly on the treadmill of politics and they don't get off.
Satta ki bhook. That's the reason. They don't get tired. The hunger for more and more power, for their bigger and bigger picture of India and the things to do for India is such. Thakan kyun lagegi?
It's ideology driven, Rahul.
And don't you remember that PV Narasimha Rao had packed up the bag, but he survived 5 years, and after 5 years, what
That's the Prime Minister's cavalcade, the big man himself. You know, there was a lot of stress and pressure on his own shoulders, particularly in states like Uttarakhand and Goa, where the Prime Minister's individual credibility and goodwill had a lot to do with the end outcome. Here is Prime Minister Modi at the BJP headquarters being welcomed by BJP President Jai Prakash Nadda, and a big day this for JP Nadda as well, to register this big victory on his watch in the state of Uttar Pradesh. 270 seats at this time for the BJP. JP Nadda there welcoming Prime Minister with a stole. The Prime Minister very clearly, Rahul, very delighted with the way these results have gone. 4-0 from the BJP. In Punjab, no matter who says what, they knew they never had a chance. But 4-0 where they were in contention, 20 seats in Goa, 32 in Manipur. In Uttarakhand, they have a majority of 48. This is as good gets for the BJP.
Rahul, especially with the pandemic lasting 2 years, Rahul, I think any political party worth its salt would have faced a huge challenge. I think the BJP's success, and I think the Prime Minister's monitoring at the top, to ensure that there is delivery. Rahul, I'll tell you a very interesting thing, that at the start of April 2020, when the pandemic really started arriving big way in India, in the Sarkari medical healthcare system, there were 17,000 ventilators only, 17,000 all over the country. The Prime Minister took charge, and by the time it was April 2021, there were 78,000. And that's the kind of supervision which went into it. Companies were brought in, people were asked to manufacture them. I think that delivery is actually has helped the BJP in the face of the pandemic. Also, I think, Rahul, look at the diversity of the mandate. You have a Goa where you have a large dominant Catholic vote. You have a complex caste cauldron like Uttar Pradesh. You have got Uttarakhand, which has got its own dynamic. To actually manage to hold on to these in a pandemic period, I think definitely means that the BJP as an electoral functioning machinery is now far superior to any political outfit in the country.
Rahul, I hope it's not too much to say and read between the lines, but I think what I understand of BJP, Modi, Amit Shah and other cabinet ministers, I think BJP's they have taken off in India in the 7th, 8th year of their power. They have
taken off now?
Just taken off.
So what happened in 2014?
No, I'm saying they have so many dreams and so much to do. They've just started. Believe me, what I understand, what they want. And
what do they want in your view?
Okay, so let me tell you that not in their language, but what I understand, and after talking to them for hours and hours since 2001, I think they want that one day will come when Western press will write the biggest economy, #1 India, then China, America and rest.
I must tell you why Sheila Ben is special. She understands the minds of the powers that be.
Believe me, this is what they want. We are skeptical, and I understand in the current status of India, and we know that elections are won on perception and not reality. It's not that actually succession happened and they got votes. All that we understand, but I am telling you, they've just started.
See, Rahul, I'll tell you a very interesting episode I picked up in
according to them, even if they lose government, it's okay. They will again work hard and again they will strive for the power. But they mean business, and business is this, that they want to be the biggest economy in the world, and I know they are making many mistakes according to us. I am skeptical, but this is what they are saying.
Let's listen to what's happening.
There is no tax on
BJP
dreaming big, na?
Yeah, of course.
Modi, Modi, Narendra Modi, Narendra Modi, Narendra Modi, Narendra Modi. भारत माता की माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत कर रहे हैं। तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के दौरान मोदी, 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 नरेंद्र मोदी, नरेंद्र मोदी। तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट के साथ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत, अभिनंदन, ढेर सारे स्वागत अभिनंदन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का करें। गरीब, किसान, महिला, इन सभी वर्गों का उत्थान करने वाले जो आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को मसीहा के रूप में देखते हैं, ऐसे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत अभिनंदन।
Celebration, no fist bumps, very cool and calm about it. Just another day in the office. We just went and creamed our opposition. What's the big deal, Rajan? Look at that. He's of course delighted, but very nonchalant.
You know, the amount of hard work he's put in. He has lost his voice also. His throat was cranking up towards the end of the campaign. He wasn't able to speak clearly. That's the level of commitment. You are harming yourself in the process, but you're committed to a larger cause. Where else do you see this level of commitment?
There's a big
This is what inspires the Karyakartas to go beyond this.
JP Nadda there garlanding the Prime Minister. Rajnath Singh flanking him. Amit Shah and everyone else holding that big garland. You know, it's this man's chemistry with the voters, the faith and belief that voters have in Prime Minister Modi, which remains undiminished despite the challenges of the last 2 years, Rajat. The fact that they still think that he's the best guy for solving their problems, that's a huge bond he has with the people of this country.
And I think, somewhere he also believes that there is some level of divine intervention. He's been, tasked to do something. He feels so, and I think it is.
This is what every single MLA, MP, voter, BJP cadre says these two words, that Bhagwan ka Ashirwad hai,
there is something special wherein public just blindly follows him everywhere, wherever he is going.
Everything is created, okay? It's not happening.
Of course, there are hiccups in the process, like Rahul was mentioning, that there have been lots of ups and downs. There have been a lot of state elections they have lost. Some places they have been, outsmarted by the opposition parties.
Oh, it's crossing now 270. Yeah?
JP Nadda will speak first.
बोले भारत माता की, भारत माता की। स्वागत है, 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 स्वागत है। आज के इस विजय सभा में यहां उपस्थित भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री, हम सबके आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, हमारे भारत के रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, भारत के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी और भारत सरकार में मंत्री पूर्व अध्यक्ष सम्माननीय नितिन गडकरी जी, और यहां उपस्थित इस विजय मनाने के लिए एकत्र आए इतनी बड़ी संख्या में हमारे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता बंधु और मीडिया और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया और प्रिंट मीडिया के मेरे साथी, ये हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि आज चुनाव के नतीजे जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में एक तरफा आए हैं, उसके विजय यात्रा के क्रम में आज इस सभा में इतनी बड़ी संख्या में सब आकर अपने यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत करने, अभिनंदन करने आए हैं। आप सबकी ओर से और करोड़ों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से मैं भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। आज जो नतीजे आए हैं, जिसमें हमें एक तरफा भारत की जनता का, 4 राज्यों का जो आशीर्वाद मिला है, ये आशीर्वाद में जो योगदान भारत की जनता ने किया है, वो इस बात को बताता है कि आदरणीय यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के द्वारा चलाए गए कार्यक्रम, उनके द्वारा प्रतिपादित किए गए नीतियां, इस नीति को, इन नीतियों को फिर से देश की जनता ने चुनाव में जीत हासिल करा करके मुहर लगाई है। इस बात के लिए मैं मतदाताओं का अपनी ओर से हार्दिक धन्यवाद देता हूं और साथ ही साथ प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उनके नेतृत्व में एक बार फिर से एनडीए, एक बार फिर से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्रचंड जीत हासिल हुई है और लोगों ने उनकी नीतियां और उनके कार्यक्रम को मोहर लगाई है। इसके लिए मैं पुनः उनको बधाई भी देता हूं, धन्यवाद भी देता हूं और आप सब की ओर से, करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से और मतदाताओं की ओर से उनका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। मित्रों, जो नतीजे आज आए हैं वो इस बात को बताते हैं कि ये नतीजे बहुत तरीके से पहली बार राजनीति के दृष्टि से कुछ इंगित करते हैं, कुछ दिशा देते हैं, कुछ जिसे हम कहते हैं कि रास्ता बताते हैं कि भारत की राजनीति मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में किस प्रकार से आगे बढ़ रही है। अगर हम उत्तर प्रदेश की बात करें तो यह पहला मौका है कि 4 बार लगातार मोदी जी को उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने लगातार आशीर्वाद दिया है। – 2014 में प्रचंड जीत हासिल हुई थी उत्तर प्रदेश में लोकसभा में। 2017 में प्रचंड आशीर्वाद उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने दिया था और हमारी सरकार बनाई थी। और 2019 में फिर से लोकसभा में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आशीर्वाद मिला था और इस बार फिर से 2022 में चौथी बार लगातार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है। ये पहली बार 37 साल बाद हो रहा है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में लगातार कोई पार्टी की सरकार दोबारा आई है। ये 37 साल बाद उत्तर प्रदेश की धरती पर हो रहा है और हमारा वोट शेयर भी 42% से ज्यादा बढ़कर के आया है। इसी प्रकार हम देखें तो उत्तराखंड जब से राज्य बना तब से हमेशा वहां सरकार बदलती रही, हर चुनाव में सरकार बदलती रही, लेकिन मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उत्तराखंड का चुनाव लड़ा गया और उत्तराखंड की जनता ने भी फिर से दोबारा और पहली बार दोबारा सरकार बनाई है और उत्तराखंड में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बहुमत दिया गया है। अगर हम बात करें मणिपुर की तो मणिपुर में भी पहली बार विशुद्ध भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बहुमत से अब हमारी सरकार बन रही है। यह परिस्थिति आई है, इसको भी हमको याद रखना चाहिए। और अगर हम गोवा की बात करें तो वहां हम इस बार हैट्रिक बनाने जा रहे हैं, तीसरी बार हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं और वहां भी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की नीतियों का, कार्यक्रम का आशीर्वाद हम सबको मिला है और उसके कारण ये जीत हासिल हुई है। मित्रों, जहां हम आज 4 राज्यों में सरकार बनाने के लिए अपने बहुमत के साथ खड़े हैं, वहीं कल के नतीजे जो असम के म्युनिसिपल बोर्ड के आए, कॉरपोरेशन के, आपको जानकर खुशी होगी कि 80 म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन में 77 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जीत हासिल की है। और आज वहां भी एक बाई इलेक्शन था मंझोली का, वह भी सीट प्रचंड मार्जिन के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जीती है। इसलिए जिसे हम कहते हैं कि हमारी जनता ने मोदी जी को भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया, एक तरफा आशीर्वाद दिया है और उनकी नीतियों के, उनके कार्यक्रमों को फिर से एक बार मुहर लगाई है। इस बात के लिए हम सबको बहुत बहुत मोदी जी का धन्यवाद देते हैं। मित्रों, चुनाव में एक बात कही गई कि कुछ पार्टियां हमारे खिलाफ जुट गई हैं और इसलिए वोट की मात्रा उनकी बढ़ जाएगी और वो जीत हासिल करेंगे। कई पत्रकार ये पूछा करते थे कि इतनी पार्टियों का जमावड़ा हो गया है, आप किस तरीके से इसको देखते हैं? मैं उस समय भी कहता था कि यदि नेता मिल जाएं और पार्टियां मिल जाएं तो वोटर नहीं मिलता है, वोटर अपनी रक्षा करना खुद जानता है। इस बात को हमको याद रखना। और मैंने ये भी कहा था कि चुनाव सिर्फ मैथमेटिक्स नहीं है, चुनाव सिर्फ अरिथमेटिक नहीं है, चुनाव केमिस्ट्री है। और जब मैं केमिस्ट्री बोलता हूं तो हम सबको ये याद रखना चाहिए कि भारत की जनता, गरीब जनता, वंचित जनता, पीड़ित, शोषित, दलित, हमारी महिलाएं, हमारी बहनें, हमारा युवा साथी, हमारा किसान आज अगर अपनी केमिस्ट्री जोड़ता है तो वो नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ जोड़ता है। इस बात को हमको याद रखना चाहिए। ये रसायन शास्त्र का मोदी जी की गरीबों के प्रति, जो वंचित थे, पीड़ित थे, शोषित थे, समाज के अंतिम पायदान पर खड़े थे, उनको सशक्तिकरण देने का काम मोदी जी ने किया, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया। और इसलिए रसायन शास्त्र का गरीब व्यक्ति को, जो वंचित था, उसको रस मिलता है तो वो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की नीतियों से मिलता है, कार्यक्रमों से मिलता है। इसको हमको याद रखना चाहिए। मित्रों, जब हम गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, दलित इनकी बात करते हैं तो हम साथ में यह भी कहते हैं कि चाहे उजाला हो, उज्ज्वला हो, सौभाग्य हो, आयुष्मान हो, प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना हो, प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि हो, ये सारे के सारे कार्यक्रम साधारण व्यक्ति का सशक्तिकरण करते हैं। और वो साधारण व्यक्ति जब चुनाव आता है तो अपना कीमती मत को संभाल कर रखता है और मोदी जी के नाम पर वो कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाता है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारत की राजनीति की संस्कृति बदली है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारत की राजनीति की संस्कृति बदली है। लंबे समय तक एक राजनीति चल रही थी। वह राजनीति थी भाई भतीजावाद, भ्रष्टाचार, सांप्रदायिकता, जातिवाद, परिवारवाद, क्षेत्रवाद। इनकी राजनीति लंबे समय से चल रही थी। लेकिन आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारत की राजनीति बदल दी, उसकी संस्कृति बदल दी। अब रिपोर्ट कार्ड की राजनीति है। काम करोगे, जनता के बीच में जाओगे और जनता का आशीर्वाद लोगे। आज विकास की राजनीति है, आज सशक्तिकरण की राजनीति है, आज महिला सशक्तिकरण की राजनीति है, आज युवा सशक्तिकरण की राजनीति है, आज किसानों के सशक्तिकरण की राजनीति है। आज जो व्यक्ति समाज के अंतिम पायदान पर खड़ा था, जिसको कोई पूछता नहीं था, वोट का आधार मानता था, वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स करता था, उसको मुख्य धारा में लाने का काम और सशक्तिकरण का काम किया है तो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया है, उनकी नीतियों ने किया है। मित्रों, जब मैं उत्तर प्रदेश की बात करता हूं तो हम जानते हैं 5 साल पहले वहां भय का वातावरण था, भ्रष्टाचार था, माफिया राज था, गुंडागर्दी थी, आतंकवादी दंडनाते थे, उनको नेताओं का संरक्षण मिलता था। लेकिन योगी जी ने लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को कंट्रोल करके वहां पर भय मुक्त समाज और भय मुक्त प्रदेश बनाने का काम किया तो आदरणीय योगी जी ने किया। और उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया। अभी मैं नतीजे देख रहा था, हम 2/3 बहुमत की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। यह परिस्थिति आकर के खड़ी हुई है। जो माफिया राज दंदनाते थे वो आज जेलों में बंद है। जो लोग भय का वातावरण बनाते थे वो आज खुद भयभीत हैं। यह परिस्थिति आज योगी जी ने की है, इसका भी हम सबको ध्यान रखना चाहिए और उनका भी हम धन्यवाद करें। अगर हम मणिपुर की बात करें, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नॉर्थ ईस्ट का, ये पहले प्रधानमंत्री हैं जिन्होंने एक्ट ईस्ट पॉलिसी, पूर्व की ओर देखो और काम करो, पूर्व को संभालो और मुख्य धारा में शामिल करो। 50 बार आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी नॉर्थ ईस्ट में आपका प्रवास हुआ है और आपने उनके दर्द को समझा है और उनको राहत दिलाई है और मुख्य धारा में उनको लाए हैं। यही नॉर्थ ईस्ट बंद, ब्लॉकेड के लिए जाना जाता था, आज शांति और विकास के लिए जाना जाता है। और मणिपुर में भी पहली बार विशुद्ध भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनी है। अगर हम बात करें उत्तराखंड की, तो यह भी हम दोबारा जीत करके आ रहे हैं, पहली बार मौका मिला और यहां भी विकास हर दृष्टि से हो रहा है। और जो मोदी जी ने कहा कि उत्तराखंड अगले दशक उत्तराखंड का होगा, इसको उत्तराखंड की जनता ने अपनाया है, समझा है, जाना है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मुहर लगाई है। मित्रों, अगर ये हम सब लोग यहां बैठे हैं बिना मास्क के और नजदीक बैठे हैं, ये संभव अगर हुआ है तो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के अथक प्रयास से हुआ है। जो 180 करोड़ लोगों को वैक्सीनेशन देकर डबल डोज उनको तैयार किया है। जब पाश्चात्य देश मुसीबत में अपने आप को पाते हैं तो 130 करोड़ का देश मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सुरक्षित दिखता है। इस बात को भी हमको याद रखना है। आर्थिक स्थिति में जो विकास हुआ है कोरोना के पश्चात, आज भारत की आर्थिक स्थिति जिसको दुनिया के मान रही है कि एक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी के तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहा है, यह भी दूरदृष्टि बताती है हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री। आज हम सब लोग नहीं रहूंगा, मैं इस मंच से जहां आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं, सभी केंद्रीय नेताओं को धन्यवाद देता हूं, सभी हमारे प्रदेश के नेताओं को धन्यवाद देता हूं, वहीं मैं अपने करोड़ों करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई और धन्यवाद देता हूं। कार्यकर्ताओं ने जमीन पर जाकर अथक प्रयास किया। क्या नेता, क्या कार्यकर्ता, क्या विस्तारक, क्या हमारे प्रवासी कार्यकर्ता, सबने अपना पूरी ताकत लगाई और आपकी जमीन पर मेहनत रंग लाई और मोदी जी की नीतियों को वोट में परिवर्तित करने में आपने अपना योगदान दिया। मैं आप सबको भी इसके लिए बधाई देता हूं और धन्यवाद देता हूं। इसी तरीके से हम लोगों ने आगे बढ़ना है और 2024 में भी इससे और आगे बढ़ करके जाना है और आप सब कार्यकर्ताओं ने अथक प्रयास अपना जारी रखना है, ऐसा मैं आपसे निवेदन करना चाहता हूं। आपके राष्ट्रभक्ति को मैं सलाम करता हूं। आपके राष्ट्रभक्ति के साथ, पार्टी के साथ खड़े होकर के कार्य को करने की मैं साधुवाद देता हूं और इसी प्रकार से हम सब लोगों ने आगे बढ़ना है और भारत को मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में यशस्वी बनाना है। इस काम को, इस लक्ष्य को लेकर हम चलेंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सब लोगों ने मिला। गरीब, शोषित, वंचित के लगातार उत्थान करने वाले उनके मसीहा के रूप में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी विश्व के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता हैं। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से निवेदन करता हूं कि यहाँ पे बैठे हुए कार्यकर्ताओं, करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं को संबोधित करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। उत्साह का दिन है, उत्सव का दिन है। ये उत्सव भारत के लोकतंत्र के लिए है। मैं इन चुनावों में हिस्सा लेने वाले सभी मतदाताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। उनके निर्णय के लिए मतदाताओं का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। विशेष रूप से हमारी माताओं बहनों ने, हमारे युवाओं ने जिस प्रकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को भरपूर समर्थन दिया है, वो अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा संदेश है। मुझे इस बात का भी संतोष है कि फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स ने बढ़ चढ़कर मतदान में हिस्सा लिया और भाजपा की जीत पक्की की। चुनाव के दौरान भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मुझसे वादा किया था कि इस बार होली 10 मार्च से ही शुरू हो जाएगी। हमारे कर्मठ कार्यकर्ताओं ने ये विजय ध्वज फहरा करके इस वायदे को पूरा करके दिखाया है। मैं भाजपा के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं की भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा करूंगा, जिन्होंने दिन रात देखे बिना इन चुनावों में कड़ी मेहनत की। हमारे कार्यकर्ता जनता जनार्दन का दिल जीतने में, जनता जनार्दन का विश्वास जीतने में सफल रहे और पूरे पार्टी का नेतृत्व जिन्होंने किया, कार्यकर्ताओं ने को जिन्होंने लगातार मार्गदर्शन किया, ऐसे हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी को भी मैं बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं, बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। पार्टी के हर छोटे मोटे सभी कार्यकर्ताओं ने उनके अथक परिश्रम से आज एनडीए के लिए जीत का चौका लगाया है। साथियों, उत्तर प्रदेश ने देश को अनेक प्रधानमंत्री दिए, लेकिन 5 साल का कार्यकाल पूरा करने वाले किसी मुख्यमंत्री के दोबारा चुने जाने का यह पहला उदाहरण है। अभी नड्डा जी ने विस्तार से बताया, उत्तर प्रदेश में 37 साल बाद कोई सरकार लगातार दूसरी बार सत्ता में आई है। 3 राज्य यूपी, गोवा और मणिपुर में सरकार में होने के बावजूद बीजेपी के वोट शेयर में वृद्धि हुई है। गोवा में सारे एग्जिट पोल गलत निकल गए और वहां की जनता ने तीसरी बार सेवा करने का मौका दिया है। 10 साल तक सत्ता में रहने के बाद भी राज्य में बीजेपी की सीटों की संख्या बढ़ी है। उत्तराखंड में भी भाजपा ने नया इतिहास रचा है। राज्य में पहली बार कोई पार्टी लगातार दूसरी बार सत्ता में आई है। यानी सीमा से सटा एक पहाड़ी राज्य, एक समुद्र तटीय राज्य और एक मां गंगा का विशेष आशीर्वाद प्राप्त एक राज्य और पूर्वोत्तर सीमा पर एक राज्य, भाजपा को चारों दिशाओं से आशीर्वाद मिला है। इन राज्यों की चुनौतियां भिन्न है, सबकी विकास की यात्रा का मार्ग भिन्न है, लेकिन सबको जो बात एक सूत्र में पिरो रही है वो है भाजपा पर विश्वास। भाजपा की नीति, भाजपा की नीयत और भाजपा के निर्णयों पर अपार विश्वास। साथियों, ये चुनाव नतीजे भाजपा की प्रो एक्टिव गवर्नेंस पर एक प्रकार से बड़ी मजबूत मोहर लगाते हैं। पहले जनता अपने ही हक के लिए सरकार के दरवाजे खटखटाकर थक जाती थी। बिजली, पानी, गैस, टेलीफोन, बहुत बुनियादी सुविधाओं के लिए, सामान्य जरूरतों के लिए सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने पड़ते थे, पैसे देने पड़ते थे। कुछ साधन संपन्न लोगों तक सुविधा पहुंचने के रास्ते अलग थे, पहुंच जाती थी। देश में गरीबों के नाम पर घोषणाएं बहुत हुई, योजनाएं भी बहुत बनी, लेकिन उस योजनाओं का जो हकदार था, जिस गरीब का उस पर हक था, उसके लिए ये हक उसको मिले बिना परेशानी को मिले, उसके लिए गुड गवर्नेंस, डिलीवरी, इसका बड़ा महत्व होता है। लेकिन भाजपा इस बात को समझती है और मैं लंबे अरसे तक मुख्यमंत्री के नाते काम करके आया हूं, इसलिए मुझे पता है कि आखिरी इंसान की सुविधा के लिए कितनी मेहनत करनी चाहिए। बीते वर्षों में हमने गवर्नेंस डिलीवरी सिस्टम तो बेहतर किया ही, साथ साथ पूरी प्रक्रिया में पारदर्शिता भी लाए हैं। भाजपा गरीब को भरोसा देती है कि प्रत्येक गरीब तक सरकार ने निर्णय किए हुई सुविधाएं जरूर पहुंचेगी। और मैं गरीब के घर तक उसका हक पहुंचाए बिना चैन से बैठने वाला इंसान नहीं। दशक से भी ज्यादा समय तक हेड ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट के रूप में सेवा करने का मुझे सौभाग्य मिला है। सरकार में कितनी दिक्कतें होती हैं, गवर्नेंस में कितनी दिक्कतें होती हैं, इसको भली भांति जानता हूं। उसके बावजूद भी मैंने एक ऐसी हिम्मत की है, शायद कोई न कर पाए। और वो हिम्मत मैंने लाल किले से 15 अगस्त को मेरे भाषण में उसको व्यक्त किया था। मैंने कहा था कि अब भाजपा को जहां जहां सेवा करने का मौका मिलेगा, हम हर योजना के जो हकदार हैं उनके लिए 100% सैचुरेशन, यानी काम को 100% पूरा करना, हर गरीब तक हर सरकारी योजना का लाभ पहुंचाना, ये 100% की कल्पना करना 2 दशक से ज्यादा समय सरकार का काम करने के बाद मैं कहता हूं, ये बहुत बड़ी हिम्मत की है मैंने। और ये हिम्मत मैंने इसलिए की है कि जब ईमानदारी होती है, नीयत साफ होती है, गरीबों के प्रति करुणा होती है, देश का कल्याण यही जीवन का मंत्र होता है, तो फिर ऐसे निर्णय करने की ताकत पैदा होती है। हम हर गरीब तक पहुंचेंगे, हम हर गरीब तक पहुंचेंगे, 100% लाभार्थियों तक पहुंचेंगे। भाई और बहनों, आज मैं देश की महिलाओं, हमारी बहन बेटियों को विशेष रूप से नमन करता हूं। चुनाव के नतीजों में मेरी इन माताओं बहनों का, बेटियों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि भाजपा को बहनों, बेटियों, माताओं ने इतना स्नेह दिया है, इतना आशीर्वाद मिला है। जहां जहां महिला मतदाताओं ने पुरुषों के मुकाबले ज्यादा वोट किया है, वहां बीजेपी को बम्पर जीत मिली है। एक प्रकार से हमारी माताएं, बहनें, हमारी बेटियां, हमारी ये स्त्री शक्ति भाजपा की जीत की सारथी बनी है। मैं जब गुजरात में था तो कभी कभी कुछ ऐसी घटनाएं हो जाती थी कि लोग चिंता करते थे, मोदी जी आपकी सुरक्षा का क्या, आप चिंता क्यों नहीं करते, अपने आप को क्यों संभालते नहीं हैं। तो मैं एक ही जवाब देता था कि कोटि कोटि माताओं का, स्त्री शक्ति का मुझे सुरक्षा कवच मिला हुआ है। साथियों, भारत की माताएं, बहन, बेटियां निरंतर भाजपा पर विश्वास कर रही है। उनको पहली बार विश्वास मिला है कि सरकार उनकी छोटी से छोटी जरूरतों को भी ध्यान में रखती है। साथियों, इन चुनावों के नतीजों ने एक बात और साफ कर दी है कि यूपी की जनता को, और मैं सभी ज्ञानियों को कहता हूं कि देश की भलाई के लिए अब पुरानी घिसी पिटी रिकॉर्ड छोड़ के जरा नए सिरे से सोचना शुरू कीजिए। इस देश के लिए बड़ी दुख की बात है। मैं स्वयं बहुत दुख अनुभव करता था जब ये ज्ञानी लोग यूपी की जनता को सिर्फ और सिर्फ जातिवाद के तराजू से तोलते थे, जातिवाद की दृष्टि से देखते थे। मैं समझता हूं कि उत्तर प्रदेश के नागरिकों को जातिवाद की बाड़ाबंदी में बांध करके वे उन जातियों का अपमान करते थे, उन नागरिकों का अपमान करते थे, पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश का अपमान करते थे। कुछ लोग ये कहकर यूपी को बदनाम करते हैं कि यहां के चुनाव में तो जाति ही चलती है। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों ने दिखा दिया है। 2014 के चुनाव नतीजे देखें, 2017, 2019 के नतीजे देखें, और अब फिर 22 में भी देख रहे हैं। हर बार यूपी के लोगों ने सिर्फ और सिर्फ विकासवाद की राजनीति को ही चुना है। यूपी के लोगों ने इन लोगों को यह सबक दिया है और यह सबक उनको सीखना होगा। यूपी के गरीब से गरीब व्यक्ति ने, यूपी में गांव में रहने वाला व्यक्ति हो, पढ़ा लिखा हो या अनपढ़ हो, यूपी के हर मतदाता ने, हर नागरिक ने एक सबक दिया है कि जाति की गरिमा, जाति का मान देश को जोड़ने के लिए होना चाहिए, देश को तोड़ने के लिए नहीं होना चाहिए। और ये करके दिखाया है, 4 चुनावों में करके दिखाया है। वैसे आज मैं ये भी कहूंगा कि 2019 के चुनाव नतीजों के बाद कुछ पॉलिटिकल ज्ञानियों ने कहा था 2019 में जब लोकसभा में हम दोबारा जीत करके आए तो उस ज्ञानियों ने कहा था कि भाई इस 2019 के जीत में क्या है, ये तो 2017 में ही तय हो गई थी, क्योंकि 2017 में यूपी का रिजल्ट आया था। मैं मानता हूं इस बार भी ये ज्ञानी जरूर कहने की हिम्मत करेंगे कि 2022 के नतीजों ने 2024 के नतीजे तय कर दिए हैं। पंजाब के भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं की भी विशेष प्रशंसा करूंगा। उन्होंने विपरीत परिस्थितियों में जिस प्रकार पार्टी का झंडा बुलंद किया है, वो आने वाले समय में पंजाब में भाजपा की मजबूती को, देश की मजबूती को एक अहम स्थान के रूप में विकसित करेंगे, ये मेरा पूरा विश्वास है। पंजाब में भाजपा एक शक्ति के रूप में उभरनी है, ये मैं अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा हूं दोस्तों। सीमावर्ती राज्य होने के नाते पंजाब को अलगाववादी राजनीति से सतर्क रखना भाजपा का कार्यकर्ता जान की बाजी लगा करके भी इस काम को करता रहेगा। आने वाले 5 सालों में भाजपा का हर कार्यकर्ता वहां इस दायित्व को जोर शोर से निभाने वाला है। ये विश्वास मैं पंजाब की जनता को आज देना चाहता हूं। साथियों, ये चुनाव ऐसे समय में हुए हैं जब दुनिया 100 साल के सबसे बड़े कोरोना जैसी महामारी के संकट से लड़ रही है। पूरी मानव जात, पूरा विश्व 100 साल में ऐसी बीमारी नहीं देखी, ऐसी मुसीबत से लड़ना नहीं पड़ा है। ये जैसे कुछ कम था तो युद्ध ने भी विश्व की चिंताएं बढ़ाई हैं। इन परिस्थितियों में दुनिया भर की सप्लाई चेन छिन्न भिन्न हो गई है। 2 साल से सप्लाई चेन पर बहुत ही विपरीत प्रभाव हुआ और युद्ध ने उसमें और जोड़ दिया। इन चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए भारत ने जो कदम उठाए, आर्थिक स्तर पर जो फैसले लिए, गरीब कल्याण के जो फैसले लिए, उन सभी ने भारत को संभल कर आगे बढ़ने में बहुत मदद की। भारत बच पाया है क्योंकि हमारी नीतियां जमीन से जुड़ी रही। हमारी नीतियां जमीन से जुड़ी रही और हमारे प्रयास निष्ठा और नियत की पटरी पर अविरत आगे बढ़ते रहे। जहां जहां डबल इंजन की सरकार रही, वहां पर जनता के हितों की डबल सुरक्षा हुई और विकास के कार्यों की गति भी तेज हुई। इस समय जो युद्ध चल रहा है, उसका प्रभाव प्रत्यक्ष और परोक्ष रूप से दुनिया के हर देश पर पड़ रहा है। भारत शांति के पक्ष में है, बातचीत से हर समस्या को सुलझाने के पक्ष में है। लेकिन जो देश सीधे जंग लड़ रहे हैं, भारत का उनसे आर्थिक दृष्टि से, सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से, शिक्षा की दृष्टि से, राजनीतिक दृष्टि से नाता है। भारत की बहुत सारी जरूरतें इन देशों से जुड़ी हुई हैं। भारत बाहर से जो कच्चा तेल मंगाता है, पाम ऑयल मंगाता है, सनफ्लावर ऑयल मंगाता है, उसकी कीमत भी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में बहुत तेजी से बढ़ रही है। कोयला हो, गैस हो, फर्टिलाइजर हो, सभी की कीमतों में पूरी दुनिया में कल्पना बाहर का उछाल आ रहा है। युद्ध के कारण पूरी दुनिया में महंगाई बढ़ रही है। विकासशील देशों को विशेष रूप से कठिनाई का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। साथियों, इस वैश्विक संदर्भ में इन कठिनाइयों के बीच इस बार के बजट पर नजर डालें तो एक विश्वास पैदा होता है। देश आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान के मार्ग पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। इस भावना को इस बार के बजट से और ऊर्जा मिली है और मैं मानता हूं कि दुनिया भर में बने निर्माण हुए इस विपरीत वातावरण में, उथल पुथल से भरे माहौल में, अनिश्चितता से भरे माहौल में भारत की जनता ने विशेष करके उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्यों ने अपनी दूरदृष्टि का परिचय दिया है। भारत के मतदाताओं ने जिस तरह इन चुनावों में स्थिर सरकारों के लिए वोट दिया, वो इस बात का प्रतिबिंब है कि लोकतंत्र भारतीयों की रगों में है। लेकिन भाई और बहनों, आज इस अवसर पर मैं देश के सामने अपनी कुछ चिंताएं भी रखना चाहता हूं। देश का नागरिक तो बहुत जिम्मेदारी के साथ देश के हित में अपना काम कर रहा है। जब भी उसको अवसर मिलता है वो जिम्मेदारी के साथ पेश आता है। देश का सामान्य नागरिक राष्ट्र निर्माण में जुटा है, लेकिन हमारे यहां कुछ लोग लगातार राजनीति का स्तर गिराते जा रहे हैं। कोरोना के इस समय में भी हमने देखा है कि इन लोगों ने देशवासियों को गुमराह करने की लगातार कोशिश की। वैक्सीनेशन के हमारे प्रयासों की दुनिया प्रशंसा कर रही है, लेकिन इस पवित्र कार्य पर, मानवता के कार्य पर, सेवा के कार्य पर, भारत की वैक्सीन पर भी सवाल उठाए गए। दुर्भाग्य की बात है, जब यूक्रेन में हजारों भारतीय विद्यार्थी, हमारे छात्र, हमारे नागरिक फंसे हुए थे, तब भी देश का मनोबल तोड़ने की बातें हो रही थी। जो वहां फंसे थे उनके परिवारों की चिंता बढ़ाने का काम हो रहा था। ये लोग उन बच्चों में असुरक्षा की भावना बढ़ा रहे थे, यहां उनके परिवार वालों की चिंता बढ़ा रहे थे। इतना ही नहीं, इन लोगों ने ऑपरेशन गंगा को भी प्रदेशवाद की बेड़ियों में बांधने की कोशिश की। हर योजना को, हर कार्य को क्षेत्रवाद, प्रदेशवाद, जातिवाद, संप्रदायवाद का रंग देने का प्रयास भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए बहुत बड़ी चिंता का विषय है। साथियों, इन चुनावों में मैंने लगातार विकास की बात की। गरीबों को घर, गरीबों को राशन, वैक्सीन, आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, हर विषय पर भाजपा का विजन लोगों के सामने रखा। इसके साथ ही जिस एक बात पर मैंने सबसे ज्यादा चिंता जताई थी वो थी गौर परिवारवाद। मैंने राज्यों के लोगों को बताया कि कैसे मैं किसी परिवार के खिलाफ नहीं हूं, न ही मेरी किसी की व्यक्तिगत दुश्मनी है। मैं लोकतंत्र की चिंता करता हूं और मैं सभी ज्ञानियों को कहता हूं, जरा लोकतंत्र के तराजू पर इन चीजों को तोल के देखो। और मैंने लोगों को बताया कैसे परिवारवादी राजनीति ने उनके राज्य का कितना नुकसान किया है, राज्य को पीछे ले जा रहा है। और मुझे खुशी है कि मतदाताओं ने इस बात को समझते हुए भी इस चुनाव में अपना वोट दिया है, लोकतंत्र की ताकत को मजबूत किया है। साथियों, ये लगातार बहस बहुत जरूरी है। भारत जैसे लोकतंत्र में और देश को जिस ऊंचाई पर ले जाना है उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए जिन मुद्दों को मैं उठा रहा हूं उसको निरपेक्ष भाव से बहस होना जरूरी है। भारत में परिवारवादी राजनीति का, ये मेरे शब्द लिख करके रखिए दोस्तों, एक न एक दिन ऐसा आएगा जब भारत में परिवारवादी राजनीति का सूर्यास्त ये देश के नागरिक करके रहेंगे। इस चुनाव में देश के मतदाताओं ने अपनी सूझबूझ का परिचय दिखाते हुए ये क्या होने वाला है इसका इशारा कर दिया है। साथियों, आज एक और विषय में देश के लोगों के सामने रखना चाहता हूं। ये विषय है भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ कार्रवाई को रोकने की साजिश। आप मुझे बताइए साथियों, क्या भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए कि नहीं होनी चाहिए? भ्रष्टाचार करने वालों पर कड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए कि नहीं होनी चाहिए? ये भ्रष्टाचार रूपी दिमाग देश में से नष्ट होनी चाहिए कि नहीं होनी चाहिए? साथियों, हमारे देश में भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लोगों में, भ्रष्टाचारियों के खिलाफ, ऐसे लोगों के प्रति एक भयंकर नफरत का भाव रहता है। देश की गाढ़ी कमाई को लूटकर अपनी तिजोरी भरने की ये प्रवृत्ति कुछ लोगों की पहचान के साथ जुड़ गई है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी 2014 में एक ईमानदार सरकार का वायदा करके चुनाव जीती थी और हमारी ईमानदारी को देखकर 2019 में जनता ने हमें और ज्यादा आशीर्वाद दिया। और देश हमसे अपेक्षा करता है कि मोदी जी, आपकी सरकार सिर्फ प्रामाणिक रहे इतना इनफ नहीं है। आप ही हैं, आप ही की सरकार है जो भ्रष्टाचारियों को सजा कर सकती है, उन पर कठोर से कठोर कार्रवाई कर सकती है। मुझे बताइए, जनता की इस अपेक्षा को मुझे पूरा करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? जनता की आशा आकांक्षा के लिए सरकार ने जिम्मेवार व्यवहार करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? लेकिन आज हम देख रहे हैं जो निष्पक्ष संस्थाएं हैं, जो पूरी तरह इंडिपेंडेंट हैं, वे अगर भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करते हैं तो ये लोग और उनका पूरा इकोसिस्टम अब भ्रष्टाचारियों की रक्षा करने के लिए उन संस्थाओं को बदनाम करने के लिए मैदान में आ गए हैं। ये देश का कितना बड़ा दुर्भाग्य है कि घोटालों से घिरे लोग एकजुट होकर अब अपनी इकोसिस्टम की मदद से इन संस्थाओं पर ही दबाव बनाने लगे हैं। जांच एजेंसियों को रोकने के लिए ये लोग अपने इकोसिस्टम के साथ मिलकर नए नए तरीके खोजते हैं। इन लोगों को देश की न्यायपालिका पर भी भरोसा नहीं है। पहले हजारों करोड़ रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार करो, फिर जांच भी नहीं होने दो, और जांच करे तो उस पर दबाव बनाओ। ये इन लोगों की प्रवृत्ति है। और देश के लोगों को एक और बात पर मैं ध्यान देना के लिए आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं। ये लोग किसी भ्रष्टाचारी पर कार्रवाई होते ही उसे धर्म का रंग देते हैं, प्रदेश का रंग दे देते हैं, जाति का रंग देने लगते हैं। ये नए तौर तरीके शुरू हुए हैं। किसी माफिया के खिलाफ अदालत कोई फैसला सुना देती है तो भी उसे ये लोग धर्म और जाति से जोड़ देते हैं। ऐसे में भारत के मैं सभी संप्रदायों से आग्रह करता हूं, मैं सभी जाति पे गर्व करने वाले ईमानदार लोगों से आग्रह करना चाहता हूं, उन सबको सोचना होगा कि ऐसे भ्रष्टाचारियों, ऐसे माफियाओं को अपने समाज से, अपने संप्रदाय से, अपनी जाति से दूर करने की हिम्मत करें। इससे समाज भी मजबूत होगा, संप्रदाय भी मजबूत होगा और हर व्यक्ति का भला होगा। और यूपी में हमारी विजय का एक कारण यह भी है कि वहां के लोगों ने कई दशकों से ऐसी राजनीति का बहुत नुकसान सहा है। मैं बनारस का सांसद होने के नाते यूपी के लोगों के प्यार और आशीर्वाद ने मुझे भी यूपी वाला बना दिया है। मैं बनारस का सांसद होने के नाते मेरे अनुभव से कह सकता हूं, यूपी के लोग ये बात समझ चुके हैं कि जाति को बदनाम करने वालों से, संप्रदाय को बदनाम करने वालों से अब दूर रहना है और राज्य के विकास को ही सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता देनी है। साथियों, आजादी के 75वें वर्ष को देखते हुए भी इन चुनाव परिणामों का बहुत महत्व है। भारत आजादी के अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर रहा है। ये चुनाव परिणाम आने वाले 25 वर्षों के हमारे राष्ट्रीय संकल्पों के प्रति देश के मिजाज को, देश के मूड को प्रतिबिंबित करते हैं। यहां से हम दो पटरियों पर एक साथ तेजी से काम करने वाले हैं। एक तरफ गांव, गरीब, छोटे किसान, लघु उद्यमी, उनके कल्याण पर हमारा जोर है। वहीं दूसरी तरफ देश के संसाधनों, देश की युवा शक्ति को नए अवसर देकर हम आत्मनिर्भरता के मिशन को तेज करना चाहते हैं। भारत का युवा आज अपने हुनर से, अपने बुद्धि के बल से और अपनी क्षमता के उपयोग से दुनिया को समाधान दे रहा है। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा और सबसे तेज टीकाकरण अभियान आज के भारत के सामर्थ्य का बड़ा उदाहरण है। आज भारत डिजिटल पेमेंट सिस्टम में आत्मनिर्भर हो रहा है। स्टार्टअप के क्षेत्र में अपना सामर्थ्य बढ़ा रहा है और तकनीक के क्षेत्र में नई नई उपलब्धियां प्राप्त कर रहा है। और यह सब हो रहा है उसकी युवा शक्ति के कारण। भारत में शिक्षा का स्तर उच्च कोटि का हो, जो देश और दुनिया की जरूरतों को पूरा करने वाली वर्कफोर्स तैयार कर सके, यह हमारा संकल्प है। आज एक ऐसे नए भारत का निर्माण हो रहा है जहां आपकी पहचान आप से होती है। मुझे विश्वास है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास के मंत्र पर चलते हुए हम अपने अपने राज्यों को नई ऊंचाई पर लेके जाएंगे। जब देश के हर राज्य का विकास होगा तो देश का भी विकास होगा। और मुझे तो मैं गुजरात में इतने साल काम किया, दिल्ली में सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अच्छा मानने वाली सरकार नहीं थी। हमारी सरकार में रोड़े अटकाने के सोच वाली सरकार थी। फिर भी गुजरात में हमारा मंत्र यही था, भारत के विकास के लिए गुजरात का विकास। साथियों, हमें जुट जाना है, एक पल भी गंवाना नहीं है। चुनौतियां कितनी ही कठिन क्यों न हो, लेकिन जीतने का संकल्प उससे भी बड़ा होता है। बड़े संकल्पों के साथ, बड़े सपनों के साथ ऊंची सी ऊंची ऊंचाइयों को पार करने के इरादे के साथ देश को आगे बढ़ाना है। साथियों, इतना बड़ा भव्य विजय भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की ये गारंटी है। मैं एक बार फिर भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए ये जो निर्णायक मतदान किया है, इसलिए हमारे मतदाता अभिनंदन के बहुत अधिकारी है। आइए दोनों हाथ ऊपर करके तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट के साथ सभी मतदाताओं का अभिनंदन करें, मतदाताओं का आभार व्यक्त करें, मतदाताओं का गौरवगान करें। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं, तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट।
So there you have Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the celebratory speech that he's given on a day when the BJP has won 4 out of 5 states, where Yogi, as you can see, Yogi Adityanath, the other big winner, is dancing his way to history. Prime Minister Modi launching a trenchant attack on his critics, raising issues from Operation Ganga to corruption and claiming that the BJP is now in pole position for 2024. That was perhaps the most significant statement he made, that 2024 is still very much now on the BJP's radar. Similar scenes to 2019, if you can recall. Then it was Mr. Modi with Amit Shah next to him. Now it's JP Nadda next to him. Rose petals being thrown. Prime Minister Modi being cheered by his flock at the BJP headquarters on a day when the BJP has scored a big win in UP, Uttarakhand, Manipur and in Goa. Joining me now at this moment is Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi of the Congress, because while the BJP is the big winner today, the Congress is the big loser. Dr. Singhvi, not an easy day, but you are a lawyer who knows how to defend bad cases as well. So you've got to tell us today, what's your best case scenario for the Congress? You've been wiped out in 4 states out of the 5. Or really wiped out in all 5. What am I saying? Wiped out in all 5. What's your best defense? Do you acknowledge a bad day in the office?
Rajdeep, first of all, I hope you give me some brownie points for being here. But I never back out of commitments, even though they are made prior to the results. And I must remember a day for India Today itself, when Pramod Mahajan in 2004 was the only person who came out in the evening at National Stadium. And I always appreciate that point. So therefore, I kept my promise to you. Number 2, to be very honest, had publicly before the exit polls commented that we are sliding in Punjab. As I've told you in other channels, that it is because of 2 factors, which is more, I don't know, but I think the main factor was the lack of baggage, the novelty value, which was well leveraged by the AAP. But to its contribution was our, what I call, simply put, element of static chick, which the voter doesn't mind, like. Now that chick was just some unnecessary speaking in the media. But my real sadness and disappointment is not so much Punjab, which I saw sliding even prior to the exit polls, and I said so on public TV. My real astonishment today is on 2 things which I still till morning, till 9:30 today had put in the Congress bag. And that was Uttarakhand and Goa as the single largest, but Uttarakhand as a majority. I am quite astonished and surprised at the margin in Uttarakhand. And I think it's very, very deeply disappointing, more so than anything else. Goa, I was confident of a single largest situation and requiring some collaboration. But there again, in a small state, the margin has surprised me. So all I can say is we have to learn. We have to, I won't use the word introspect, we have to do much more than that. We have to rewire, reconfigure, rework.
Dr. Singhvi, nice words. Rewire, reconfigure. You're a good lawyer. You're going to spin me around with nice words. Direct question to you. When will the day come when a Congress person will come on a show and say our leadership messed up? That we perhaps now, the accountability must start, buck stops at the top. Maybe the Congress party should experiment with a new leadership. After all, the decisions in Punjab, decisions in Uttarakhand, decisions in Goa, even in UP, were taken by our top leadership. Why blame this? Don't use words like rewired, reconfigured. They sound nice, they mean nothing.
Let me tell you, let me answer. First of all, the leadership has never hesitated to come out and take the bullet in the chest and accept with humility. It has happened with Sonia Gandhi, it has happened with Rahul Gandhi, it has happened with the entire leadership time and again, it's happened today again. So there is no question of escaping or avoiding. Number 2, the elections will be on schedule, and I think they are the ones you must leave to decide, not you and me on television, as to what the leadership should be. Now, I think in that election, it is entirely possible for anybody to choose anyone. But then to suggest that no, we must impose a leadership notwithstanding that electoral result, this way or that way, is a negation of the very concept of party democracy which you are all propagating.
Okay, so you're saying there should be elections within the party, whoever the party chooses becomes president. For a moment, I want you to also quickly comment before I move on what the Prime Minister said just now. The Prime Minister said just now, virtually said, Rahul Srivastava is here with me, he'll correct me if I'm wrong, that 2024 is almost a done deal. that chaliye badhiye, 2024, we've got the momentum. Do you agree that basically now the BJP is in pole position to win 2024? The Congress will take a long time to regroup as a principal opposition party.
I will not hesitate to heartily congratulate the BJP and the Prime Minister for a wonderful 4-state victory. I will not hesitate to congratulate the AAP for a spectacular victory. But don't make a common mistake which people have made and have suffered. Remember Atal Bihari Vajpayee, 2003, and the result in 2004. Remember many such examples. So while this is a time to celebrate for the winner, for that party, no doubt, it's a spectacular win with so many incumbencies. But to draw that facile conclusion that 2 years down the line, we are winning, to make that statement, I think he knows better than all of us that that's a statement for the masses on the rally basis, but not based on logic, past precedent, experience.
My final question to you, Dr. Singhvi, is today we saw the rise of AAP in another state. Again at the expense of the Congress. First Delhi, now Punjab. Even in Goa, they won 2 seats. I'm checking this, they are probably second in 4. They could have made all the difference to the final numbers. Do you see AAP now as a challenger for the opposition space, coming without the baggage? The Congress has too much of baggage. The AAP is relatively new, doesn't carry the baggage. A quick answer.
At the national level, I don't see it as jostling for space. At the national level, the only way to beat the BJP and Modi is for synergy within the opposition space, non-BJP space, jostling for space there. I believe that the TMCs, the AAP, the Congress, and several regional formations, and nobody can or should be a pariah in that, have to come together. And I believe very clearly that it has to be a state-wise analysis. In each state, pick up the one person who's in pole position, gather around and rally around that person, and then fight the parliamentary elections state-wise on that pole position basis. So we have to submerge our egos, get around that pole position, and defeat the BJP in each state at the parliamentary level.
So you're calling for a grand national coalition, is it, of all the opposition parties? Is that what you're calling for today on the program?
I mean, words are not relevant, as you know. I mean, you can call it any number of names, but I am certainly saying that at its highest and best, the BJP does not get more than a 39-40% vote. I think it's entirely possible, provided you submerge your egos and rally around the single pole position in each state for the parliamentary seat, to be able to either defeat the BJP clearly or to give it a very, very close shock.
Okay. Let me leave it there, Dr. Singhvi. You're obviously in a pensive mood, and I know now why you're such a good lawyer, because you know how to defend a bad case, and today the Congress, unfortunately, doesn't have much to crow about. But I appreciate that you've taken the time off, even on a day when your party's been defeated, and spoken to us. Thank you very much for joining me, Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Let's get quick reactions. You know, the last 1 hour has been dominated by the Prime Minister. What did you make out, Rahul Srivastava, of this speech? Was this Narendra Modi, in a sense, addressing his adoring flock on a day when it's a huge victory for the BJP? 5 years ago on this day, he spoke about New India. You might recall that on the day they won UP. Today he spoke, in a sense, about 2024 and beyond.
Raj, there is only one word: unrelenting.
Relentless.
Can you imagine? Today, we had Yogi Adityanath celebrate his win like no other chief minister I have seen in recent past. So a template is being created for Yogi Adityanath celebrations. Prime Minister Narendra Modi comes here and talks about that last time around when we won UP, it was being said, when we won Lok Sabha, it was said that it was already done deal in 2017. So are you saying that in 22, the deal is done for 24? He has attacked opponents like Akhilesh Yadav for his opposition to the vaccine. He has talked about Parivarwad. He has talked about Jati and Dharm. What he has said, that all these people who use caste and community are basically insulting those castes and communities. He has virtually thanked those castes which have come around with the BJP and stayed with the BJP. He has talked about agencies which are being targeted because they're changing the corrupt.
Those who investigate corruption tend to blame the agencies.
Take few sentences away, can you make out, is this a victory speech or is it an election speech?
But that's Mr. Modi, you're absolutely right, relentless. You know, Sheila Bhatt, ये किस गुजरात का किस पानी पिया है नरेंद्र मोदी कि वो politics 24/7 करता है. This was not just, as Rahul is right, not just a celebration speech. This was, he could have been on an election campaign in eastern UP, which he was last week.
So two things I will say.
Is this the way he always has been?
Of course, since 1981.
Always in campaign mode.
Yeah, always since 82, I would say.
Always an agenda.
1982 and more like this since 87. So there is a joke in BJP Gujarat Khanpur office. You remember?
Yes, I remember.
You met him there.
Yes,
once,
my grandmother used to live next to it. Yes.
So there's a joke that on the old Ahmedabad Gandhi Road, Chandravilas Hotel, Amit Shah and Modi would sit, ask for a chai and a bhajia, and talk about country's politics.
Even in the 90s, you're talking
87,
about
88, 89, 89. But okay, now let us talk about this speech. I think it's a very interesting speech. Two things. He was very little stern and little giving away BJP's coming attitude to Kejriwal's victory in Punjab. He spoke very interesting things. He said that my people, BJP's cadre, they have stood well. They will be fighting anything like.
You think there was a message for Kejriwal also?
Very big one, big one, not a small message. It was a big message, one news.
I just have Raghav Chadda.
And second thing I found very interesting, which he did not speak it in my way, we can speak, we are free birds, that he wanted to as if tell BJP people कि ये आपकी भारतीय जनता पार्टी नहीं है, अब हम गरीब जनता पार्टी है.
Very interesting. He kept emphasizing that the poor have voted for the BJP in large numbers. So
he is really changing the tenure, texture, everything.
What I took away, on Punjab being a border state, and he would take special care of that. He talked about Punjab border state. He emphasized a lot.
Okay.
अलगाववादी ताकतों के खिलाफ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता झंडा लिए काम करता रहेगा.
Okay, I have to go to Raghav Chadda, who's joining me, because Raghav is one of the big winners today. Raghav, you know, there you are, nicely clean shaven, looking fresh after 6 months of a very tough campaign. Full marks to you and the campaign that you've run. Tell me, did this victory, I want an honest answer, 92 out of 117, exceed your wildest expectations? It's not just a jhadu, it's a vacuum cleaner you put in Punjab. Kya kar diya?
पंजाब के लोगों ने झाड़ू, पोछा, वैक्यूम क्लीनर सब चला दिया. We asked Punjabis only to use the broom. They've used everything and swept. Mr. Sardesai, this is very much on expected lines, and from day one we've been saying that this election is for change. In fact, in many of our interactions, we've said that something similar to Delhi 2015 is likely to happen in Punjab. It was palpable, one could feel it. And today, you know, the mightiest of politicians, those who have ruled and perhaps even ruined the state of Punjab, have been dislodged. Unke singhasan dol gaye. Or, you know, the common man, the Aam Aadmi, has won today. Ordinary people coming from extremely humble backgrounds with no political experience, with no experience of fighting elections, have today risen and taken the reins of administration in their hands. This is the beauty of democracy.
But that's precisely the concern, Raghav, that people with no experience have taken the reins of power. Starting with Bhagwant Mann, right down your party, do you all have the experience to handle a complex state like Punjab? You might have heard the Prime Minister also warning of terrorism from across the border, that he will be out there with his Karyakartas. The Karyakartas need to take on these forces. How do you see handling a state which is badly in debt, where you promise free electricity, various promises that you made, 1,000 rupees to women every month? Are you going to be able to do in a state like Punjab, which is far more complex than Delhi?
So 3-4 things. One is, as far as experience is concerned, many of our legislators, maybe first-time legislators, they do not have administrative experience. But that doesn't mean that they don't have the commitment or the willpower to serve the people of Punjab with honesty and uprightness. In fact, when we got into politics, people said they have no experience of fighting elections, but we won elections. They said they don't have administration to run the government in Delhi. Mr. Kejriwal is perhaps the most successful chief minister in the country today. So therefore, while we may be short on experience, we are not short on good intentions, integrity, and willpower. Point number one. Point number two, as far as challenges in Punjab are concerned, I agree with you. There are huge challenges. You said you talked about the economic health of Punjab. The economic health of Punjab is in doldrums. We are given to understand a debt of 3 lakh crore, which roughly comes to a per capita debt of 1 lakh rupees. That is, every Punjabi has a debt of roughly 1 lakh rupee on its head. This is the worst possible balance sheet to start from. But we are cognizant of that. Kejriwal Sahab and Bhagwant Mann Sahab have drawn a blueprint which we are going to implement in the state of Punjab, and Mann Sahab will lead the charge.
I have to leave you to go to Aaj Tak. I have to leave you to go to Aaj Tak, but I must ask you, are you going to be... Okay, we'll go to Raghav later. He has to go to our sister network, Aaj Tak. Let me take a break. We hope to be joined on the other side by several more guests. Jyotiraditya Scindia, among others, is scheduled to join us. We're going to raise the big question with all my panelists, including one of our men of the match, Pradeep Gupta, our My India Axis pollster. Simple question we're going to ask all of them. Is 2024 now a done deal? That's going to be the big talking point. The Prime Minister has indicated in his speech he is looking at 2024 and beyond as almost a done deal. Is it really done as a result of this big victory for the BJP? And kaun banega challenger? All those questions will be asked on India's election destination. You're watching our special coverage. Back in a moment.
You can hear more blasts that are taking place. We are moving away from this area. We are being told to leave this area because it's not safe to be here. Kyiv braces for an imminent attack over the next 24 to 48 hours. With cameraman Pawan Kumar reporting from Ground Zero, Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air. And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Putin's motive to acquire Ukraine is growing stronger by the day. As per US officials, Russia has recruited Syrian combat fighters to fight in Ukraine. Yes, you heard us right. Moscow is recruiting combat fighters from Syria to invade Ukraine. Russian forces are on a mission to capture Ukraine's capital, Kiev. Russia is operating in Syria since 2015. In 2015, Russians helped the Syrian government to launch a military intervention to fight rebels in the country's civil war. A Syrian media outlet said Russia is offering $200 to $300 to Syrian mercenaries who are willing to operate as guards in Ukraine. Back in 2020, Russia hired hundreds of Syrian mercenaries to fight in Libya. But what about Ukraine? Foreign fighters from many countries have joined hands to fight this war. Well, Russia clearly outnumbers Ukraine in terms of its military capabilities across all categories. But Zelensky has called on reservists and Ukrainian civilians who have military experience to fight against Russia.
Many volunteers hailing from United States, Britain, Lithuania, Latvia and Norway have enlisted to join Ukraine in the fight against Russia.
Russia is accused of hiring private military contractors in Ukraine and Syria. But PMCs are not new in Russia, and many nations, including the United States, United Kingdom and China, have used PMCs in their previous invasions. The official statistics do not include deaths and injuries of mercenaries who participate in the war. This helps the government to hide the true human cost of war. Pentagon says recruiting mercenaries and PMCs will escalate the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine. The United Nations has recorded 406 civilian deaths and 801 injuries on day 12 of Russia's invasion.
You are
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are watching India.
Co-presented by Berger Paints. Paint your imagination. Powered by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Education for life, education for living. Co-powered by AU Bank. Badlaav humse hai.
मोदी देखो देखो कौन आया मोदी
कोयल जैसे धूल उड़ा के सींग उठा के तुम भी नाचो बाजे चमके ताल ढोल बेटा राजू उड़ के नाचो हीरो से भी तेज कोई कर सके जो बेद नाचो अस्तबल में घोड़े जैसे भाग डोर छोड़ नाचो मिट्टी जो रोट मोटा मिर्चा खा के ऐसे नाचो 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 यार नाचो 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 सच्ची मेरी जैसा नाचो 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 बिच्छू काटा लागे ऐसा नाचो
2022 के नतीजों ने 2024 के नतीजे तय कर दिए हैं।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi saying that 2022 elections have paved the way for a potential path to 2024 general elections. That's the Prime Minister on a day when the BJP has scored a big victory, winning 4 of the 5 state elections, including the key battleground state of Uttar Pradesh. Let's tell you first the big takeaways that we have for you on this Results Day. Prime Minister Modi's popularity clearly seemingly at an all-time high in the Hindi heartland. The BJP winning Uttar Pradesh. For the first time, a party has won after a chief minister has served 5 years. They win again. That means the second takeaway. Yogi Adityanath's stature within the BJP grows. He emerges as a potential successor, some are already calling him, to Prime Minister Modi. Arvind Kejriwal is the other big winner today. The Aam Aadmi Party leader's national ambitions have taken wing because 8 years after he formed the party, or 9 years after he formed the party, he's now spread beyond Delhi and captured Punjab. Only 4 other parties have done 2 states before this. The big losers today, the Congress party. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra have both flopped. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra only pulling 2 seats for the Congress in Uttar Pradesh. Rahul Gandhi's Punjab gambit, changing a chief minister not working, putting a question mark over the Congress's future. And the 5th big takeaway, in states like Goa, opposition deeply divided, meaning advantage BJP as we head into 2024. Clearly, we have a fragmented opposition in this country. It appears at the moment the momentum is with the BJP and the opposition is struggling to keep pace with the relentlessness of the Modi juggernaut. A good time on which to first look at what exactly Prime Minister Modi said and then set the stage for our talking point tonight. Listen in to what the Prime Minister said at a speech this evening to celebrate the BJP's victory.
2019 में जब लोकसभा में हम दोबारा जीत करके आए तो उस ज्ञानियों ने कहा था कि भाई 2019 के जीत में क्या है, ये तो 2017 में ही तय हो गई थी, क्योंकि 2017 में यूपी का रिजल्ट आया था। मैं मानता हूं इस बार भी ये ज्ञानी जरूर कहने की हिम्मत करेंगे कि 2022 के नतीजों ने 2024 के नतीजे तय कर दिए हैं।
So the big question we are asking today, is 2024 a done deal for the BJP? Is Arvind Kejriwal now poised for a major national innings? Is change of guard key to the Congress's revival? Does a divided opposition really mean a walkover for the BJP in 2024? Joining us now are our guests who've stood with us right through this coverage. Rahul Verma of the Center for Policy Research. Pradeep Gupta of My India, Axis My India. Axis My India. Our pollster who's had a terrific day out, got 4.5 states out of 5 right. Got all the trends right. So 5 out of 5, I'm going to give him 10 on 10 today. Sheila Bhatt is joining us, senior journalist who's tracked the BJP for years. Rahul Srivastav, National Affairs Editor, has tracked every corner of that key state of Uttar Pradesh. Sharat Pradhan, senior journalist, also based in Lucknow. So they both know a thing or two about UP politics. So as I said, our big question that I'm going to raise today, is 2024 a done deal? Before I go to our netas, I want quick comments from all of you, starting with you, Pradeep. You, in 2018, I remember when the Congress won 3 states out of the 4, even said 2019 is very different to 2018. State elections are not general elections. Will you say the same thing today, or will you say today BJP now has the momentum running into 2024 as a pollster?
Yes, I will say the same thing, because winning state election is different and winning general election is totally different. So yes, there is a momentum, there is no doubt onto that, but we need to see how the government and the opposition prepare here onwards for the big 2024 general election. It's all about preparation. When you go onto the battleground, it's not your past performance which matters, winning so many elections or losing so many elections. The dynamics are different in general election and previous
But advantage, would I be right, Rahul Verma, in saying clearly now the momentum with the BJP? You heard the Prime Minister today suggesting that the momentum for 2019 was set by the victory in UP in 2017. Has the momentum for 2024 been set by what has happened today in Uttar Pradesh in particular?
You cannot deny that, yes. What UP basically does, one, it gives some sort of psychological advantage to the victor. But given the importance of UP to the national parliament and to BJP's own kitty, after the verdict today, yes, they have an advantage. But as Pradeep was pointing out, you win a one-day match series doesn't mean that you are also going to win the test match. But if you win, you have an advantage going into the test
Rahul
match.
Srivastava, momentum now with the BJP running into 2024. Should we say, as some are already saying, it's a done deal? The opposition will be far too demoralized after what has happened in UP to mount a sustained attack on the BJP.
That's a 2 years long time. Don't predict the mind of the Indian voters. There is a hazard warning. So I will say Hanuz UP 2024 Durast. But the fact is, Rajdeep, it does bring an advantage, as Rahul is saying, not those very visible ones, Rajdeep. Say, for example, in the next few months, we are going to have the president's election. If the BJP had lost UP and some other states, the BJP's attempt to put their own president in the Rashtrapati Bhavan might have failed. That means there could well have been a non-BJP man in the President House, means lot of your papers and policies which you get signed by the president may not get signed. You may have more men in the Rajya Sabha, so the bills which you clear in the Lok Sabha may get passed easily. So the policy delivery, the way BJP wants it, will get changed.
So now is it very clear the president elections in August, the BJP wins?
With this, yes.
With this, after what has happened today, any hope that the opposition may have had on winning the president election is gone?
The dependence on TRS and KCR and others has gone down tremendously now.
Okay.
Now they can have their own president.
Sharad Pradhan, 2024 a done deal. Road to Delhi leads to Lucknow. They've swept UP 273 out of 403 is a massive win.
And the way he spoke about it, it makes it very evident that, I mean, he's exuding confidence and determination. But there is one thing more which arises in my mind is when he refers to 2017 as a prelude to 2019. 2017 as a prelude to 2019. And he repeats that the same thing may follow.
Right.
Isn't he also trying to convey that just as 2017 was his show, it was, mind you, at that time Yogi Adityanath was not in the scene.
Right.
Once again, he has the manner of his campaigning in UP. So he wants to attribute all this success to himself.
You know, very interesting, Sheila. Prime Minister Modi and Rahul Srivastava today said it's relentless. Chunav ho gaya. Still campaign speech. Tomorrow he's going to Gujarat because that's where the next big battle will be in November, December. Can we therefore say, particularly given the way the Congress has been decimated today, the main national opposition, it is advantage BJP. It will now take a miracle for the BJP to be challenged in 2024. Am I correct? Post-pandemic times, COVID, Mehengai, Berozgari, all these problems were there, and yet the BJP has won 4 out of 5 states.
Right. So, okay, let us see differently that the BJP's biggest asset is Narendra Modi. So, today's result are again showing people's trust in Modi. So, that particular advantage, psychological advantage is there. But knowing India well, and I can tell, I mean, we can very easily assume that if you ask Modi, even he would accept that challenges are ahead. And remember, Congress's space is now being taken by AAP party and TMC. And that challenge Modi will definitely understand, and he will take it on.
You think Modi sees Arvind Kejriwal now as his big challenger?
And TMC also. And I don't see that we should emphasize more and more that 2024 is a dull deal, because we can't, because Indian democracy is such, it's too vibrant, people are dynamic, and Modi, only I would say that Modi is strengthened today.
Okay, Modi
so that advantage BJP will, because...
But why does he continue addressing the Congress, talking about the Congress when he refers to Parivarvad? Today when he was talking about the future. Obviously it was not referring to Samajwadi Party. At the national level, when it talks about Parivarvad...
No. He is doing it because there is a bipolar contest now in UP. He is addressing it for the next election because he knows that with Mayawati and Congress so weak now in UP, the next big contest in 2024 Lok Sabha election is going to be Samajwadi Party. So he'll be relentless even on the Samajwadi Party. Even on the vaccine issue, he attacked Akhilesh Yadav. That when हमने start किया vaccine का महापर्व, उसमें भी लोगों ने गुमराह करने की कोशिश की, because Akhilesh had said the BJP vaccine है.
You know, interesting, because our first guest who's about to join us is from the Aam Aadmi Party. Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, is going to join us shortly, because the Aam Aadmi Party today, if anyone has emerged apart from the Prime Minister and Yogi Adityanath strengthened today, it is Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party. Can they be the kind of challenger? Rahul Verma, do you see that the Aam Aadmi Party today has got a springboard, possible opportunity, a window of opportunity to perhaps spread into other states, most notably Himachal Pradesh, neighboring state, or indeed Gujarat, where the next big battle will be fought? Or do you believe first the Aam Aadmi Party wants to finish the Congress before it challenges the BJP?
See, I think challenging BJP at this stage is far-fetched and too premature. At the moment, winning one state is fine. Aam Aadmi Party is also going to have its own set of challenges. There is going to be a chief minister in Punjab who would be like ruling a bigger state compared to Aam Aadmi Party leader Arvind Kejriwal in Delhi. So going forward, yes, Aam Aadmi Party is going to go into states like Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh, where it will cannibalize on Congress. And from there on, it can launch itself to become the main challenger of the BJP. But alongside, in these 5, 7, 8 years, it has to also deal with its own internal challenges.
Okay, we'll also be joined at this moment by Manish Sisodia. Manish Sisodia, you're joining us on a day. First of all, congratulations, Manish ji. बहुत बड़ी जीत है, 91 seats out of 117. क्या ये मैं मान लूं कि यहाँ से आप अब एक national profile देखते हैं? Is today the day where the Aam Aadmi Party believes अब हम दिल्ली की पार्टी नहीं है, हम देश में जाएंगे? Even in Goa, you have won 2 seats for the first time.
बिल्कुल राजदीप, आज के ये नतीजे गोवा और पंजाब दोनों को मिला के देखें तो इसी बात के संकेत हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का जो मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस है वो अब दिल्ली का मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस नहीं है, वो एक नेशनल आइडेंटिटी उसको मिल रही है। उसको पंजाब में लोग पूरी तरह से स्वीकार कर रहे हैं, उसको पार्शियल तरीके से गोवा में भी स्वीकार किया गया। तो ये एक हम सब लोगों के लिए बड़ी बात है कि केजरीवाल मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस, जिसको लोग दिल्ली मॉडल ऑफ कहते थे, वो अब एक नेशनल आइडेंटिटी बनता जा रहा है पॉलिटिक्स में। और लोगों को एक उम्मीद है कि अगर जो रवायती पार्टियां हैं, जो वहाँ की कन्वेंशनल पार्टियां हैं, वो अब एजुकेशन पे काम नहीं करेंगी, हेल्थ पे काम नहीं करेंगी, जॉब्स पे काम नहीं करेंगी, जो उनके लोकल मुद्दे हैं, जो उनके अपने मुद्दे हैं, उन पे काम नहीं करेंगी और नए नए मुद्दे लाके उसमें चुनाव को भटकाने की कोशिश करेंगी, तो उनके पास अब विकल्प है।
नहीं तो क्या आप कह रहे हैं मनीष जी कि आज जो पंजाब ने सोचा है, कल आप गुजरात या हिमाचल कहीं और जा सकते हैं? क्या आपको लगता है इतना आसान होगा या एक लंबी लड़ाई है? क्या आप भी मानते हैं कि 2024 तक आम आदमी पार्टी इज नॉट रेडी टू चैलेंज द बीजेपी, इट विल टेक मच लॉन्गर?
देखिए, चेंज फिर पार्टी नहीं लाती, चेंज तो लोग लाते हैं। हम अगर पंजाब को ही देखें तो पंजाब में जो लोग आज आप जीते हैं, आप उनको देखेंगे और एस्टेब्लिश लीडर को देखेंगे तो उनके सामने तो वो लड़के लड़कियां कहीं नहीं ठहरते हैं, लेकिन लोग लाते हैं। लोगों ने अगर एक मॉडल पे भरोसा बनाया कि हमें अपने लिए गवर्नेंस का ये मॉडल चाहिए, तो फिर लोग भरोसा करके फिर ये नहीं देखते हैं कि कौन कितना एस्टेब्लिश लीडर है, किसके पास में कितने बहुत वेल एस्टेब्लिश्ड टीम ऑफ संगठन है। लोग फिर खड़े होकर वोट करते हैं, लोग फिर लोग चुनते हैं। पंजाब ने बताया, गोवा ने भी 2 नए लोग सामने आए, उनको चुन के दिखा दिया कि भाई हमें आम आदमी पार्टी पे भरोसा है। तो इस तरह से आज एक राष्ट्रीय पहचान आम आदमी पार्टी की बनी है, आम आदमी पार्टी के केजरीवाल जी के काम की बनी है। ये निश्चित रूप से गुजरात में भी लोगों की अपेक्षा होगी, ये निश्चित रूप से हिमाचल में भी होगी और कल को आने वाले और राज्यों में भी होगी।
मेरा एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे है, आप पहले क्या कांग्रेस को टारगेट कर रहे हैं? कहीं ना कहीं आपको लगता है कांग्रेस कमजोर कड़ी है, कांग्रेस का स्पेस आप ऑक्यूपाई करना चाहते हैं, उसके बाद आप बीजेपी से टक्कर लेंगे? क्या ये मेरी एनालिसिस सही है कि जहां कांग्रेस आप कमजोर दिखाई देते हैं वहां आम आदमी पार्टी पहले जाएगी, उसके बाद बाकी राज्यों में?
हम ना कांग्रेस को टक्कर दे रहे हैं ना बीजेपी को टक्कर दे रहे हैं। हम तो जनता के बीच जाके कह रहे हैं कि भाई इस देश में 75 साल में हम ऐसे कॉलेज नहीं बनवा पाए, इतने मेडिकल कॉलेज इतने वो नहीं बनवा पाए कि हमारे बच्चों को यूक्रेन जाना पड़ता है पढ़ने। हमको ऐसी व्यवस्था बनानी है कि यूक्रेन जैसे देश सोचें कि हमें अपने बच्चे भारत में पढ़ाने पड़ेंगे। अब तो हमें वो व्यवस्था बनानी है। कांग्रेस ने भी नहीं बनाई, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास कई राज्य हैं, वहां बनवा ले। भारतीय जनता पार्टी अगर वहां नहीं बनवाती है तो निश्चित रूप से लोग तो चाहेंगे। लोग आज दिल्ली के मॉडल को देख रहे हैं, कल को दिल्ली और पंजाब दोनों का आम आदमी पार्टी का केजरीवाल जी का मॉडल दिखेगा। लोग बदलाव चाहेंगे, लोग चाहेंगे कि लोग एजुकेशन पे बात करें, आने वाली पार्टियां। लोग चाहेंगे कि हेल्थ के लिए, जॉब्स के लिए, ईमानदारी से व्यापार करने के अवसर देने के लिए, नौकरी करने के अवसर देने के लिए, ये सब राजनीति के मुद्दे होने चाहिए, जो कि नहीं है और किसी ने करके नहीं दिखाया। बात भले की हो लेकिन करके नहीं दिखाया। आज आम आदमी पार्टी है जिसने दिल्ली में करके दिखाया, कल पंजाब में करके दिखाएगी। जैसे जैसी चीजें आगे बढ़ेंगी वैसे वैसे हम भी आगे बढ़ेंगे।
फाइनल क्वेश्चन, क्या मैं मानूं कि 2024 में आप वाकई देखते हैं कि आम आदमी पार्टी कैन बी अ मैग्नेट फॉर द ऑपोजिशन? क्योंकि 2014 में आप जानते हैं अरविंद जी ने मोदी जी को टक्कर दी थी, वाराणसी में हार गए थे, डेविड वर्सेस गोलायत। 10 साल हो गए 2024 में। क्या आप तैयार हैं या आपका लक्ष्य 2029 है?
हम न 24 न 29, हम आपने जो मैग्नेट कहा, हम तो जनता के काम पे मैग्नेट बना रहे हैं। जनता को काम हमारा पसंद आएगा, लोग अपने आप आगे बढ़ेंगे। हम लोगों के बीच मैग्नेट बनना चाहते हैं। हम अपने काम से, अपने आचरण से, अपनी पॉलिटिक्स से, केजरीवाल जी के मॉडल से हम लोगों के बीच में मैग्नेट बनेंगे। हमारी प्रयास ये रहेगा, हमें ना कांग्रेस के लिए मैग्नेट बनना है, ना बीजेपी के लिए मैग्नेट बनना है, हमें किसी के लिए मैग्नेट नहीं बनना।
चलिए मनीष जी, you are saying that you will take this Delhi model education held to Punjab and other states. We'll see how it works, but clearly a window of opportunity has opened for you. Thank you very much for joining me here. Manish Sisodia of the Aam Aadmi Party, Deputy Chief Minister, on a day of a huge win for the Aam Aadmi Party. Someone else has created history also today. Remember, the tiny state of Manipur has seen the BJP win a majority for the first time. And joining me now is N. Biren Singh, Chief Minister of Manipur. Mr. Biren Singh, you can smile. You once told me that your happiest moment was when you won a football match where you were playing for the BSF against East Bengal or Mohun Bagan in the Durand Cup final. Is today the happiest moment? Are you saying that you have now created something that is history in a way? And I remember you telling me at that time, I was skeptical. I said it will be a hung assembly. What happened in Manipur? First of all, congratulations. What happened?
Just thank you. You visited here and on that day also I smiled. We together smile. Yeah, this time we got an absolute majority. We got
so what? How did it happen? Why do you think this time BJP has done in Manipur what you could never do? Win a majority. Very difficult.
You see, just हमने एक मंत्र पकड़ा है.
हाँ. क्या किया? जादू क्या था?
वही जादू है. ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर का सबके साथ सबके विकास करो, सबको विश्वास दो और सबको प्रयास करो. तो हमने I tried it since the government formation 2017. तो people से हमको trust मिला, support मिला. That is the reason why we could get the majority.
Jairam Ramesh of the Congress says that the fact is BJP had more resources. This was Manipur. You had all the money and that's what enabled you to win the elections. You won because of resources. How do you respond?
No, just resource in the sense people are with us. Resource means it is not a question of money. People are with us, Rajiv. You're right. Jairam Ramesh is right. where our resource is the people's. People trust us. People supported us. People care us. That is the reason why we got. Otherwise, how we can get?
Okay, I have one final question for you because, as you said, we laughed together when we were in Manipur. You gave me a lovely meal on election on my plate, but we sang together. गाना भी गाया था.
Yeah.
आज आपको कोई गाना गाना पड़ेगा. What is your song of the day? आज तो खुशी का कोई गाना बोल दो. What is your song, Biren Singh ji? Even whether it's in Manipuri or Hindi. It can be a Maitai song. Gana, what is your song?
देखो दुखी मतलब life is full of struggle. तो हम ये गाना गा सकता है कि वादुनत लागलबाईनी वादुनत लागलबाईनी ऐसिंग दे अनौवसैना. That's all. मतलब the meaning is life is full of struggle. I started struggling to survive. I don't care about what will be the troubles will face in the future or the later. But life is full of struggle. I will struggle for it. I don't care for it. That is the meaning.
Okay. Well, Biren Singh, you have every reason to sing today. You have every reason to believe that you've overcome a big battle to win this election. So congratulations.
Exactly.
And thank you very much. Bigger day than perhaps winning that Durand Cup all those years ago. Thank you very much. And Biren Singh, former footballer, of course. And thank you very much for joining us. Rajat Sethi is with us. You've been an advisor working with the Chief Minister. You know, we are discussing this. Is this a done deal now for the BJP in 2024, as the Prime Minister seemed to hint today? When I see the likes of Biren Singh celebrating in the way they are, the BJP reaching distant Manipur, a state which was a Congress bastion. Do you believe the BJP's footprint now is such that, barring a few states in the south, Kerala and Tamil Nadu primarily, the BJP is now a pan-Indian party increasingly? Andhra, Kerala and Tamil Nadu, perhaps the last bastions left.
Absolutely, Rajdeep. I think this is the time when BJP is actually looking at now expanding after the strength that Uttar Pradesh has reposed on it. They would now increase their footprints in the south. We will see that going forward, you will have a much more expansionary governance net which the BJP will create. They know that 2024 is largely a settled scenario. I mean, of course, given a star mark over there that anything can happen in politics, but largely we will see that BJP will go back to the basics of identifying new schemes and new ways of reaching to the absolute last person standing. And that's the goal that I think BJP would put forth. Prime Minister Modi is going to double down on double-engine governments across the country. You will see that he will try and create more and more such model sort of scenarios the way he has done in Manipur.
Interesting. At this moment, I'm joined by Yogendra Yadav, President Swaraj India, joined also by Supriya Srinath of the Congress. We hope to be joined shortly by GVL Narasimha Rao of the BJP. But let's get in reaction. Supriya Srinath, terrible day in the office. You know, I hate to sort of, add to your woes today, but do you concede that finally, unless the Congress reinvents, 2024 is a done deal? It's time for the Congress to ask hard questions beyond just saying introspection. It's time for the Congress to reinvent, to go in for massive surgery. No more band-aid, and the surgery may have to start with the way your leadership functions. Very, very whimsical leadership.
So thank you very much for having me on the show tonight, and I would want to wish each one of those people who've been elected the very best. But before I go further, while I agree with you, it's a disappointing day, but I must share a personal achievement as well in the Lok Sabha constituency that I cater to and I work very closely, Maharashtraganj, and the constituency which is my home, Farinda. The Congress has won that seat, and I thought I should share.
Well done. One of the two seats. One of only two seats.
One of the two. Yes.
But remember, the BJP won only 2 seats in 1984, all India, and today is the dominant party. So you can start from Parinda.
I thought I'd share this with you because of the 2 seats that we've won in Uttar Pradesh. We should have done a lot better. One of them is Farinda. It gives me a lot of glimmer of hope because we worked very closely in Farinda and worked very hard. That said, of course, it's a disappointing day. I'm not going to shy away from the fact that these results are disappointing. And it does set us thinking, where did we go wrong? And before I And I'm not going to shy away from answering your questions. Of course, we need deep thinking. Of course, we need drastic actions. Of course, we need all of that. But I think more than anything else, we perhaps went wrong in not being able to articulate the issues of the people that we went to in these elections with, whether it was unemployment, whether it was price rise, whether it was the farmers' issue. I don't think we articulated the issues to convince the electorate to vote on that, and which is perhaps why the electorate did not vote for us. I think going forward, maybe the connect is missing, maybe the articulation is missing, whatever it may be. I think as a party which has stood the test of time, we will come back, and we will come back stronger. I can say that.
Ma'am, comes from credibility. Ma'am, connect comes from credibility. Your party carries a lot of baggage. And then when you make strategic mistakes, you change your chief minister, fair enough, 4 months before. But then you appoint someone as party president in Punjab, Navjot Singh Sidhu, who's taking on the chief minister every day. I mean, the fact is you're riven by factionalism, you're organizationally corroded, and then you lose your connect. Your leadership has the baggage of the past. How are you going to overcome all that? This requires surgery.
Rajdeep, for a party that has existed for so many decades, obviously we're going to carry some baggage. Obviously, this is not an organization that can move with a lot of agility, which is perhaps what is required in politics today. As far as your specific question on Punjab is concerned, there are two things which are personally my observation. First, we should have had a leadership change a lot before than we did. And the clamor really came from the MLAs. I wish we had done that sooner, because in 111 days that Mr. Chandy was in office, he did some really good work. And I think as a spokesperson today, and as the media chairman said earlier today, I think the Congress and its factions and its leaders have to realize, wherever you may be, the infighting only emboldens your opponent. It does no good to yourself. But I think each one of us has to be careful in what we say, fighting it together. And I think there are lessons to be learned from our opponents. They come together when it's an electoral battle, and there is no denying that.
Yogendra Yadav, put all this in context. You're very good at that. Put what the events of today have mean for national politics. The BJP wins Uttar Pradesh for a second consecutive time, Assembly, their fourth consecutive win when I add the 2 Lok Sabha, and by a big margin. I've been asking this question today to my panelists. Is 2024 a done deal, as the Prime Minister Narendra Modi seemed to suggest? Your take.
Rajdeep, in the face of such a clear verdict, we cannot beat about the bush. The fact is that 2024 was always a tough route for those who want to save this country. And today's verdict has made it much, much more tougher than it was in the morning today. The simple fact is, and there's no way of escaping it, that we have lost. When I say we, I do not mean the political parties who contested election. Of course they have lost. But more than anything, it is those who did not contest election but were invested in it. Those who call themselves liberal, secular, progressive, call it by any name. Those who believe in the constitutional values of this country, those who believe in Baba Saheb, Bapu, Bhagat Singh, they have lost. And they have not been defeated by some external outside force. We've been defeated by our own people. The people have voted in a way that goes against many of the values that we hold. So this is a moment to...
Maybe they've rejected those values and are moving on. Maybe they believe that what Mr. Modi claims his vision of India stands for, is preferred to the vision that Yogendra Yadav, maybe your India stands for.
Rajdeep, it so happens that the vision that I wish to uphold is the vision of the Indian Constitution. It's not my personal whim that I'm upholding. This is the vision of the Constitution of India, and this is the vision of the freedom struggle of India. Yes, it has suffered. I refuse to believe that Indians do not believe in this. I think the failure comes from people like us. We have failed to communicate. Those who ruled this country for the first 50, 60, 70 years did not bother to connect to ordinary people. They made fun of their beliefs. We lost 3 critical resources: nationalism, religious traditions of this country, and cultural heritage. If you don't connect to these things, you lose connect with the people. And what Uttar Pradesh election today has shown It is not about Labharthi. It's not about those things. BJP has managed to make a deep cultural connect with the people. They are already disposed in favor of the BJP, irrespective of their gains and losses. That is the more important thing. And the Prime Minister was correct to say that this has implications beyond Uttar Pradesh. He was also correct to say that this is not a caste vote. It goes beyond caste. Yes, that's right. And that is really the fear. That is really the danger, that this republic is being dismantled. And the public has been effectively mobilized in the process of dismantling of republic. And therefore, anyone who takes this verdict seriously, and we should bow our head down, learn from the public, connect with the public, and in this one respect, we should learn from RSS. For not just for years, for decades, they went to people, spoke to them, took ridicule, but communicated. This is what we need to do. So it's not merely a question of one party getting it wrong, another party getting it right. It's easy to blame the SP, Samajwadi Party, for not getting this or that right. And the usual thing about election analysis is that we believe that anyone who's lost got everything right, everything wrong. It is even easier to blame the Congress for not even putting up a fight. But I'm not interested in that bit of it. I'm interested in the deeper defeat that has taken place today. Can we respond? Do we still have resources to come back? Yes, I believe we do. And to me, the simple formula is Satta se Sangharsh, lekin Samaj se Samvad.
Very interesting.
You have to combat, you have to take on this regime to defend the constitutional values. The defense has to be through movements, because the real opposition of this country today is not in parliament, it's on the street. At the same time, you have to enter into deep communication with the people. I may dislike, I may reject the ideology of the BJP. I cannot reject the people who have voted for the BJP. I have to speak to them. And this is the humility that we must go into.